welcome the world to the 28th running of the greatest car race in the United States, the SuperNationals. I'm down here at turn 1, and there's an overused phrase in racing. You can't win the race at the first turn, but you can certainly lose it. Of course, if you remember back to last year and the last 2 laps of the Pro Shifter final, Marcus Kayak and Mateus Morgado certainly learned that, making contact and crashing into the barriers with 2 laps to go, both losing out on a SuperNats title. This corner is profiled exactly the same way as it was last year, and we expect just as much action today, and we've seen a lot of action here at turn 1 throughout this weekend. Let's head further down the track to my friend and broadcast colleague, Caleb Vieska.
Incident Williams Scarborough. She is okay, and she will be racing later today.
Turn 7 is the only area of the circuit that is very different from last year. A nice wide entry. It invites the over-under, but on exit, there's no slow technical chicane anymore. It's only a very fast run down to the second half of the lap. And of course, the barriers, they just seem that little bit closer the faster you go. If you lead out of turn number 7, is that the key to winning SuperNats? But that's only the first half of the track to take you around the full lap of the circuit used here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for SuperNats 28. Up in the KC announcing booth, it's Xander Clements.
Listen, turn 4 has been so good all year, as well as last year, was this year as well. Lots of over-unders as well. Turn 5, more of that kink that works around. To turn 6 and 7, you can set the pass through 6, get to the inside of 6, to get down to the inside of 7. That leads on to the next long straightaway, kind of a short shoot between turn 7 and turn 8. 8, an unbelievably quick right-hand kink leading into the sweeper, kind of a sweeper up turn number 9. Cars load up through and into the hairpin of turn number 10. Again, very similar to turn 4, Xander, turn number 10. Open wide for the corner, but it allows a dive down to the inside of the racetrack.
Overall, 13 turns here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway's SuperNationals 28 layout. Yesterday, rain-soaked conditions, and it is a very super Sunday here for 2025. Rob, we're kicking things off with Pro X30 Heat races.
Yeah, we're essentially adding in another 7 races, right? We've got the Pro X30 2 heat races there, Pro Shifter 2 heat races there. Something capping off the 4 races that we didn't have yesterday afternoon. Well, plus, we've got to add in the 3 LCQs. So we're essentially starting the day off with the 4 heat races into the warm-ups for the remainder of the categories. We'll then roll into opening ceremonies at about 10:20. Right after that, wheel-to-wheel action. We normally head right in with the first main event of Super Sunday. Nope, now it is straight into the LCQs. So lots to be packed into today. But a great call yesterday. Xander, the team owners getting together, coming to Tom Kutcher, the SuperKarts USA crew, saying, hey, listen, we just don't think it's the right thing right now to get out on this racetrack. Too wet, and of course with the lights and the spray, visibility was very, very low. So you see Tom Kutcher down there right now on pit lane as we have the drivers getting ready to go here in this Pro X30 category. This class brought to you by Perico Energy Drink. You'll see this 56 of Jake Drew on the inside and the 5 of Blake Nash on the outside. It's been very interesting to watch how this weekend has played out. And not surprisingly, as happens throughout a 5-day SuperNationals event, the cream will slowly rise to the top. Some drivers kick things off right out of the gate, right up front of the pointy end of the grid. Others have to work a little harder for it. They dial their karts and they get a feel for the racetrack. Then we find them back up where they need to be at the very front. Good info from down on the grid area. Everybody on slick tires. It is a drying track If there is dampness in a lot of areas coming through turn 1, there's a lot of moisture. You saw David land in the intro there as he came through. There's a lot of standing water. That's where standing water. It's a layer of water. They're going to have to be very wise coming through that particular part of the racetrack. Jake Drew again starting on the pole, as I said, alongside Blake Nash. Formula Works GFC for Drew. Nash in the number 5 starting on the outside. Hannah Greenmeyer, great to see her back at the Cosmic for RPG. Caleb Gaffera looking to change the fortunes of a tough weekend for the North Carolina driver. The Hotes Racing Development in the number 84, Gaffera starting 4th.
Jacopo Martinez had a good run through the heat so far. He's actually pretty well in contention for pole, believe it or not, all the way back from the 3rd row in each one. Alexander Vanchev, another first-timer at the SuperNats and Pro X30, joins him in 6th. Ruben Moya and Chase Hand returning, 2 of the favorites from last year, especially Moya, who led laps for a good chunk of the main event, rolling from the end of the top 10 here in this heat.
Yeah, Joe Turney, Lewis Goff, both very impressive drivers. Let's go outside the top 10. Aaron Garcia Lopez starting 11th alongside Jensen Burnett, Jesus Vasquez Jr., and Morgan Porter on row number 7.
Row number 8, Timothy Pernod and Turner Brown and beyond. Another group of drivers that are about in do or die situations here, Rob, and not just because they're right at the cut line. Eli Warren, Sebastian Venegas, Nathan Dupuis won't be having Lillian Scarborough today, and Jackson Sousland's already been through 1 LCQ, went out, ended up back in after penalties. He's also, unfortunately, entering this heat race below the cut line.
And a great look at the track for those of you at home. You see how it's still a little bit moist, but there is a lot of drying spots. The corners, some of the corners are going to be a lot more damp, but Xander, crucial warm-up lap to the drivers now to really get a feel for this racetrack. It looks to me like SKUSA give them maybe another extra warm-up lap to get a feel for what they've got there.
And look at the spray here in this corner specifically. This is the final turn down on the ground. How many drivers are still having to weave and clean those tires back off afterwards? And the water that pooled on the inside of the curbing is still very much there. It will seep around throughout the day. And for the Pro X30 drivers, as we finish out the rest of the grid, going to the drivers way on the backside, James Overbeck, Griffin Dowler, long way to go from row 17. Ibrahim Dean had a problem. He kind of gets a mulligan. He had a mechanical issue on the outlap last night when we tried to go green with this class, along with the rest of the field, of course, who were at least uninjured and able to repair the go-karts and come back to fight another day. 46 in total will end. But yes, Rob, 2 laps added on to the normal pace lap, gave us a little more time to kind of get into the groove because we're going straight to racing for the first time ever and the first time in a long time that I can remember that any class has not had a practice session on a single day before they have to take a green flag. But that was the decision that SuperKarts USA and the team owners opted for, is, hey, we'll compromise a little bit of warm-up time to be able to race right here in these conditions, much better than what we were in 12 hours ago.
And we're going to see this track evolve throughout the day. That's going to be a big thing for the mechanics, as the grip levels are going to be coming up with all that torrential rain we had. Remember, 0 grip at all. Will have washed off a vast majority of the rubber laid down over the last 4 days. And indeed, we're starting things off with wheel-to-wheel racing. Pro X30 A versus B. Drew on the inside. Getting ready to start with Nash on the outside. Opening corner is going to be crucial. We're putting this in the hands of very experienced drivers. Let's see what they've got. They've got to show us what they can. Coming through the corner. Everybody's got to give each other room here. A couple drivers climbing up over top. One driver around already. That may be Gaffera again. Caleb Gaffera going around in turn number 1 on the outside. Everybody else trying to navigate their way through here. We'll get the heat built into these Avinco tires as we get underway. The heat race number 3. 4 of them to start off the day for you before we go into the warm-ups. The remainder of the categories. Jake Drew, great start from pole position.
Solid start indeed for the shoe. Ruben Moya making a move there on Martinez in the 74. That right-hander is probably going to be a better passing zone with these damp conditions than it was, honestly, in the dry. It was pretty easy, it looked like, for them to get through. And how about Joe Turney in the 58? Buried pretty far back on this opening lap as we see some alternate lines taken there. Kind of a middle groove in the final turn. A good pass for Chase Ann and a pass here maybe for 3rd. Vanchev wants it. He's going to have to tiptoe to get it there. My goodness.
Yeah, Xander, that was totally Vanchev coming down in there, wondering how much grip he was going to have. Hard on the brakes into turn number 1, able to make it stick, but right back on the other side comes the driver he was battling with, so able to go right back through. Jacopo Martinez, I believe, able to get back through there again. No, that's the 6, actually. Pardon me. That's Ruben Moya, who's been able to get himself up. He was able to go back by at one point. Indeed, here comes Moya. There's Vanchev. Early running here. The driver's just starting to feel out this racetrack.
Yeah, indeed, early running. We've only got just 2 laps in the books this time by. Lots of time for the field to make some more gains, and it's going to be a guessing game of where the grip is, when it will develop, and who figures it out first. 2 laps in the books as we take a look as well back at the start here. Take a look at the Shop AKR replay. Left side of your screen, Jake Drew on the inside, Blake Nash on the outside. Rob, walk us through it.
I'm looking to the outside. The one driver had some issues with Caleb Gaffar, and he got moved by the 66 of Vanchev.
Oh.
Yeah, Vanchev in the spot him around. We actually have a driver off the racetrack right now. That's Nate Dupuis, I think.
Indeed. Great catch there, Rob. Nathan Dupuis on the right-hand side. Similar type scenario here right down at turn number 1. It's almost ironic right as we play the moment of Caleb getting turned around. But the other thing that stuck out to me looking back at that start, Iacopo Martinez absolutely put the chrome horn from the 3rd row to the rows in front of them, and that's how Jake Drew and Greenemeyer washed out as far as they did. So the MPG and Prema drivers, another kart has lost a tire, and this is something that I think probably could have been on someone's bingo board for not having a practice session to make sure all the tires were tightened. We got one that's lost a wheel. 3 laps in, Turney on the move, trying to make a pass right here on Chico Brown. Turn 4, making it look easy there. Textbook for the 58. He'll go back forward as he continues to try and make up some ground in the overall points. He had a good second heat race, but it's been all Alessandro Tullio at the top of the rankings so far.
Jake Drew leading the way. Hannah Greenmeyer with a good start. She goes into second. Moya, Nash, and Vanchev, your top 5. Jacopa, Martinez, 6. Brown, Turney, Goff, and Hand. That's your top 10. Watching this battle now is Chico Brown trying to find his way back by Joe Turney. Turney right now mired back in the 8th position. You see him there, top of the screen. A couple of duos are lining things up. There's Vanchev now. Getting chased big time here by Blake Nash. That is the battle for P4.
I want to look at the front bumper as well of Ruben Moya. That thing looked a little bit loose coming down the main straightaway. The Pantano driver for FDM looks to me like he might have had the pushback get deployed, but it doesn't matter if he can outrun it. That was an easy move there by Hannah Greenemeyer, and look at the grip for the Spanish Salmon in second now as Vanchev and Nash continue to duke it out. Martinez and Turney looking on. But Ruben Moya just figured out something on this lap, and I think he's going to be arriving on the doorstep of Jake Drew very soon. Look how much he's already pulled away from Hannah.
No doubt about it. The man on the move right now is Ruben Moya. There's the 74 there, Martinez. But indeed, last time by, Moya went purple with the fast lap of the race of 50.541. Couple of tenths of a second quicker than Drew, so he is into the lead now. Moya.
Oh, Vanchev's bumper's down for sure. Right there, the 66.
Well, very likely getting into the contact with Gaffar on the opening circuit.
Yeah, multiple drivers, I'm sure, are going to have full pushbacks, but you can see both sides definitely deployed on Alexander Vanchev. He's fighting for dear life, but right here, this is where it's really tricky to decide how much to battle or not, because when you have the pushback, yeah, you're going to go back actually more positions than if you would have let them go and let one spot bleed away.
Vanchev trying to find a way back by Martinez as they are lining up there behind Blake Nash. There's Martinez to the inside at turn number 12, back over to 13. I feel like that corner is going to be pretty moist throughout the entire day unless they're able to get some of that lake dissipated from the inside. Here comes Turney. He's aggressive. He's going to get 2 spots here. Big move for Turney to the inside. He gets by both Vanchev and Nash. Almost contact on the exit. And look at Vanchev going to take advantage of that down the inside.
Oh, Turney shaking his head. He's frustrated. That was a slick move there on the 2 of them. Blake Nash didn't want to let it go. Had a bit of a desperation heave at the end of the corner there. It wasn't over-aggressive, but it was definitely I don't want to give it up yet, and it ended up costing Joe, and now they're back again behind the 66. Look who else has closed in. How about Lewis Goff in that bright white suit? And Chico Brown also able to split him up. Nash to the inside of Chico. Turn 10, got him. No. And the 22 hangs on, and here comes as well Chase Hand on the 27 back into the mix. Pernod there. Here's Goff to the inside of Nash.
Yeah, pretty aggressive racing outside that top 5. Look at this battle back and forth, as we said. Who else is coming into the fight? Chase Hand in the 10 there. You see the 27 rather than the 10 spires, and over-under for the 52 of Pernod. He's going to get gifted a couple of spots coming out of turn number 1. A lot of action right now. Goff to the bottom of the racetrack. This is aggressive stuff. Look at Hand. He's going to get at least 1 Yeah, handed the over-under coming through 4 and 5, Xander. These drivers leveraging every bit of this racetrack.
Look at Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the move. He'll go 3 wide to the inside in the infield, trying to make up some ground. That's on the inside of the 15 of Jensen Burnett. Aaron Garcia Lopez also on the move. There are a couple of drivers that have picked up many spots in the opening few laps and have since kind of stabilized because the field spread out so much off the crazy way that start went down to turn number 1. Now, final 2 laps, how many more spots can you get? How aggressive will you be with your final chance to stay out of the LCQ and go to the main directly? Here's Pernod. Goff on the outside. Chase Hand with a crossover to get by the 52 of Pernod.
I thought Hand might be able to get it more in drier conditions. He probably would have been, but trying to get that power down coming out of that corner, he's able to get by Pernod. He'll do a little bit of a tighter run through 4 and 5. Goff trying to hold things back. Now 8 laps down, 2 to go. Look at the gaggle of cars coming from further back. Everybody trying to get whatever they can here. You see the racing line so different, where you can potentially work your way through that corner. Track is going to continue to dry throughout all of these 4 heat races to start the day. White flag flying, Drew leads, but there's the gap, how much it's fallen down for Moya. It was 0.7 of a second just a lap ago. Under a half a second now, Moya closing up on the leader.
Yeah, huge kudos here to Ruben Moya for hunting down Jake Drew. Both drivers in a bit of a need to kind of improve their overall position in the heat points. And for Ruben Moya, how aggressive are you at this point here with Jake Drew? Well, how about this aggressive? For the lead, turn 7, and he's going to pinch the exit off. They'll drag race, and Drew keeps the momentum up on the high side.
Drew went wide, diamond into the corner to get to the outside of the racetrack. Early on the power, of course, coming out of that corner and got a good run. Able to take that spot back away from Moya through 10. Now 11 and 12. It's Drew still with the spot. I expect he'll cover the bottom. Indeed, remember though, a very slick coming through there. Big run out for Moya. Going to be a drag race to the line.
And it'll go the way of Jake Drew by about a 0.5. A close one. Ruben tried to keep it as wide as he could while still doing the crossover. And look at this huge gaggle behind. This is the back of the top 10. Pernod, Hand, Burnett. And a backward slide at the end for Vasquez Jr. and Abador Martinez gets up in there. Blake Nash dropped all the way down to 16th, Rob.
Wow, unbelievable run early. He finds himself all the way back to 16th. +5 for Ruben Moya. Drew capitalizing on the pole. He'll take the win there to help out his point total. But +5 for Moya to go to second. Greenmeyer holds station in third. Jacopo Martinez up a spot. Joe Turney started 9th. He goes to P5, so +4 for Joe. Biggest mover inside the top 10, Chico Brown. Turner in the number 22 going +9. He goes from 16th to 7th, so a solid run there. And then again, let's look a little further back. Caleb Gaffera after that spin, getting hammered from the back again into the braking zone of turn 1. Gaffera able to come back to 17th.
Good recovery for Caleb G, but that still, of course, is going to be a rough go. The scale line full, and not only with Pro X30 wrapping up, the K100 Senior Dice Roll is getting set to go, along with the next Pro X30 Heat with Group C and D currently on grid. So there's a lot of action all about to roll at us super quick. And as we take a look there with the adjustment for the pushback bumper, Ruben Moya with the 3-plate on the kart, that's how far ahead he was. I mean, both drivers had quite a healthy gap. And I imagine that must have been with other penalties added on, because if it were a 6-second penalty, that would drop him all the way down to at least 6th, if not 7th.
Maybe 7th, yeah.
Either way, next up, the other half of the class, Alessandro DiTullio, who has had a mega week so far here in Las Vegas, Rob.
Yeah, listen, DiTullio's come out very strong, and he's actually been really relaxed on the racetrack. I think complaining at one point about some of the crazy racing that we had. He was able to stay out of trouble. He's done a good job so far. He'll start, of course, on the outside of the front row here. Let's head back down to pit lane right now as Caleb stands by with our race winner.
Thank you, Rob. Standing by here with Jake Drew. Jake, a weekend where you got to pull out the SuperNationals, it's thrown absolutely everything at you. Tell me about the conditions out there this morning on slick tires especially.
Yeah, it definitely made it interesting, but it was fun to have a little curveball in there. So was a little nervous about the start, but I knew on the first out lap that it really wasn't too bad if you just control the start well. So happy to get another heat win there. Well, first in the X30, but second one on the weekend. But so hopefully that sets us up pretty good for the final grid later today. I think the package is strong. The races are going to be tough. They're going to be crazy. Just got to be there in the end.
Again, where's your head at right now? You're hours away to try and go fight for your first SuperNationals victory.
Yeah, I mean, not really thinking about it too much, just trying to keep a calm mindset, take whatever comes at me and be ready.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Great stuff from Caleb there with Jake Drew, and I think just a little look, little taste of what these drivers are going through mentally right now. Super Sunday's a different day. It's not those days where you're going to go like a regular Pro Tour warm up, quali. You're going to run your pre-final, final, whatever it may be. Even in the pro shows, you're working through. This is all about coming out. Normally they would have had a warm up and then just a race later on in the day. Xander, it's tough to stay focused on knowing the magnitude of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, this has to feel obviously a bit weird for us, especially weird for you, Rob. Haven't been here for all 27 editions of the SuperNats, but it's got to be weird for the drivers to wake up first thing in the morning, go out and race, and then, oh yeah, this is just a primer, set the grid. You're going to go back into practice mode in the middle of the day, essentially, if you're a KA senior driver, and then they're not on track. Jake Drew's not on track until 3:40 in the afternoon for the main event. So as we take you through the rest of the lineup here for this group, and more updates on some of the drivers in terms of the overall standings. Let's talk about who else has stuck out that's had to drive from way back here in heat number 3, Group C, Group D. Rob, there's a lot of big names back on rows 6 through 10.
Let's be real. Right back there, 15th, Paulie Massimino. Dalton Haynes in 13th, right? Caden McQueen down Mudson in 22nd. You would never have thought that coming into this weekend. Donovan Bonilla as well.
Yeah, a former SuperNationals winner, Donovan Bonilla, outside the top 40 in overall qualifying and hasn't really made a whole lot of headlines since. Chase Cassiat Lee's also made a lot of moves over the course of the year and a lot of weekends of speed. He's buried, and of course the 2-plate. Ryan Norberg collected in the carnage Thursday night under the lights, including the likes of James Overbeck and Caden McQueen as well. That's why both those drivers were buried pretty far back. But Norberg, first heat, only got to 20th. Second heat, drove it up to 9th.
Yeah,
that means he still needs to get above about 13th or 14th here. And we got one in the wall, multiple in the wall on the warm-up lap here. Henry Wheeler is one of them. He will get back going. But the additional outlaps for the Pro X30s in the second group, still needing probably about another 2 of them, it looks like.
Well, listen, everybody's trying to find the edge of adhesion, right? How fast can you push? You don't want to do this on a warm-up lap. A couple of drivers have powered through the barriers here. You can see the SKUSA crew having to go to work, getting things back put together here in turn number 1. And hey, listen, again, we know the track is going to change throughout the day. These drivers, that's why they're getting extra laps here, getting that chance to get a feel for where the grip is. Jake Drew told us right there. That was great input there. Caleb getting a chance to talk to him. A lot of fun, he said. Once you figured out what you could do, getting through the opening corner, you're going to be fine. But a lot of fun on the racetrack. You just have to drive to within the limits of yourself and the racetrack and the tire, of course.
Yeah, you can't go even really to 100% at this point because that 100% limit's going to change lap by lap, corner by corner. Safe point here, close out your weekend with a finish, a checkered flag. It doesn't need to be the one that where you're first to it. You just need to get through this session and drive a little bit under where you feel like the real limit is. For DeTulio on the inside and Mika Lemasurier on the outside, the final Pro X30 Heat race of SuperNats 28 is green.
Let's see how we look coming down into 1. You saw the opening lap for sure. Nicely done so far. This crew getting through cleanly. It is a good start for DeTulio. He'll lead. Lemasurier goes into the second spot, but he's going to get challenged. He'll be 3 wide coming out of turn number 5.
Frankie Mossman with a fantastic start to get up to second. Look at Gus Lawrence on the inside. 2 spun around. Infield, turn 7. Jaden Pope's one of them.
Dalton Haynes
the other, and there's 2 more collected. That's going to be Johnny Ports and Jose Carlos Hernandez in the wall. Lemasurier, I believe, had a problem there. He was slow to get going in the short chute. If that is indeed the 23LN kart, Mika Lemasurier, this picture-perfect week in Las Vegas on debut, Rob, just got its first blemish.
Well, he's got to put his head back down. We know a lot of stuff can happen here. Spool that thing back up. Lemassurier's got to get right back at it and keep pushing. DeTulio leveraging the conditions right now to pull away. Oh, being told by our spotters, Lemasurier could be out of this race. Mechanical with that driver. Oh, tough one here on heat race number 3.
How about Adam Brickley on the best kart on the move? He just made a pass for second. This is huge for that brand new chassis manufacturer that debuted 2 years ago, but it's been a very soft launch through the 2024 and now 2025 seasons. And Prodigy Motorsports with Adam Brickley, this was one of the later announcements on our run-up to the Supernats, Rob, and a dark horse pick for sure, the North Carolina in the final heat race of the weekend.
Leveraging this this early run impressively well. Getting more update that Lemasurier lost his front bumper in the crash, the contact in turn number 7. So that front bumper going to put him to the scales, as we know. Lemasurier out early. But yeah, Adam Brickley having a great drive up here now. P2, and with the battling going on behind him with Gus Lawrence. Austin Garrison's in there as well. That's going to allow him to stretch away and run some open laps. There's Garrison there, the national number 1, closing here on Gus Lawrence.
All right, here we go through the infield on lap number 3. Colin Lloyd in the 61 looking for a move. It'll be Ramos that makes it over in turn 10 actually. And right behind him, Cash Perkins is going to lose a spot there. Lloyd able to pick his pocket. And here's Caden McQueen. Great start here for the number 9. In fact, both of the Brits have gone on the charge. McQueen here in the chrome and black going by his teammate. There's Hodgson poking out on Massimino. There's a number of spots they picked up here in the first few laps. And now McQueen is right as he crumbs across the bow. Cash Perkins gets in too hot, and we're going to go 2 and 3 wide down to turn 4.
Oh, my goodness. Massimino able to get back down to the inside. Hodgson rolling the outside. When you got drivers of this caliber, no, listen, we haven't had the most fantastic racecraft throughout the weekend. We know it's been a talking point from the very first wheel-to-wheel race where we had drivers off at turn 1. But these drivers are nice, and anytime they see a gap here, they're trying to fill it.
Let's take a look here back from that opening lap. Lot went down in the infield of the racetrack, and we're going to try and pull this for you here. So here's DeTulio leading the way, Lemasurier in the middle, and it looked like he already had something of a mechanical slowing. Watch the 23, white and blue, middle of the racetrack as he goes by here. Obviously the wrecking behind, that was off to the side with Haynes and company, but Johnny Port's on the inside trying to avoid Lemasurier, and along with that on the outside, Jose Carlos Hernandez. Look at him, he's already got his hand off the wheel, reaching over almost towards the spark plug or the carb, like the throttle cable had snapped mid-corner or something went before the contact that ripped the front bumper off. I have to think there was more to that story than just losing a bit of body work.
Yeah, the bumper seems like it was the collateral damage of whatever happened mechanically to the kart coming out of the corner. He didn't have that full drive, as you said, maybe reaching down to try to grab the throttle cable. But the bottom line is that's it for Lemasurier. Tough one because he had 2 really good runs. And it's not going to kill him right now because it's an opportunity still for him to potentially transfer straight in, although he otherwise would be at the front of the LCQ. Yeah, what happened with DeTulio here?
Something on that last lap. Alessandro DeTulio must have made a huge mistake, and we've got not just Brickley taking a point at the lead, Gus Bus has taken over. Gus Lawrence to the point in the number 7.
So Lawrence now leads, Brickley second, DeTulio third. He's getting challenged now by AG. Austin Garrison putting the pressure on him, the Pro Tour champion. Right on the bumper now of the Rocket Racing Company machine of DeTulio. Big shakeup here midway through, 5 down, 5 to go in the final Pro X30 Heat race of the year.
So Gus Lawrence, 4 laps remaining this time by. Alessandro DeTulio, a blown lead of nearly a second and a quarter back to the field. He's going to be now just trying to manage this race to the end. He doesn't need to win it, I believe, to hold on to the pole since Martinez faded back in that last one, and so did Vanchev with a bumper penalty. And for Gus Lawrence, he enters this one 19th in the heat rankings. This is a big improvement for him, as it is for Garrison in the 1 plate. Austin Garrison enters 11th in the original seedings and classification before Heat 3. So him having a top 5 performance right now, this will be huge.
Xander, let's throw this out. We haven't really talked much about him all weekend long. You mentioned him early on. Ryan Norberg plus 11 again. So he has worked his way from 24th up into 13th. A full recovery run for Ryan Norberg in that GFC. He's been moving forward. Not so much in the opening race, big time in the second heat race, and up 11 here again. There's still 4 more laps to go, and he is right there reeling in Brody Whitmore. So a potential another run to the top 10 for Ryan Norberg coming as he goes down to 13th.
Looking as well here, Rob, coming into this race, Cash Perkins was below the cut line. We were wondering a bit why he was so aggressive with Caden McQueen down in turn 1. That's why he's 40th in the rankings coming into heat number 3. He desperately needs a big performance here just to place into the show. Ryan Norberg still needs a good one. He's 26th as of now, can't afford a bad result, and right now he's got himself mathematically above that kind of imaginary cut line here in heat 3. 13th, working on Whitmore. This will be for 12th. Can he do it? Turn 10. A bit of a crossover there for the 57, but I think Flying Ryan's got it, and indeed he does. And following him through his former protege. How about one of the RPG Cosmics in Donovan Bonilla? The two Supernats champs are making some hay back there.
Yeah, Bonilla up 8 spots as well, so they're both on the recovery drives here. Back to the lead as we are going to see the white flag this next time by through 4 and 5. Lawrence leads. Brickley having a really good run, +7. 9th up to 2nd for Adam Brickley. Garrison, Ramos, DeTulio, the top 5.
And there's been a bit of a split here in the groups as Massimino continues to roll between Hodgson and Perkins. You see Caden McQueen's already caught up to the back bumper of Mossman and ADT. And they're all just kind of following Lawrence at this point. I don't know if you'll see a whole lot of movement for the race lead and the race win here in Pro X30 Heat number 3 for Group C and D. But as of now, white flag, 6 or 7 of them, maybe 8 of them close together. Here's a side-by-side tight moment for Diego Ramos and DeTulio, and ADT will make it stick.
And we're getting calls of potential sprinkles on the racetrack right now as Brickley thinking about trying to go for the race lead here. Final lap, Xander.
I thought Gus had him covered, but all of a sudden the 88 has new life, and the battles behind have come unglued. DeTulio with a nice move there on Ramos. Big wide arc here for Brickley. He'll have a huge run to the final 2 turns. Here's Austin Garrison lurking as well. Final corner, over-under from Brickley. Can he make it stick? He'll get sideways. Garrison might be able to sneak by as well as Lawrence in Heat 3 for Group C and D.
Oh, Brickley had to pedal it coming out of 13. He tried to do the over-under, and that thing just flat-slided on him out to the outside of the racetrack. I guarantee it was wide-eyed looking at the barriers, the Tech Pros on the outside of that corner. Brickley holding on, though. Lawrence with a very impressive win. Brickley 2nd, Garrison 3rd. DeTulio holding off a charging Diego Ramos in 5th. McQueen ends up at 6th spot. Mossman 7th. Massimino 8th. Hodgson 9th. Perkins in 10th. It's +12 for McQueen, +13 for Hodgson. And Norberg up into 12th, +12 as well. So Ryan Norberg, 3 great finishes for him. You see him there, P12, right behind Colin Lloyd, able to get by the drivers at the end, Brody Whitmore, and then, of course, Donovan Bonilla and Ryan Raffa came along for the ride as well.
Goodness, let's take a look back here with Whitmore sliding back to the 16th spot. Rylance, Hodgson, Chase Gassiet-Lee makes up a handful. He and Henry Wheeler, though, may be headed to the LCQ when the points do get tallied. Wheeler entered needing a big result. It was a bit of a rougher go, obviously still here in Heat 3. The Pro X30's wrapped now. That means Pro Shifter is the final class to at least get their preliminary grids together for Super Sunday main events and their last chance qualifiers. But also, we still have our K100 senior drivers. We need to decide which of 4 are going to get a chance to roll off for the 41st spot and go back to prepping their go-kart for warm-up, because in this wild and topsy-turvy weekend, it's always a little bit different at every single Super Nationals, and this year the weather threw a curveball at us. Heat 3 for Pro X30 and Pro Shifter on tap right now. X30 wrapped, Shifter about to go, and beyond that, it's back into the regular Sunday format, mostly. Let's catch up with Caleb, though. He's down with the drivers.
Thank you, there's Andrew here with Gus Lawrence. You said, right, needed that result, and it's a step in the right direction. Tell me about it, Gus.
Yeah, so I've had a 4th, a win there, and an 18th, unfortunately. The other day I got pinched on the outside by the wall, and there was nothing I could do, so that was solid. I needed that for the points. So obviously I'm not sure where I'm going to start yet, but that's a step in the right direction.
And again, tell me about those last couple of laps, right? You and Adam were kind of going back and forth. I know you definitely noticed there was some slight sprinkles, continuing on the racetrack. Tell me about the conditions out there.
Definitely, when you go into that bottom hairpin with the rain, it's a little bit slippery. You know, when you're leading, you're the first one to hit it, so you start making a few mistakes and being a bit cautious and maybe slowing down too much. So again, it's just you're the test dummy, and you've just got to find your feet.
And again, tell me about this event, because this is the first time that you've done this event. You've done Kart Masters. You've done it all, almost. And being here at the SuperNationals for the first time, what have you thought about the weekend up to this point?
It's different. The fact that there's a wall in the way, so if you do have any incident, you're toast. I've never done anything like this before. It took me. I'm still getting used to it. I feel like I've underperformed this weekend, and I think it's gradual. Hopefully, it's coming later on.
Thank you, Gus.
Thank you.
Caleb, thank you so much. A good insight there from Gus Lawrence. Again, it takes a while to get used to this track. And listen, folks, there you have it. There's blue skies from here that I can see all around this racetrack. But right now, we got a little cell over top of us, and we have sprinkles on the racetrack here. Not expecting any moisture in the afternoon, but we have the rain back on the racetrack once again. Everybody on the grid right now for Pro Shifter, we're being told on slicks. No one elected to potentially roll the dice with some rain tires, so everybody on slicks now. This could be very interesting for the drivers here in Pro Shifter. Again, those drivers setting out for what will be their final heat race of the day. Same goes for the field ready to follow them through, as we're going to again have the two groups of drivers here in Pro Shifter. We're going to give them extra laps to be on the racetrack. This one's going to be very interesting as well. Add a bunch of horsepower on, slick tires, sprinkles on the racetrack. And as I said, if you have our shot, you'll maybe see it again later from turn one. But blue skies in the distance. We can literally see the mountains around the outside of Las Vegas, so you can see the blue sky. It's just not here over top of the racetrack right now. The afternoon, as I said, looks good. Very likely we'll have a dry afternoon. I think this is just at this point a shower that's going to hit us early. Xander, the line we're getting from our spotters is proper rain. So it's literally raining here right now.
Yeah, no, it is. It is absolutely sun showering at 8:30 in the morning in the desert of Las Vegas in November. This is unprecedented, what has already transpired, and the tiniest of specks over the city has just barely gotten us. I would have to imagine that tiny little dot, if you go straight up between the L and the A on that road going out in the northeast section, is what's above us right now. Because visually, you can see that around us, it's still pretty bright. But just overall, insane scenes here in Las Vegas. And we're having to bundle up ourselves. The Pro Shifters are getting additional warm-up laps, just like the Pro X30s did. And what is unfortunate here, Rob, is that it's not going to get this track wet enough to want to go to rain tires right now, but it will keep it unpredictably slick on the slick tires. It's crazy. Everything about this Super Nationals has just been wild. And I thought last year felt a bit different, and it ended up having a wild finish. This one has been wild through the middle from this, honestly crazy from the start, right? When we think about Fanatic Friday, the amount of spills even Wednesday night, seeing a Supernats winner like Pedro Hiltbrand in Pro Shifter slam the wall in final practice on the outlap. So many curveballs thrown at us. This is just another one. And I feel like it should phase us more that we're getting rained on with the sun out at 8:30 a.m. on Super Sunday morning. But honestly, it just kind of fits the narrative of this week.
Yeah, it's almost like yesterday, just kind of put us all off center, right? We're going to take what we can get right now after, of course, a big change yesterday, canceling the last 4 races of the day, totally rescheduling Super Sunday, starting the day off with wheel-to-wheel racing. We'd hoped to come to a dry racetrack. It was damp. Hopefully we weren't going to get any rain. We've got it. So, yeah, we're throwing everything at Super Nationals 28.
Well, for Pro Shifter, presented by PSL Karting, this is only, again, half of them, as mentioned. Let's give you a bit of the rundown while they begin to work their way to the front stretch of who is in contention to fight for the pole. Matteo Spurgel, the KZ European champion for Velocity Racing Sodi, leads the way, only due in part to his teammate Seta Van Wallstein, who will lead this field to green for the... Oh, look at this! One of the Formula K SRPs just hit the wall on the front straightaway. Who do we have right there? Is that going to be... Trefilov. David Trefilov warming the tires up, just destroyed the right front.
And again, you saw them all coming up there trying to get those tires warmed up as much as possible. And with the moisture there, car over-rotated into the barrier on the outside of the corner. Trefilov came into this race. Let me scroll down to see where he was points-wise. He was all the way down in 37th spot. He's going to go to the LCQ and deep in the LCQ. A mistake for Trefilov there. Here's the replay.
All right, again, look on the right side of your screen. They're trying to get the cart removed. There it is, the replay on the left side. Trying to warm the tires up and just hooked it too far off onto the paint. I don't know, the lack of grip. Threw him off. Regardless, we're getting ready to go. Pro Shifter, presented by PSL Karting. And for the first of two, for the final round of heats on the weekend, we're green.
Great jump from the pole position. Let's see how they roll through here now. A lot of that water on the outside in turn number 1 we talked about it. Ben Wallstein, a fantastic launch as he's able to get away. And the 41, look how much of a gap he has on the opening couple of corners. Probably 6-7 kart lengths. Further back, of course, not the same for those in the middle of the scrum, as we're 2-3 wide coming through 6 and 7. Down to 8. They'll finally have to kind of single file themselves out through the very quick turn number 8 here, get comfortable. And again, everybody on the track standing for the first time. No warm-up. They're feeling this track out in the warm-up. This is the first time they've been at full song. A very interesting situation. They're all just trying to get a feel for this racetrack.
And Mateus Morgado, as good as he looked last night and the day before, is holding them all back. Look at them 2 and 3 and 4 wide as they were all bottled up behind the number 5 plate. 1 lap in the books. Van Wallstein leads. Big slide there for one of the Intel karts into turn number 1. Look to be Sam Dicker from Australia. And there's still more of the entire field to talk about as this swarm heads down to turn 4.
You see the 32 of Justin White with his elbows up, trying to hold back a couple of drivers. There's a big move to the inside there for AJ Myers. He's going to go by Morgado. That's going to be for P5. Again, another driver, Xander, who had a trouble in one of the heat races, trying to recover to either go straight into the 34 or potentially start up front somewhere in the LCQ.
Check it out here as well. While we've lost one of the Goodwood Kartways SRP drivers, yellow flags down at turn number 1. Not red, sorry. Yellow flags down at the first corner for one of the Beryl Arts that's gone into the barriers. It looks to be maybe Diego Ardiles. Scott Hargrove dropping down the board as well. Ardiles still running, so not the 31. We've lost a couple on that last lap, second lap in. 8 to go, though. Long race still ahead of us. Senna Van Wallstein already trying to make it end right now. 1.9 seconds and counting, Rob. The domination to make up for that DQ in heat number 1.
And again, you think about where these guys are coming in terms of the points as well. Senna Van Wallstein, you got to keep scrolling down to find him. Same goes for AJ Myers. Senna Van Wallstein, I'm going to scroll down to find him in 30th, Myers 33rd. So they're right now near that cut line, but both drivers having good runs right now to transfer straight through and not have to run the LCQ after the warm-ups.
That's right, and again with the misting that has first hit them on the outlap, and it already is gone. We're back to dry. The sun is out. This track is going to get fast in a hurry. And so for Marcus Kayak, he's just got to manage at this point. If he can escape this heat race with a second, Musgrave in 3rd, Morgado back down to the 7th spot. This will put Marcus Kayak about in the driver's seat for the pole, at minimum the front row where he started from last year and led the majority of the main event. He is looking for redemption. He has finished 2nd at this race before. He's been in the LCQ and missed the main before. And of course, he's also, as of last year, led the most laps only to end up with a DNF. He is on track to get another really good shot at SuperNat's glory, and the guy behind him knows all about that, doesn't he, Rob?
Indeed, Billy Musgrave, as we know, a 5-time winner. There's another driver with some issue there. That is the number 18 of Adrian Renadin, an issue for him. Back in the seat and refiring again. But yeah, no doubt about that. Billy Musgrave knows how to get the job done here. A good run for him to P3 right now, but Kajak so close last year to coming away with that elusive SuperNationals victory. The contact, of course, with Morgado. We'll see this year how it all plays out. He's having a great run, and as Xander said, this would really put him in the driver's seat in terms of starting up front later on today.
There's basically 6 drivers in contention for pole, realistically speaking, Rob, and half of them are in the next heat. Mateo Spurgel, Victor Gustafsson is only a point behind him. They'll go head-to-head for it. Morgado here on screen in the number 5 plate. Him falling down to 7th hurts him. Who knows what will happen with potential penalties and the like, but Morgado entered needing to, at minimum, keep Kayak behind him. He only had a 1-point gap to Marcus, so he'll drop behind the number 40 machine. And then Giuseppe Palumba's in the next group, as is Ricardo Longy. So only 2 of our 6 in the fight for the front row are on screen right now, and the better of the 2 is Marcus Kayak. Also into the pit lane, the number 10, by the way, Jacob Gulick, heavily damaged rear axle, destroyed GFC machine, the number 10, to the back, and that might put Jacob Gulick in the danger zone. He entered 17th, should be okay, but a big field.
It is indeed. 17th is not the best place to be if you're going to have a DNF. Again, talking about the two drivers here, Spud Wallstein and Myers, both those drivers in the 30s in terms of points. Remember, top 34 transfer in the rest of the LCQ. So a first for Ben Wallstein, a sixth for Myers. Very likely will ensure they're not running again until the main event this afternoon. So they'll be able to transfer straight through.
Yeah, this will help them quite a bit. It will also be a big improvement in the starting position for last year's runner-up, Pedro Hiltbrand, who we were following there on the move, charging towards Morgado. Gavin Bailiff and Hunter Pickett also a week to forget so far for Gavin Bailiff with a lot of highs and lows. And Hunter Pickett, the quiet consistency of the number 36. Last year it got him into the top 10 plates on the Pro Tour. Two of them are having a solid Sunday morning. 12th for the 36, 11th for the number 7. And they've got a healthy gap kind of out front and out back of a couple of tenths between themselves. Charlie Steins, Nick Mitek, and Matthias Price. Now, your top 15 have all stabilized. Senna Van Wallstein's got a huge lead out in front. Let's go down to David Land here with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, just wanted to kind of put a bow on this whole weather situation right now. There was a pregnant cloud over the top of us. That cloud has now moved on. There's blue skies all the way down to the mountains, so I wouldn't expect any more weather, but I'll tell you, down here on the grid, there was a lot of indecisiveness, a lot of rain tires being run out, and a lot of folks making or thinking that they would have to make decisions. There probably won't have to be any more decisions made the rest of the day. I would expect we're going to be dry, but then again, this week has given us a lot to question about the weather in Las Vegas.
I mean, look at the tail of the two horizons, right, Rob? We just saw it from the last corner shot. It is super dark behind us. The sun is out above us right now and over the Las Vegas skyline behind the last turn. So you can see the little wave, as Dave mentioned, has passed over us now. We're pretty much clear. There's plenty more if you want to keep looking around for spotted green. But at that point, I mean, you're playing the odds that are worse than Vegas to get it right.
And listen, we'll take that clear screen as well. We've had enough rain for this weekend for sure. You go back to 2019, or 2013 rather, when we had the very wet Super Nationals, the soggy Nationals as they called them. The first 4 of the 5 days all wet. Thankfully a dry Sunday. But indeed, today we're looking for exactly the same. Let's get the temperature up. Let's keep it dry. We want to go racing. Final lap on the track now. White flag flying as the drivers will come across the line. There's Myers there running in 6th, Morgado 7th, Hiltbrand 8th. There's the battle there between Morgado and Hiltbrand. Big run for Hiltbrand out of 1. Let's see if he's able to go to the inside as they come down into turn number 4. Indeed, he does. To put the barrel arc to the bottom of the racetrack, trying from the over-under for Morgado, side by side through 5. And Hiltbrand gets the job done in turn 6 and 7.
Smart move for Mateus Morgado not to force the issue. Meanwhile, his new teammate, after his old teammate gets by him, is headed for the checkered flag. Senna Van Wallstein will get 2 heat races officially. As long as this one sticks, it's 3 checkered flags unofficially for the FIA World Champ. Number 41 with that performance should put himself about up and into the top 15 as we take another look at the radar as well. Of note, in your top finishers here, Gavin Bailiff entered this race below the cut line, Rob. He very well so has punched himself a ticket directly to the main event like AJ Myers in 33rd. Bailiff was 38th. On the other side, David Trefilov, that mistake on the start box. He was 37th coming into this race. He needed a big performance, and one of 3 SRP factory drivers is going to be buried deep probably in that last chance qualifier.
Yeah, I can say he's bound for the middle of the LCQ. Work to be done there for David Trefilov. Van Wallstein, though, a dominant run there, 3.7 seconds to victory over Kajak, Musgrave, Bertuca, and Dicker. Myers, a big run, as we said. Hiltbrand gets by Morgado in the final circuit. Andres Herbert and Justin White cap off the top 10.
Looking on down the board here, Gavin Bailiff again, 11th. Hunter Pickett, Nick Mitek, Matej Price. Charlie Steins also entered. He was 40th in the classification after the heats 1 and 2. That 15th place result should be enough, I think, with penalties and all, that could potentially move him higher up the board to get into that top 34 overall. Filip Nemkovic, Noah Zars, David Williams, Vincenzo Saraceno, and the Diego Ardiles. My apologies to Diego. He actually had a respectable drive right there, Rob. He made up quite a few spots from the back of the field to get to where he was there in P20. And then down your top 30 with still a lot of cleanup to go for our pro shifters. One more heat race on tap.
Yeah, it looks like, I believe that was Ivana Richards, potentially the driver involved in turn 1, that the barrel art suit that we saw. We couldn't see the kart itself, but Ivana pushing back now.
Good catch, yeah, indeed. The HRI Mexico rookie, the young lady in the number 82, rolling it to the scale line. There's still cleanup to go, but as quickly as we started to batten down the hatches, we're starting to open the curtains once again, both literally and figuratively here in Las Vegas. And as David mentioned, a bit of frantic moments now have kind of come to a calm on the grid for the final heat race of the weekend.
Xander, I would have felt exactly the same way with the way the rain was coming down, whether or not that we would have potentially thrown some rain tires at it. If you're not going to get rain in the afternoon, you got to sit there. Why not throw it on and roll the dice, especially if you're a driver further back. Again, we're still not – I don't know that we're still done with with any wet weather. We still have a couple of clouds hanging above here and there. You know how things happen. All it takes is one cloud, a little cell to blow over, and you get some more moisture on the racetrack.
I can tell you one thing. It has definitely made it interesting to watch because of how unpredictable it is. At any given point, this race could change lap by lap. David, what do you got for us down on the grid? It looks good. Is it good?
Yes, and it's raining again. Raining on the grid. So my previous report, I jinxed it. I'm sorry. You guys can blame me.
Weather is not your thing.
I agree. Yeah, Dave, you're doing great when it comes to giving us the racing intel. But yeah, we'll leave the weather and predictions to my brother in the production booth who actually has a meteorology degree. To be honest, we've had the inside scoop all day long. I don't know why he hasn't been in my ears yet talking about that. We've gotten lots of racing information from our meteorology expert, and we've gotten meteorology information from our racing expert, David, down on the grid. We need to flip that around. Well, Pro Shifter, presented by PSL Karting. So now, all right, in this heat race coming up, Matteo Spurgel and Corentin Russo will be on your front row as they're shown on screen. Russo on the left there in the Italkart Catalyst driver development colors, and on the right, the Vegas special kits for the Velocity Racing Sodies, Matteo Spurgel. They're moments away from going green, but before they do, we need to get down to pit lane for the dice roll for KA100 Senior. So we're going to take a moment and go to Caleb.
On the dice roll, the rules. So Ibrahim Din going to be the first driver to roll off for Orsalon Racing. So pick up the dice, and you're getting set to roll to race your way into the main event in KA Senior. And again, they have already been briefed, so just throw a dice whenever you're ready. Here we go, the first roll off, and that's a 12. The first 12 of the weekend for Ibrahim Din. And you see his dad, Junaid, absolutely elated. So again, he has the option to roll off, but it's also a 12, so smartly so. I'll do so. Morgan. And they're joking around if they want to reroll. Morgan, you're up next.
I'll give it a go, but I doubt it.
We're in Vegas. Anything can happen. We saw it yesterday, so here we go. Morgan Porter. His roll is a double. You get to re-roll, Morgan. Go ahead and pick up the dice again. Here we go, another roll from Morgan Porter as he rolls, and that's only a 10, unfortunately. That's going to end the weekend for Morgan. Thank you very much, Morgan, for joining us here this weekend. Dean Peterson up next. Dean, going to grab the dice for you. And he's next to try and race his way into the main event. That's only a 7. The weekend is going to end, unfortunately, as well in K Senior for Dean Peterson. Colby Romero coming up next, the last one, and that's only an 8. So with that, Ibrahim Din, a perfect roll. Ibrahim, we'll talk to you here really quick. What a roll. The first 12, I think, in SuperNationals history. Tell me about it.
That has to be luck. Yeah, I'm super happy about that. I'm excited for the final and see what we can do.
What does it mean to you to be a part of opening ceremonies in Super Sunday here?
Last year didn't make it. Put in a lot of work this year, and yeah.
Well, you're in the show. Congrats, Ibrahim, and we'll send it back to you guys.
I can tell you, Rob, there's probably nobody happier that we shifted everything to today than Ibrahim Din and his dad, Junaid, because last night, engine doesn't work in the X30 Heat, knowing that you're going to the dice roll, having to sleep on that. I mean, that probably wasn't fun to go to bed, to know we got to go to the track, and thankfully we had an X30 race.
True.
And then roll the dice to see if we get to even use the KA Senior card. But now, got to race the X30 in Heat 3 and just made his way into the KA Senior Main.
Yeah, a much different Sunday that Ibrahim figured he was going to have coming in. A 12 in the dice roll. That's the way to get the job done. But again, we've got one more wheel-to-wheel race here before we go into those expected and planned morning warm-up sessions for the other categories. Xander, drivers here rolling out for Heat C versus D. the drivers here at Pro Shifter.
So Heat C and D is the last kart from the previous heat race is finally cleared off. David Trefilov in the Formula K SRP machine rolls by us in the scale area. His teammate Emilian Denner from row 4 alongside Massimo Valiente. Ellie Goldstein ahead of him along with Kyle Wick. Goldstein along with Van Wallstein, Emilian Denner also, like Senna, were DQ'd at the end of Heat 1. So they're fighting uphill. Russo didn't have a DQ, but hit the wall down the straightaway out of turn 7 in his opening heat. So he's got a bad one.
He's 36th.
He's deep.
He needs a big one here.
The drivers on really, your first 5 rows are a tale of two extremes,
So true,
right?
so true.
They're either fighting to get into the main or fighting for the pole in the case of Palumba and Spurgel. You couldn't script it any more, again, extreme.
We talked about the fact that we're hearing maybe some more sprinkles on the racetrack. Now we're okay. You see the drivers out there, again, getting a feel for this track. Everybody warming up. Hopefully we don't see another issue like we saw with Trefilov coming to the line. Really changed his day in a big way. One driver reaching down, making a little adjustment there on the brake bias on that ITEL kart. But again, out of that turn number 6-7 combination, Danny, just for you guys to know, we're actually right behind there in the booth to the right side, the VIP there as well with the BRM logos, the SKUSA logos. Great place to watch the race from here, outside of turn number 1. Turn 13 rather, Xander into the back straightaway, still going to be precarious. All that water collected on the inside of the curbing is going to keep seeping out. I would expect to see SKUSA kind of pull that back as much as they can to see if they can't get that to dry out a little bit, evaporate as we get some sun and heat here, but this track will continue to change throughout the entire day.
And I was trying to look and see through the graphic a bit of the puddling down on the inside of the turn is, are we getting raindrops again on the backside of the racetrack? The sun's out, the wind's blowing, we've said it was raining, we've said it stopped. I don't even know at this point. It looks good. This is the brightest it's ever report that it is indeed raining again. And so while the 2 laps of warm-up start to come to an end and we've run you through the starting grid, just a reminder, from this heat race, Victor Gustafsson rolls from 4th, Giuseppe Palumba from 3rd, Matteo Spurgel from the pole, and Ricardo Longi, who rolls from 10th, are the 4 drivers that are trying to end up with a better result than what Marcus Kayak had from that last heat race. Kayak is at 9 points, 9.02 for Marcus Kayak. That's the number to beat. And that means that for Matteo Spurgel to clinch the pole for 1, he cannot allow Victor Gustafsson to put more than put a driver between him. And beyond that, Mateus Morgado falling out a little bit. It's really Palumba trying to overcome a couple point deficit to Spurgel, and the same for Longi. They're at 7 points apiece as well. But the number to beat is 9. Matteo Spurgel from the pole shouldn't be too hard to hold on for the overall pole.
Yeah, you think about where you need to start in a main event on Super Sunday here at the Pro Shifter category. Front 3 rows, if you get a good jump, get rolling, because expect that initial group to kind of stretch away a little bit. They'll push hard over the opening couple laps. I don't expect to see a lot of crazy stuff for the drivers up front. See if they can't pull away in the longer main event. We'll see how it does play out. But again, these drivers all working to try to get on the front row, at least the first couple, 2-3 rows, to have a realistic shot at coming away with the big money later on today in the Pro Shifter main event. Otherwise, drivers working their way in here right now to get things underway. Final heat race of the 28th running of the SuperNationals. We'll go to the warm-ups after this. Spurgel in the 60 on the pole. Rosso on the outside in the 8. Palumba in the 35. Inside row 2. Gustafsson in the number 83. Outside row 2. Goldstein and Wick on row number 3. Then their final rows getting occupied with the drivers at the tail of the grid.
There's something special, Rob, about having a full grid of 125cc, 6-speed gearbox machines. The baddest and fastest go-karts in the world are ready to bring the action one more time in the heat races. And we've got trouble in the back. 3 or 4 together, and the leader is off. Spurgel into the wall.
Matteo Spurgel overcooks it, coming down into turn number 1. Trouble for Denner and Eli Goldstein as well. Eli Goldstein in the 61, out as well. Man, oh man, craziness early, more contact there.
Oh, Daniel Vasile, the week that just cannot get any worse, gets worse. He gets collected with Conquer in one more.
Yeah, Josh Conquer involved there in the Maranello as well. That was over in turn number 4 as they climbed on top of each other. number of big names involved. First and foremost, the pole sitter Spurgel, overcooking turn 1 and plowing into the barriers. We'll see where he ends up. This is going to blow things wide open for the grid for sure. That's coming across the line for the first time. Palumba could be the guy to go to P1.
Giuseppe Palumba didn't even make it into the country last year, Rob. Emilian Denner was flown at the last second, but don't look now. Here comes Victor Gustafsson in the CRG, already by Russo and up to second. But Palumba was supposed to be here, was supposed to make his Vegas debut in 24, and he couldn't get in. He's now trying to fight for a chance to start from the pole in his first true opportunity. Another DNF, Aiden Rudolph rolling by us on the CRG machine. So one of the black and orange is gone, the other fighting for the lead and putting the heat on.
Fantastic drive as well here for Massimo Valiente. He's up into the 4th position, +4 on the start. Jay Irwin up 6 as well, so a lot of that chaos early has allowed some of the drivers who started deeper in the top 10 to get themselves into a strong position to move forward. There's your inset there. Emilian Denner cannot believe what happened to him on the outside looking in.
Oh, heartbreaker indeed for Emilian Denner, and now Victor Gustafsson to the lead. Russo to second and Palumba back to third. Victor Gustafsson with a slick move in the opening sector. He said earlier this weekend he's ready to break the drought. CRG, the most dominant chassis in the shifter class, has not won the category since 2017. He'd love to be the man to bring them back to the top step this year.
Just going to backtrack a little bit here to look at Goldstein and Denner. Emilian Denner was 47th coming in.
Oh, no.
A DNF. How far back in the LCQ is Denner going to be? He was a super sub last year. Same goes for Ellie Goldstein. He was 42nd. Two big drivers further back. Big contact on the racetrack for the number 23.
That's huge. Another one of the CRG machines gone in this one. The 23 into the wall.
Maddox Tidwell.
Maddox Tidwell. Big contact. Blew the barriers out there. They have quickly got them back in position. And we've got your top 3 still in frame, but look who's closing in, Rob. A couple of young bucks. Jay Irwin, the Kiwi kid in the number 6 who led the SKUSA Pro Tour in the points, and Massimo Valiente, who is having a career best weekend here at the SuperNationals, 4th and 5th. They are hunting down 3 of the best in the world for the last 10 years in shifter kart racing.
I love to see the young guns stepping things up. As we know, Valiente, the family's been around the SuperNationals for so many years. His father, Michael, 3 times a winner in the Formula C category in the early days of the event. There's Irwin there. Remember, he made the jump with PSL to pro shifter racing at the age of 14, and he has continued to develop his skills. Valiente right there. They're getting chased down by Ricardo Longhi as well. So that is 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Irwin, Valiente, and Longhi, and there's your leaders there. Gustafsson, Rousseau, and Palumba.
And when you talk about all of them, how about the wily vets behind who have had storied careers, like Longhi, the Real Art team manager, and Remo Ruschetti getting some good luck here as Massimo Valiente surrenders the 6th spot, loses that to Longhi here on lap number 5. We'll get the halfway mark, and it's only fitting, I feel like, for Victor Gustafsson, albeit he looked good in the dry too, Rob. But the big win for him, one of his bigger ones on the year, was getting CRG back to victory lane in single speed competition in the FIA championships and the like. And he did that in a monsoon weekend. So tricky, slick conditions, damp conditions, the rain's the great equalizer, whatever you want to say. Victor Gustafsson, the Swedish driver, is putting them all on notice right now.
Into the second half of this heat race here. Again, we'll go warm up after this with all the drivers who are not running in these races. We'll see them roll out after this. It'll be KA100 Junior, KA100 Masters set to roll off for their warm-up sessions. I will say this, watch them come down to turn number 1 right now. Rousseau's going to have to get on the outside. They're making a way different line through turn number 1. Look how much lower they are. They're coming inside that puddle that's on the outside of the racetrack. They're really making it more of a late apex, even climbing over top of the curbing on the inside, all to miss that puddle on the outside that you and I talked about at the outside of this race.
And I really want to know the differences or how big of a variance there is in tire pressure, too, that the drivers went out at. I don't know if they had a whole lot of time to think about it because, as David mentioned, once the rain came down in the first group's heat race, they started getting antsy and looking to put the wets back on. But you look at the lap times here, Gustafsson's been pretty stable and slowly picking up speed. Russo starting to fade. Palumba didn't look good early. He's starting to look better now. And Jay Irwin, I think this time, might just go purple. Here we go, across the line. 7 complete, 3 laps to go. And as we watch them work their way up the hill to turn number 4, Palumba's close again, but not quite able to make any magic happen on Russo. Indeed, Irwin, fastest, 2/10 better than the top 3. So as we try to do the mental math and the gymnastics here of who is going through to the main and who isn't. Jay Irwin right now enters 12th in the heat points. This is a huge swing for him when you look at how many big names that were in contention for the pole or around him that have faded downwards. Adrian Rennan in a DNF in the opening heat. He entered 10th in the standings. He'll drop down, probably still inside the main event grid, but towards the early 20s as Palumba looks again to the inside for second. Russo to cross him up again, not this time. Palumba closes the door. Here comes Irwin, looking inside, and Jay Irwin makes it work there for third. Russo trying to give it back to him at the end of the corner, and he does. And there's more contact down in front of us here in turn 1.
Xander, you want to talk about the evolution of the racetrack here right now? These guys are about a half a second faster than they were in the last session. We've got Kyle Wick down to a 45.7. In that last session, 46.1 was the fastest lap. So we're looking at 4 or 5 tenths of a second. This track continues to get better here with this second group of pro shifters.
Victor Gustafsson headed for the white flag. Giuseppe Palumba had to really work to get back around Quarantine Russo for the last few laps, and finally the Maranello is showing really good pace. Again, for Gustafsson, he's flying blind, right? He doesn't know if there's anything he could be doing better, but the drivers behind him have been able to do exactly that. Palumba send it a little bit deeper than the leader, use him as a reference and figure out if it's better or worse, but he's only got half a lap to track him down. I don't know if he can make any magic happen or if he's going to force the issue because he doesn't need to. It looks like a second would versus a win over Gustafsson wouldn't matter. Palumba's going to the front row, and Victor Gustafsson out of the last turn now is going to punch his ticket to the pole on Super Sunday morning. Victor Gustafsson, Heat 3 winner.
Yeah, big win for him to move himself to P1 inside of the front row for the main event this afternoon. Here's the rest of the field fighting their way by. More contact further back. That was a 74. Polanco involved. That's coming out of turn 12. A couple drivers getting together outside the top 15.
Mateo Spurgel back up to 18th, Rob. How about a recovery drive to keep yourself in the conversation? And by having a nearly flawless performance in his first 2 heats, a 20-point total is still going to put him in the mid to high teens. Look at this here. Diego Polanco contact with another one of the Viral Arts. Who is that? That is the 25 or so. Might have been Luis Speck, actually. Oh, not Speck, sorry. Corrected. That's Luca Moisen in the 25.
Looked to me like Polanco might have got into the back of him coming through the corner and kind of pushed him out through the apex. But doesn't matter in the back. The front matters right now. C versus D goes to Victor Gustafsson. And with that, he'll have very likely unofficially the pole position. Giuseppe Palumba ending up in second. Rousseau third. Great battle for Jay Irwin to work his way up to fourth. Longy fifth. Rossetti in the sixth spot. Wick, Valiente, Frisch, and Speck round out your top 10. Valiente ran as high as fourth at one time. Fell back to P8. Still holding station where he began that race. So Valiente is going to be in a decent position as well. When we talk about the main event, he was 13th of the points coming in. No issues for him. So potential top 10 starting spot for Massimo Valiente, rather. Again, here we go, folks. We got a time to talk to the driver who has just potentially earned the pole position, Victor Gustafsson, on pit lane, standing by with Caleb Viesca.
Yeah, thank you there, Rob. Victor, pole position for you later on today in the main event. You just got a heat race victory, but not a smile on your face.
No, I think we still miss quite a bit of speed. I think I have been the one making the least amount of mistakes, so that's why we're on pole. But we need to find a bit more for the final if we want to win. So.
Tell me about those last couple laps. I noticed that every time you'd get to the front stretch, you'd look over at the Jumbotron, checking the gap. Tell me how the pressure was behind from Giuseppe.
No, I think it's quite easy to block around here, and especially now that it's a bit wet, so it was quite under control. Didn't want to take any risk. Hitting a barrier when you're in the lead is not not so nice. So yeah, it was all right.
I know you're going to sit around for quite a while today until your main event. How do you stay focused?
I think I'm going to have a power nap because of the jet lag, and then we can start focus.
Well, hope you rest up, Victor. Thank you.
Thank you.
That sounds like a good idea. Great job there for Victor Gustafsson. A little power nap. He's, of course, going to be racing later on. We're looking for the main event for that category to be somewhere around 4:20 this afternoon. So he's got lots of time to hang out. Folks, we're going to go warm-up race time now for the remainder of the categories. KA100 Junior getting set to go. Again, we'll have, of course, our Perico Pit Box coming up soon as well. Don't go anywhere. More to come. Racing all day here at SuperNationals 28.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month. Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
on Kart Chaser. Thank you to Rob Howden and to Xander Clements for taking us through the first 4 heat races of the morning. And it sounds very strange, Super Sunday, 4 heat races. However, I think they were 4 very good, dramatic heat races, and I gotta say, I think that the standard of racing justified the decision to postpone them from yesterday. Mike, your thoughts first of all, what we've seen this morning.
Well, yeah, regardless of the standard of driving, I mean, just the better conditions, right? Obviously, a better way to go with this is a great track for a very tricky track. However, much better than we had yesterday. And to your point, a lot of fun to watch with all the tricky conditions. And Dave, we were watching it up here during that whole period of time and having to negotiate drying tracks, slick spots, wet spots, and a lot of fun to watch.
David, I mean, you need no introduction. However, I shall give you an introduction. 18 times an Australian karting champion, multiple podium finisher here at SuperNats, champion, an experienced driver from all around the world, and now one of the world's most preeminent kart driver coaches. But yes, as Mike was saying, your thoughts on this morning?
Look, it's obviously very difficult conditions for the drivers, but they are the elite drivers at this event. So I think it's very hard for the first few rows they've got no warm up, so they're trying to feel the conditions in those first couple of laps. We saw Matthias Spergel in the KZ class in the front row, locked the front brake by the looks of it, and he's in the fence. So your weekend can change pretty dramatically, but overall I think it's much smarter to drive this morning.
You raced, I think, was it 10 times here in SuperNats? You've been here as a coach as well. Have you ever recalled a SuperNats quite like what we've had this year, with all the drama, the action, some of the driving, the accidents, the weather, and here we are, 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, still racing and still with world and national and continental champions questioning whether they're even going to be in the main event.
We had one year in, I think, about 2014, rained basically about 3 or 4 days straight, and then we had a dry Sunday. So not quite as mixed as what this has been. But look, it is challenging, and it's good for the viewership at home. We want to see mixed results, and we want to see people moving through the packs rather than just the leader driving away. So I think this afternoon's going to be pretty exciting for a lot of the classes.
I just mentioned, obviously on the screens, you're watching warm-ups, so you will not miss a single lap of racing, same as we haven't missed a single lap of racing action here on Kart Chaser for the last 3 days. So this is just warm-up. And this morning, because of this change of schedule, they've condensed warm-up. It's nothing more than a basic systems check, is it?
Look, for me, warm-ups, like you said, are just make sure the engine runs. We've actually seen a young Australian, Mika Lemasua, he actually failed a plug from the front row just now. So if he had a warm-up, that may not have happened. So it's quite unfortunate the way the timetable has changed this year. But yeah, it's good just to try a couple of things for yourself.
Well, and that's just it too. It puts the pressure on some of the mechanics, right? Those quick decisions, quick changes. Do we go wets? Do we go dries? How much do we change the set? And we've seen tires come off and things like that. So the driver's got a heck of a job to do, but the entire team, including the mechanics, they've earned their keep this weekend.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking for everyone, and to win these races, to be competitive, it is a team effort. It's the engine builder, it's the mechanic, it's the drivers as well. So, like I said, it's a lot of excitement around today. I think there's a mixed bag of results that are going to happen today.
Now, you mentioned it's a full team effort, and that team includes driver coaches. Obviously, you're here, an awful lot of drivers. The list of names that you have coached, is like a who's who of the great and the good in karting, and indeed wider motorsport. With the change of schedule, what would you have been saying to the drivers who have got to suddenly knows they look at the time schedule? Okay, morning warm up. There we go. Before I do any racing, how would you have sort of help them cope with that change, and how would you have prepared them for the first lap you're doing in the morning on the most important day of SuperNats is in anger?
Look, I was helping Jake Drew, he started pole and won X30. I didn't actually speak to him earlier this morning, but the main focus for your formation lap is just to keep your eyes focused. There was a lot of puddles out there this morning. Being the first driver on the trail, you sort of set the speed and the racing line. So if you are fortunate to be following the other drivers, you can try a little bit of an opposite line to see if yours is working or yours isn't.
But of course, you're trying to do that in race conditions. You haven't got that hard. Considering we were watching up here from the Perico pit box, considering the conditions, considering you know what was at stake in each of those 4 races, were you generally pleasantly surprised with the standard of racing? I think the racecraft, and we saw some great action in the first X30 Pro Heat. There was some great scrapping between the likes of Lewis Goff, Chase Hand, Timothy Pernod for a place in the main event. In the second race, I think, Mike, you were looking, you got a fantastic battle between Caden McQueen, Paulie Massimino, Oliver Hodgson, Ryan Norberg was in there, Diego Ramos, Austin Garrison. That was what we want to see, top properly.
A lot of the names that you've mentioned there are more experienced drivers. They're not the 14 or 15-year-old rookies that are coming into this field. Their names, they've got a lot of racing experience, a lot of respect for other drivers as well. And also, you don't win SuperNats in Heat 3. So you need to salvage a result sometimes. And whether that means you lose 2 or 3, but the end result is you're still starting up there for the main. Like I said, I've come from the back before, but you don't really want to be putting yourself in that position for Super Sunday.
Yeah, if you can help it, try to be at the sharp end. And to your point too, Henry, as far as what we saw on track, you've also seen drivers who've already got 2 in the books. That last one, it's going to set the tone, right? And so when they enter, they already have an idea of, do I need to go get it? Do I need to hold on to it? And that can also temper expectations and tempers to make sure they don't go next level on it.
So let's just have a quick recap. Jake Drew, the shoe, winning the opening heat race. It was a drag race to the line between him and Ruben Moya, but Moya had a pushback nose cone, but still the gap that they had pulled out still meant that Ruben was able to finish P3, I believe. This is all unofficial results. Hannah Greenmeyer, Jacopo Martinezzi, Joe Turney were in there. Now, yes, one of the hard luck stories of SuperNats this year has been Caleb Gafara. We saw him spin on the opening corner. He fought back to 17th. And there's another driver, Blake Nash, survived the first 2 heat races, was looking really good in that last race, and then on an issue dropped back to 17th. In race, the Tullio led, then had made a slight mistake. Prodigy Motorsport and Adam Brickley on a brand new go-kart, the best kart.
We've got Jake Drew with that win. He's got a P6 start position. Blake Nash, Austin Garrison, Hannah Greenmeyer after that strong run right there is going to be P9, and Frankie Mossman 10th. And just a couple more to throw out there. Remember we were talking about some of the drivers who had tough quality runs? Yep. How about Caden McQueen getting up to a P11 start? You can win the race from 11th. Roll down a little bit. Guys who are fast in the dry. Chase Hand, he's back here in 16th. He was fast in a little bit of a harder race 3 here, but definitely one to watch. And again, the names are Gus Lawrence 12th, Paulie Massimino 13th, Amador Martinez 14th, and Ramos 15th, just to round out that whole deal. And yeah, the talent is deep all the way through. And we were talking about some of our other shows. I do think that given the way this track has been so far and the way the racing is, it's going to be a longer, drawn out. I mean, Dave, you've been talking to all of your people. This is twice as long as we're going to run here in these mains. So a little bit of a difference in the setup, a different mentality. What do you think you're going to see in the mains?
Yeah, look, for sure. You want to obviously get the first few laps need to be clean. So you don't want to try and avoid the accidents. And you want to try and get those breakaway packs. We've seen this weekend that as soon as karts start to defend, they just lose too much time. So it's going to be about trying to link up. And a lot of those guys you're looking at in the top 10, top 15, they're experienced. They know how to race. If someone's driving away, they're not going to try and fire it in. They're going to try and work together. But then there's going to come a point where that driver's going to make a decision, they're going to go for a pass, and then it's going to start to open up again. But like I said, anyone can win from the top 15 karts. It's a big slipstream and a big drive on this track.
Again, just tapping into the driver coach, you mentioned the experienced name. So, Alessandro Di Tullio, obviously a very experienced name, racing in Formula, he's going to be racing in Indy next, we believe, next year. But then starting directly behind him, provisionally, Alex Vanchev, a senior rookie. There's a different approach when you're coaching to say, you know, how you would coach ABT into the mental aspect of this, and to Alex Vanchev. There's two very different styles and methods, isn't there?
Look, if I've started on the pole position for Super Sunday, it's obviously the best start to be, best position to be. The first corner's a bit nerve-wracking because obviously you've got a lot of karts pushing into your rear bumper, so you're just trying to check them up a little bit so you can duck around this first corner in pole position. And if I'm Vanchev, honestly, he's a rookie. Not many drivers have got experience against him this season, so you know, I'd be going for it, honestly. If I was him, I'd be like not wanting to come, you know, second or third. I'd be honestly putting it all on the line. He's got nothing to lose. He's a kid with a bright future by the looks of it. So yeah, I think it's that mindset of a young kid, aggressive. The other guys will probably take a bit more strategic. The older drivers, they'll build into the race. Joe Turney will be there by lap 22. You know, he might not start the race as fast as some of the other kids, but he'll just build into it. A lot of respect on track as well.
So you think with that, being a rookie there and maybe not having a chance to run with them, it's more about like, hey kid, let's go get it. Let's see if we can go lead first versus hanging out where you might get hung out to dry a little bit?
I'd be going to the lead. Yeah, my dad always told me the best spot to be is in first place and let the others, you know, battle behind you. So if I'm him, I'm going nice and early and let these experienced guys, you know, find their feet and try and check out.
A bit like what we saw Donovan Bonilla do in Pro X30 two years ago. Fly in, under the radar, the stars to argue amongst themselves, and by the time they've decided, right then gentlemen, ladies, this is how we're going to do it, you're up the road. It's a nice mix. Okay, Jacopo Martinezzi, you know, rookie in terms of this event. Yeah. Obviously Vanchev, Blake Nash, constantly it's like he cannot get any good fortune at Supernats. And then you've got your national champion. There's one name that is conspicuous by its absence that we haven't mentioned. It's the R word, not Ray, ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Norberg. Where will we see Mr. Norberg starting?
21st.
Ouch. You came second here from starting P29. Looking at the track layout, race length, mixing in the standard field, is 21st position on the grid for any of the main events still a winnable position?
It's definitely winnable, but you know, ultimately you need outright speed. Like, you need to be moving through the field. When you're in those positions in the mid-pack, you're relying on a little luck, but when you have an opening that when the racing starts to unfold, you need speed to drive up to that next pack. So far, you know, Norberg's shown speed at different times. Longer races generally suit his setup and his driving style. So yeah, you just don't want to try and lose too many spots at the start. That's a lot of karts to pass.
Yeah, and at 20 some odd laps, you need one a lap. And the other thing too, what we've seen so far, it's hard to go make up time around this joint.
Yeah, there's honestly not a lot of like braking corners where you can sort of out-brake someone and make up a lot of time. It's a lot in the draft. So yeah, he wants to get, you know, into his race nice and early and settle in, and then work with some of these experienced drivers that know Ryan's racecraft.
Okay, one last word on X30 Pro before we go. It would be remiss of us. One of the standout positive stories of X30 Pro this year has been the arrival on the scene of Mika Namasurier. You mentioned him earlier, had a problem in that last race. He has been by far and away the biggest, where'd he come from? Who this? Moment. But as a driver, an underfunded driver from, you know, Ipswich Kart Club, he has put himself on the map, hasn't he?
Mick is a great kid. I've raced against him with kids I've coached for the last probably 3 or 4 years. You know, he's an aggressive driver. He actually sort of toned it down this weekend, but he's a very fast driver. The Ipswich Kart Club is a huge club in Australia. They have like 300 on the club race. So anytime they go and race there, they're racing like national champions and people that have travelled overseas. So it's tough competition just on the weekends. Yeah, good young kid. Again, nothing to lose. Unfortunately, a foul plug is going to sort of see him further down the pack than he'd like. But yeah, like I said, nothing to lose. And he's one to watch in the final.
Okay, well, that's Pro X30. We'll move on to Pro Shifter. You mentioned Matteo Spurgel in the second race Unfortunately, I don't think we got a highlight package of that. But try and describe what was going wrong or what Matthias was doing or rather didn't do, because he didn't have help from behind. He just understood what was going on with the go-kart in that moment.
Yeah, look, I don't want to coach, obviously, a European champion. I've got a lot of respect for the guy. But I was filming the start, and they got 2 laps to warm up their karts. They had no warm-up earlier. So brakes would have been cold, tyres would have been cold, a dampish track. And it looked like he got a great start, and he just sort of pinched the front brakes. And as he sort of skidded forward, it got into the wet patch, and he went to the barriers. Lucky for him, he kept going, but it looked like when he came into the pit lane, he had a bit of his front right-hand tyre had a lot of toe out, so it would have been a bit of a pig to drive out there, but, he still survived.
Yeah, survival, I think, Mike, is the name of the game in Pro Shifter. Yet again, that was Spurgill's first mistake. Who else did you notice so far that has survived the heats without having a problem? Because we saw Trefilov again in the walls. Vasile may not even, the reigning champion may not even make LCQ.
They all survived. They all made it through. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about managing those issues, managing those problems. And just to add to Dave's point, they're hanging out there on the pole for a while, right? They all get lined up, and the front drivers are just hanging out there while the rest of the 40 kart field gets lined in. So everything's starting to cool down and things like that. Just going to be one of those challenges. But right now, again, unofficially, the best of the best as far as the points after a very, very good Heat 3. How about Victor Gustafsson? Hey, he's on the top of the charts here. Marcus Kajak, Giuseppe Palomba, again, another driver had a really good finish right there. Ricardo Longi, Mateus Morgado, the top 5. And you got Sam Dicker, national champion Billy Musgrave, Matteo Spergel, able to rebound even after that, still going to have a very good starting position. Pedro Hiltbrand, talk about a driver who's survived or bounced back after some of the issues he's had. He's going to be P9. Jay Oren 10, and just to round out our top 15 here, Kyle Wick, Luis Speck, Remo Rossetti, who we haven't talked a bunch about. And how about Massimo Valiente, who's been just breaking out this weekend, and Justin White, 15 on the grid. Again, all unofficial. Just our point tallies before all the protest bumpers, etc. happened like that. But again, we talk about how big these names are. One of the names that we did talk about having to bounce back after that tech issue, Senna Van Wallstein is going to be coming off the grid unofficially 17th.
Okay. Noticeable there, when you ran through those first 15 names, fantastic top 15. The amount of names that you didn't mention in the top 15 was incredible. Well, I mean, I know that, David, your time with us is short, and I don't want to keep you from your job, but I mean, from P70, because Senna Van Wallstein, again, in the first, we saw Spurgel going off in the second of the Pro Shifter races, but in the first of the Pro Shifter races, Van Wallstein won on the road again. He has been by far and away the class of the field in every heat race. The 2 heat races that he's kept have kept him P17. I went on the record and said I don't think that anyone is going to win a SuperNats this year with a single penalty, DNF or accident. Convince me otherwise, gentlemen. Convince me otherwise. State the case for the world champion.
Well, yes, world champion. That's number 1. Outright speed, number 2. And clearly just the class factor. He's always up here on the street in the parking lots. SuperKarts probably one of the most dominant brands in shifter kart racing at the moment. Extremely hard to pass in shifter racing. It's obviously a lot more defensive driving, just the racing lines. But if he has these mixed conditions, like that earlier morning race, it threw a lot of people's different lines around. And that's where things can open up for him. I think if it's an outright dry race, it's going to be extremely hard to win. I think a top 5's achievable. But like I said, I'm not going to doubt a world champion.
No, I mean, and far be it for me to question that. Mike?
You keep laying him back like that because I was the one who said I think he could do it. And you know what? To hit to Dave's point, it's a scenario where it is tough. You know, we don't have those technical bits where you can try to go find the time and things like that. And you have to have the outright pace, as you say. You have to have some things go your way. And if they decide to settle down the front, if they decide not to race, that's going to make his life a lot harder. But we all know things will kick off. If they're close enough at the end, you can lose gobs and gobs at time, especially I find in the shifters where we're dumping gears down there to try to slow down. We park things up. We try to put our cart in the way so we can lose a lot of time, which would be really good for anybody trying to chase people down.
Two more things to highlight. Number one, Sam Dicker. Last year, Sam was P34 at the Heats. He was the last driver to make the main event automatically, and he came through to finish P10. I did some calculations. Now, he's from Western Australia. He's from Stirling, Western Australia. And on the map, that is Stirling, the town centre, the town square in Stirling, Western Australia, is over 9,500 miles away from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You're from Melbourne, South Australia. It's a long, long journey. Sam's an experienced guy. The fact that he is quite literally half a world away from home. The younger drivers, that's something that you have to coach into them, isn't it, about being so far away from home. For the older drivers, not so much.
Oh, look, Sam and the Dicker family are great people. I've stayed with him quite a lot over the years and done some coaching with those guys. He's got nothing to lose at these events. He's an aggressive driver. He gets great starts. Even in Australia, he always gets the whole shot. He's out of there. So from starting sixth, honestly, who actually knows what's going to happen? He could jump a row pretty quickly. And as I said, he's not going to back down. The Aussie sort of mentality of just, got nothing to lose. I think that's going to be on show. And, he's putting his name on the map here. E-Tail Kart won last year. So, he's got the package. He's got the aggression. These guys don't know who he is. So he's starting to really show his case for being out there.
And could that be what Senna Van Wallstein or Bertuca or some of these drivers further back need? Because if they do just that, it's going to be a lot bigger show at the end.
Yeah, Dicker, I reckon he's going to box him up if he gets a chance. He wants to get a podium. I think top 5 is obviously the trophy. So he can come home with a trophy in Pro Shifter. Incredible effort.
So his style of maybe sort of trying to back the pack up could help someone like Senna. Could it also help somebody, and this is our final question to you, you're one of the greats to have never won this event. AJ Myers, yet to win this event. How do you keep a driver, who's disappointment after, how do you keep their mental state up as a coach? How do you keep that positive attitude flowing?
Oh, look, it's more just backing yourself in. You can drive. You've got the equipment, so you're fast enough. You're going to need some luck. And, when you're staying down the pack a little bit, you've got nothing to lose. So he needs a lot of stuff to unfold in front of him.
Well, if anyone needs a sprinkle of magic dust, it's the Magic Man. David Sarah, thank you so much for joining us here on the Perico Pit Box. You've got to go and do some world-class driver coaching. I'm going to take a world-class sip of a martini espresso, Perico, because it's been a long morning so far. We'll be back with Mateus Morgado after this short commercial break.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Perico Pit Box here on Super Sunday of SuperNats 28. And don't adjust your TV screens. Don't run for the hills and hide. Yes, that is a little bit of sunshine behind us. We've got a little bit of sunshine overhead. We've got a little bit of sunshine here with us on the panel at the moment. Mateus Bogado, welcome to the Perico Pit Box. You've made it. First one out this morning, starting unofficially P5 for the main event. Would you have taken that at the start of this week?
I'm not sure. I mean, everything new for me. Completely new go-kart. Never drove before. Got sent out in the first practice and got to figure it out, everything. It's very hard for me, especially in a track that is, let's say, a parking. It's not super easy to learn things fast, but I think we're doing very good.
Yeah, okay, so this is 90%, would you say, the same as last year? So that's one thing, but obviously, you know, you're in a different kart from last year. How long, when you came back to this, you know, after a long season, quite an emotional season, you come back in through the gates here. There's memories from last year that you've got to quickly. They're there, and you've got to quickly put them out of your mind. Has that been, easy for you to do?
Yeah, that's super simple. I think everything that happens on the racetrack, once it's done, you just move to the next one, and that's what I do every time. So every new race week is a new chance to win it again.
And of course, we're talking as a world karting champion. That shouldn't be too much of a surprise. That hey, what has gone before, and there's a new challenge in front of us.
Yeah, maybe you can speak to that challenge a little bit. Obviously, you talk about the track being the majority the same, different piece of material underneath you. How much mental notes do you take from the previous year and how you attacked it before, and how much are you getting out of the current ride? And as you go through the week, it seems like it's gotten better and better and better, so I assume there's still more left in the table.
Yeah, definitely. We take good data from last year, even if I'm driving a different material. The track, let's say, it's very similar, as you guys say, changed some little stuff, but what changed the most for me is that I'm on a new thing that I'm enjoying, and let's say that right now I'm maybe driving 70% of what the go-kart can drive, because I'm still figuring out how things work over there, but we're really excited for the final. I think it's go time.
And that's the thing. I think, when our broadcast here on Kart Chaser went hot for qualifying, first of all it was like, right, that number 5 kart, it's Mateus Magato. We're not used to seeing you in the Velocity racing. Well, it's a special SuperNats liveried Velocity racing kart. Now we're used to seeing you. You mentioned 70%. Even though you're a world champion, you're one of the very, very best in the world, and everyone knows that. But even so, coming into a team that, I'm not saying it's completely focused around Senna van Valsteen and Matteo Spergel, but obviously European champion, world champion, they've had far more input into the way that the package, engine, motor, car is all set up. You've now got to try, is it correct? You've got to learn a little bit about their package, if that's the right word to use on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have drivers like them in the tent where you can share data and learn every session more. They are great drivers. They had great results. And I'm learning a lot with them. They've been in the this go-kart for a few years. I'm starting now, so I need to learn a lot with them. They should be up front with me, but they had some issues, and I think they will come back very fast in the final, and they will be there as well.
I mean, you just mentioned there, looking at there now, obviously you've got the start, the front of the grid, unofficially, and a huge thank you to, Kyle and Nate down at the Kart Chaser social team for working on the points unofficially. Victor Gustafsson will go from pole position to the main event. Marcus Kayak on the outside of row number 1. Giuseppe Palumbo on row number 2 alongside Riccardo Longhi. Then inside of row 3, yourself, Mateus, starting alongside Australia's Sam Dicker, and just in front of Billy Musgrave and Matteo Spergel. Effectively, you go into this main event as the leading member for Velocity and Sodi Kart, which is a nice thing. Is that something that realistically you expected us to be saying on Super Sunday?
No, I think it will be a great race. The level is super high, and we have so many good names starting up front, so it will be a big fight, I think. But I'm very confident for it. And usually I don't say, but yeah, I feel good, and I feel we'll have a good speed on it.
Is that a scenario where, because you've been getting better and better and better, that confidence you're talking about, and you're like, hey, 70%, there's so much left in the tank. We saw last year that you were better and better and better. The run went on. The long run pace was certainly very, very strong. Is that a scenario too, where this year you're like, hey, get me into the main, get me clean air here, and we can go get it done?
Yeah, I think for long runs I always have a good pace, and that one makes me very confident. But I feel the go-kart can perform way better. It's just me that I'm still learning how it works, And you can see Senna, you can see Spergel, they're just flying. And if they can fly, I should do the same. Inside the tent, attention is the same for everyone, so everyone have the same material.
I'm trying to wrap my brain. Riccardo Longhi, KZ2 World Cup winner or world champion? I think both, because you're starting 5th, but yet you are only the 4th best current or former world karting champion on the grid, starting P5. That speaks volumes of the level, since you've been coming here in the last 4 seasons, how much SuperKarts USA, SKUSA, the Pro Tour, and this event has really gone to the very highest standards of drivers and teams around the world.
Yeah, that's great. Every year is better. You see the grid we have for shifters here is crazy huge, and you have so many big names, so many guys that won big things in the past that won this year, and to see the top 10 starting grid is just great. You just have inside the top 10, maybe everyone have a chance for the win. So last year I started 11, and I was fighting for the win. So everything's possible here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just the top 6. You obviously then you've got the most successful driver in SuperNats history and the reigning Pro Tour champion, Billy Musgrave, starting directly behind you inside of row number 4. You have Matteo Spurgiel, current European champion, and your sort of teammate. Pedro Hiltbrand, there's a story of how to overcome, because, you know, on Wednesday, you know, Pedro did more laps on foot of the track than he did behind the wheel. They finally got that go-kart worked out, and then of course another driver that you're familiar with, young Jay Irwin, rounding out the top 10. I'm not trying to, you said anyone in the top 10 could win. Could say somebody starting, Pete 17, son of Van Rothstein.
Oh yeah.
Could he win?
For me, there's always a big chance. It's super long race. You never know what happens. Senna is fast, very fast, and everything's possible. He's a great driver. I'm sure he can come by everyone.
It's incredible, Mike, isn't it? You know, that we're talking about that many top names in the top 10 when all week we have had issues. We've had last year's champion, Danny Vasile, 72nd in points. Emilian Denner, 65th in points. David Trefilov, 56th. Josh Conker, so race winner this year, 38th. Batuka, 20th. AJ Myers, 23rd. You won't be able to rest for a moment, but for now, we're smiling. Has it been everything you'd hoped for? First weekend with the team being well in?
Yeah, feeling good for the first weekend with the team. Very happy for all the work and the way they work inside the team. So yeah, hope I can make them proud.
Well, Mateus, you know, we're going to have to let you go very shortly. Thank you very much, Mike. Any last questions for Mateus? We've let him get off quite, scot-free here. Come on, he's a world champion. Grill him, Mike. Go on.
Well, I'm just going to ask you one question here, and that's okay. P5. What's the mentality going into it? Again, a long race. You talk about having a long pace. Just splitting it in two halves. Do you attack early and try to get in a position? Do you settle down, or is it really one of those scenarios where, like, let's get through the first lap, take assessment, and then make the plan from there?
Yeah, first goal is to get through the first lap, and then you see how the race goes. And it's a very hard question. We never know. We never know how the other drivers will react and how you need to drive. But I hope we can manage the tires well for the long race and have a good pace.
And give me one name. If you're going to win SuperNats 28, who is the one driver in this race that you will have to driver pass and beat?
I don't know. I cannot give you one name.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's very hard. Maybe I can give you 10.
Yeah, maybe. Well, again, you can give us 10 names. That shows how strong the field is, the level of drivers that you're up against. But that's why, Mike, we have got 4 current or former world champions or World Cup winners starting in the top 5, including Mateus Morgado. Mateus, thank you for joining us here on the Perico Pit Box. Good luck. The sun's shining. We're going to have a nice dry afternoon of racing here in Las Vegas. We'll see you after this next break.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean,
You don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Welcome back to the Perico Pit Box. Now, Mike Smith, we've been joined by a world-class driver coach, by a world champion driver. We've now got a world champion pit reporter, Caleb Vieska. Welcome back to the Perico Pit Box. You've been down in the at pit exits, at the scale line, getting the interviews. You've also done the dice roll for the KC Chaser A Senior. I want to talk to you one thing about Super Sunday. We were the very first 2 people, yourself and myself, along with David Land and Haley Donaldson, through the gates this morning. It was 6 a.m. In fact, it was just before 6 a.m. The security literally had to come and open it up. We were the very first people in the paddock. What's that feel like? And what it was different about a nice empty paddock on Super Sunday morning?
Well, it's the calm before the storm, right? I think that's the best way to put it. You get into a paddock of this size and it's completely empty, you know, ghost town almost at night and in the mornings. And when we rolled in this morning, there's almost a tense feeling out here. And our DJ Ben shows up this morning, and he's, you know, starting to play the music, and it's a little bit different music than we've heard all weekend. Heard the Final Countdown, Seven Nation Army, you know, songs of that sort. And that, to me, I started feeling nervous a little bit on the racetrack, right? The feeling of Super Sunday starts to kind of creep up on you. And again, for the drivers that are out there in the paddock, I couldn't imagine the feeling of going out there and doing war side by side, wheel to wheel with about 30 to 40 other drivers out there.
I mean, obviously, you know, the talent come in a lot later. But Mike, same question. The feel of this morning, does it feel different to the other mornings that we've had?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, when you lead into the week, it's preparation. It's all right, what's going to happen, and then what am I going to do? And then you have the practice day on Wednesday, and then final practice and the qualifying on Thursday. And we talk about on the broadcast all the time about the body of work, and that viewpoint changes. And as you come into Sunday, it's not about like, all right, what am I going to do to get there? I'm here now. This is it. It's game time. A little bit different with a couple of LCQs we got to do today and a couple of heat races, but still the feel of Sunday is the wait is over. It's all marble. It's for all the marbles right now.
And okay, the main P word this week for us is obviously Perico. We're on the Perico pit box, but pressure. And you know, even the best of the best, like our previous guest, Mateus Morgado, the pressure of Super Sunday can get to anyone, as we saw last year.
Yeah, and again, just take a look at this, right? Going onto the front stretch, Mateus Morgado, Marcus Kayak, and he said he had to go for a move. Kayak was going to defend, and just contact in between the two ended both of their races and handed the win over to Daniel Vasile. And this, you know, definitely stung the two of them. Kayak has finished second at this event before. He was leading the race in this event. And Mateus Morgado has won it all in the U.S. after the year that he came off last year with Burrell Art, winning everything, every single, almost. Won the first two rounds of the Pro Tour, and then round number 3 was where he was able to clinch his championship. But again, to cap off the year as a SuperNationals champion, that's the only thing Mateus Morgado hasn't done yet. And again, you can hear it. For these drivers that haven't done it, we heard from Marian yesterday, that's the last thing he's trying to get. Morgado as well, the likes of, you know, Garrison. The list goes on and on, right, of what it means to win a SuperNationals championship.
I mean, I didn't bring it up, and we're not going to, you know, make it all about last year, because of course with nearly 500 drivers, you know, that was the one flashpoint, the talking point. However, when all's said and done, isn't it quite poetic that from all the talent, the 80 plus entries in Pro Shifter, unofficially, you've got Kayak starting P2, Morgado starting P5. At some point, those two drivers will have to meet on track to decide SuperNats. There's not going to be any lingering memories from last year for either of those when they go head to head this afternoon.
Not at all.
There?
No, not at all. And actually, I think Morgado's perfect when he says that. You forget about that stuff right away. I mean, the reality is that we want the wins to linger, and a lot of times, when you get that win of whatever that event may be that you go do, sometimes you kind of you wake up the next day and you're like, holy crap, that just happened, right? It's so awesome. The stuff that's bad, you want to learn from it, but you forget it. Get it behind you, move on. We in the media, we're going to pay attention to it a little bit longer, but as a driver, we're going to get rid of it.
Yeah, and of course, we're talking about the main events, like, you know, the front of the grids are pretty much now confirmed, and again, a big appreciation to Carl Cuthbertson, to Nadine, and to the rest of the Kart Chaser team behind the scenes for putting together some provisional starting positions. Let's talk about drivers that we may not even see in the main event. Now, we're in Vegas. If I'd have said to you, and I'll give this to you, if I'd have said to you, Caleb, we won't have Josh Conker, David Trefilov, Emilian Denner, and Daniel Vasile automatically in the main event, would you have taken that bet on Wednesday?
No, definitely not. I really think for Daniel Vasile, right, you look at the weekend that he's had up to this point, an electrical issue, and then, you know, an incident in between himself and Billy Musgrave in the first heat race. So this weekend's started bad for Daniel, and it's gone almost to worse up to this point. And for the reigning champ, this is it hasn't been a significant or a memorable title defense for Daniel Vasile at all.
No, Mike, would you have taken that bet? Conker, Trefilov, Denner, Vasile in LCQ?
Would I have said those guys specifically? No, but would I have said that there's going to be some heartbreak out there? 100%. That's the Supernats taketh away half the time, and unfortunately, someone's going to be on the receiving end of that, and that's some big talent that's going to be in that LCQ again, unofficially.
Yeah. Now, one driver that want to talk about as well, starting 35th, so just missing out provisionally on a place in the main event, is young lady Macy Williams. Now, she was involved in the incident with Angel Reynoso. In fact, Reynoso had his incident. Macy Williams gets caught up in the aftermath. Angel Reynoso is okay. I'm not sure if he's at the track or if he's back in the hotel. I know he was back in the hotel yesterday. Macy had to rebuild that go-kart up from scratch, her and Christian Bird. There was a little bit of toing and froing of whether they could go back out because it's a different colour OTK kart, but they're back. She comes out this morning after, and she really hurt her ankle, finishes P11, and she starts from pole provisionally in LCQ for Pro Shifter. Those are the stories that can sneak under the radar at Supernats. The unsung heroes, the ups and the downs that, luckily we can bring you here on Kart Chaser because we've got some unrivaled we've got some unrivaled coverage this week. But Macy, now, she's a tough old girl, young girl, and she's not unfamiliar with the hustle and bustle and the drama of last chance qualifying, as we saw a few years ago. This, I believe, is 2022 Pro Shifter. And, or was it Pro Shifter or Pro X30? But yeah, Macy, Pro Shifter, the drama, in LCQ. We've seen some fantastic last chance qualifying battles. Alan Isambard is involved in there as well, and that is hopefully what we don't see happen to Macy early on. But, LCQ has provided some incredible drama. I met TJ Madonna a couple of years ago. Marcus Kayak coming through LCQ a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that was back in 2023. We were on the other side of the parking lot. He had to race his way through the field. Again, that was a year where a lot of drivers were displaced due to the qualifying and kind of what transpired in that one.
Yeah, Josh Conker, David Trefilov, Emilian Denner. Well, Conker will be starting in the top 5, LCQ. Trefilov probably, outside the top 20. Same for Denner and Vasile. Have they got any chance of making it into the main?
Oh, 100%. Oh, it's LCQ. Anything can happen in the LCQ. Look,
10 laps, only 10 laps.
Only 10 laps, but these aren't like, we talked to Dave Sayre about getting a rhythm, get things. There's no rhythm with the LCQ. It's just go to the front, get there, stay there. So no, with that kind of mentality, you just saw in the clip there, it can be argy-bargy, elbows up, and we're going to be doing it in the daytime instead of the lights. That does have a different feel to it, right? We maybe calm down a little bit, but the reality is that no, if you're in the game and you're even remotely towards the front, you got a shot.
I do think, though, one of them realistically is going to go home today. And it's just, again, they're going to be very displaced in that field and a lot of moves to do. One of them will go home, I think, certainly.
We've got about 15 minutes before opening ceremonies. Obviously, with the adjusted schedule, opening ceremonies set to take place at about 20 past the hour. I want to, we'll have a little brief look at some of the support classes in a moment. I'm not going to ask you for, we're not doing, pick'ems yet, but I know Mike's thoughts on this. Senna van Valstein from P17, too far back considering the talent, or is he just too good regardless of where he starts?
Senna's good, for sure, and I think he's shown his pace already throughout the weekend, right? He's been faster than anybody else. My question is tire management throughout this race. 25 laps. Again, last year they made a mistake on the tire pressures. They went too low. So you have to get it right. Again, they're probably going to go a little bit higher. Temperatures have dropped, but can Senna van Washington manage his tires those 25 laps to get to the front, to fight for a race win? And that's the biggest question that I've had. You look at last year, they I feel like I can't say faded away because they never really fired off. The same goes for Denner. But yeah, tire management is going to be the biggest thing for me to look out for. You look at the world champs, Senna was pretty good. Victor Gustafsson was right there in second behind him the entire time. I think Gustafsson will have long run pace. He hasn't had the pace between those 10 laps. And that's my biggest question, right? We're going to see something completely different later on today, which I think we have to realize as well. 25 laps, that's a lot of time where we haven't even talked about tire management. Again, it's a fresh set of Iveco Reds that they're going to be putting on, but we haven't talked about tire management. Is Senna Van Washington good at that? Having to make moves, having to push, like you said, going at it for every single pass, going deep into the corners.
Well, and that's Morgado brought it up when we were talking to him about that tire management exactly, and he feels very, very good about doing that. But doing it from 5th and doing it from 17th, I agree with you 100%. That's a scenario.
Two completely different scenarios.
Yeah, because you can't just ride at 17th. You got to go do work. We talked to Dave Serra about it. It's like, hey, at starting 20, 21st, that kind of stuff, you need to pass somebody every single lap to get to the front, and that's going to be a tough ask. It's a great point, Caleb, that when you are making passes, you're making that slide job, you're doing something in there to try to get things down and dusted in the corner, the tires are going to overheat, right? We do have a pretty good straightaway here. It's kind of an open corner, so we can kind of cool things off a little bit, but you can overheat those things and stall things out pretty quick.
I'm doing my very, very best to drag, some thoughts, some opinions out of these, out of my co-panelists. AJ Myers, last word on Pro Shifter before we head to looking at some of the support classes and then, of course, opening ceremonies. He came from 20th to 5th last year, provisionally 23rd this year. Now, I know this is a very, very emotionally charged weekend for the Magic Kart US 80. What are we going to see from the Magic Man? Are we going to see a little sprinkling of Saba dust?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work for AJ, and I think they're going to come really hungry to try and make up some moves. Again, we saw it last year, right? A couple of us kind of counted him out of even being on the podium, even being inside of those top 5. And
I didn't. I, in fact, predicted it, and David Land reminded everybody that I predicted it, but that's just...
Exactly that. So, right, I think AJ, if anything, he can finish inside of the top 10 at the end of this race.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, there are 9 classes of kart here. We've covered the 2 pro classes at extent very quickly before I think we've got about 10 minutes for opening ceremonies. We'll go through, what's been going on. First of all, the youngest drivers here, Micro Swift. Micro Swift, we've had a situation yesterday where Brody Stoffel and Lennox Lockhart, number 1 and 2 in the Pro Tour points, they get involved in an accident together. That's going to open the door for, a new name to write themselves in the SuperNats history books.
And that's the biggest thing throughout all the classes, right? Anything can happen in these weekends with everybody going for every single move and every single corner. So a lot of these fields we're going to see, an unsuspected winner. A couple of the cool stories from last year, right? You got to look at Benja Fernandez, who won it in the Mini Swift class. Now he's racing in Junior. Micro Swift as well was one of the good races that we saw. The name's not coming to me right now for Micro, but again, we saw great races all year last year. Sebastian Garzón in both those junior classes, he was nowhere in those last couple laps, and these races are going to go through everything. I know you have the
very quickly. Jack Katowski, Aiden Go, and Dutch Westbrook will be your top 3 on the grid for Micro Swift. Mini Swift, Maxwell Matcher. He was a champion in Micro Swift 2 years ago. He'll go from pole position in Mini Swift.
And you can't forget, he was close to it last year as well. He was close to that SuperNationals victory to going back to back.
But again, there's another driver that he's going to come up against, Santi Orioli, a huge talent. Zane Burgess, last year's Micromax champion at Micromax. He's done it again. There's a second Max mention. Micro Swift winner last year, Zane Burgess. Zane is going to be starting in about 5th or 6th. Tanner Barsh, there's somebody that you know really well from the TSRS series, and that is what the SuperNats always allows a driver that is more regionally well known than nationally well known to step up and to show their talent. Tanner's one of them, yes?
Yeah, and that story really kind of, I would say, impresses me a lot, because he came to the SuperNationals last year after a very successful CKNA Nationals. That was his first national race on 206 side of things, and again, he almost won the race there, finished second across the line with a drag race, and then came to the SuperNationals, qualified out of the slow group, couldn't get it done, and then you look back to this year qualifies 5th overall with a very stacked national field. Who he hasn't raced against all year long.
No.
That was very impressive to me. And yesterday in the wet, he was impressive as well. And even going to talk to them after the day was done, they were upset. His team manager, if you will, Massimo Sanchez Lara, and they felt like they could have had a little bit more at the end of yesterday. But that kid's hungry. And again, I think one of the most impressive drives yesterday throughout the weekend. Macha, can't say enough about that kid. He's had a very successful year, and after moving with Parolin, that pairing seems to be working.
Now, the last 2 runnings of Supernats, the 2 junior classes, have both gone to the same driver. Sebastian Garzon last year, Turner Brown the year before. Are we going to get another double this year?
It could be close, right? You talk about Dean Hugendorn, who's been good throughout the weekend. Noah Baglin has been having to work his way through the field throughout the heat races. John Antonino, you can't fail to mention the MPG motorsports driver who's been successful in 125. He's been good in 100cc. So the list goes on and on. Travis Pettit, another driver, again, who we've talked to a little bit, wanted to interview him earlier on in the week, and he's been impressive to me as well.
And of course, we've got, Noah Baglin, this year's reigning world junior karting champion. Dean Hugendorn at 3rd in this year's world championship. But the one race that I really enjoyed watching, it was Hugendorn versus John Antonino. They're both running out of the MPG Motorsport tents. Hugendorn and Baglin have got the Prema Power Team colours on. But I really like that. Hey, John Antonino, you're in my backyard. Yes, you got the Prema colours. Yes, you got the P1, the P3 in the world. But this is Vegas and this is Murica, and but it goes back to the whole strength in of American karting has come up so much. But some of the best in the world are coming over here, and the Americans aren't just laying over, they're really fighting for it now. That was the junior classes. I don't think that we're going to see a repeat winner at all. I think it's the strength in depth is too much in both classes. And of course, we've still got LCQ to go for Junior X30. We haven't even decided the last 6 drivers to go through in that class. Masters.
Class 7 with the dice roll later.
And 7 with the dice roll, which will be hosting later. Masters. Ben Cooper in KA100 Masters, the reigning champion. He's looked pretty unbeatable, but then 2 years ago, he also looked pretty unbeatable, and I believe he came second on that day to Matthew Winters. So the likes of Chris Rearheim, who's starting alongside him, and John Bonanno on a comp kart, he's looked strong as well. Any thoughts, Mike, on can anyone beat Big Ben?
Well, you guys start thinking about people who've been coming from further back, like Renato Chatter-David. David's been moving his way to the front. He's going to roll off 5th, looks like. And Kip Foster, another driver who had to make inroads. Both those drivers from poor qualifying efforts. Foster P7, so watch out for those 2 vets to make moves.
And of course then, we've covered KA100 Senior in quite a lot of depth, and I'm sure that we will before ago. But the last class, the last support class that we haven't really mentioned that much is Master Shifter. And that, of course, is the class that Billy Musgrave made Supernats history last year by taking his 5th title. He'll start from pole position again this afternoon, Alan Shuto. And of course, 2 years ago, Davide Fori claimed his first Supernats victory. He'll be starting 3rd of the grid, and Jordan Musser. We talk about AJ Myers being, 0 for 12. Jordan Musser, 6 top 5 finishes, no wins. Is this the year that Jordan Musser gets it done finally?
You got to look at how close he came to that SuperNationals victory back in 2023 when we were on the other side of the lot. And again, Davide Fori was just able to get that better of him. And I'm sure Jordan Musser, again, he's won over at the Rio at Rock event, so he's going to be hungry to get the SuperNationals victory. He's been, in the seat, an advocate for the shifter class throughout the year, so he's going to be hungry to get it. Again, Musgrave is just that little bit younger than everybody else in the class, right? Fresh, he's had more track time than anybody else that's out there. So, to me, Musgrave's going to be one of the ones to watch as well, bringing new material to this weekend, right? They did a lot of testing over in Phoenix to kind of get ready for this event. So it's going to be tough to beat Billy on what would be an unprecedented 6, but Davide's been, dug into his computer, looking at data, looking at engines, working with the SRP factory team to try and improve and trying to improve the chassis as well. So That's been one of the coolest things to see, a world champion and a SuperNationals champion at work.
You know, Musgrave going for title number 6. Shuto, he claimed his first SuperNats win back in 2002. Davide Fore, now he was world karting champion in 1998, the first of his 4, I believe, world titles. That same year at SuperNats 2, a certain Matt Gaskell was winning the ATCC Junior class, and Matt, he is back starting P9. Mike, I've got to say, you know, and I'll use a phrase that, low key, I think the Master Shifter race, that's one of the highlights for me. You know, just the names: Musgrave, Shuto, Foray, Musa, Jonathan Vitolo, top 5, and Matt Gaskell. You know, they're all up near the front. There's maybe the one class where all the pre-race favourites have made it through relatively unscathed and are going to be starting at the front. So we could have a classic amongst some of the classic drivers.
I really think that race is going to be one to watch. I think it's going to be a little bit of a preview, appetizer review into what we're going to see in Pro Shifter later on, but I'm excited to see the Masters go at it.
Hey, and don't sleep on guy driving from P12, Sam Clace in that Sodi. Like, he's been rolling right there at the end, and while more work to do like we talked about, I think you could see someone a little bit deeper in the field with that Sodi kart rolling pretty quick.
Okay, final word. Yes, Billy Musgrave 6th title, or no?
I picked him earlier, but I'm going to go Sam Clace.
How can you not? Yeah, Billy Musgrave 6.
Well, that is it from us here on the Perico Pit Box for the first morning show of Super Sunday. Thank you to David Serra. Thank you to Mateus Bogano. Thank you, Mike Smith. Thank you, Caleb Viesca. On the other side of the next commercial break, the biggest stage is set. The biggest day in North American, hey, maybe even the world of kart racing is about to officially get underway. We will be back with opening ceremonies, and of course, the only way that we can get started traditionally here in Las Vegas, there's no opening ceremonies like you get with SuperNats opening ceremonies. See you in a little bit.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It is time to get things underway for the opening ceremonies for SuperNationals number 28. My name is Rob Howden, excited to bring all the drivers out here onto the racetrack as we always do. The driver parade led by the marching band, and we will have a fantastic opening ceremonies for you here. A lot of dignitaries. We've got to induct a couple of people into the SuperKarts USA Hall of Fame. A lot of things to do here to unpack before we get rolling for the start of the main events. Of course, LCQ still coming as well. It's something we normally do here on Super Sunday. So 3 LCQs to run before we set the grid for the main events in those categories. But otherwise, the remainder of the drivers will be ready to go to start things off for the first time here, wheel to wheel, to see who comes away with the championship rings for this event. Here we go, folks. The drivers are going to start working their way out here momentarily. They're there now on the grid area. As we know, over 450 total drivers here from all the countries around the world. So many fantastic teams. What a great shot there of all the drivers who are part of the program here. We'll get them rolling here momentarily behind our marching band as we have throughout the last many years of this SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. The colors of SKUSA, we call them, and have since the very first event back in 1997. Of course, that race held out at what is the Las Vegas Karting Center. No longer around, but so many great memories from that fantastic track just south of Las Vegas. We were there for a number of years before karting took a massive step forward, and that was the jump from that event, that track outside in the desert into the Rio in 2002. A massive thing that was for the sport, to be able to bring the sport right to the people, right in to Las Vegas. And of course, many years, as we know, at the Rio All-Suite Hotel and Casino. From there, moving to Sam Boyd Stadium, a couple of fantastic races there at the home of the then the UNLV Runnin' Rebels. From there, of course, we moved back to the Rio, some time at the Las Vegas Convention Center as well, and then out here to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. This racetrack, of course, a blank canvas for SuperKarts USA to come up with a fantastic opportunity for these drivers to go racing. Thankfully, those of you tuning in, we do have some wind, but we finally have blue skies. We know yesterday, very trying conditions, not only for the drivers, but for the SuperKarts USA crews as well. The move, as you know, those of you who followed the action last night, was to cancel yesterday afternoon's run. They did the best they could. They ran the mini drivers on track, but really the rain and the spray and the lights and just the opacity of that spray just made it almost impossible for us to continue to go racing. And again, as we all know, the teams came together, came to talk to Tom Kutcher and Neil Strickland from SuperKarts USA and said, listen, we don't think we should be out there. We want you guys to cancel it. And of course, SKUSA taking that input from the teams, and it was an agreement all around to make the move to get these drivers off the racetrack and free focus here on Super Sunday. And again, here come all of those drivers, over 450 strong, all part of what has been a massive event here for this year's SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Over 560 or 570 entries. We know every category is packed. We've got 5 LCQs. Couldn't ask for much more out of a year here. And again, a fantastic event so far. We've had some great racing. It's going to be exciting. A little rough, I think, as we all know, on Thursday, Friday, and even probably yesterday. Ideally, cooler heads will prevail here today, and potentially we'll have a much cleaner day of racing. The marching band working its way down here to bring all these drivers out here onto the front straightaway. And of course, as I said, lots to get done here in the opening ceremonies. We'll have a word with Tom Kutcher from SuperKarts USA, of course. We have our Hall of Fame inductees here for the 2025 season. We'll talk a lot about some of the key partners we have as part of this program as well. As a special young man's going to get an opportunity to be in the spotlight here as well. But right now, we'll take an opportunity to see the drivers work their way out onto the racetrack. So just turn the mic off. spectacle like this in North American karting. The SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, all the pomp and circumstance you would expect out of an event here in Las Vegas. Along with this fantastic marching band to lead these drivers out, the massive staff of SuperKarts USA, passionate crew members that it takes to put on an event of this size. Again, it may be 5 days long, but let's be real, it's probably 8 or 9 months of planning. They'll essentially start planning next year's event next week. Well, they might get a couple of days of rest, hopefully, but yeah, it takes so much to put this event on, and it's the same way for all the teams as well. As we know, the planning mid-season to get things underway for the SuperNationals, how many drivers you have under your tent, ordering new chassis, getting engines prepped and ready to go. So much goes into this event, and that's why we want to take the time to honor, of course, the SuperKarts USA staff, but all the drivers that work their way out here as well, for sure. Just fantastic to have them out here with us. We know they're all ready to go racing for sure. Yeah, the question is, where do you put them when you get them down here onto the front straightaway? So many of them. I think about those early SuperNationals when we probably had about 200 drivers. On top of that 200 mark out at the Las Vegas Karting Center in the late 90s, early 2000s was a fantastic thing to get done. But now we see them over 300, 400, 500, almost up to 600 entries this year. 579, I believe, pre-reg coming into the event. So, as we know, the biggest event in North American karting, if not the world itself. Definitely the most unique, that is for sure. Again, World Championship races in Europe, all over the world. Of course, Rotax in Bahrain in a couple of weeks as well. But this is the one that just stands out. So unique, the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. So, ladies and gentlemen, getting set to get rolling here. We'll shut things off. First and foremost, do me a favor because they're right here. How about a round of applause for the drivers who will go racing this weekend here today at SuperNationals 28. We'll get all our drivers into position here. Probably a good opportunity to get things underway by bringing in Tom Kutcher from SuperKarts USA. Tom's getting everybody to quiet down here as well. It's a big class here. Drivers, if you can do me a favor and quiet things down, we'll get things underway. Tom Kutcher will come and join me here momentarily. Of course, getting things underway for this year's SuperNationals. Tom's buried in the back there. Tom, come on out here. Let's have a quick hello to everybody. Obviously, Tom, as we all know, at the helm for the last couple of decades here for SuperKarts USA competition. Tom, I'll give you a chance to say hello and welcome everybody to the event.
All right. Here we are again. I think this is number 20 for me as the promoter. Oh, shit. Sorry. I'm supposed to do the left side. All right. And it's been a pleasure making this thing bigger and bigger and into world caliber, and seeing, like in the shifters, I believe we have 7 world champions, seeing all the guys that were world champions and old guys that were world champions, and they're here to play, to see, who's got what and what's going on. Again, building this is a team, and putting this together is 6 to 8 months of labor behind the scenes from office workers, and especially I want to thank my key players that do this stuff no matter what time it is. I want to Stan Bernowski is here somewhere, Neil Strickland, put your hand up, Tony that does all the scoring and made things happen last night so we could redo it, Alexis for helping me out and taking over for the stuff I don't like to do, again, Marcelo and Gianfranco, they're over here. MD, where I'm losing. Yeah. Wherever you are. Sorry. Thank you for the support for the last 20-something years and just being a great tire and making things really work. Did I miss anybody, Rob? I don't think so. So more than anything, thank everybody for being here. I think we had 593 was the total. I guess we have double, people in double, but that's a big number. In fact, I believe it's the largest number, guys. So a big applause to everybody because this is the shit.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. Indeed, obviously, lots of positivity here this weekend. Throughout the year with SuperKarts USA through the Winter Series and the Pro Tour, again, coming here in to the SuperNationals. One of the things, of course, there's lots of highs, but there's obviously a lot of devastating losses as well in our industry, in our community. One of the things I think, we come to an event like this and sometimes people are not here that we wish were here. And there's 3 people that we would like to mention that we lost here in 2025. I'm going to start with Josh Feeney, a young man who was taken from this world far too soon. Josh and his family, especially his father, Jay, who worked for countless karting events as a tech director over the years, of course. Never was a top paid mechanic, but had a great time working for his son, Josh. And again, we lost Josh far too soon. Sticking with around the area of Newcastle Motorsports Park, we also lost Jeremy Hood, or Hoodie, as he was better known. He was a fixture in the karting community at Newcastle, a competitor, a tuner, and a friend. His fight with cancer inspired so many, but none maybe more so than his nephew, Eli Fox, who will be racing later today here in Pro Shifter. So we think of Hoodie as well. And last but not least, we also lost on the racetrack the patriarch of the Boudachot family, the founder of Checkered Motorsports. Chubba Boudachot passed away in this late summer at Pittsburgh International Race Complex while doing what he loved. It was racing. Don't just take it from me, take it from the man himself.
Started racing in 1994, SSCA, which was a passion of mine since I was a kid. But of course in Europe, back in those days, you couldn't afford it. And it was hard to do it. I came to the USA just like anybody else. USA is a country that your dreams can come through. As long as you work hard, I would say anything is possible. Like I said, 94 star racing. My first son Robert was born in 93. As the kids grew up, I kept racing. And in 2005, I quit racing because my kids loved it and they wanted to do go-karting. And I said, it's either them or me. I quit my racing and we went full board go-karting.
What are some of those early memories of your kids when you knew, like, hey, they really love racing? Like, do you remember kind of some of those moments?
Yeah, I mean, the first go-kart was a yard go-kart. We purchased Robbie because he was the firstborn. He was 6 years old. And, we had like an acre and a half land, and right next to us was a driving range. Of course, winter time, the driving range is closed, and we just was pounding laps, made a track on the driving range, and on ice or snow, it doesn't matter. We were out there having fun, and that's how we started. And when he turned 8, then I got him his first real go-kart. Back in those days was alcohol, 4-stroke, WK was big, and times are changing. We started with 4-stroke. By the time he hit 12 years old, we were at 2 strokes, because 2 strokes were getting heavier. But it's funny how we started everything. And as a matter of fact, Checkered Motorsports, that was my racing team when I started cars, okay? And then once they started racing, I just carried over the name over to the go-kart racing. And of course, how the team, everything started, the kids will start winning, running up front, and people came to ask me, hey, can you help me? Can you help me? I said, I can help you, of course, but if I help you and your kid, I need to hire somebody to take care of my kids. It means, we gotta compromise over here because I can do them both, you know what I mean? They say, yeah, no problem. And that's how everything started. And then we got this neighbor, the other guy from the next town. Hey, I want to go with you guys. That's how the checkered motorsport started. Now, of course, you know, like I said, the racing was in our blood. It's our passion. It's funny, the wife used to ask me, how much money you spend with the kids this weekend? I don't know. You want me to know? I said, I don't want to know. So long as I got money in the checkbook, we go racing. If you have no money in the checkbook, we stay home. It's pretty simple. Hi, I'm Chuck.
Pretty darn easy to see the passion there. And again, our hearts go out to all the families of these three fine men, members of our karting community. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a moment of silence. Three gentlemen, definitely gone too soon, ladies and gentlemen. This sport's so much about people, as we said. So kind of time to move. I think we'll segue into the Hall of Fame. People that have been with us a long time, been part of this program for so many years. SuperKarts USA launching their Hall of Fame back in 2012 to honor really the people that made SKUSA what it is. Obviously in 2016 getting things underway with Don Janowski, the founder of SuperKarts USA. Jim Murley as well, who would go on to push it to bigger heights. Both of those fine men have passed away as well. Greg Bell and Alan Rudolph, early builders of the SuperKarts USA program, nominated and brought in 2016. 2017 was Bonner Moulton, the guy who has driven 25 SuperNationals. He was there at the very beginning. Terry Riggins as well, a big part of this program, both regionally as a race director, now as, of course, a steward. Terry's been involved in this sport for so many years. In 2018, Stan Bernarski, we already talked about Stan. He's been with this program for so many years, a core part of the foundation of SuperKarts USA. And he went in with Fausto Vitello, the founder of Track Magic, that fantastic American-made chassis that won so many races in the early years of SuperKarts USA. In 2022, Chris Ortenberger, who has handled the social media and so much of the marketing of SuperKarts USA, brought into the hall along with me, myself, proud to be part of this group. In 2023, Dominic Lebrec and Stephane St. Charles from PSL Karting. Talk about being there from the very beginning of SuperKarts USA competition. Gary Carlton as well, one of the absolute legends of SuperKarts USA racing. Moving into 2025, and we're going to segue right into this. You heard it from himself, Chubba Buddha Show. We lost him, as we've said, back at Pittsburgh Race Complex earlier this year. He supported SuperKarts USA. He supported karting through Checkered Motorsports and Magic Kart USA. We will be inducting him this year into the SuperKarts USA Hall of Fame. Robbie and Andrew are here as well, so we're going to make sure they get those trophies. We have the trophies, please. The British Show family, again, continue by the next generation. Obviously tough to be here for those two young men, but man, they, again, will take that Buddha Show name and continue to do what they do. Again, not far off from what their dad did, 100%. Guys, thank you very much. Congratulations. Amazing. And round of applause again for Chubba Buddha Show and the entire family. If there is a name associated with karting in America or Southern California, it is this next gentleman that we're going to bring up for here. He has been part of this sport for so many decades. When I came in the sport in the mid-1990s, he was one of the superstar engine builders, shops, you name it. If there's a guy that has lived this sport, lived karting, and done so much for it, it is Mike Manning. Mike Manning going to join us as a new Hall of Fame member. We'll bring Mike out here. Mike Manning karting, as we all know, engines, power, chassis. Mike, congratulations, my friend. Well done. Let's get that trophy in here for Mike as well. Mike, come over. Mike, come on over here beside me over here. Come on over here, Mike. Let's get you this way so we can have the people look at you. Give me a quick turnaround here. There you go. Indeed, Mike Manning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how many decades he's been in the sport, 50, I would assume. Again, just one of the names in this sport, so crucial to what we do. Mike, congratulations. One more time, round of applause for this year's Hall of Fame inductees. Chubba Buddha Show and Mike Manning. We do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge a couple of our sponsors here that have been with us for so many years. First and foremost, BRM Watches. This partnership with SuperKarts USA and BRM Chronographs continues for SuperKarts USA. 28. Frederick Gasser of BRM has been a longtime partner, supporter of the organization. Our race winners in KA100 Senior, KA100 Junior will receive a customized $3,500 timepiece. New for this year, and I think you've seen a lot of this gentleman, Brad Danoff of Visions Custom Designs, is providing a custom-painted Arai CK helmet to the winner of each division in Mini Swift and Micro Swift. Each helmet features a unique design celebrating victory at SuperNationals 28. We'll get a shot of those down there. Brad, thank you so much. Do you want to say a couple of words about being part of this program?
I just want to thank Tom and Alexis for letting me be a part of this and giving these kids something to look forward to. They work so hard and they don't really get anything at the end. And I was there before, so let's get some of these mini and micro kids out there and go for these helmets.
There you go, guys. Brad, thank you so much. The minis are coming over here right now. Again, that's fantastic stuff. He's a racer himself, an artist, obviously, amazing stuff. Let's talk a little bit as well about one of the really unique young men in our sport, and we want to take the opportunity because so much of what karting is about is found in the people in the community. On behalf of SuperKarts USA, we'd like to take this time to honor a very special young man, Pedro Coita. Pedro, come on out here, buddy. Pedro's inspiring story embodies the true spirit of SuperKarts USA. After bravely battling cancer, this incredible 10-year-old had his leg amputated just 3 days after last year's event. Through it all, Pedro has never lost his drive of racing. Guys, take it line of sight here. You guys got to move back over here. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Sorry, guys, I just got to get myself my microphone lined up. I said, through it all, Pedro has never lost his drive, determination, or love for racing. His dedication to the sport and his love of karting has been a guiding light and motivation, and it's been a privilege to watch him return to the seat, racing all over the world this season. I'd like to ask Tom Kutcher to come forward for the special presentation for Pedro. Tom will present it with a new Vision custom design helmet. He's got a SuperKarts USA suit on as well. Amazing stuff for Pedro Cueto. Again, part of the SuperKarts USA family. Amazing stuff. One more round of applause, folks. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Pedro. The sport in the world could use more inspiration for young men like yourself. All right, folks, time to get down to business. I'd like to introduce Terry Riggins to come up for today's invocation. Terry, where are you? Here he comes. Come on in here, my friend.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Rob. What a beautiful day to be in front of the Lord. Would you pray with me, please? Our Heavenly Father, thank you for the joy of our motorsports and competition. We ask your blessing for a safe event and for the challenge of becoming stronger and fitter. We ask your blessing to embrace this event and to release all the skills, talent, and commitment that we witness that everyone has brought to this great event. We ask that you touch everyone here with your Holy Spirit. Keep all of our drivers, crews, members, staff, and everyone attending here today safe. Lord, again, we ask especially thank for the Kutcher family, our SKUSA staff, for our tremendous sponsors for their commitment to this sport, bringing SuperNats 28 to us. We ask that you touch everyone here and ask for safe travels home from this event. Lord, you are our inspiration, passion, and we worship you. And it's with your names, it's with your Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Terry. Appreciate that. Tom, do you want to give some flowers to somebody first? Indeed. Tom's got some flowers here. And I know if you've been here over the years like I have, the flowers would go normally to Patty Kutcher, but Patty's trying to step back a little bit and tell me who is getting the flowers today.
Well, Patty decided a couple years ago to hand the bouquet over to my daughter, Alexis. Alexis, please come up. Guys, I want you guys to give a big applause for Alexis. Alexis is the future of SKUSA. She's took stuff and changed it around to an incredible positive. And she's running around there 7 months pregnant, and she's the first one, still beat me to the with the medic. So guys, a big round of applause and a thank you to her for taking over.
Thank you, Tom. Just a couple things, stuff to wrap up before we get to go racing. I'd like to bring in Aaliyah Fegg, please, to come in for the singing of the national anthem. Aaliyah, she'll work her way through the chaos here right now as everybody's coming through, kind of stacking their way in here, coming out of turn number 2. Aaliyah, come and join me right here. Thrilled to have you with us to sing our national anthem for us.
Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rake glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wonderful. That was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Leah. I know what you're all waiting for. One more thing. One more thing first. Quiet down, folks, if you can. One more thing. Drivers, please. It's maybe the 28th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, but it's actually the 20th year as well that the Kutcher family has been at the helm. This time, I would like to take the opportunity to honor Tom Kutcher for his dedication to the sport and 2 decades of promoting the single best karting event in the world. Tom, come on up here, will you? The owner and quarterback of a karting organization is certainly a challenging and oftentimes unappreciated role. But Tom has always filled that position with passion and dedication. SKUSA SuperNationals is about more than just a race, and Tom's effort for the event, SKUSA as a whole, has been a core component of the foundation of our sport in the United States and beyond. A lot of you guys may not know this, but Tom actually got his start racing at the SuperNationals in shifter kart racing. As soon as he found a shifter kart, he was done. Other opportunities were gone. At that point, he actually started a kart shop. He owned Extreme Karting, and guys like Ron White, Alan Shuto, who are big players here this weekend, obviously, were his drivers coming up through. SKUSA, as we know, folks, has helped build a lot of careers over the years, and it's been a place where a number of the stars have come through. Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, Pato O'Ward, Kyle Kirkwood, Lance Stroll, Connor Zilic have all had success and have been part of this action here at the SuperNationals. And maybe more importantly, there have been so many businesses that have been born, grown, and fueled to thrive under the umbrella of SuperKarts USA for the last 20 years. Our drivers have now become successful business owners within the framework of SuperKarts USA, all led, of course, by Tom's passion and vision for the sport. Many of the pillars of our industry were SKUSA racers before they turned their focus of their passion for the sport to the business side. Garrett Carlton, Ron White, Billy Musgrave, Ryan Norberg, Brandon Jarsakrak, to name but a few. No one could ever argue the unparalleled financial importance and impact of the SuperNationals every year. It's a crucial season-end revenue for all of these teams and the business that is racing, and that's always on Tom's mind. Tom, we owe you all a debt of gratitude, and I know I speak for on behalf of many when I thank you for your 2 decades of dedication, and I congratulate you on promoting the SuperNationals for 20 years. Chris Ortenberger, come on in here. We have a award. Again, 20 years, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Tom Kutcher, who's been at the helm of this program. The amount of time and effort that gets put into this, the highs, the lows, thinking about going through the days of losing an event because F1 had to displace us from the Rio, to try to find a place out here year after year after year. That's what it's all about. Tom, congratulations, my friend.
One more thing.
All right.
I do take this as to myself, but this is for my team. Okay, and first of all, to my wife Patty for putting up with my shit for so many years. And then Alexis going, well, let me join this crazy bunch of people. And Patty goes, I'm out of here. And she did right. But anyway, 20 years, it's been up and down. But man, when I look at this, I know why I do it, because I'm stupid. I'm just passionate about this stuff. When you guys are driving, if I can't drive, I want to do the best I can do at this. So I thank you again for being here and making the biggest race in the world. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Rob.
Tom, congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, all these drivers that we have here ready to go to battle. Events coming. LCQ's first. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Super Sunday! Drivers, let's rock. Get yourself back to the paddock. Get ready to go racing. LCQ's first, and we'll cap it all off with main events. SuperNationals 28, live here on Chaser.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Kart Zone is officially open. We're America's first true karting dealership, built by racers for racers. From your first chassis to managing a full team, our experts guide you every step of the way. At Kart Zone, you'll find top-tier products from your most trusted brands. We believe in performance without compromise. Your karting journey starts here. Visit kartzonena.com.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. Total Energies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Join the Norberg Karting Academy at all winter national karting events. Excellence, precision, legacy, the foundation of the Norberg Karting Academy. Founded by 10-time U.S. Pro Karting Champion Ryan Norberg, an innovator who transformed driver development and redefined the sport through education, technology, and mentorship. Today, his vision continues, a program designed for drivers of every level, delivering tailored plans, data-driven coaching, and opportunities for seat time at every stage of growth. Just as he experienced on his own path to the top, the Norberg Karting Academy goes beyond race day coaching to cultivate complete, confident drivers. Norberg Karting Academy, where dedication meets design and champions are built. Contact us at norbergkarting@gmail.com for more information.
Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
Attention SuperKarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
with LCQs first of all, but then the main events.
I got to tell you, this is kind of super Sunday. I kind of like racing right off the bat. I thought that was a lot of fun, and it gave us a little bit of a teaser of what to expect today. I mean, yesterday was so disjointed with the weather. I think this is going to be absolutely awesome. As the track dries out, we kind of have a reset button pressed, and we really don't know what's going to happen today. I don't think anyone, I mean, we're going to make predictions a little bit later, but I don't think anyone can really predict what's about to happen.
Yeah, Henry, very interesting, because you said it in the lead up to the show, in the lead up to the walkout ceremonies, right? There's nothing like this in the world. The opening ceremonies, everything about it, having the drivers involved, the people involved, the SKUSA crew involved. That's done a great work all weekend long, from track workers to race control to everybody to put today on in, you know, a span of time. They did a great job. So a huge shout out to the entire SKUSA crew for the hard work they've done to put today and make it possible. Fitting in Heat 3s, LCQs, dice rolls. We're going to be busy on our side for sure, myself and David, with bringing you guys a whole lot of the action. But again, this is great, and that welcome to Super Sunday gets special and special every year. And yeah, we were. It was a build up, right? It was a build up, and to get there, just chills to get this race started, to get this event started, right? We've worked all year for this event. Every single Sunday, every single weekend that we've worked, every event that we've done has led to this moment. This is it. All roads lead to Las Vegas. You know, everything ends here. So I'm excited to see how drivers move into 2026, what the stories are going into next year. But I'm excited to talk about the stories as well this weekend, because we've had plenty of them come to life here.
Well, guys, I think that it's time to really get into it. What exactly do you guys think that we can see from these Pro X30s and these Pro Shifters? I know we've touched on it so far, but we've gotten a little bit of extra context from that Heat 3 today that we saw from them. What about it?
After all the fuss and the criticism about driving standards, I think we've got 3 LCQs. Yeah, they're going to be crazy. We've got 9 main events, and I believe that the 9 main events are going to show kart racing at its best.
I think that in the X30 category, you're going to see this track really reward a lot of aggression. I think it's going to be very exciting. I think there's going to be that phrase argy-bargy used a little bit, but it's going to be give and take, right? What you're going to take what you're given, and you're going to give what's taken from you. I think in Pro Shifter, it's kind of been the opposite. I think it's been more of a war of attrition. So many of the names that we thought were going to be at the front are no longer at the front. They were crashing in the heat race before the green flag, right? So I think that we're going to see a tale of 2 different races in the pro categories.
Yeah, to me, it was interesting, and I didn't really get to dive deep into Pro Shifter when I was on a little bit earlier, but to see Matteo Spurgio, again, you look at the weekend that kid could have had coming off a European Championship this year, winning over in Germany, and then you get here, it's just, you know, the weekend, it's almost set back after the Sodi team was so confident, they were so competitive, and Matteo, a mistake in turn number 1 after driving that corner time and time again. Henry, again, you just can't afford mistakes like that on the biggest stage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we go back to what we said at the start, or what I said at the start of qualifying. 1 mistake, 1 DQ, 1 brush with the barriers, and that is it. SuperNats' chances are over. I still believe that our 2 pro winners are going to be 2 drivers that have not had any brush with officialdom, another driver, or the unforgiving Las Vegas barriers. But, you know, that's just my opinion.
You also got to remember, Henry, Pro X30 coming into this weekend, there's never been a repeat winner in the class. Pro X30 drivers, the ones that are in, have only won that race once.
Yep.
And again, even drivers that are here, there's only 3, I believe, that are joining us this week and that have won a SuperNationals. Ryan Norberg, Donovan Bonilla, who's had an atrocious weekend up to this point. Ryan Norberg, again, it hasn't been the first SuperNats that he would have wanted with Team GFC. And as well for Joe Turney, who's been in the mix, hasn't made too much noise, has been kind of, you know, he's made noise. Yeah, thereabout, but it hasn't been a stellar Joe Turney weekend like we used to see 2023, like we saw in last year in 2024 when he was just so good here at the SuperNationals.
Well, I'm not asking for your guys' picks just yet, but you guys kind of started to talk about who's been strong this weekend so far. Who else can we really expect to see a strong performance from? Who's going to put on a show for us out there?
I mean, outside the top 10 necessarily for the start in Pro X30, you've got Gus Lawrence, Paulie Massimino, Diego Ramos, you know, all starting outside the top 10, all of whom we know how quick they are. with the weather set fair. This morning, the racing amongst the veterans was very, very good indeed, and I think those veterans on row 6 and 7, and I'll include Chase Hand, Caden McQueen in with Gus, Paulie and Diego, I think that battle pack with the likes of Garrison and Mossman just in front, I think that is going to be a joy to watch. Whether it's the win or not, well, I'm keeping my predictions close to my chest until you ask me, but I think that particular battle will be a joy to watch.
Let's talk about some of the faster drivers in it, the X30 category. Think about our overall pole sitter, Jake Drew, who has been fast all week. He's been in the mix. We'll see. He's been confident, too. I mean, every time we've talked to him, he just has this quiet aura around him. And when you're calm in a race that demands uncalmness, I don't know. It could be Jake Drew.
Alrighty, guys, it's time to get into it. Let's get into what everyone's been waiting to hear from us. Who are our picks from this weekend? I'm gonna start us off. First of all, an X30 Pro. I'm not picking her just because she's a girl, and I'm team girl power. I genuinely think that she really has it in her. We haven't seen her on our grid since 2023. I think that we've got a Hannah Greenemeyer win in the bag.
All right. Wow.
Okay. Well, 20 years, 20 different winners. The streak of different winners ends today. Joseph Turney.
Oh, man. Picking against a trend is something, huh?
Why do you think he has it in him again?
Because after much consideration and after watching karting for many years, I've come to the conclusion that Joseph Turney might just be him.
Well, I probably haven't watched enough karting, and so I'm going to make a pick that may be a little controversial, but so is this driver. I think this, especially in X30, aggressiveness is going to be rewarded at the end of the day. And there's no more aggressive driver in Vegas than Ruben Moya. I think Ruben Moya is going to beat and bang his way to the front, and I think he's going to take his first X30 Pro win here at the SKUSA SuperNationals.
That's the table. I'll pass it down to you. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really pick against a guy like Joe Turney, right? He's been so good throughout the weekend. He's the reigning champion, but I just don't think this weekend's going to be his weekend. Jake Drew with GFC, he's been very fast and he's been very calm. I've spoken to him a good bit. Jake Drew, to me, is the guy to beat. He's been the guy to beat, the package to beat all weekend long. That's why Jake Drew is my pick in Pro X30.
I saw him earlier, and we talked for a second, and he just seems so cool. He seems so calm and collected, and I think that's really something you have to watch out for, because it's not those drivers that are really like loud, strong about their performances, but then kind of aggressive. It's those that you really just kind of quietly sneak up on you, and then just boom, they're your winner.
Of course,
you've got to be 25 laps perfect. 25 laps, 13 turns, inch perfect every single step of the way.
Yeah, and Jake Drew's my pick for that reason, right? He's going to be hungry this weekend to get back to the top step of the podium. You look back, again, he hasn't won in the Pro X30 class in quite some time. I don't even think he's won in Pro X30, but he's podium. Again, he's qualified on the pole at this event. I should be corrected. He's qualified at the pole at this event. He's going to be hungry after that. That weekend didn't go as planned. I think, again, he gets it done here today, and that's our picks for now. But we all went a whole different direction here.
All right, and I think we're going to go in completely different directions again for the Pro Shifter class. Let's talk about our main headliners. First of all, I'll go first again. I think that we're going to see a Senna Van Wallstein drive back from P17.
It's a good
I think
pick.
If anyone could do it, it's the man who's had the speed all weekend. He's been out front. He's taken the checkered flag on track every race that he's been in, correct? Yeah?
Yeah. Yes.
Three heats.
Perfect races, except for that Heat 2 where he did get a disqualification, which is what put him back in P17.
Correct.
I think that if anyone can get it done this weekend, it's going to be Senna.
Senna Van Wallstein's undeniably the fastest Pro Shifter driver here this week. I just think he's got a little bit too much talent in front of him, even over 25 laps to come through. And I was thinking, well, can Marcus Kayak make it? Can Marcus Kayak, get revenge on last year? Possibly, but I think there's one driver that is getting revenge on last year. My pick. He couldn't make it last year. He's here this year, and he's going to make the most of it. Pro Shifter Giuseppe Palumba.
Speaking of revenge, I feel like the Pro Shifter category is going to get a revenge of sorts today. The big thing, I think, is, to your point, Haley, I do believe the SuperKarts are absolutely the fastest machines on the grounds right now. The problem with Pro Shifter right now, well, there's two problems with picking Senna Van Waalstein. Number one, I think getting from 17th to the start to the win, it's going to be way too tough. It's going to be a war of attrition, and I think the driver who's been the most consistent has been one Matheus Morgado.
Yeah, mine's pretty straightforward, right? The pole sitter. Victor Gustafsson is my pick. I just really don't believe we've seen the best of him. He's been quiet. He's been consistent. And that's what matters here. Consistency is key at the SuperNationals. You need to be up at the front. They've been looking for speed throughout the weekend. Victor Gustafsson, to me, is going to be the driver to beat here this weekend.
Love that. We each pick a world champion. Watch Sam Ticker from Western Australia come through from P6 and take the whole lot home.
You prove all of us wrong.
Well, guys, that's been our picks today. And when you see us here next again in the Perico Bitbox, we will know who our winners are. It's time to go racing. We will see you later.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are, back on the racetrack. Opening ceremonies are done. It is Super Sunday. Rob Howard alongside Mike Smith. Ready to get set to go. Very unique, though. We don't normally start with some LCQs. That's what we have on the racetrack right now, getting set to roll here. Again, 6 drivers to transfer to see if they make it into the main event. X30 Junior, brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing. Mike, this is going to be a good one. LCQ, 10 laps, 6 drivers keep going here on Super Sunday.
You can see the blue smoke rolling out there, already spooling things up a little early here. We're going to anticipate the green flag. There it is, Rob.
Quick drivers up front. Edward Kennedy and Jackson Gibson, 2 drivers you wouldn't expect to see in here. Still that little bit of water coming out of turn number 1. Little contact there coming through turn 3. Little short shoot to 4. Big run around the outside there. That was Kennedy, I believe. One driver spinning a little bit further back. That is the 730 who goes around from deeper in the field, Paulo Yaragu. Again, 6 drivers to transfer through. Remember, main event for this category, X30 Junior, set to go this afternoon at about 2:40. So quite a ways now as we sit here at about 11:45 rather, local time. Big day for you here. Hope you're joining us here on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel or side by side here trackside with us. Opening lap going in the books right now. Remember, the opening circuit, depending on where you are on the racetrack, you may be super aggressive trying to get up to P6. If you're back there at 20th, Mike, you know you got to go early, right? You got to get at it. You got to take whatever you can early on. Opening lap, always the easiest opportunity to get an overtake done.
Yeah, you said it Again, only 6 people actually go through, and only 10 laps to do it. And you actually mentioned also a little bit of water. If you're just joining us today on Super Sunday and you don't have any information up to this point, guess what? We had a ton of rain last night and actually called the day early. That's why these LCQs are going on. But to your point, Rob, there's a little bit of water that can actually get drained on a little bit. We don't anticipate that being a huge problem, but there is some of that going on still.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of a leaker, one of our barriers here in turn number 1. It's leaking some water down. We're doing the best we can to kind of clean that thing off as much as we can. Luckily, the wind is blowing pretty good. Trackside right now, it's a warmish day, which is great stuff. Here's the defensive move further back coming down the inside here. Al Drysdale going out of here with Eric Doan, I believe. Doan's going to go back on the inside. That's like the 7-12, actually. Yeah, that's Indy Irwin. Indy doing a good job. She's 7th right now, just on the outside looking in. Then through the corners here, lining up behind Irwin. Everybody's right there. Drysdale, Kuros, Barbe, Jensen Michelke, Benham Abernathy, who's been strong on the weekend, back in the LCQ after some issues. Better in the KA100 class for Abernathy, but trying to see if he can't scrap his way into the main event here as well.
Yeah, we talk about the top 6 actually moving on, but we also have that dice roll for the last couple of spots. So yeah, just because you're on the outside looking in doesn't mean it's all over, and that's exactly what Irwin's trying to hold on to right now.
And the interesting thing, folks, is you want to get to the top 6, but if you're 7th, your mindset is, hey, I may still make it in from 7th because pushback bumpers, any kind of penalties. We've seen drivers get swerve penalties, whatever it may be. At the very least, even if you're fighting for 7th, you drop the gloves and fight and scrap for 7th, because that could easily be a transfer position in if somebody gets a full pushback.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of that happens when we see battling that doesn't need to happen inside that top 6. You see on screen right now that racing going on. Again, Kennedy, your leader, Halfin P2, then Reagan, Murad, Gibson, Doan, your top 6. Those are the transfer spots.
Remember, Doan transferred through as well, essentially on the racetrack, transferred through in KA100 Junior. A penalty then dropped him down after going up to 6th position. Tough for him. They tried to protest it. It was denied. Tough one for him. He's going to try to see if he can't get himself back into a race here. And indeed, you can see the front-running 6 drivers are essentially long gone. There's a big gap. Laps winding down here. We're into the second half of this one. For those of you who tuned in, I'm sure that they gave you lots of information in the Perico pit box, but indeed, we've got 3 LCQs for you here: X30 Junior, Pro X30, and Pro Shifter. From there, we go in to the main events. KA100 Junior to start things off. 22-lap main events for all but the cadet categories. They'll run 20. And of course, get to the end of the day. Our driver introductions for Pro X30 starting around 3:40. Look for 4:20 for driver introductions for Pro Shifter. It's going to be a long day of action here for you folks, but Mike and I will give you as much play-by-play as possible. Xander Clemens is going to come in and join us as well. Oh, there's contact. 2 drivers together coming out of turn number 5.
Abernathy and Kuros. Abernathy, who has been quick, they actually don't have enough room on the outside, and they get together. It's going to be Kuros getting the worst end of it, and there it is, Abernathy out as well.
That was 10th and 11th. Benham was pushing hard, got to the inside, couldn't get it rode up around, and contact put both of those drivers off the racetrack. So that's actually going to move, I want to say, Yugrana up into 10th and Mason Lushidi up into 11th spot. So those drivers moving up a couple of positions, and you never know what could happen. Like I just said, with pushbacks, with penalties. Right now, P6, Eric Doan. The bubble position right now, the final transfer into the main event for X30 Junior. Again, this category brought to you by Speed Concepts Racing. Halfin has gone to the lead. Jose Alejandro Halfin on that RPG Cosmic to the lead, and Edward Kennedy, Mike, right there behind him, and wisely sticking right with him. No sense in fighting for the spot right now at all.
No, exactly. You can see it there on the screen. That is 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and just in front of the 2 drivers there. Those are the leaders, and then there in the back, that's Eric Doan. Doan with 2.5 seconds now in front of Barbie. Hey, they've got a nice, healthy lead. Just keep pushing, it'll be all right.
Not sure what happened to Doan on the last lap, though. He did a 49 point.
Looks like it's a rebound from Doan. It looks like it's going to be okay. And honestly, that's an insurmountable lead, barring any issues.
Yeah, Mike, definitely. Oh, there's 3 drivers off, though. We do have some issues on the racetrack. 3 drivers hard into the barriers, the contact at the outside of the racetrack there. I believe that's coming out of turn number 3. Indeed, yellow flags flying over in turn 3. SKUSA crew hopping into action to get those karts on the other side.
And our leader's coming through the final corner now. So the white flag lap right now. SKUSA crew looks like they're doing a pretty dang good job. Should be okay by the time they come around.
They've got her cleaned up nicely. Field coming through, turn number 1. It's still Halfin leading the way. Kennedy runs in second. Braxton Reagan just turned his fastest lap. Reagan's got Jose Carlos Murad right behind him. Actually, that's Gibson, pardon me, that's Gibson and Reagan. Murad all by himself, and Dome by himself as well. 5th and 6th are running all, there's Murad there, and then Dome further back. Okay, so the Halfin-Kennedy battle. Listen, you guys are going to be starting on row number 18. Relax. You don't need to pass anybody here. You're inside and outside. Unless you really want to fight for the inside starting position, just let it happen. You're in the show. Don't make any mistakes. I've announced 27 of these. This is my 28th. It just drives me crazy when guys wreck themselves out of transfer positions. It makes no sense.
I was just thinking that in my head. I was like, you know what? This is one of the smartest LCQs we've seen in a long time.
Jose Alejandro Halfin getting the win. He has that start in the 35th position unofficially alongside Edward Kennedy. Braxton Reagan and Jackson Gibson on row number 2 of that, or probably on row number, what will it be, row number 19. Jose Carlos Murad and Eric Doe, the final transfer drivers. Arthur Barbie just on the outside looking in 7th. But again, as I said, 7th is a spot you want to be. All it takes is a pushback bumper. And look at, he's within 6 seconds of the leader as well. 3 seconds right for a half pushback, 6 seconds for a full. So if Halfin had a full, just to throw this out there, if Halfin had a full pushback, that would bring Barbie back in. So indeed, there is your unofficial results for the LCQ. Halfin, Kennedy, Reagan, Gibson, Murad, and Doan above that red cut line. Remainder of the drivers you see here have capped off their SuperNationals experience for 2025. They did get to run on Super Sunday, not in the main events, but they got a chance to be here for the full 5 days.
Hey, that's a good point.
It is.
A lot of times, once the LCQs and everything are done on Saturday, you're packed up, you're ready to go. You're not part of the driver parade. You're not part of any of those things. Well, guess what? Little extra.
Little extra there, right? Good stuff. And again, working our way through. Again, let's have just a quick look at the schedule for those of you who are watching from home. 3 LCQs for you. These are the drivers in the Pro X30 category sitting down on the grid right now. Pro Shifter will be up next.
Hey, one of the things that we've been talking about through the entire week is just like all the different changing conditions, right? We had sunny skies. We had a ton of water. Hey, you know what we got right now? A ton of wind.
I put my jacket back on.
Yeah, I got a little windbreaker going on, a couple different layers. I'll tell you, the wind direction too right now, I want to say it's kind of across the track a little bit more of a, I guess that would be the east to west, and that's going to be, it's kind of with the I guess it'd be the front straightaway, but mostly it's coming down the other way. I think it's really going to be in your face as you head towards turn 4. So we're going to keep an eye on maybe that little extra draft action over there for turn 4 passes.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. The wind, the flags on the straightaway from turns 3 down to turn 4 are absolutely standing and getting whipped around. So yeah, a lot of wind here. We didn't have that earlier on in the weekend as well, so a little bit different conditions, as Mike had said. But indeed, we are done with our first wheel-to-wheel essentially main event race, but I guess not, the LCQs. We had the crazy thing is we started the day Pro X30 and Pro Shifter Heats, final round of Heats. This is a very unique SuperNationals and Super Sunday, no doubt about that. So indeed, looking at the next roll through as the Pro X30 drivers will be on the track for their LCQ. I'll tell you, Mike, it's, again, we're hoping, you and I are hoping for a lot cleaner racing here today. It's been very questionable through Thursday, Friday. I felt like it got a little bit better on Saturday. There were many that would obviously disagree with me on their, of course, personal experiences on the racetrack from their driver, wherever they may be. There was still a lot of stuff that happened on track. I feel like it got a little bit better on Saturday. I'm hoping that we see better stuff here today. I know that, and listen, if you look at, we were looking at the results coming out, a number of drivers queued from the day, from the weekend, are swerving. You know, maybe people at home don't see all the penalties that are coming out. A ton of instant, like if you look at every class, there's 5, 6, 7 instant responsibility penalties. Again, a couple drivers have been booted out of the event for that swerve that SuperKarts USA is trying to end. So there's been a lot being done. People may want more, but there's a lot of penalties that have been handed out. No, and
you know, this morning you were calling the action there with Xander, and I want to say from my seat hanging out here with Dave Sarah and Henry Baudet, it looked from the booth here that the racing was a good chunk better. Now, granted, challenging conditions, a little bit slick conditions, so it's a little bit more of a you versus the track than maybe you versus the other driver. But still, I think the tone has been set. To your point about those penalties, SKUSA officials really going down hard on, again, that swerve. Not just a penalty, but an exclusion from the event. Look, if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff, they've laid down the law. It's not going to be allowed, and guess what? This is your warning for anybody else. Don't do it because you're going to be parked.
Yeah, and I think that's got to be key. Again, the way to stop the rough driving and the overly aggressive driving is you just flat drop the hammer. Now, that again, that's when you got on one side you got people complaining about the driving, and the next side you got the team, the parents, whatever, actually losing their mind that their driver got a penalty. It's just nobody's ever happy. But I think going to the penalty side is much better. There are a bunch of drivers this LCQ, Mike, that should likely be in the main event already. Great pace out of Henry Wheeler. He has not got in the show yet. He and Arnaud Sabourin will be on row 1. Dean Peterson has shown great speed throughout the weekend. He's in the LCQ, racing to be able to continue today. And then number 40, Dean Peterson will start third. Olin Galley, veteran driver for CRG in the 4 spot. Sebastian Venegas in the number 68 for Rocket Racing Company will start 5th. Austin Olds for MPG starting in the 6th position.
Jackson Solslin and Oliver Hodgson. Oliver Hodgson, that's not a name you see in the LCQs all the time, right? Well, hey.
I'm right behind him.
Oh, I was just going to say, and then you got Willem Boutillier and James Overbeck.
James Overbeck, my goodness.
The top 10 have already got some hitters right now.
Yeah, so again, expect some hardcore moves early on to try to get these guys moving forward. That's your top 10. There's we picked out 4 guys there, maybe 5 that should have made it through. But we're talking about an absolutely massive grid. There are 45 drivers potentially to go here in this LCQ, all racing for just 2 spots. Caleb Gaffera, he's been up front. He's been on the pole off pole for God's sakes. Jonathan Ports on the podium last week, 2 weeks ago at Rock Vegas. We see great speed out of Morgan Porter. Oliver Calvo, for goodness sakes, as well. So Lillian Scarborough will not start. I had a chance to talk to her sister Emma. A little bit banged up, a little bit of a headache after that flip and wreck. She actually got hit by a car coming through on the helmet. Obviously, all the safety equipment doing its job. We send our best to Lillian right now. Hopefully, she's watching right now, and we hope that you get better quickly, Lillian. Get yourself back behind the wheel of either a kart or a race car, whatever you're moving forward. All right, now we're back into the 30s. Chase Gassiet Lee all the way back there. There's some drivers that we would have expected to be up front. Though drivers further back. Mike, let's say you're further back there. Really quickly, what do you do to get forward if you're back in the 30s?
Oh, you start with eyes up.
Yeah.
Eyes up, eyes forward. Get through turn 1, get through turn 4, get through the start.
That's it. Arnaud Sabourin, Henry Wheeler on the front row. One driver already out of the staging lanes. That'll be a tram penalty. Good start for the 45 of Sabourin. One driver into the barriers already coming through. And one of the SKUSA crew members going down, getting hit by the snake effect of the barrier when he gets hit. Early run here. The 45 of Sabourin is the driver in the lead. Scratch that with Josh Feiner on the top of the kicker on the left side. It's Sabourin, Wheeler, Peterson, Galley, and Venegas rather. Underway for the 10-lap LCQ for Pro X30. Pro Shifter up next, and there's some big hitters, huge hitters in the LCQ there as well. So watching the drivers kind of settle in, get the battle underway. Henry Wheeler goes to P1, makes a move on the opening circuit. He'll go to the front of the charts here. Sabourin holding on to second. Early on, if you're up front, you got to kind of get settled in. Just as I say that, Sabourin says, no, I want to go to the lead. Mike, maybe we just don't need to talk about these guys maybe working together. We do it every time, and they never listen to us, ever.
No, exactly. The top 4 have got it. Well, 78's already out there.
Yeah, I'll find the number on that one.
Cassels.
Yeah, Sydney Cassels. She was trying to make that main event as well. Contact for her. She's out of the race.
Okay, so these top 4 you were just pointing on, that we're going to hit this point. The top 4 had that little bit of a stretch, not quite a second lead from Galley to Venegas, and now with a little bit of battling going on.
What are they doing?
It's going to bring Austin Olds, exactly that, and Suslin and P6 going to try to roll in as well.
Yeah, Jacob Suslin just made a really good move on Sebastian Venegas to get into that 6th position. More contact here.
What a moment right there. What a moment. That was so close.
Another driver off on the outside there at turn number 2. You see the contact there. He's with the kart, so he'll be able to push that one by. Not sure which driver that was off the racetrack into the barriers on the outside of turn number 2 and 3. Wheeler, Galley, Peterson, Sabarin, Olds, and Susland. Top 6 drivers right now. Venegas on the outside. Porter, Calvo, Gaffera up into the 10th position. Oliver Calvo up 6 spots. He's got himself up into the 9th position. The 41 out front, Olin Galley has now found his way to the front. Galley P1 now.
Yeah, now it's go time with some of these drivers who are a little bit further back. I mean, if you're these drivers, this group right here, going through the turn number 4 there, you've got to go and you've got to actually hope for something to go your way, because a couple of seconds back, it's going to be a bit tough.
Olin Galley has worked his way forward, started 4th, and has found his way up to the lead. There's the number 90 right there. That's a little bit further back. That's Jonathan Ports. He's up a spot as well. 40 of Dean Peterson trying to work his way forward too. The first and second place drivers have a little bit of breathing room right now. But 4th, 5th, 6th, all kind of battling it out. 7th place, I want to say it's Caleb Gaffera now on the charge. Gaffera trying to race his way in. He's the driver right there at the back of that group. Caleb Gaffera closing up. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Here comes the shark. Caleb Gaffera trying to salvage this weekend. Did not make the main in 100cc in the KA category, but he is trying to fight his way up in the Holtz driver development machine. He sees them fighting, and he is pushing hard. Gaffera, who started outside the top 10. Can he get his way in? Can he race his way in? Good battle here between Peterson and Sabrin, rather Peter and Susland. Jackson Susland has been a guy on the move as well. Good stuff here as they battle their way forward. Gaffera gets by Sabrin. He's now into the P6 spot. Gaffera on the bubble. Good stuff out of Gaffera working his way forward. And listen, that's what happens when the front guys start the battle. Yes, Galley, Wheeler, they're out by some room, right? Wheeler's back from Galley by a second. Olds is right there. Susland's got to the front of the group. But they've been battling, and that allowed Gaffera to come back in. Had they worked together, I don't know, Mike, that they would have been able to reel him in. He's not the fastest driver on the racetrack. That's Timothy Pernod back in like 15th spot. So indeed, this one kind of winding down. We're to the halfway point of it. Now you start thinking, Gaffera got roughed up a little bit there. He's going to throw it down to the bottom on the inside of turn number 13. Yeah, he got moved a bit there by, I think, Peterson. They come back across the line. I don't think he got moved. He just got kind of run out. Gaffera now with him. He's got a couple of RPG drivers behind him in Jonathan Ports and Arnold Sabarin. Galley 1.4 up the road. He's left the battle behind him. Gaffera's got to dig in right now because he's got that Ports, Sabarin, Calvo, and Wolf lineup right behind him. Again, if you're in that 6th position, that's when you got to start digging. That's when you want to get the P5, right? The last thing you want is to get past it. Here comes a move to the inside. Ports is going to go by Gaffera. Now, Caleb's got to get up behind Jonathan. Now, when you get past like that, you got to get on it. See if you can't work with the driver in front of you and go get the next guy and be ready to attack. Galley well up right now, 7 laps down, 3 to go.
Yeah, Gaffera on the outside looking in here, and then after that move, like you said, you got to keep going. If you keep fighting for that one spot, you're going to lose everybody else. They still have a chance to get with Peterson and the rest of the group, but not if they just fight for 6.
Yeah, like we said in the X30 Junior category, P7, again, you're not done at P7 because all it takes is a pushback or an incident responsibility penalty, and you find yourself in the show. So 7, you're fighting like crazy for 6, but you're fighting like crazy for 7th and 8th too, to be honest, because you never know if you're going to be able to get a chance to go in. Gaffera falling back a little bit, but Jonathan Ports most definitely closing up now on Dean Peterson. Look at the pressure here from Ports. It'll be 2 to go this time by. Gaffera's got to be there if he wants to try to capitalize. If Ports is able to go by. Here's the big run down the straightaway. Top 3 and 4 drivers looking pretty good shape. Gaffera trying to get that run. He's right there. It's a good job for Ports. He's already by. Look at Gaffera. Peterson's going to low line to the bottom. Gaffera's going to go to the outside. Looks for the over-under because here comes Oliver Calvo as well. Gaffera to the inside. Look it. He's through in turn number 5. So Gaffera back to the bubble spot. Dean Peterson on the outside looking in. Oliver Calvo closing as well. Mike?
Exactly, yeah, Calvo right there. He's going to have an opportunity. A little bit of a defense here that's going to bring Calvo right into the game. They have a little bit of an advantage with the drivers behind. Louis Wolf is the one behind them.
Yeah, Gaffera's going to go on the defensive now, and probably a good idea. He goes on the defensive. He's going to push Peterson back into Calvo. That may be the only thing for Gaffera. I don't know that he's got the pace right now. Gaffera to the bottom of the racetrack. Fades a little to the left side. Watch for Calvo. He's going to have to send it here. If Oliver Calvo wants to get in, he's got to go to 7th here pretty soon. Gaffera to the bottom. You got Calvo all the way across the bow, and he's going to take it. Calvo comes across the bow. He'll take it. And Gaffera goes back to P8. Gaffera's going to go back to the inside. Look at him on over the curb on the sideways. Great dive to the bottom. Did not work. This is the transfer spot. Dean Peterson back to the transfer. This is what we're talking about in the final circuit. Galley, Olds, Wheeler, Susan. Hard driver into the corner. 2 drivers are out. A couple drivers in the barriers there, and we continue on. Who's it going to be? Galley across the line. Olds, I believe, into the second spot. Who's going to finish it? Here they come for the drag race to the line. I think it may have been Pernod. Timothy Pernod gets the transfer position. He was the fastest driver on the racetrack at the end of that one. Oh, I got to think you're going to see some pushbacks, though. I don't know if Pernod's got one or not. Mike Smith running out there to have a look at it. Wow, what a last lap. Olin Galley up by 1.1 seconds. Austin Olds in the second position. Henry Wheeler ends up in 3rd spot. Jonathan Ports in the 4th position. Jackson Suslin in 5th, and Timothy Pernod in the 6th spot. Well, I'll say this, Timothy Pernod was the driver on the move there. Man, he was rolling. At one point, had the fast lap of the race, was able to close up. The fight continued there for the drivers running there in the 5th and 6th position. Susan actually had broken away, but the fight between Caleb Gaffera, Dean Peterson, and Oliver Calvo obviously came to a head in the final lap there. Gaffera tried to get back to the inside at turn number 6, or turn 7 rather. But the bottom line is, at that point, it was Calvo versus Peterson. Got crazy over the last lap, not surprising at all. Pernod able to come up and steal P6 away. Gaffera and Peterson 7th and 8th. We talked about the fact that 7th position, a potential transfer still. They're going to roll the dice, that's for sure. But the bottom line is, you never know what happens with a pushback or an IR, instant responsibility. It could move a driver back. So that fight for 7th, always key. We said the same thing in X30 Junior. We'll say the same thing in Pro Shifter, Mike. You got to fight not only for 6th, but 7th and 8th as well.
Yeah, it's not a game over if you're not inside the top 6, right? So when they went through the scales, I didn't see anything obvious, at least out of our front group. So hopefully they get away with no penalties there and be a good run. Look at Oliver Hodgson there, only able to do the 13th. Say only. Some of these drivers, look at Pernod was up 17 spots to 6th. So.
Yeah, listen, you got to be aggressive early if you're starting outside the top 20. We know that. A great run for Timothy Pernod. That's the guy that put on the show. We didn't talk about a lot about him. I kind of looked down to the bottom of my screen at one point, and he went purple. I'm like, okay, Pernod's coming. How about plus 17 for Timothy Pernod? He goes from 23rd to 6th, the final transfer spot. Folks, don't go anywhere. One more LCQ to come before we go main event racing here on Super Sunday. Pro Shifter up after this break.
Hi, I'm Yusuf Bazanski. I'm Danya. And I'm Asher. We're practicing on the sims for our next race.
10.55. Still there. Car on your left.
All in all, we just love the RS. Helps us stay in the game in the correct mindset. Get fast, faster.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
Test.
How the did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
No Trevlov this morning.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
So there you have the drivers right now in our last LCQ getting set to roll out. Pro Shifter, 10 laps. And I'm telling you, folks, there are likely going to be 43 drivers in this group. all battling for 6 positions to transfer through the Super Sunday main event. That race scheduled to go at around 4:20, but looking at where we are on the schedule right now, again, this race was supposed to go at about 11:55, so we're about a little over 20 minutes off the schedule right now. The way things are designed, we should very likely be able to make up time throughout the day, but indeed, these guys getting ready to go. You see Philip Dimkiewicz standing there in the middle. Pretty easy to pick Philip out there. He's the only 6'12" guy we have out there right now, but Jason Devestian will be the driver starting on the pole position in the number 44. Cooper Beckton will be on the outside in the number 28. AC Williams almost raced her way in, but after that big wreck that ripped off the yoke on the left side of the cart, they had to change the chassis, but it was an approved chassis change, but that still came with a 10-second penalty in that third race. That dropped her down out of, I think she was around 32nd, I think 31st or 32nd in the points. It's dropped her down and to what now will be the inside of a row 2 starting spot. So Macy the chance to race her way in still to the main event this afternoon. Truly Adams had a wreck in the third race as well, I believe. He'll be on the outside of row number 2. Hey, if you're Mike, first couple of rows, get off the line cleanly, get out through 4 and 5, settle in, stay out of trouble, get it done.
You know who we haven't talked about, like, much at all? How about Josh Conker?
I know,
like,
true enough.
It's been a...
Well, he was involved in an incident with, I think it was Emilian Denner or something like that. In that, I know you weren't on with us. In the last heat race there for Pro Shifter, he got collected there. So he's going to start on the inside of row number 3 alongside Philip Dimkiewicz. Axel Dapp and Josh Price will be on row 4. Dane Idelson, David Williams, row 5. There are some big names a little further down the field, folks, no doubt. Diego Ardiles will be alongside Aiden Rudolph on row number 6. Matthew McCoy and Luca Croce on row 7. Tegan Poles and Vincenzo Saraceno, row 8. Charles Gauthier and Ivana Richards on row 9. Ellie Goldstein all the way back in 19th position alongside TJ Madonna. We'll go, there's right there. Andrew Byrne, who actually had a couple of really good moves coming forward, but still so deep in the field, even though he was able to get his way forward, almost oftentimes the biggest mover, right, the hard charger, still going to start back there in 20th. Andrew Byrne in 21st, rather, alongside David Trefilov. An issue we saw at the start of the final heat race. Trefilov getting into the barriers on the run up to his grid stop. He's going to be in 22nd. Row 12 will have Dominic Caray and Matthias Tessen. Row 13, Carter McGregor and Lucas DeLongchamp. How about Gage Korn? Remember, he was, I think, second or third in the final warm-up, that extended warm-up run in his group, right behind Hiltbrand. He's 27th. So much work to be done for him. Gianluca Moisen will be starting 28th, row 14. Jake Colbert, Emilian Denner. Denner all the way back in 30th. A tale of 2 seasons. That super sub last year coming in for Palumbo. Was right there potentially looking for a race win. Such a different weekend for Emilian Denner. He's going to start 30th, but for us, it's going to be wild to watch him come through. What can Emilian Denner get done in 10 laps? Can he find his way up to where he needs to be? Polanco and Cortez will play behind them. Hooligan and Rosetian, Danoff and Hermansen, Egram and Vizile. Last year's winner, Danielo Vizile, back in the 38th spot. If you thought Denner's contrast 2024 to 2025 was something, how about the driver who won top of the box, 10 grand, the big winner last year, 38th in the LCQ for Vizile.
You want to talk about a map of what the worst possible week you're going to have right there.
Yeah.
And we know there's not a pace problem with the defending champion. That's just how bad the luck has been in his regard. Just absolute ridiculous, the stuff that he's had to go through.
Herrera, Bruce, Reynoso. Actually, I don't know that we'll see Angel Reynoso after that big wreck as well. Tidwell and Baldassare may start. I know that Anthony Martella withdrew from the event back on Friday, so we will not see Anthony Martella. So we're likely going to see about 40 drivers getting set to go. Let's have another look at the track map. This track, of course, Mike, was a little bit evolved from what was initially laid out. They came here and decided to change things up a little bit. The big run down the start-finish line, that hard braking into turn number 1, and then, Mike, a big sweeping 2, 3, the car fully loaded around the outside to get down to turn 4. Any of the categories, turn 4, your first after turn 1, your first passing opportunity.
Yeah, and a lot of times it starts getting set up over in turn 1 with an over-under, right? If you see a little bit of defense with the driver in front of you, and now with the wind in the direction it is, we think it might be a little bit more doable to get things done over there in turn number 4. Turns 5 and 6, pretty close to the same, even entry maybe to turn 7, but after turn 7, Rob, things get a little bit different.
Turn 6 is fun because you can be outside and kind of inside a guy at 6, the kink, and dive to the bottom of turn number 7. We've seen a lot of passes in 7, a lot of over-unders there as well, but then it's that big run, let's say mid-sized run, but a 500-foot run down into turn number 8. I know when we all did the track walk, we just stood and looked at turn 8 and went, man, this is going to be fast. It's not really a turn, it's a kink. And you're making sure you don't get into the barriers on the outside like Ty Fisher did earlier this week.
Yeah, and it looks like it'd be a fun one, too. Especially when you're not side by side, but we've seen some of these drivers be able to go held the outside. That turn 8 into turn 9 as drivers roll off right now for LCQ, but at turn 9 and 10, it just carries through. We see passes, like the longest pass from starting at turn 9 all the way into turn 10 before kind of the most technical bit, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Well, what I love about those last couple of corners is if you open up to get the fast line, someone's jamming in on 12, someone's jamming in on 13. It's not a place where you can low line because an over-under pretty easy. Maybe not coming to the line, but you can get over-under for the run down to turn 1 mid-race.
And if you go too defensive, what have we seen a couple of times? Joe Turney, I think, was one of the first ones to be successful at it around the outside. And even if you're the third party in line, that's how he was able to pull that off by sneaking one in.
Again, you're reacting to what the drivers are doing in front of you. There's no doubt about that. So, okay, we got guys up front here. 10-lap Pro Shifter LCQ. Devestian, Becklin, Williams, Adams, Conker, and Dimkevich. Front 3 rows. First 6 drivers off the grid. They're obviously going to try to get away. But as you scroll down, that's when we see the names we're watching. Ellie Goldstein, 19th. David Trefilov, 22nd. Gage Korn, 34th. Emilian Denner, 30th. Further down to Danilo Basile, 38th. Those are the drivers we're looking for sure.
Not sure if we could find out who the driver was. One driver having an issue.
Yeah, let's have a look at the exit of turn number 7 if we can grab that, guys. Exit of turn 7 on the inside. Being told a driver off the racetrack to 71. I think that may be McGregor. Trying to scroll through. Yeah, Carter McGregor in the 71. It's that Don McGregor running in the Master Shifter category. So that's the way to disappointingly end before even getting a chance to get on the racetrack. So tough one there for him. Wow. Spotters telling us a broken right front spindle. So got into the barriers, warming up the tires very likely, and broke the spindle. And listen, I want to say it's not a tough thing to do. We see all these drivers. We've seen, how many guys have we seen spinning? I think it's been at least 2 or 3 top-level European guys that have had trouble. We saw Trefilov get into the wall. We saw another one of the drivers do it here, coming the short shoot here, getting into that wall and just tapping that wheel off. So it doesn't take much to do. Man, you just hope you're able to keep it online. That's one of the things when I was trying to warm my tires up when I ran the SuperNats at 22. I was so worried about spinning or getting into the wall. Ben Cooper, all the guys at Rawlson Performance Group were just beating on me, right? I had Jace Denmark helping me out as well. Every time I came in, I apologized for not doing a good enough job with it, but I kept thinking I was good to spin. I don't have the experience at it. It doesn't take much, Mike. We've seen drivers just lose the end a bit, round it goes, just tap that barrier, you're done.
We talk about the wind that we got right now. How about the coolest temperatures we've had? Aside from the wetness, this is the coolest we've actually had for track temperature as well, with the cloud cover coming over. Not a ton of sunshine. As drivers starting to get in line. Hey, you talked about like people, Emilian Denner and stuff like that in the back, trying to, how do you get to the front? Well, you got to start by getting the best possible start you can. And you know what? A lot of people have had issues on the starts further back on these lines.
Yeah, and again, let's say you're a little further back, right? You're going to get that big jump, and you're hoping to be able to potentially maybe do the late apex on turn 1 to come out at the inside of the racetrack. If guys get together, they normally will go off to the right side of the track. If you can get to the inside, you may be able to pick up a bunch of spots early on. Field set, cleared from the back of the pack, cleared from the front, going to the flags. Green, green, green. Another fantastic getaway from Devestian. Look at the move to the inside. Yeah, he's going to push all the way off. Devestian gets help from the back. Then he gets cleared up again. I want to say that may have been Macy Williams. No, it's a 51 with the spot from P6. Dimkevich goes to P1. Good job for Philip Dimkevich on the barrel arc. He goes to P1.
Yeah, Macy Williams was actually that kind of more blue. There's one driver in the wall already. Number 9, perhaps?
That's going to be further back in the pack, that number 9. Can't see the single digit there. A driver off into turn, I think, number 4 or 5. We're now underway. Look at the lead for Dimkiewicz. Shot out of a cannon. And again, this is what we expected, folks. Further back, this is LCQs. Race director, just close your eyes. Let him go. Just let him go. This is the LCQ. This is supposed to be a cage match. Look at this. The swarm of bees coming down the straightaway. Big divers. Lots of banging from behind. They'll work their way to turn number 1. That's the 79 into pit lane. Oh, Aiden Rudolph's day is done. So watch it. Oh, Ellie Goldstein into pit lane as well. Josh Conker.
I think that might have been the 3, not the 9 that I found.
No, okay. Yep. Hey, a couple drivers down the order already. Conker being one of them. Goldstein in. Rudolph in. Tough SuperNationals for those drivers. Yeah, there's the update. I was thinking about that. So one of the things about the event as well, when you're running these, the LCQs, of course, top 6 go in, but there are guaranteed Super Sunday starting spots. They go to the top 3 drivers in the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour and the champions of the Texas Sprint Racing Series and the Pro Kart Challenge. So Josh Conker, we're not going to see him. The reason why he fell to the tail of the order, number 3 in the points, straight through.
Right. It's the quickest way to fall down the orders. Don't exist.
If you don't start it, where are you?
Yeah, you're perfect. Yeah, my bad on that one.
Well, that's both of us. I should have jumped on that as well. My apologies. So yeah, Conker, first, second, and third in the Pro Tour. One of the benefits, guaranteed Super Sunday starting spots. So indeed, Conker will start, but he will start outside the top 40. Those guys that need those spots go 41, 42, 43, and so on back. So it'll be a tail, what do we call him? Tail end Charlie for the Canadian Josh Conker. Oh, the 27 right there is trying to work his way forward. That's Tegan Poles, 27-year-old lady out of Canada. I've followed Tegan for many years. She's digging there in that Maranello, but she's outside the top 10, currently running in the 11th spot. There's the 47 a little further forward. That is Truly Adams, Truly in the bubble spot. So that is your transfer spot right now. Truly Adams in that 47. There's Poles. Right behind Poles is, I believe, Cooper Becklin. Lucas DeLongchamp up 18 spots. Mike Gray pick. Oh, driver hard. That's Tegan. Tegan Poles into the barriers on the outside of turn number 8. Hard impact. Yellow flags flying in that corner. Yeah, she caught the rear and it looped her around in a big way. 4 laps in.
One of the drivers that is actually rolling here, right on the start was Macy Williams. Remember, she started on the 3rd spot, but actually did not get off the line with the contact. There's a big shot right there. Dane Idelson, out of the way, sir, because someone's coming through. Didn't catch the latest 47. Yeah, that was Truly Adams on Dane Idelson.
Yeah, I was going to say that is for 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's kind of your transfer spot right now. Is that Ardiles? I think able to get through. Ardiles in the number 31. Yeah. He's right there as well. He got through. Right behind Idelson right now is going to be Lucas DeLongchamp, the Canadian, in the number 87. So look at all those Burrell Arts trying to fight for spots here. Big move down to the bottom of the racetrack there. Bound into turn number 1.
And just behind that group, or right at the tail of that group, is Macy Williams. That's the blue cart to the inside, number 54. Going to try to follow Dane Idelson. Uses too much curb. Going to fall back one.
That one didn't work. It would have worked if the driver in front of her wasn't there. She could have released into the corner, but she didn't want to get into the back of that driver in front of her. So Williams in a 9th position now. She's got a bunch of Burrell Arts. Oh, and they're side by side coming through 8. You talked about side by side racing. Oh, LCQ. All bets are off. You want to race this afternoon in the pro show, you got to get it done. Macy Williams up on it big time. Right behind her, TJ Madonna. And guess what? Plus 19, Emilian Denner has worked his way into 11th position. Denner on the roll in the number 45. Book it. He gets through on Williams. This will be good for Macy. If she can stay with Emilian here, opportunity for them to get a couple of spots. Dane Idelson fighting for 7th. That's the final transfer, folks. Truly Adams at the front of that group in the number 47 is the transfer.
You can see him just going out of screen. There's a bit of a lead that he has over DeLongchamp right now. They need to get going. You can see Denner going to work on Idelson. They're losing even DeLongchamp there, who's going to try to make inroads. But DeLongchamp needs to get going.
Yeah, DeLongchamp's in 7th. That's not the transfer. Up the road is Truly Adams.
Yeah,
So
and you can see Truly they're rolling actually pretty good on screen right now. Pretty good little lead there after all that infighting going on, about 1.7 seconds.
Working lap number 8, 3 laps to go. Filip Nemkevich on that Burrell Art, gone, checked out. A little bit of contact there. So Nemkevich has got Josh Price actually reeling him in. So it's not so much gone right now. Had that big run, but Josh Price has reeled him in there in the number 86. So indeed there, that is that battle further back. Sure who that is off the racetrack there. There's the Longchamp, and he's got Emilian Denner behind him. That's 7th and 8th, I believe. It's Nemkevich, Price, Saraceno, Dapp, Ardiles, and Adams.
And Denner gets it done there in the final corner, so move Denner up just in front of the Longchamp. But these two are gone, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, too far out in front now. 2 seconds the advantage for Adams, who's now right on the back bumper of Ardiles. Now up the inside, you know what this is? We're talking about the fight for the dice roll. The fight for the dice roll is really what we're talking about. These two drivers right here, and the big pack behind them is for the last few dice roll spots.
Indeed, the drivers pushing hard. You saw that the 31 of Diego Ardiles and the 47 of Truly Adams. They're running together. That's 5th and 6th. This there, right there, is 5th and 6th. Yeah, that's the 31 and the 5th and the 47. That is your final transfer. Out of the corner, white flag. There's Emilian Denner now up into 7th. He would be the driver on the outside looking in, hoping for an incident responsibility penalty, or at the very least, you think about him having to do the dice roll to try to get into the main event. There is the 31 of Ardiles. There's the 47 of Truly Adams, probably 2 of the youngest drivers in the shifter kart category, the pro shifter class here. They're pushing hard, just on the outside. Denner, DeLongchamp, Becklin, Idelson, and Polanco. AC Williams has fallen back to 12th. Final lap here. The drivers in pro shifter. Josh Price has gone to the lead and pulled away a bit from Nemkevich, but for no need for Nemkevich to fight it. Job done. Checker flag flying. They come across the line side by side. Price is in. Nemkevich, Saraceno is in. Dapp is in. Ardiles and Truly Adams transferring through as well. On the outside looking in, the Formula K 45 of Emilian Denner. 7th, the fast lap of the race, plus 23. Can't ask for much more. One driver off at the back of the pack there. That's the 54, not making it back around.
That was Macy.
Oh, that's Macy. I wonder if she got spun around at the very end there.
You know, one of the things I was...
Let's cut down here these 2 drivers who just made the transfer.
Yeah, we'll go for it.
I think there's like 2 places behind you.
Excuse me.
You roll the dice.
Yeah.
You think you can do it?
Yeah. Sorry, bro. No, you're all good.
Mike, there you have it. If you're not in, you're rolling the dice at least, right? That was the whole idea of the dice roll. To obviously add to the theme of Las Vegas. Yeah, you didn't make the LCQs, but you still got an opportunity, right? I get to roll some dice. Denner, DeLongchamp, Becklin, and Polanco. The drivers go roll the dice.
I was wondering that you had Truly Adams right behind Ardiles, right? But look, there's 6.5 seconds astern. Did they know where they were? I mean, you started doing some counting.
That's a long way up.
Yeah. So that's why I was wondering, because Truly was fighting pretty hard there at the end, and he had the spot.
Yeah, good for them though, man. 5th and 6th for those drivers. Ardiles was up 6. Truly actually dropped a couple of spots, but settled in nicely. Look at the names that didn't make it in, folks. David Trefilov back in 15th position, not getting in. Emilian Denner, as we know. Gage Korn, hey, we didn't give Gage much props, plus 16. He goes to 11th position. And let's say he still may be in the dice roll if something happens. It's unofficial. If somebody gets a penalty, you never know what's going to happen.
Well, take that real quick. We're going to go down for a quick interview, but the Emilian Denner up 23, DeLongchamp 18, Polanco 21, and Gage Korn 16. Get the job done and maybe have a shot at it.
Emilian Denner did everything he could, folks. Plus 23, gets up to 7th. He'll roll the dice, fast lap of the race. He stands by right now with Caleb Vieska.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, Emilian, I know a sad weekend up to this point, but after being in contention for the last 2 years, this year I know it hasn't gone your way, but 19 spots gained. I think even more than that in that LCQ. Tell me about it.
Yeah, the luck has been crazy this week. From getting taken out in qualifying, DQ in the first heat. This morning also was out, so put us really as back as it was possible. So Yeah, the LCQ was good. I don't know, it's difficult to make as much places as possible in 10 laps, but I guess we made the best out of it.
Well, we're in Vegas. You got to go gamble for a spot in the main event. How are you feeling for that?
Yeah, I don't really care. Now we use the new tires, so if I start P40 in the final with used tires, there's no point really for me. So we'll see.
Thank you, Emilio.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know what? That was one thing I was wondering about. In an LCQ, when you start as far back as you are, the only, one of the options you do, you roll the dice and put that fresh rubber on. Get a chance to move forward. He came one position short. Like I said, unofficial, not quite done yet. All it takes is a penalty, and he's going to find himself in. But a driver of that caliber, Emilio Denner, there's not a lot, I think, interest in starting 40th at the tail of the grid, right? Whatever it may be, 41st, 42nd, whatever it's going to be with the dice roll. So I understand the fact that he's not overly excited about rolling the dice is not a big deal to him. Yeah, you know what? I came here to win. I didn't come here to start at the tail of the field with used tires. So not surprising to me that not a lot of enthusiasm there.
Yeah, it's like, cool, I get a chance to be in the show, but Emilio Denner's not here just to get in the show, so it's already been a little bittersweet.
Well, folks, let me tell you this. Now back to your regular scheduled programming. Normally, when we go straight into this program, folks, don't go anywhere. When we get back after this quick break, it's time for the main event. KA100 Junior ready to kick things off here on Super Sunday.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb? What's up, Brandon? You sound defeated. A long day at the office? Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
right, let's get things underway. It is main event time. Podium waiting for 5 drivers to step in, and they, of course, P1 step, waiting for our first race winner of the 28th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Michael McGoy starting on the pole for Ryan Perry Motorsports in the 860. See what Michael can do today. Dean Hugendorn, third in the World Championships, the MPG Motorsports driver of the 867, ready to roll off from the outside. World champion Noah Baglin is going to start in the third spot. Can he add a Supernationals title to a fantastic 2025 season? Gia Matteo Rousseau for Racing Edge Motorsports will be on row number 2.
John Antonino makes it 3 MPG drivers in the top 5 alongside Travis Pettit from RPG. Then they got Nicholas Orbezo and Ben Abernethy in row number 4. Luca Popescu and Nathan Golseth round out your top 10.
Outside the top 10, looking for a big start to this race, Alexis Bergeron for Speed Concepts Racing starting 11th alongside the Kart CRG USA driver David Ybarra. It'll be Braden Wagner for Formula Works in the GFC starting 13th alongside the Canadian Leonardo Saravalli for REM. Look at Eli Steinbrook for Orsolon Racing starting 15th. Jackson Porter with work to do from 16th for Speed Concepts Racing.
Tyrone Kemper Jr. We've seen some strength out of that driver. Jay Kostecki, they're going to make up row number 9. And then Benja for Hernandez and Tristan Murphy back there in 20th. Had to fight all week long.
Keep an eye on Tristan Murphy trying to come together. Same goes for Valentino Santillan and Teo Salameo. Jackson Gibson, Cole Medeiros. I think that's a very quick row there back in row number 12, 23rd and 24th respectively. Both those drivers have shown the speed to run up front. They'll have to have big starts and maybe get out of some chaos as we get set to go racing. Max Christia, Brady Shad, row 13, Machidi and Kennedy there as well. Further back behind those two drivers, Jose Halford and Max Weiland, Haramo and Cagle on the next row. We'll have probably Cagle and Payne, Gander and Malkit. Isaac Malkit all the way back in 36th position. My goodness. There's the rest of the field there for you. And time to go racing, ladies and gentlemen. 22 laps of competition. Super Sunday main event is green, green, green. Away we go. McGoy will lead him into turn number 1. Low lining down, and not surprising to start this thing off. You got to cover the bottom on the opening lap. Let the chaos behind start the separation of the drivers. Mike, 4-5 wide, coming out of 4 and 5. Why not at the very tail of the field? Otherwise, a great start for Michael McGoy.
100%, and a great start for everybody right here. Like, we made it through the first 7 corners. We're looking pretty good right now. And hey, this is what you got to do. Remember, 22 laps. The most we've done up to this point is 10. I'll tell you right now, the 846 trying to make some inroads. Rousseau early move to P2.
Yeah, there you got Baglin, Antonino, all those MPG drivers. There's your first contact there coming down into turn number 10. A couple of drivers overcooking very likely off the outside of the racetrack. And that, as we battle down into 1, Mike leans into what you just talked about, and I want to come back at it. We'll let these guys cycle things out. 10 laps, the heat races. Now we're going 22. This chassis is not going to be good right now. The tire pressures are low. Kart's not going to be perfect. As the mindset change for these young drivers early on, knowing it's a really long race.
Yeah, like you said, the defense already started from McGoy out front. He wants to retain that top spot, especially while air pressures are low. Kart's not quite underneath him the way you want it to, knowing, hey, we're going to get better, we're going to get better, we're going to get better. And I'd like to still be here when that happens. Rousseau up to 2nd, back to 5th. How about back up to 4th? So Rousseau, busy laps here.
Mike, do you think that, again, we've got some yellow flags flying. I think somebody's got to the barriers. You see the SKUSA guys running around. Do you think, well, obviously I don't know what you think, but there's a driver off there. He's climbing back out. That's some hard contact there in the barrier. I always say that when the tires are rough like this, the car's not perfect, that's when the really good drivers, I think, can really show what they've got.
How about P2, Noah Baglin?
Yeah.
So Baglin and McGoy here, they have a few tenths on Hugendorn. But look, these are the guys who've been hanging out front the entire time. We know Baglin's good. We know McGoy's good. Hugendorn, Rousseau, Antonino. They've been kind of setting the tone. And look, starting to settle down now. We got yellow flags here. Looks like for turn 8 once again.
Yeah, you saw the barrier that was open there at turn number 8. Not too hard to make a mistake through that corner. And listen, all it takes is a couple inches, as we know, folks. You're not dropping a wheel into the grass here. The minute you're a little bit outside, you lose the rear and you grab that barrier. It's going to bring you back around. It really incites that counterclockwise turn really quickly. We've seen it happen with a number of drivers. Ty Fisher earlier this week. We saw Tegan Poles have an issue there as well in that LCQ for Pro Shifter. This is what I want to see right now. We've talked all about it. You and I have lamented the fact that none of these drivers have shown the patience that we hope to see. You think this could be a McGoy-Baglin runaway? Can these two drivers pull away? Does Baglin have the patience not to go to P1? It really comes down to whether or not he thinks McGoy's got the pace to pull away.
Yeah, and add to that, how about the patience for Rousseau? Rousseau's been battling pretty hard the opening couple of laps. They're hooked up with Hugendorn. Can they keep patient to go catch the top two?
Battle we're seeing now are maybe not so much a battle, but a chase pack. That was Travis Pettit, Luca Popescu, and John Antonino, the two RPG drivers digging in. Pettit has shown amazing speed. He's had some issues, some bad luck, but Mike, he's showed a lot of pace through those first two heat races. Very impressive for young Travis Pettit, joining the Rawlson Performance Group team late here in the season. Looking to try to see if he can't bring them a win here in the X30, or the KA 100 Junior category. I can't remember what class we're in now here in KA. He's looked very, very good. It's whether or not they can find the pace here midway through the run.
Yeah, and good news for the drivers right behind him. Pettit's actually the fastest driver on the circuit, kind of punching a hole and bringing along with him Luca Popescu and John Antonino. But they are going to need to find a little bit more to keep digging and go find the front group that are still a good ways up the road.
Mike, I like to check in every once in a while here on the chat on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel. A number of guys were talking about, I remember you brought up the fact that the wind was in their face. They were talking about aerodynamics. And of course, as we know, all the manufacturers coming out with new driver fairings with the air directional vanes. I don't know that there's a lot of aerodynamics involved in karts. It's there, obviously. The karts are designed to have the bodywork being, with some level of aerodynamics, but you're not going to get what you would on a Formula car. More so, I think, when you're talking, Mike, about that wind that's pushing in their face, it's not so much the aerodynamics, but the heightened effect of the draft being able to get in. Because draft, you can't argue that draft doesn't play a role in karting. Maybe not aerodynamics, but they're going to get that better look when they're coming down that straightaway with the wind in their face, that pop out potentially to go to the inside.
Yeah, and when you're behind somebody, you can hear the difference too, just that little bit of that wind noise difference. There's no doubt that you take a little bit of that restriction away, and it's going to make you go a little bit better. As we're circulating lap number 7, still only a third of the way through this thing.
I was going to say, I'm trying to pace myself as well. We are early on. We got lots of racing for you here. A full afternoon. We're past the, of course, noon hour here in Las Vegas, 12:50 local time. Again, hello to those of you. Good afternoon, good evening, and very likely good morning to some of you as well who are tuning in here on Kart Chaser to watch your favorite driver race here in the 28th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Fantastic opening ceremonies, the band, all the drivers coming out with the race suits on, the colors of the event. I absolutely love it. Of course, a couple of Hall of Fame inductees this year. Again, the in memoriam for the 3 fine gentlemen that we lost this year. And you think about that when you come to a race like this, right? It's a celebration of the race. There's a lot of pressure. Again, a lot of anxiety for the event itself. But for me, coming here now for the 28th year, a lot of it is about, celebrating the sport when we come here. It's been a great year. We've lost some great people, but we've seen a lot of development from some young drivers as well.
No, exactly. I mean, this sport's it's a huge family,
it
right?
Is.
Everybody, we're all in it together at the end of the day when it comes to coming out here going racing. We're fierce competitors, but you always wish for the best, especially away from the racetrack and things like that, no matter what. And then you get a chance to see everybody, once a month, once every couple of weeks for some people, every week.
That's it.
Right?
Let's dive back into this right now because you see the leaders pulling away, McGoy and Baglin, but the drivers behind are lining things up. Rousseau has gotten by Hugendorn, and that next group with Pettit, Antonino, and Popescu have closed right back up. So this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Antonino taking his first step. He gets by Luca Popescu up into the 6th position. Antonino's been a driver who has shown the pace to win heat races, run up front. We've talked about the pressure. There's a move to the inside. Hugendorn going back by Rousseau. Here's my thought. How long do you do this when you see those guys out front? It's over a second now, the lead. Like now we're battling here for 3rd spot. I understand you want to get to the front of this group. Everybody thinks they're the guy that can lead the train to the leaders. But McGoy and Baglin lining up like this could be a one-on-one battle. We're 8 laps down, 14 to go, Mike, but my goodness, they're battling for third.
You see Pettit right there came out of turn 3 training. He's like, let's go, let's go. And the thing is that Rousseau passed Hugendorn. Hugendorn's like, no, I'd like to have it back. And then Rousseau's like, no, seriously, I want to be the leader. Now we're going to do this right here.
Okay.
This can spell the end of your opportunity. If we're going to go defensive and we haven't even hit the halfway point, what are we doing? We're going for third now and not going for the win?
I feel like I could almost call it right now. They are literally fighting for third spot. Look at the same thing. Hugendorf's like, go forward, focus, come on.
Yeah, Antonino's just beside himself with that kind of scenario. It's like, look, he's made his way up there. Now what we have to have is a little bit of working together. If Rousseau is going to resign himself to holding on instead of go get it, it's not going to last very long with this group.
The interesting thing is the outlier of that group is Rousseau, right? He's the only driver there from the Racing Edge Motorsports crew. You got 2 drivers from MPG Motorsports in Antonino and Hugendorn, 2 drivers from RPG and Popescu and Pettit, but they've just welcomed David Ybarra, Braden Wagner, and Nico Orbezo back into the fight. It's now, 7 drivers in that group.
And that's a great point you just made. Look, Antonino looks over the shoulder. He sees Baglin, MPG. Let's go. Baglin's smart enough. He could do it. Didn't have the combination to do it before. If they get a little bit of space from Rousseau, if Rousseau goes defensive right here, this could be it. There's defense from the A46. Is that enough exit speed for the top 2? This could be the beginning of the switch.
I 100% agree. I said when I was kind of showing up those team guys that were there, which ones are going to work together. And right now, there they are. Antonino in 3rd, Hugendorn in 4th. Rousseau trying to see if he can't get up there, but Popescu now has made a move by Pettit. So move Popescu into the challenge position to try to go on Rousseau. But if these 2 drivers keep running the racing line, which I think they will, these 2 MPG drivers are going to hook up. Now, I'll say what this means, although they're not together. That's MPG 2-3-4. Baglin, Antonino, and Hugendorn, but it is a 4.2 second lead. You don't even see McGoy and Baglin. We're at the halfway point. 11 laps down, 11 to go. I'm going to call it. We got a 2-driver battle for the race win, McGoy and Baglin. We'll check back in with them momentarily, but right now Antonino and Hugendorn are pulling away. I don't think they've got anywhere near enough pace to reel in that kind of a lead. It's 4 seconds. There's the lead. Folks, 2-driver fight for the race win in KA 100 Junior.
Yeah, 100%. I think I was calling out Baglin instead of Hugendorn. Yeah, it's Hugendorn's the other MPG driver that's hooked up with Antonino, and you called it exactly right. It's going to be now a fight for 5th because Rousseau taps the helmet. He wants some love. He's not going to get it because I think all these and there's a big rough up there for Pettit. I think that was the 802 on the outside.
This is the fight right now for the final 3 spots of the podium, folks. I'm telling you that right now because they have checked out. This is done. And in fact, it's really going to be the fight for the final spot of the podium because you got Antonino and Hugendorn working together. The leaders up front are going to work together because they pulled away, and they know not to do that. You got the 2 MPG teammates, Antonino and Hugendorn. They're just going to work together right now to pull away. They've probably understood behind the wheel, sadly, that they're not going to be able to catch those leaders unless they really start fighting. Baglin's not going to want to do it. He's more than happy to sit with McGoy and fight it out over the last couple of laps. We're really down for the last position on the podium, essentially.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be watching. Let's on the straightaway there, look over the shoulder for Hugendorn. Nice, and it wasn't a quick one. It wasn't like he was worried about it. Just a quick look over the shoulder, contact right there. These guys are fighting tooth and nail, but this is all further back. We're talking about Rousseau right there. He's the one who kind of set the tone for everything 3rd on back. And with that defensive maneuver, trying to keep what I have instead of go get it, everybody else, like I said, they weren't going to wait around for it. They made sure they got loose.
Yeah, 100%. This is how this thing is playing out. And I'll tell you this, Mike, we've talked about it throughout the weekend. I would not be surprised to see some other of the drivers looking over the fence and saying, okay, how's this track played out? How is the race unfolded? Knowing what these drivers have done. It needs a 2-driver breakaway pretty easy. Quickly, McGoy and Baglin, both those drivers, of course, racing in Europe all year long. Baglin, the reigning world champion in the OK Junior category. Hugendorn finishing in the 3rd spot. Baglin trying to add a SuperNationals win to what's been a fantastic season here in 2025. Battle we're watching right now, Rousseau, Ybarra, Popescu, Pettit. That is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. All these drivers scrapping for what would be the final position on the podium. There's your leaders. Let's go back. Spotlight action. I like the patience out of Noah Bagden. I don't think we've seen anybody show this much patience. Don't do it, Noah. Don't you make the move now that we're giving you props. All right, hold there. That's exactly what you need to do right now. He has been so patient, and they're able to run open laps. The minute he goes to the bottom of the racetrack and try to take a pass, all of a sudden Antonino, or rather McGoy's probably going to get more aggressive. Like, okay, hold on. Unless he wants to sit and do it. The way they're running right now is ideal.
That's the question. Is it going to be McGoy with the defense first or Bagman with the move first?
Yeah.
Which way is it going to go, and how early or late is it going to be?
I'll tell you this, folks, we have been treated to a lot of different weather throughout this weekend. Beautiful on Wednesday and Thursday, Friday. Of course, the rain coming yesterday afternoon, torrential rain at one point. The streaming rain ended up canceling the day. We were hoping to get, again, it initially was calling for rain again here today, so I'm not going to complain about anything. Today, though, a lot of overcast skies still. From where we are, we can see that it's actually raining in Las Vegas. If you look down there through Las Vegas, it is raining. But we have a lot of wind coming in right now. I don't know what the rest of the day is going to look like. Very interesting for sure. Mike, you picked something up while I was kind of talking wind. We got a move done. Hugendorn going into third ahead of Antonino.
Yeah, and those guys decided to do a little swap-rooning. This is the shot for the fight for fifth, and that's Pettit. Remember, Pettit was on the wrong side there. Now we pick back up the move for third, and again, Antonino chilling and keeping that spot. Hey, good on him. This group right here that just leaves our screen, that's the one that's going to be, like you said, the fight for the last spot on the podium. Again, 5-driver podium here at SuperNationals. And this group right here is the one just behind that whole deal. That's Orbezo, Porter, Kostecki, Wagner, Steinbrook, Cristea, Salameo.
Look how long that group is. Amazing stuff. Like, who has come up? Let's give some props up for the guys a little further back. We got 17 down, 5 to go. Plus 11 for Max Cristea. Bunch of guys plus 7. Plus 13 for Isaac Malkin. Started back at 35th. He's up to 22nd position. Isaac Malkin pushing hard. This is look at these drivers battling out. There's the 2 RPG cars along with Ybarra and Rousseau. That is 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. They've got 4 seconds on that next group, so these guys are good to go. But again, 17 laps in. 5 laps remaining in a 22-lap main event. Our first lap going in the books.
There you go. Down the straightaway, yeah. McGoy leading over Baglan. And look.
That's his dad.
Yeah.
Noah's dad watching here in the VIP tower, seeing if his son can come away with it. Michael McGoy, I'll say one thing. McGoy, a SuperNationals race winner already. Won in the Mini Swift category a couple of years ago. So can we have a second SuperNationals victory for Michael McGoy? I'll tell you what this is going to do. We're going to have a fantastic last lap battle. That's what I'm looking for. It may be the penultimate lap, but we're going to see these two drivers battle it out to see who comes away with a race win. 18 laps down. When they get back around, it will be 3 to go. McGoy versus Baglan. I like it here now. Who's going to come? Oh, there's your first move. Baglan to the inside. Book it. He's through. Baglan goes to the lead with 3 to go.
I was wondering if the move was going to be made there. As you saw in turn number 10, a little bit off in the line, then a little bit off in line in 12, and that was Baglan going, all right, this maybe is the first little chink in the armor, if you will, for me to go try to do something. Now, flip the script. McGoy gets a chance to hang out behind Baglan. Can he find a little something? Does he have something for him?
Here's the thing for Baglan. I like the move early to a certain extent. Does he have the pace to potentially pull away? Now we're at the end of it, right? We talked about tire pressures not being where you wanted them at the start of the race. Is that Kart coming together? Is he like, man, feeling, I really feel like I may be able to pull away? I don't think it's going to happen because McGoy's been so good. But look at this. A little bit of a break here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Throw another log on the fire. It's about to get hot. Here we go. McGoy back to the lead. 2 to go. Baglan going to go over-under. They've got so much room to play with. McGoy to the middle of the racetrack. He'll have a look over both shoulders. Big outside run. Over-under from Baglan, perhaps? How about it? He'll go to the inside to take the lead down into turn number 4. The white flag will be there when they get back around. Now it's time to go to work. Defense, side by side. McGoy back on the inside. Does he have enough? He does. He gets through. Turn 5.
Just clears him as he gets through there. Look at the air on the outside. Let's go, Baglan.
Oh,
come on.
Baglan runs the rim, goes all the way around the outside. White flag will fly next time by. And look at the gap he's been able to develop on that. He made such a good room around the outside. McGoy gave up a lot with that inside line.
How much draft is there going to be? He's still in the conversation. We're going to look at it right here. Coming to the white flag, onto the straightaway. Going to be a big, big duck to try to get as much draft as possible. Look at both drivers trying to get everything, Rob.
Yeah, Baglin knows he's got some room. That was a really nice run around the outside. He was able to make that thing stick. That Kart Republic planted down for him. McGoy lost about 0.6 of a second on that one. He doesn't even have to run it up there right now. The battle for the lead on top of the screen there. Here's the battle for third. That's Antonino versus Hugendorn. Let's keep the fight on top as well. Hugendorn and Antonino going at it as well for P3. I just don't think it's going to be enough for Antonino. Noah Baglin, world champion this year in the OK Junior category. Does he add a SuperNationals victory as well? Think about the drivers who've done it before in Junior. George Russell, one of the drivers, been able to come away with a win. Final corner. McGoy looks to the inside. Our first race winner of 2025, Noah Baglin, world champion and SuperNationals race winner. Baglin wins. McGoy in second. Amazing stuff across the line. John Antonino is going to get third. Dean Hugendorn in the fourth spot. And the final battle coming across the line. Who's going to come away with the final spot on the podium? It's Travis Pettit in the RPG Motorsports car. Let's go down to pit lane. Noah Baglin going to celebrate that race win. Picking up that audio right there for Noah Baglin. Helmet still on. You know the celebration is going to happen. What a pass around the outside. There's Baglin, McGoy, Antonino, Hugendorn, and Pettit, your top five. Through the scales, folks, he's a world champion, and he's also now a SuperNationals race winner. Noah Baglin scoring the victory in KA100 Junior. An impressive drive for the MPG Motorsports Prema Racing driver.
A world championship and now a SuperNationals win. How are you feeling?
It's amazing, obviously. I was just pushing Michael the whole time, and luckily on the last two laps we had a battle, and luckily he defended a bit too hard, so I just went around the outside. I had a little bit of a gap, so I just had to stay calm, and that's what I did.
That was an incredible move on the outside. I mean, you had drivers like Emilian Denner, who I was standing next to, just going crazy about that move. You know, kind of describe that in a little more detail.
I saw he was going tight, and I thought I was going to do a cutback, and then I realised he was really stopping on the apex. So I just, at that point, I was just going to go around his outside, and I did.
And this was a little bit of a replay of the 2023 SuperNationals. You lost out on that one. How good does it feel to be in victory lane this time?
Obviously, last time it was great. In 2023, I lost it on the last corner. Now, obviously, getting the win, it's amazing. 2 podiums and 2 nats at the moment. So, yeah, it's amazing.
What an incredible driver this is. A world champion and now a SuperNats champion.
Yeah, nothing like a little bit of redemption, right? You tried to go for the win a couple of years ago, didn't quite come where you wanted to, but instead turns it around. What a year for Noah Baglin, man. To be able to come over here again for the second time, come away with a race win, unbelievably good stuff.
Yeah, and you hear what he said, too. He's like, I thought I was going to go for the undercut, and then he really kept it down. Hey, I'll go around the outside. And we've seen this a few different times, right?
So, folks, we got things to do still here. I'm going to head down to Victory Lane. We're also going to go down to Caleb Viesca with the dice roll.
Rob, I'm down here on Victory Lane waiting for you, and as well, these drivers have been waiting for me for the dice roll. First, Jensen Meckelke for Speed Concepts Racing is going to roll the dice. They've already been briefed, so go ahead, Jensen, pick up the dice, and he'll be the first to roll to try and race his way into the main event in X30 Junior. The roll is a 6. Not a bad roll. Jensen might need a little more. Thank you very much for your roll. Asen, next. Asen Dramaliev for Techno Kart. Going to roll the dice here, try and get himself in, and that's a 12 for Asen Dramaliev. That's a good roll. Next for Kyle Drysdale for the Rawson Performance Group. To roll the dice, and that's only a 3, unfortunately. The weekend is going to end for Kyle. Arthur Barb next as well under Speed Concepts Racing. Gonna roll the dice here. Needs to be better than a 12, and it's a 7. Unfortunate end to the weekend for Arthur. Asen is going to get himself into the main events. Look, coming into the dice roll, you looked kind of upset that you were in this situation. Now being in the main event, how do you feel?
Well, I'm not really used to being in this kind of situation, like in the back, but I'm just really happy I have a chance now that we fixed our motor issues, we fixed our chassis issues. In LCQ, I felt like I had a lot of pace, but I feel this is like a second chance for me, kind of. And I'm really grateful for it.
Well, sounds good. Enjoy the main event, Asen. Thank you.
Well, there we have it, our first main in the book. We're going to go to an ad right now.
We're America's first true karting dealership, built by racers, for racers. From your first chassis to managing a full team, our experts guide you every step of the way. At Kart Zone, you'll find top-tier products from your most trusted brands. We believe in performance without compromise. Your karting journey starts here. Visit kartzonena.com.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
So there's 3 basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other
battle for 3rd and 4th, and of course the fight, as we know, for the race win. Let's get things underway with our first podium presentation as we have the drivers ready to roll up here onto the podium, finishing today in the 5th position. A tremendous drive for the 802, Travis Pettit, finishing P5 for Rollison Performance Group. Travis Pettit battling with a handful of drivers there. Great stuff for Travis. He'll work his way here to P5 on the podium. We'll get that trophy lined up for him as well. Travis figuring out where he wants to be. There you go. Now we got her dialed in. Great job for Travis Pettit on the podium. What a battle it was for that position. So many drivers involved in that one. Good fight as well. I know for 3rd and 4th, these 2 drivers went at it back and forth. Teammates at MPG Motorsports finishing in 4th today. Dean Hugendorn. MPG Motorsports Premier Racing for the driver who finished 3rd this year in the World Championship, Dean Hugendorn. Obviously wanted a bit more, but a strong run into the 4th position for Dean. Now up into the top 3, finishing in 3rd spot, number 890, John Antonino. Leaders able to pull away just enough on them here. Here comes John Antonino. Yeah, there we go. Now we got it dialed in. This battle for the lead ran all the way through the race. They were able to check out early and then battle it out amongst themselves. He led the majority of the laps, but just couldn't quite get back by in the final circuit. Finishing in second spot, a former winner here in Mini Swift, Michael McGoy. One spot left on the podium here. This driver, of course, adding to a stellar resume already here in 2025. He's the world champion in OK Junior. Add on a SuperNationals race win again, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause from MPG Motorsports, the winner today in KA 100 Junior, Noah Baglin. Fantastic drive for this young racer. Baglin showed the patience needed to stretch away from a very competitive field. He and McGoy able to pull away and make it a two-driver battle. Look at that trophy there for Noah. Awesome stuff. Those trophies up and in the air. Fantastic stuff here for our drivers. Trophies in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, here's my podium for KA 100 Junior! So many talented drivers here in this one. Fantastic job. We're going to see a lot of them back as again. We're not going to spray the champagne here, I don't think. These drivers have to wear these suits again. They'll be back at it, of course, in the X30 Junior category. All five of them with an opportunity for one more shot potentially at a race win. Noah Baglin, though, getting things underway. First main event of the day at SuperNationals 28. Baglin, a winner in Las Vegas. Guys, back up to you in the KC booth. All right, we are back for one more little award presentation. Noah Baglin not only is the winner here at the SuperNats, but Tom Kutcher, get on up there. He wins himself also a BRM chronograph, a beautiful watch. So many people have been part of the action here. That watch is coming in. What a way to commemorate this win for Noah Baglin. He's going to get that. He knows what's going on. I like that Noah's got this stuff handled. He's up top. He's got the trophy where he wants it. But a beautiful BRM timepiece for Noah Baglin, KA 100 Junior and KA 100 Senior. These guys are going to come away with a BRM timepiece. They've been a partner for this program for so many years. Amazing to have Frederick Gasser and the entire BRM family on board with us here now as well. And yeah, there you go. Noah will have one heck of a memento on that wrist to remind himself of a performance worthy of the SuperNationals. A fantastic drive. He and McGoy able to stretch away early. A pass around the outside of turn number 7 got the job done. And congratulations to, again, Noah Baglin. BRM timepiece as part of his win here today in KA 100 Junior.
Action continues to roll on from Las Vegas Motor Speedway for SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 28. That's one main event in the books. And from some of the rising talents in motorsports to some of the wily veterans, KA 100 Masters main event presented by Orsalone Racing is getting set to go green. And we're getting ready to bring you the full lineup. A sold-out grid, nearly 50 deep in total. And what a performance by the boys in blue and pink. Rollison Performance Group getting ready to lead the field to green for the 22-lap main event on tap. Big Ben Cooper on the pole. Alongside him, Chris Wareheim, who has stood on the podium in X30 Senior. Ben Cooper has won in Pro X30 in recent years. These are two drivers who know what it takes to get to the front of the SuperNationals, and no surprise at all, they're at the front of your K100 Master field. John Bonanno has had a very busy K100 Masters American National season. He starts alongside Travis Irving, representing the West Coast with GFC Formula Works. Renato Yater and Martin Stone on row 3. Kip Foster and Miguel Mir make up row 4. Pierce Baldus and Carlos Calderon, row number 5. That's your first 10 starters and beyond. Mario Barrios and Derek Wang roll from row number 6. It'll be Paul Elefante and Anthony Stifler on row 7. David Shorn and Christian Vomir back on row number 8. And then it goes back on to Clay Settles, Ariel Castro, Andrea Del Fonte, and through your rest of the field for KA100 Master. Another big one on tap here, folks, for the SuperNats. And a windy Sunday afternoon in Las Vegas continues. A bit of overcast skies. That's going to mean these engines will be screaming by the end of the main straightaway as we take you to the rest of the starting lineup. How about Scott Falcone, David Goldman about midway through the field. William Isaias has also run at the front of the Masters category over the last few years. Paul Montopoli back on row 16 alongside Dan Jones, and we continue to bring you the rest of the lineup through your first 20 rows of the field, but it doesn't stop there. Again, a packed house, a sold-out class, one of many divisions that was filled up to the brim in the first week. Registration opened all the way back in August. Unfortunately, we won't see Kyle Uchinski on the grid, neither will we see Tom Gerstner. Sadly, could not make it to the end of the weekend. There was no class that could escape Fanatic Friday, unfortunately, without a few drivers having to withdraw from the event for one reason or another. But as Rob Howden makes his way back up to the booth, and Mike Smith does as well to join us, we're ready for another dose of SuperNationals main events, ladies and gentlemen. And Ralston Performance Group has the front row. Ben Cooper on the right, Chris Wareheim in the white suit on the left. 22 laps in total, and it's just about that time to get the last few rows into the tram lanes as they approach that bright blue start cone. That's the beginning of the box. Anywhere inside those two blue cones, Ben can hit the gas. He's on it now, and here we go. K100 Master is green. Problems off the rip there. Martin Stone shuffled to the wayside in turn 1. Otherwise, everyone else able to make it through cleanly. And as they roll into turn 4, one spun around. Ariel Castro goes for a ride in the 4th turn. It's Bonanno to 2nd, Yater to 3rd, and a big gap about from 6th on back as they roll to the infield. Wareheim from the outside of the front row back to P5. And the speed continues through turn 8 here, Mike. First pass in the main pack is going to be Kip Foster down the inside on the BJRLN cart. He'll get to 3rd.
There you go. You have Bonanno and then Foster and then Jotter David and Wareheim. So big shakeup here to kick things off. Fonseca probably the big winner there right out of the gate, trying to get things through to finish out lap 1.
1 lap in the books, 21 laps to go. Pass for 2nd. The Aussies on the move. Kip Foster with another send in turn 1. He'll overshoot it. John Bonanno with a nice crossover. He'll take back P2, and just like that, Ben Cooper's going to get a big lead, and the battle continues down to turn 4, Mike.
That's exactly what they did not want to happen, right? You end up having Ben Cooper out there able to cut qualifying lap after qualifying lap. He's going to be able to pull out, and already 8/10 last time by. You know it's more than that after Foster's attempt. Bonanno, Foster, Wareheim now in front of David. That's going to be your top 5. Irving trying to chase Baldus, Barrios, Calderon, and David Shorn up to the 10th spot.
So how about that? 1.5 laps in the books. Another move there. Chris Wareheim trying to make up for lost ground. He knows his teammate is already trying to scoot away in the early going of this main. You saw him tap the helmet and say, let's go forward. Here he goes, looking for 2nd on Bonanno to the inside. Turn 1, P2. Wareheim is on by.
Mike Smith, I got a question for you. What kind of urgency do you have right now if you're sitting in that 2nd position? You're seeing Cooper pull away like that, a solid advantage, over 1.5 seconds right now. I think Wareheim's like, okay, hold on. I know I got a car to go up and potentially win this thing. I got to get to the front, hence why he was up on the wheel so quickly.
Yeah, and good news for him. Good news for him.
We'll come back to Mike here momentarily. Let's get you in there, Mike.
Yeah.
We got to work on that with Mike's headset. We'll get that dialed in here momentarily. Cooper is the leader, as I said, by 1.4 seconds. Nice little advantage for the former X30 senior winner out there cleanly right now. And again, let's go back to you, Mike, about Wareheim. Yeah, there's a sense of urgency. You can't let, we talked about this yesterday, you can't let Ben Cooper pull away like that.
No, look at the big tuck from Wareheim. He's going to go all in to try to make this happen. Good news for him, it's Kip Foster and Jonathan David behind him. So if there's a chance of guys working together, this is probably the best lineup you could ask for.
I do want to throw this out there for you, just for those of you watching at home. Talk about an amazing top 5. Wareheim's the only guy that hasn't won at the SuperNationals. We're talking Cooper, Foster, Yoder, and then, of course, Irving back at Sam Boyd Stadium. And a little tidbit for you. I believe Travis Irving, the only driver to win at the SuperNationals on a 4-stroke engine. There's some trivia for you. On a 4-stroke, on the Beelan. On a 2-cylinder, 4-stroke Beelan, which was part of that tag program back in the day. So that's a little bit for you. But listen, this guy's been running SuperKarts USA since back in the 2000s. Hot Rocks was a top driver in the Formula S2 category before going car racing back in the day. So I love seeing Travis back. He's lighter. He's in better shape than he was when he was running S2 back in the 90s.
Well, that's a great point, too. Travis is talking about cutting weight over the last handful of years. He is in probably the best shape of his life right now. And you know what? That ride looks pretty good right now. I think he might have an extra cylinder in there, right, as you're talking about 2-cylinder, because he is rolling and now on the back bumper of Jotter.
Yeah, this is what we got going on right now, folks. Cooper with a 1.4 second lead is going to be in the hands of Chris Wareheim. He's got about a half a second. He's got some breathing room. The RPG drivers run 1-2. Wareheim, a driver through over his career, has won a ton of races, WK Manufacturers Cup, moved into some Skip Barber Formula Car racing as well. One of the noted coaches in the paddock over the last many years, but getting a chance to come racing here. Does he have what it takes to reel into the lead? Last time by, a 50.920 for Cooper. Hey, guess who went purple? Why not make it fun here on lap number 4? Chris Wareheim, fastest driver on the racetrack.
Let's see, carry the 1. Yeah, that's going to be 16 laps to go. We need to find 1.4. We were 1/10. Yeah, that math checks. We're in the convo. He just needs to keep doing what he's doing. And you know what? He's digging. You see him ducking and whatnot.
Oh, he's on it.
And who does he need to catch? Ben Cooper. Okay, that's pretty freaking tough. But how about your teammate at the same time?
That's
you guys are sharing the same tent, sharing the same data most likely too.
Well, listen, and he's digging because he's trying to get away as well. Kip Foster has worked his way up into the 3rd spot. There's that next group there of Renato Jader David, Travis Irving. Right in there as well is Pierce Baldus and John Bonanno. They've got a big gap back from them to Mario Barrios. Not a big gap, but enough of a gap back to Barrios alongside Calderon.
Move there by Baldus and a counter move by Irving. And those guys are actually right. Again, it goes Foster, Yoder, Irving, Baldus, and Bonanno now slip back to the tail of that group, but they're all nose to tail. It does look like if there's going to be anyone who has a shot at Cooper, it might only be Wareheim at this point.
And listen, shout out to Kip Foster. He had a bit kind of a rougher start to the weekend. Kip's been kind of on the mend. He's been on the shelf with the knee surgery, just finally being able to get back behind the wheel. So great to have him here, an injury playing basketball, able to get back at it. And as we know, Kip Foster, 4-time winner of this race, runs now in the 3rd spot. You give him some time to get up to speed, and he's going to do it. That driver in the Brandon Jarczyk Crack Racing, LN number 420. Currently sitting in 3rd spot, leading that next group. Here's a battle further back. That's a good split pass there for the 408 to Paul Elefante. Able to get by David Shorn into turn number 4. That's the fight back there for 10th, 11th, and 12th. There's Clay Settles as well. Settles up on the wheel in that top card. He runs 13th. So, man, there's a really good fight. The drivers trying to get into the top 10 here.
Settles to the inside right there, kind of a slide job out of perfect.
I like it.
Hey, that was all right. That's SuperNationals racing here. That's perfect.
I don't know why Elefante was raising the hand there. Yeah, he may have not liked that pass, but come on. There wasn't really even any contact there. Maybe a light touch. That's it. There is a meatball flag for a driver here, Mike.
Yeah, we'll see. That's going to mean they got some kind of mechanical. It's almost always a bumper, so we'll see what happens.
I was going to say, look for a rear bumper right there, the 404. The 404 with a rear bumper coming up. That's Andrea Delfonte. Yeah, Delfonte with a broken right rear bumper mount. So he'll be out of this race momentarily. But this is a fight going on still. Look at this stuff. Bonanno getting to the inside of Irving. I'll tell you, John Bonanno really believed that he had a cart to potentially win this thing. Not a great start for him. Fell back to 7th position. But he's got himself back up the P6. This is good stuff right now. This could be, listen, on its own, this could be a battle for a race win that we would love at the SuperNationals. You're talking Foster, Jotter, and Irving. Former winners 1, 2, 3. The RPG drivers bolting out right now. We're going to keep looking at lap times. But Cooper just went purple, and he's pulled away by 1.5.
Yeah, trying to keep an eye on the actual gaps there, but yeah, as you can see,
Irving just got through.
Exactly that. Yeah, I mean, the gaps are trying to close in the front, but as you say, this is the battle we're looking at. Irving, the ebb and flow of this race at the front. Who's a little bit better at different points? Maybe a small, tiny little mistake, and then there's the advantage for the other driver.
Yeah, and I think these guys kind of have a feeling that they're not going to be in this fight here. With Cooper out front, with nobody to challenge him, he's not having to run any defensive line. He's not low lining. These are quality laps. This is straight up racing line, start to finish for Ben Cooper. And you and I talked about it yesterday in the final heat race. They simply cannot let Ben Cooper in any kind of a gap that he's able to pull away. Now, saying that, Wareheim continues to push. It's still 1.5 seconds, but again, here's one thing. 5 laps in, 17 laps to go. Who's got the kart setup that's going to come in at the end of the race? 1.5 seconds feels like a lot. It is not anything when you go into the tail end of this race. When you get into that 15 to 20 laps. Big move there by Travis Irving. Hot Rocks getting it rolling with the GFC for Formula Works. He's going to go to P3. He slips by Foster. Irving up on the wheel.
Yeah, you can tell that they got this thing rolling for the second half of the race. It looked like he might have been slipping a little bit, but Travis Irving rolling here out of turn 10.
Listen, Kip Foster's a veteran driver. He got passed. He got reeled in and passed by Irving. He knows better than to throw it down to the inside. He knows that, listen, we got a long way to go. Again, 10 laps in, 10 laps to go, or 12 laps to go, rather. These guys can work together.
Yeah, just now looking at the live time, it looks like it's updated on my screen here. So
we're down at 5 when I look down.
Yeah, the timing is looking. I can't quite tell fast lap wise. At least the lap count looks right. But I think Wareheim is actually running slightly faster than Cooper because he's getting closer and closer. And to your point about Foster, you see it on screen. He's staying in the wheel tracks of Irving. Hey, you know what? Let's make it just a mano-a-mano fight for third if that's the way it's going to be. Let these guys keep doing what they're doing behind us.
This is kind of reminding me of the race we just saw, right? 2 drivers up front. If Wareheim keeps doing what he's doing, last time 0.03 of a second back, I said it was 1.5. Call it 0.7 of a second, the gap between first and second. We're going to have a battle for P1 and P2, a battle for P3 and P4. Let's talk draft now, though. Is he in DRS range?
Yeah, well, you could see he's trying to make it small of a frame. Look, Chris Wareheim's not the shortest dude on the planet.
No, he's not.
And he's doing, and you know what? Neither is Ben Cooper.
No.
These guys are trying to make as small air. Look at that. They're doing everything they can. Ben Cooper can't get that low in that thing.
He can't.
I got to give kudos to Wareheim.
You think about this.
Travis.
Cooper, Wareheim, and Irving, they're probably all 6 feet tall, for goodness sakes. They're not like the 5'6", 5'7", you know, the Larry Mardans, the guys that are nice down, like super cool low in the go-kart, right? These guys are up there.
Yeah, and look, dude, there it is. Just close enough to get inside that draft this time by for Wareheim.
And Wareheim was a 10th quicker, over a 10th on the last lap. Knock it down to 0.568. 12 down, 10 to go.
We've seen this before. RPG versus RPG.
Oh,
a couple years ago,
Yep.
Cooper leading, teammate chasing.
Who's it going to be today? Cooper come away with another one. I believe 2 wins already for Cooper. Does he grab his 3rd win? We'll see.
I'll tell you what, that 416 of Wareheim, watch how it rotates into the corner. He drives it the low way I like to, too. Look how back that thing in. You see Travis Irving doing something similar. They're really getting that side bite through the center of the corner, able to drive off. Foster staying with them, but the fight for the lead is going to be coming on here, Rob. I would imagine this next time by, just outside of our screen, he's going to be on him.
I'll tell you, down to less than a half a second right now. Good stuff here. 3 wins for Ben Cooper. This would be his 4th if he can come away with it. 3 victories for Ben Cooper. Does he become a 4-time winner? Yeah, the one I forgot is he's won in X30 Senior. He's won in KA 100 Master. Gotta go back to 2013 in the Soggy Nationals. He won DD2.
Look at this. This is going to be the best draft opportunity for Wareheim. Inside that turn 4 area, we're talking about that little bit of headwind. If there is one, it's going to be going in that section. This is great stuff.
Is it going to be a 4-time winner or a 1-time winner? First time for Wareheim, or does Cooper put 4 on the mantle? I don't know. Wareheim looks so good right now. Look at this. He is closed right up. I'll tell you, folks, it'll be 15 laps when they come back around. 7 laps to go. The question is, does Wareheim go right by and try to pull away?
I would say yes. I mean, honestly, you did this work to catch him on merit.
Yep.
Right? Now you've got a little bit of a draft. The question is, do you really think you got enough to pull away from Ben? I mean, Ben's not laying anything out there. This is all they got. These are quality laps for both these drivers. I would imagine going for it right away, especially maybe your number 2 or 3 favorite passing spot, not your favorite one. I don't think I want to just hang out here because Ben Cooper's been able to lay down some laps in the last 25% of a race before.
RPG runs 1-2. What a great battle further back. The GFC of Irving, the Brandon Just Trek Racing LN Kart for Foster. You got the Orslod Racing, Tony for Yoder, and Bonanno on the comp cart there as well. Yeah, I think we got to move there. I was wondering whether or not it happened. Yoder able to get by Kip Foster. Move RJD up into the 3rd spot.
We've got a great fight now. You're going to have a conversation for the win. Look at that rotation by Wareheim. I love it. And then right behind him, what a fight for the 3rd spot and 4th spot and 5th spot on the podium.
And you know we're going to stack the views for you up on top and on the bottom when we get a chance. Good stuff. Renato Jadre David goes by Irving as well. Foster on the outside. Irving's going to try to fill the bottom. Bonanno with an opportunity to potentially come in. He doesn't capitalize. Look at the over-under for Foster. He'll go alongside. These guys realize now, and Bonanno's going to come through as well. Book it. Little flick into the corner there, Mike.
Yeah, you saw Travis was going to try to go into the corner and saw a whole lot of comp cart to the inside, so he had to do a little whoopsie and get back in line. Don't count out Baldus either. Yeah. Baldus right in the combo.
Top 7 drivers within 5 seconds as, of course, the leaders have checked out, but 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th right there for the final 3 positions on the podium. RPG versus RPG up front. Cooper and Wareheim. We're going to get a 4-time winner, or someone's going to be on top of the box for the first time here in Las Vegas. Here comes the move further back. Baldus is going to go to the inside as well. Irving falls to the tail of the field. He'll try to cross him up on the exit.
You see him play with the needles, trying to find a little bit more here in the closing stages. Maybe he can lean that thing out, get just a little bit more to try to take this fight to these guys side by side at turn number 8. Foster, David. Bonanno's going to go with David.
Yeah, listen, Bonanno hasn't made a pass yet. He's just followed these guys through. That's really good racing. He's known exactly where to be. He has followed Jadre twice now to move his way now up into 4th. Bonanno getting ready to pull the trigger on Renato Jadre David as well. There's your leaders up front. 18 laps down. A number of drivers getting sent off to the track. The black flag coming for those who are getting ready to be lapped by your leaders. We clear them off. The tight confines of the racing here at the SuperNats. You don't want to have those guys out. Oh, Bonanno thinks about it. No. And I'll tell you, Jadre still running the racing line. 4 to go, Mike. 4 laps to go.
Yeah, you can see that down the straightaway, there's a little bit of a peak, but not there. Maybe not having enough because of the tailwind, perhaps, down the back straightaway. Another good opportunity right here for 10. Bonanno is close. And there's the slide. He makes a mistake. Gets on the back of bumper of David. He's going to keep going. He's not out of it yet, but advantage now to Foster. They're going to be able to break away just a little bit. Bonanno, that was close.
You know, over in 4 and over in 10, John was trying to keep that look to the inside, but he just got a little too deep in there. And as he was kind of rotating already in, got on the brake, and it pushed wide. That's going to make this a Jadre-Foster battle. Both these drivers, of course, former winners here at the SuperNats now, fighting for 3rd and 4th.
I'll tell you what, you make that shorter line, right? You basically turn in a little earlier, you close the distance. That's where he met him, just a little bit right at the turn in.
But this thing is coming to a head up front as Wareheim continues to close. He's 0.3 of a second back. Now it's the fight. There's your leaders. Let's go back to that, but we do have that fight for 3rd and 4th, and maybe just P5 all alone. 3rd and 4th may be able to pull away. These are the leaders. More lap traffic in front that will get the black flag this time by. That driver will pull off to the outside of the racetrack. Hopefully enough time to be able to get out of the way of the turn-in point. And indeed, he'll go off track. It's coming down to this. 2 laps to go in KA 100 Master. This category brought to you by Orsalon Racing. Cooper versus Wareheim. Wareheim is there. Here we go. He has not made the pass early. Chris wanting to wait to the very end of this one. Mike, we're going to see the white flag next time by. Any predictions on where it comes?
I'll tell you right now, I was wondering if he'd be close enough to make it happen. There's our split. You can see the battle for third on the bottom, the battle for the lead up top. We're going to keep an eye on both because these are great ones. This is his first. Look at that. He opens it up and cuts under. Perfectly done.
Over-under coming from Cooper. They're going to go side by side. I think Wareheim's going to have enough of it on the inside. Cooper's going to have to come back. Chris Wareheim has gone to the lead. He told me he thought he could win this race. Cooper's going to go side by side on the exit. This is what we're talking about, the photo op for Rollison Performance Group. Cooper goes back to the lead. This is it here. Final lap. Cooper's got it. Wareheim with a beautiful tight exit. Can he get to the inside? No. Low line down to the bottom. These are two veteran drivers winning many races in their career. Can Cooper become a four-timer? Oh my goodness. Wareheim trying to throw it in. Here's the over-under run. Oh, Cooper checked him up a little. Down to the bottom. They're going to be side by side. Cooper still got it. Wareheim, he's been in this spot before. Down to the bottom. Here comes the big over-under for Wareheim. He gets a great run out of turn number 10. Not enough. Cooper's going to hold him to the outside. One more shot at it. Ascend down the bottom. Cooper to the bottom of the racetrack. It's not going to be enough. They're going to be side by side in the line. Who's it going to be? We got ourselves a four-time winner. BC Ben Cooper wins by 52 thousandths of a second. Wareheim comes up just short. Foster over Jotter for P3. And oh my goodness, what happened on the final lap? Carlos Calderon ends up P5. I didn't even see it happen. Calderon up to 5th. 10th to 5th for the NorCal pilot.
Yeah, and Mario Barrio 6th.
Unbelievable. Let's go down quickly to see if we get any kind of chatter.
Once you scale, go right over there.
Okay, thank you. Nice one, Ben. Nice battle. So far. Mike, that's the kind of racing you get when you put so many former SuperNationals champions in that lead group. Cooper, Wareheim was trying to get that first one behind them. Foster, Jotter, everybody up in the middle of the fight. We didn't see what happened at the end. Bonanno ends up in 7th, Irving in 8th. How about Larry Mardan? Laurentiu Mardan plus 34. A horrible weekend for Mardan the entire time. He comes all the way up from deep in the field. Laurentiu Mardan, 9th spot. Well done. And there you have it, folks. A celebration happening. Bonner Moulton in there as well. And down, David Land standing by with our race winner.
Well, Cooper, you are a four-time winner here at SuperNats, but you had to work for that one.
Yeah, well, yeah. My job is to make sure we get some RPGs up front, and me and Chris have been probably the quickest all weekend. To be fair to Chris, he was quickest in practice, and I think he struggled a bit in qualifying, didn't quite get the lap, and that meant, qualifying is so important when you get that pole and you can kind of dictate the race. And to be honest, the kart felt fantastic on about lap 8, and I was like, oh no, that's not good, because the end of the race is going to be struggling. And for some reason I went to the hard left of the far side, and honestly I thought it was raining because I just lost the rear end, and then I lost a bit of momentum. Took me a lap to get back into it, and then it was consistent lap times. Obviously Chris has the slipstream, the draft, so he can hang on in there, but I heard him come in, and yeah, he went maybe a lap earlier than I thought he was going to go, and then it was just a cool, respectful fight at the end, how racing should be, which was awesome.
Yeah, and you guys gave each other a salute right there at the end. I mean, I've never seen a congratulations after a photo finish that quickly. I mean, just kind of talk about that moment.
Well, either way, we're here to make sure RPG's up front, and whether he's winning, I'm winning. Obviously, we both want to win, and it's easy for me to say when either one of us wins. The main job is to have RPG up the front, and we had 1-2 again. That's now 3 years in a row for RPG, 1-2 on the podium, so we're super happy.
And a second year in a row for Ben Cooper, and a great day for RPG.
Yeah, not only does RPG grab the big trophy first and second, but it's also a little testament to the coaches they have under their tent. Both, of course, Ben Cooper and Chris Wareheim, driver coaches. Ben worked actually with me when I was there in 2022. Yeah, and you have your coaches going out and showing you they can get the job done. It's just that little extra, right? Listen, this guy knows how to win races.
Yeah, hey, are you sure about that? Yeah, trust me, I got it. Yeah, those two guys putting on a show.
Mike,
excellent job.
I'm going to let you roll through the unofficial results. I'm going to head down to victory lane.
Exactly. Yeah, we got Ben Cooper, as we just talked about, just 52 thousandths in front of Chris Wareheim, the top two drivers. Kip Foster coming away with third, just in front of Renato Jader. Carlos Calderon, we didn't see how it happened. Maybe we'll be able to sneak a little highlight later about that. Carlos Calderon and Mario Barrios 5th and 6th. John Bonanno holding off for 7th. Travis Erthing 8th. Lorenzo Mardan, I think it was up 34 spots. Incredible in 9th. And rounding out your top 10, Clay Settles. And I do think we've got a recap for us. Maybe we'll be able to have that aforementioned run there in this recap. Once again, the top 10 excellent drives all the way through the Masters group. You see our K100 seniors getting ready to go. And here we go, our Coastal Inc. recap. Again, the start was all the 31 there of Cooper, but then there's Baldus on the inside there, and with contact, I think at the short end of the stick is Martin Stone. Castro didn't see how it happened. He ends up backwards in turn number 4. Then things started to kick off with Foster getting the job done. Bonanno at the crossover, and that was kind of that fight, but Werheim had to get through that first before he could go set sights. So you can see right here, Foster pushing him on through and get things done there on Bonanno. Irving, one of the drivers in that front group, getting things fired up. Good hard racing out of turn number 10. Mechanical there for one driver. Had to pull in early again. That was the 404 early exit. And again, after getting past that first part of racing, it became RPG versus RPG at the end. Those two drivers fighting for first, while the fight behind them for third, David, Irving, Foster, Bonanno. That main group, Baldus was in there as well. Each one taking a turn to the front. That was a very close call for Bonanno and David. Both drivers able to get through. And look at that crossover maneuver, carrying the speed on the outside. And then once again, that tight line, that defensive line, you don't have the exit speed, and it was Cooper able to get it back by and able to hold off by the narrowest of margins. Phenomenal sportsmanship, too, for those two drivers. And there you can see that's what happened. Baldus in the wall on the outside. But that's your Coastal Inc. recap. We're going to go down to Rob Howden right now with our next Podium of the Day.
As we get things underway here with the drivers here in this KA100 Masters, we're going to add another 4-timer here. But what a fantastic run. We actually didn't see it on the screen because it was so while we were watching the battle for first, and of course the battle at the very end there. But the end, the craziness of it, this driver coming home on the podium, folks. Put your hands together. P5 today in KA100 Masters, Carlos Calderon. Awesome drive for Carlos to get himself up there. Look at the adulation. He's absolutely thrilled by it to be able to close up on that fantastic battle that was happening for that 5th, 6th, and 7th position. So many drivers in the middle of the fight for that one. Carlos coming home here in P5. Again, not surprising the battle we had further back behind the leaders. Two of these former SuperNationals champions going at it. Finishing 4th place today for Orsilon Racing, Renato Jader David. Nicely done for Renato there. Great battle back and forth. He worked his way forward quickly and looked like he may be able to challenge to work his way even further forward, but of course the leaders had stretched out. It's good to see this driver here as well. He's a 4-time winner already. He'll be P3 on the road today. From Brandon Jarsa Crack Racing, finishing 3rd, Kip Foster. What a fantastic battle. These guys were going back and forth, and not surprising, just such controlled aggression. Every one of these drivers trying to work their way to make sure they were going to be able to get to that P3 position. Good stuff for all three of these drivers. Up front, though, the battle we were treated to came in late. The driver coming home in 2nd almost got that race win, but he put a show on, working his way all the way up to the leader, putting fast laps down. He ends up finishing 2nd. A round of applause from Rollison Performance Group P2 Chris Werheim. What a drive for Chris, obviously having to come in from a tougher qualifying run, just marching his way forward, and again, almost came away with the race win. So tremendous drive for Chris Wareheim today. You know, one of the things we obviously celebrate at all of these events is drivers that are able to get those, you know, those milestones, that second win, third, fourth win. Of course, Billy Musgrave with P5, but we're going to add another driver to the four-time club, ladies and gentlemen. He's done it in DD2, he's done it in X30 Senior, done it in Masters as well, twice now. The winner for RPG, Ben Cooper. Cooper with the victory, holding off a challenge, the attack from Chris Wareheim, half a second across the line. That's all it was, 500ths of a second, pardon me, not half, 500ths, 52 thousandths, I believe it was, across the line. And again, Wareheim did everything he could to try to find that way by. Cooper, of course, did all of the defense you could do on the final circuit. And again, Wareheim just coming up a little bit short. Nonetheless, a great drive for both of those drivers. RPG coming home first and second. Fantastic drive as well for Kip Foster, Renato Jader David, and a last lap attack to take full advantage of it, Carlos Calderon. Guys, get those trophies up in the air for us. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, our podium in KA100 Master. The confetti flies. Let's get the champagne off here, boys. Pop those. Grip it and rip it, boys. Give it a spray. There it is, the champagne flying down here in Victory Lane. Oh, good catch there, Ben. I saw that. Almost dropped that bottle. Yeah, these are the Masters drivers. They're not spraying. This is real champagne. Little sip to enjoy the fruits of your labors here on a Super Sunday. Congratulations, Ben Cooper, four-time winner here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Had to defend from Chris Wareheim, who put on an absolute show in the 22-lap main event. Kip Foster in second, Renato Jader David in fourth, and Carlos Calderon coming home P5. What a race in KA100 Master. We have been treated to a couple of fantastic battles to kick things off, folks. Again, we're rolling our way through main events here on Super Sunday. We'll send it back up to the booth.
Well, we're 2 for 2 for phenomenal finishes and phenomenal races. We're going to take a quick break before we get into our third main of the day. So hold on, be ready. We're going to be right back after this for some great action.
So there's three basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other thing is the feedback from the driver. And the last thing is the visual, like when we look at the driver on the track or we look at our onboard camera. Here at PSL Karting, we use a lot the SmartyCam 3 from AIM Sports. This camera is basically connected to the dash, and it gets all the data from the dash and it synchronizes the video already for us. So every time we use this camera, we take the SD card, put it on a computer, and then we are able to analyze the drivers side by side on the data. We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So if the SmartyCam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver is not. You see that one driver is oversteering and the other driver is pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Join the Norberg Karting Academy at all winter national karting events. Excellence, precision, legacy, the foundation of the Norberg Karting Academy. Founded by 10-time U.S. Pro Karting Champion Ryan Norberg, an innovator who transformed driver development and redefined the sport through education, technology, and mentorship. Today, his vision continues, a program designed for drivers of every level, delivering tailored plans, data-driven coaching, and opportunities for seat time at every stage of growth. Just as he experienced on his own path to the top, the Norberg Karting Academy goes beyond race day coaching to cultivate complete, confident drivers. Norberg Karting Academy, where dedication meets design and champions are built. Contact us at norbergkarting@gmail.com for more information.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been treated to some fantastic racing so far, and it's just going to keep coming for you here from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Once again, my name's Rob Howden, joined by Mike Smith here in the commentary box. I guarantee you we're going to have a run here, a little guest run in here with Xander Clemens before the day's done. We'll see him for the pro categories, of course, this afternoon. He's doing everything he can to make sure this KC broadcast is rocking and rolling. Getting set to go right now for the drivers in the KA100 senior category. Those drivers around the racetrack, getting things warmed up. And to be honest, we can't keep him up. The minute I say his name, he's going to come rolling in.
Xander Clemens, ladies and gentlemen, back.
Oh, no, we're working on. Now he's got to go work on something again.
Guy can't buy a break.
Listen, the guy's working hard. So I'll shout out to you guys at KC, and indeed, Xander will come in here right now. Xander, we got a couple seconds. We'll come in and look at this lineup in a second. But your crew, shout out to them. Up early, a longer day. You were up late last night getting things dialed in. Everything that happened yesterday, racers were able to go home. You guys had to do a lot of work.
Yeah, it was a lot. It's a lot of long days. At the end of the day, it's a labor of love. We've got a team that honestly you can find driving at any given go-kart race quite a bit throughout any given year. So they love to be a part of the biggest stage in karting. They all want to be here, and don't get me wrong, it tested a lot of them yesterday, the elements, and it, I'm sure, was no different for the SuperKarts USA officials as well.
Yeah.
But as we get ready to go for the K100 Senior Main Event, last year, a barn burner first half, fellas, and then they allowed JT to get away, the only driver in the history of the SuperNats that right now sits 2-0. Here's the third chance for Joe Turney to get an opportunity at glory, and while he's got a pretty good starting spot to fight from, but it's not the best. Jake Drew on the inside for Formula Works GFC. He's had a phenomenal weekend with a lot of pace to kick things off, and the entire black and white crew is all ready. Here we go, Rob. KA100 senior action.
And this is it, right? You do all the work to get yourself on the pole position. You're hoping just to be able to transition that into a lead coming out of the opening couple of corners. Jake Drew on the inside of the racetrack. We're going to fire things up. Couple drivers having contact further back, and we are indeed underway. Jake Drew will lead him through turn number 1. Again, remember there's a little bit of moisture on the outside of that corner. Drivers handling that nicely so far. Drew will have the outside. Big run. Drew going to try to jet away quickly. The fight further back. His GFC teammates right there with him as well. Ignore that kicker on the left side. That's not what we got in terms of running order at this point here. Yeah, you're exactly right. Xander Dega Ramos to the inside. The gap, 1.2 seconds. Yeah, you're exactly right. Xander Dega Ramos to the inside. The gap, 1.2 seconds. If you tell any driver at the end of the first circuit, I'll give you a 1.2 second gap, are you okay with that? You'd be like 100%. Now, here's the thing. Drew could pull away. It's all about what's going to happen for second right now. Xander, Mike, you know this. Chase Hand's going to want to go into second. There he is at the bottom of the racetrack. Look it, he's through there as well. Joe Turney starting to work his way to the front.
And Martinez is out, just pulled into its head in hand. Martinez's race done.
Oh, heartbreaker. We'll see. Iacopo Martinez had such a great shot at victory. To watch it slip through your fingers on the opening lap is heartbreaking. Now the reigning winner to the inside for second with help from Paulie Massimino, another KA100 Senior SuperNationals champion working together there in third.
We didn't get a chance to really give you the full look at the grid. We saw the look at the grid. We didn't talk about it, but I'll tell you, one of the guys I want to see happen here is Race Liberante. Plus 11, 2 laps in, folks. He's in the 7th spot, was a heat race winner when it was all said and done, but Liberante, the man on the move right now. Does he have enough in the 990 to be able to work his way up to the race win?
You can see the heartbreak for Iacopo Martinez in the scale line. A tough go on his first of 2 tries at a SuperNats main event. But how about it? We talk about, again, how Joe Turney was able to get away last year because of the fight for second. Race Liberante has a chip on his shoulder after 2024. He and Frankie Mossman were the 2 really combatants that allowed JT to get that lead. And while we continue to roll on here on lap 3, Turney trying to hunt down Jake Drew with a bit of an improvement. Mike, let's take a little bit of a look back with the fight for second on screen, as well as an AKR replay here in a moment. Right there, bottom left.
Yeah, there it is, Mike.
Jesus Vasquez Jr. a little wide there coming out of turn number 10, trying to clear on Martinez, and he wasn't. And Martinez, that left front tire from him, right rear Vasquez to the wall.
Mike, he was holding on to it.
Yeah, and sometimes you try to get out of that and you can't because your bumper actually gets hooked into the rear bumper of the driver in front of you. So perhaps that was another scenario where even if he wanted to, he couldn't. So you see another move right there. And we were talking about that big lead from Drew. Well, that thing's down to 8/10. And I'll tell you, part of the reason why, the veterans behind him are being very efficient with the jostling of position. But I will say, Turney is the one who lost out on that. You got Massimino, new P2 driver.
Paulie Massimino on the move right now, Xander. You see he was able to go by quickly. Very good out of the gate. Remember, a 22-lap race. The wind continues to whistle here trackside. He's 0.8 of a second back, but last time by was faster by 0.6 than the leader. Paulie Massimino shot out of a cannon to start this main event.
Mind you, last year we didn't really get to see what Massimino had in store. Tagged the wall in the opening lap of the K Senior main event. Paulie would love to become a repeat winner in K100 Senior, but here's the Pro Tour champ back down the inside. Every time they make inroads here, fellas, right as they're starting to get within that 1 second delta to Jake Drew, the leader, the new driver pulls into P2 from third. Ramos now leading the train.
And still gained. Still actually was able to gain on that. So the lead down to .680 as there's the move back to the other way. Now, they're being awfully efficient about it, but man, they probably could have made it to Drew by then if they just chilled out. You got Turney. He's going to follow through. Ooh, a little bit of a hip check on the way through. Turney up to third with an effort.
And we held exactly the same reaction on that, didn't we? Joe did not get the thing turned into the corner and just let it ride out a little bit, and it could have hung Ramos out to dry.
Joe Turney this morning was really frustrated, fellas, when it came down to the fact that he was trying to work together to get forward. And, contact here. Enzo Vidmontian, Chase Hand going backwards. We also saw off to the wayside, looked like Alexander Vanchev is out. And Liberante not giving no love to a fellow Californian in Chase Hand in turn 13. Liberante on the move. There's another veteran that has also climbed up the boards, although he faded back this lap. Maureen Kremers from 21st got as high as 11th early. He's dropped to 13th now. Colin Lloyd got by him. Ruben Moya on the march forward. He was frustrated Saturday afternoon with the way things ended in Friday night as well. He's on a tear to get to his teammate.
Yeah, Ruben Moya fast lap last time by a 49.656, 0.6 quicker than the leader Drew. So Moya up on the wheel. But we are watching the run here for Massimino. You always think, Mike, in a long 22-lap race, the drivers that really kind of are the big attackers early on, where do they go on tire pressure? Are they too high? Are they going to eventually plateau and start falling off at the end? You wonder whether Massimino did that because he was really the big attacker early on, but he is slowly but surely reeling in Jake Drew. There's the draft. He'll find himself on the bumper as they come through turn number 1.
Oh, man. The whole group's coming with him, Mike. All three of them, Turney, Ramos, Vidmontien, and here's our new leader to the inside. Paulie Massimino takes command.
And you see, letting him go was Jake Drew. He's going to let him go. He's going to drop in and say, hey, you caught me. I've been leading for a while. And you know what? I talked to Drew earlier in the week, and they were trying to work on that long run pace as much as you can in a 10-lap heat race, but make sure we're good at the end. He's almost always good in the beginning. Make sure we're good at the end. There's another move there, Ramos to P3, and guess what, guys? It's going to be 5 drivers in a row here for the lead soon.
Well, we've talked a lot about the fact that if you're trying to hold Joel Turney from winning races, the best place to put him is back in 4th and 5th. You got to make sure you're always attacking to keep him back. Daniel, you mentioned last year with Liberanti and Mossman battling it out. That allowed Turney to get away. If you need to beat him, you got to keep him back. You got to keep him behind a bunch of guys.
Mike, you were officiating this race. Rob, you weren't at this one with us, but on our Kart Chaser coverage, the last race in Newcastle that JT was at, his last American event, Ryan Norberg was on the sidelines. He joined us there as a look at Dino Chiesa, Mr. Kart Republic, watches on from the grandstands. But Ryan put it perfectly of how Joe's been able to win so many events. That incredible run in 2023 that capped off in 2024 at the Supernats. He is one of the smartest drivers when he gets to second of feeling the tempo of the drivers around him. And when he feels third, starting to get antsy and wanting to go by him, that's when he goes by the leader and triggers the fight. And at some point, you can't call it coincidence. Yep. He's playing the cards well, and he's still in the mix.
Well, I was wondering if he was going to get a little bit of a pusher from fellow Kart Republic, Vidmontien. Vidmontien's like, nah, I like to go around him.
Yeah, Vidmontien wants to win this as well. What do you got, Xander?
Front bumper, Diego Ramos. Look at the right front on that PSL BRLR. It looks a little low to me, Mike.
Yeah, I was watching him as he was going by. It's not one of those big flutters where it's a double. It could just be single, or it could just be the way he's going over the bumps, but I saw that as well, sir.
Yeah, so that'd be a 3-second penalty if it holds. There's been plenty of protests and appeals, fellas. It's had to modify even the original draft of the modified schedule for today to make sure there was enough room that if someone wanted to appeal a penalty or get one added, it was all built in.
Enzo Vidmontien, the fastest driver last time by, and he is leading Turney to try to make it this 5-driver battle up front. There is a bit of a gap from third Diego Ramos back into fourth Enzo Vidmontien as they come across the line. Lap 10 in the books. The gap between third and fourth about 0.4 of a second. Drew, after getting passed by Massimino, locks himself onto the bumper. Does he think about the inside? No. Right now, midway through the race, 10 laps in, still 12 laps remaining. Why not ride around here? If you got enough pace to pull away, no need to throw it back in. And listen, they've got Turney back in P5. You keep doing this, you're not going to give him a chance to get by. Massimino leading the way.
And we talked about this in the heat races as well, Mike, that this is a track where there is so much opportunity to make passes that you're almost looking to your competitors to hold the line and restrain yourselves from the temptation to make a move to try and get away. In K Junior, we saw that done to perfection, and in K Master just moments ago, it was kind of forced upon them with Chris Wareheim just trying to close the gap to Ben Cooper. But right here, the top 3 and especially the top 2, Jake Drew and Paulie Massimino, are putting that on display. That's realizing who's around them. I can be calm enough, and then, well, not here. Drew wants back by.
Yeah, and it's going to be kind of hard not to if that headwind's in there. Cooper actually made a comment about losing a little bit of momentum and taking another lap to get going, and so maybe that's one of those scenarios. I thought Ramos was going to be the one to make the move, not Drew. As they go down turn number 8 side by side, slot back in. Look, Vidmontien, watch for the move. Nah, not going to be doing it because of a little bit of a defense.
Shout out there as well to Ramos. He realized that I think he checked up a little bit going to 8, did not want to get into the back of Drew there. We are stacking things back up. Look at this big over-under protection coming from Turney. Nope, he went wide but wasn't able to tuck it back underneath. You know who this is helping right now is Chase Hand. That guy's back in 6th position up on the wheel. Hand is closing. Let's see whether or not he ends up getting up to that group. But Chase Hand right there in the Formula Works GFC up on the wheel. He's been so good all weekend long. He just wants these guys to keep fighting. Oh, he's loving this. Are you kidding me? To the inside to P2, Turney rides the rim on the inside. He'll go to second.
Incredible. 3 for 1. What a move. Hand is there now. And look who else has climbed up the board. The other combatant from last year. Fast Frankie Mossman's on the gas. He's up to 7th from way back. 17th on the grid for the SCR Carlos Sainz machine as Vid Montiel now gets shuffled to 6th. Hand into the top 5. That's 2 of the black and white GFCs moving.
Look what we got right now, guys. We got Massimino, Drew, Ramos, Vidmonti, and Turney as your top 5. Then Hand, Mossman, Nash is in the game. Moya and Sarfati not too far away.
I'll say this, an issue potentially for Liberante. He's fallen down into 12th spot. Well, listen, we've got 13 laps in with, 9 to go now, and all bets are off. These guys are going at it. We've got another 4 cars or 5 karts that are going to be in this fight. This is going to be a 9-driver battle here momentarily. Xander, this is what happened. We talked about the layout early on. The minute they started the battle in the main events, everyone's going to come back to the show. 9 drivers are going to be in this by the time they get back to the stripe.
More than that, maybe. Look at this. Moya, Sarfati, Kremers, Liberante, Lloyd, Burnett is there. There are so many that could all get up into the lead group. But right now, at the helm of it, Paulie Massimino. There's his father watching along in the grandstands in a sea of BJR hoodies, all bundled up and hoping that the blue and white stays out front. Still another lap in the books with Paulie leading another lap to the inside to block, and the line gets deeper and deeper. And how long can this last, Mike?
We saw this at the very end of the last couple of races. Guys, we have a lot of racing to go. It is like the last lap when we got about 8.
6. Oh, 8. 8 to go, you're right. 8 laps still remaining, and these guys are racing like it's potentially 2 to go. Massimino, big wide run. He's tried to hope for it. It's not going to happen. JT goes to P1. Immediately to the bottom of the racetrack. Ramos comes through as well. It looked to me like Massimino was thinking he may be able to do a full race line to try to stretch away. He opened the door, and in came Turney. Turney goes to the lead now. Ramos follows him through. And who else is up there? Chase Hand up to P4.
And 4 wide, all the way outside the top 10 now goes Vid Montiel. The rookie just got fed to the wolves.
Guy I'm watching right now is Moya. He's been steadily working his way. He's been to lead Pantano, and now he's in the conversation just behind Drews. You see the high, wide, and handsome. A little bit of liquid on the outside tires for a Hand, but he's going to slot back in, not losing any time doing it.
Now he's got to hope those tires get cleaned back off before they get down to turn 4. Look at Moya trying to rip the high side. He'll pull alongside for 4th. He might get it. He'll get the inside for turn 7. And indeed, Moya slots into line ahead of Hand, who goes to the outside now. 2x2 super speedway action here, fellas.
Good run around the outside for Hand as he's going to slot back into that position. Right now, Turney leading the way. Who's going to move him back a spot? Look at all these guys coming in. We may get some contact further back. Listen, you've got up here, guys. You're further back. Have some patience. Still 7 to go. Don't throw it away. This is your second opportunity to go for a race win. Liberante back in the fight here as well.
He's back in it, and so is Kremers. First time we've seen him into the mix. And finally, a breakaway up front. Ramos and Turney looked like they were pretty frustrated with each other early on. Those two, for the first time in about 7 laps, went to the normal line into 1. And now they might be able to really break away as Massimino, Hand, Moya, Drew, working together there. The gap is going to explode right here.
Mike, we've seen this before. They can't let this happen. We're talking world champion. We're talking Diego Ramos, your KA100 Senior Pro Tour champion. Of course, multi-time winner. These guys further back are battling it out pretty aggressively. They cannot let these leaders get away. Mike, you talk about how much speed Moya has. Can he be the guy to bring them back?
This all lies in the hands of Diego Ramos, I think. If Ramos decides to push, it could be the breakaway that can't be beat. Although, that being said, the driver I've been watching, Moya's up to 3rd, and now Massimino behind him. And then Drew. Here's 3 drivers that, if they want to, can push and maybe have a shot. But again, I think Ramos has the key.
Well, Moya just said, he just lined him up. He said, listen, we're not going to do this if we're battling each other. Further back, that's where the fight's happening. Hand is going to get roughed up a little bit there. Might even Blake Nash going through. So there you go. Guys further back are really kind of scrapping to try to get themselves, I think, Xander, up into the top 5, right? They're not thinking race win at this point, but Moya and Massimino have to work together if they want to reel in these leaders.
And they are. However, the damage has already been done, and the clock does not have a lot of time left. This time it'll be 18 laps complete. 4 laps to go. Can Joe Turney keep the streak alive at the Supernats. It'd be unprecedented to win your 3 first Supernats victories in your only 3 starts, and the driver right there on his heels trying to dethrone and trying to get his first Supernats win is our most recent SKUSA Pro Tour K champ, and the first time he won that title as well in Ramos. But Moya, Massimino last time by, let's look at the times, fellas. Overall, pretty even, a slight nod to P3 and P4, and the headwind is going to continue to help him.
See a little bit of a narrower line by Ramos, a little bit of a shorter distance. He's going to try to have the run coming out of the corner. This may set him up for a maneuver if he decides to take it. No, he's going to keep the patience going. Key if it's going to stay a mano-a-mano fight at the front.
So let's set the stage for you here. We've got essentially 3 duos lined up, 3 two-car battles, running 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6. Actually, 3 back to 6 are kind of lining up right now. They need to use that train to push their way forward. The gap, 1.2 seconds from Ramos back to Moya. 19 laps down, 3 to go. Up front, Kearney and Ramos. Kart Republic versus Viral Art, ready to battle it out for the race win. And yeah, Ramos is lining it up. He's not thinking about anything but pushing Kearney for a last lap scrap.
And luckily for, well, I was just going to say, I thought everybody was going to stay nose to tail. They've been doing it with some patience, but there, Massimino's like, no, I think I need to be the leader here. And also the same thing for Drew on Kremers.
To Massimino's credit, right, and Moya, these two, they've raced each other on the Pro Tour. Ruben Moya made his U.S. debut last year here at the Supernats. Didn't make a lot of friends. Was very aggressive, especially right out of the gate in the first heat. But in the Pro Tour, I've seen him show a lot of conservation and a lot of what we've seen out of the top 2 right now. And that's, hey, if I'm not the best, but there's a better leader of the 2 of us, I'm okay to try that. Paulie bought some respect pushing him. Now he's pulled a little gap.
If there's any kind of big move out of Ramos here, and if it happens too early, if it happens maybe in turn 10, these guys are close enough to be able to get right in there.
Yeah, to be honest, I think that's what they have to have happen. There's no way they're going to catch him on merit right now. Joe Turney, as we know, probably one of the absolute best in the world right now. He's won 2 races here in the 2 starts at the SuperNationals. Xander had mentioned, would he go 3 for 3 undefeated in SKUSA SuperNationals competition? That would be unheard of. Away we go now. Remember, white flag going to fly this next time by. Out of 12 to 13, Xander, final lap. Here they come. Turney versus Ramos.
Joe Turney for 3 straight Supernats win. Diego Ramos for his first. The fight for third is raging on, as well as Moya takes him to the low side. First over-under attempt, no, to the high side, and Turney's going to keep Ramos pinned in the water as they race on by the grandstands down to turn 4. Turney low, Ramos high, and behind him the war continues. Can Ramos pull alongside? He does. Half a lap to go, Rob. Joe Turney, Ramos, wheel to wheel.
Ramos is going to go all the way around the outside. Does he have enough of a run to beat him through turn 8? They're going to be side by side through 8. No lift here. Ramos goes to P1.
Diego Ramos, can he make it stick in turn 10? Inside, over under from Turney. 2 turns to go.
Here they come. Ramos has the spot. He can low line here. Does Turney have it around the outside? Here they come. Little touch of the curbing. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Who's going to win it? It is Diego Ramos. Ramos wins at the line by 22 thousandths of a second. Ramos, the Pro Tour champion, also puts a SuperNationals on the resume.
Diego Ramos never has won on this stage before. Marin Kremers, by the way, third, the former teammates. What a performance. Liberante fourth, Massimino fifth. Diego Ramos, the Brazilian, is a Pro Tour champ and now a SuperNationals champ.
Diego celebrating there at the scales. I'm telling you, outside run, Mike, through turn number 6 and 7. Look how pumped he is there. And then, of course, side by side, those 2 drivers, 2 fantastic pilots, side by side through turn number 8.
The respect.
Yeah.
This is the kind of stuff that we expected to see on Sunday. Some of the best doing it, and that's exactly how you get it done right there. Excellent respect and sportsmanship.
Diego Ramos pumped up for sure. The crew thrilled with it. Joe Turney coming home in second. Look at this celebration. Ramos with the crew at PSL Karting, Viral Art. They are thrilled with that one. Amazing stuff there. We're going to come back in a pack a little bit, but ladies and gentlemen, Diego Ramos, we're going to head down with Caleb Viesca when he can finally get a hold of the race winner.
Super National Champion, and we're going to continue to move the scale lines forward. So it was a great drive, a great last 2 laps out of Diego Ramos. And look at the huge support group here that is here celebrating with him. And then again, there is a half pushback for Diego Ramos in at the moment. But that being said, we'll catch up with him as they continue to debrief. Diego, I'm going to bring you over here as you continue to celebrate. Diego, tell me about the feeling. This is an event that you've tried time and time again to win. Today, it comes true for you.
It's amazing. You don't know what's passing through my head right now. How the hard work we have been doing in the past like 3 years, and yeah, won the Pro Tour, now won SuperNats. Yeah, amazing. The guys needed more than me. Super happy with the material I had. Beer was fantastic. The engine, amazing rocket ship, and yeah, we have one more today, starting 15, but fuck, I don't know.
What do you have to say to all the people back home that are cheering on for the Cachorro Loco this weekend?
Para todo mundo que tá torcendo no Brasil aí, somos campeões e esse título para vocês.
There you go. Diego Ramos, Super National Champion in KA Senior. David?
Here with the second place, at least on the at the moment. I know there's a possibility of a half pushback on Ramos, but for now, let's talk about a second place finish, Joe Turney. Your first second place at SuperNats, but you still got a pretty good finishing record.
Yeah, no, happy. Like, obviously, it sucks to lose on the last lap like that. Yeah, I probably just stopped a bit too much in that right, and he got on my outside, and then I was super close to getting the over-under on the last corner, but I didn't plan on over-under, and I sort of had to switch what I was doing in the last second, and for that reason I sort of lost the speed on the exit. But yeah, I think we did a good job. I think I was missing a tiny bit of speed in the final, so I think we raced well to get back to the lead, and props to Diego for pushing us all the way to the last lap, because he stayed patient, and in the end it worked out for him. So it was just a one-on-one on the last lap.
You talked about, not maybe having the kart that was as dominant as it was last year. Kind of talk about working your way through the front, because there was a lot of traffic out there.
Yeah, there was for sure. I got a rough start. I was in the wet patch on turn 1, and then I think the kart's fast. Just we probably went a bit in the wrong direction at one point this week, and lost a few sessions for that. So a bit frustrating, but I think in X30 we've got the package to win.
You just mentioned that, no one has ever won 2 X30 SuperNats before. You look to become the first repeat winner in that class. You just mentioned your confidence, but go into a little bit more detail about that for later this evening.
Yeah, and nice to get a podium here. Nice to get the second. Obviously, it would have been better to get the first, but to get a podium takes a bit of pressure off the X30. It means we can just go for it in that and not have to worry about taking any trophies home, because we've already got one. So, yeah, we're gonna give it everything we have in the X30, put the focus there now, and try and win that one.
All right, folks, I'd say that's a pretty good teaser for later this afternoon when Joe Turney goes for his second SuperNats in a row in X30.
Thank you, David. No doubt about that. Indeed, fantastic drive, as we said, for Diego Ramos with the win. Joe Turney coming home in second. We're not sure what's going to happen in terms of results-wise. We'll have to see how it all plays out before we do head down and I run down to victory lane. I don't want to shout out Marian Kremers. Listen, this guy was outside the top 10, top 15 essentially all week long. All that battling, he's able to work his way forward. What a fantastic run for Marian Kremers. Let's send down right now as he stands by with Caleb.
Thank you, Rob Martin. You started 20th in that race, up to 3rd, and you had just come in a frame halfway through it. Tell me about that race for you, and again, getting yourself on another SuperNationals podium.
It was crazy. I mean, I was all over the place. I've been in the front and the back, and I'm happy to end on the podium. Couldn't have done this without the whole RPG crew behind me. I mean, we've been working tirelessly all week to be up here. I made us life difficult in quali, where I messed up and put myself on the back foot. I started every heat race on the 10th row, so 19th or 20th, and I guess that paid off, because in the final I knew exactly what to do that first lap to survive it, because I started 20th again, and then
work my way forward slowly. Me and Nico were working together for a while. I didn't want to get in fights early on and lose the contact with the lead pack. I mean, I always saw them in the front. I was never really in it, but I could see them for a while, and then I knew as long as I can stay in there the last couple of laps, they're going to start fighting, and it's going to play right into my hand, and I'm glad it did.
And again, tell me about that celebration after the race, right? Celebrating with Diego. You guys spent many years together, working together with PSL. Tell me what that meant to you.
I mean, he's like a little brother to me. We've been working together a lot. Not recently, obviously, we have in different teams, but we still like each other. We still talk to each other every race and hope the best for each other. So to finally see him in this race, that's amazing, and really happy for him. I hope he doesn't get a penalty or anything like that, because he doesn't deserve it. He deserves this win, and yeah, I couldn't be happier for him and his whole team.
Thank you, Mari.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, a lot to run back from that one, Mike, no doubt about it. And again, the racing continues. Master Shifter, of course, is getting ready to go. But when we take a look back and kind of now have caught our breath from a barn burner KA100 Senior main event, talk about one of the wildest finishes in SuperNats history for that class specifically as well. A photo finish to the line, one of the closest ones we've had all weekend of any given session. And Diego Ramos, you can see as well that big sigh of relief. How about it? There's team owner Dominic Lebrecq as well from PSL Karting. They have backed this this promising superstar for a number of seasons now. And this year, finally, it feels like while he's had the speed, so many races over the years that they have been together, that the stars have finally aligned and the results have finally matched the performance and the ability of the Brazilian American. He resides in Orlando, Florida, grew up in Brazil, but he's with us on almost every bit of the American National Tour. It's cool to see him get the big one. You can see how much respect all of his competitors have for him, congratulating him as well.
Yeah, exactly. It was well earned on that entire deal, and you know, like Kremers was saying, like, hey, he deserves it. He did all the right moves, and hey, very calculated and strategic run. Fantastic job by Ramos.
No doubt about it. The Coastal Link recap on deck here while the track continues clearing out, and of course the podiums are getting ready to roll. Let's take a look back here at this main event for KA100 Senior. Jake Drew started on the pole at the helm of a 90-plus entry list field, and of course a full house of 40 deep here in the main event, 41 with the dice roll. First lap, though, woes already. Down at turn 10, Iacopo Martinez, one of Kart Republic's rising stars from the European scene, unfortunately, into the wall on the opening circuit, Mike, and you can feel the heartbreak. Many drivers could relate to it. Paulie Massimino right there definitely could have. And further back, carnage. Ibrahim Dean involved, a number of karts altogether. One of the REM Cosmics around. And then here, as much as the fighting went on, even there between Turney and Ramos a little bit for second, we weren't sure if they were going to get to Jake Drew, but they just continued hunting him down no matter how many passes they made for second.
But you can see it's a 22-lap race, and so even though something like that happens, so you get settled back in. That's exactly what Ramos did. Remember, we saw that little hip check out of 4 for Ramos and Turney, but they were both able to get back to the front. You see, coming through the turn 4, a 3 for Turney.
Let's take a look down here. At this point, the midway part of the race, the field really began to stack up. Massimino was doing everything he could to hold them at bay, but Turney was able to find a gap on the inside into turn 7 and open the lead up. And then the battling for third kind of backed the field away from the leaders. Chase Hand from in the mix early on to backwards down the leaderboard. The same with Enzo Vidmontien. And then right here on this final lap, this racetrack, the wider lines, the wider kind of groove that's been put on display all weekend. Even that kink in the middle of the circuit had 2x2 action all the way back. I mean, these guys spent more time side by side on the final lap, Mike, than they did single file.
Look at that, just 52 thousandths of a second, and great sportsmanship at the end. How about it, Diego Ramos, and there's Marian Kremers.
Let's send it down to the unofficial results. Rob Howden standing by at the podiums for Diego Ramos and crew, the top 5 unofficially here for your KA100 Senior main event, our third with a lot more to go, but down to you, Rob.
Yes, Xander, indeed. This is provisional, obviously. Roll through with what we have here right now. So in provisional results, let's go to it right now. Finishing in the 5th position in KA100 Senior for Brandon Jarzacrack Racing, Paulie Massimino, P5. Great run for Paulie, was up in the middle of the hunt. P5 for Paulie. You know, he wanted a lot more than that, but Paulie coming home in that 5th position will bring him over to the far side of the podium here, and Tom will present him with that P5 trophy, former winner here in that KA100 senior category. Again, provisional results here in the class. How about this drive here, folks? A rough start to the weekend, but he works his way up, finishing in 4th position. Race Liberanti coming home P4 for Forward Direction Motorsports on the Pantano. What a great drive for Race. Getting himself up to P4. Finishing in 3rd spot. This guy had to come from 20th. It was a rough weekend to start, but he dug his way forward. All that fighting in the front. The veteran driver able to get the job done. P3 today, Marian Kremers. The RPG driver goes to an amazing run to 3rd spot. Great drive for Marian on the podium there in 3rd. 2 more spots to go. These are the 2 drivers that battle it out through to the very end. A fantastic battle on the last lap made it happen. Finishing in the 2nd spot today, Joe Turney on the Kart Republic. One more spot on the podium. Let's go to work on this one here, folks. The final lap, an unbelievable pass around the outside of turn 6. They hung it out to dry through turn number 8 side by side. He held it through the last couple of corners. He is your Pro Tour KA100 senior champion. He'll now call himself a SuperNationals race winner as well. The victor for PSL Karting on the Beer Alert, Diego Ramos. Ramos coming in. He'll drop that helmet down on the top step of the podium. The PSL driver stepping up on top there. The SuperNats trophy going. Again, provisional results here, obviously, as we saw as they came through the scales. But provisional is what we do here on the podium, of course. And indeed, a fantastic drive there. Cash money coming up, as we know, for the drivers here. $500 for Paulie Massimino. $500 as well for Race Liberanti. P3 coming home with $750. Second place, $1,000, and the first place prize of $2,500 for the race winner, Diego Ramos, provisional race winner here. Also, one more thing we'll bring in as well, the BRM watch here as well for the driver in KA100 Senior. We'll get a photo with that once we get all wrapped it up here. We'll do that. We'll do that at the very end, guys. Drop your stuff down there. Let's grab those trophies for me, folks, if we can. Drop your checks down as long as we have all the photos we need from the media side. We'll drop those checks down, guys. Grab your trophies, and we'll get those up in the air for the Rays trophy shot. We'll get the champagne after that. Guys, do me a favor. Trophies up in the air, please. Here is your podium for K100 Senior. Make sure everybody, we got that in the media. Great job, guys. The champagne can fly next. We know you guys are probably going racing still here, so you don't need to spray that champagne if you don't want. Diego Ramos will. Let it rip. Massimino's out. Paulie doesn't want to get wet. Yeah, Massimino says, I don't want to get wet. Neither do I. So, hey, Ramos is out of here as well. So there you have it, the champagne flying. They've all got to go racing still, folks, here in the Pro X30 category. Liberanti, he's the disturber up there right now. A little chink there. Guys, congratulations. Again, provisional results here in KA100 Senior. A fantastic race. You can't take anything away from the battle we saw, Xander, on the racetrack. It was awesome between these 5 very talented racers. We got so much more racing to come. We'll send it back up to the KC booth.
Thanks, Rob. Indeed. So much more racing still on tap. What an incredible main event for K100 Senior. And again, we're still at the top of the batting order. Master Shifter. It's time to start banging some gears here, Mike. You can see they're queued up down on the grid. We'll take a quick break to step aside. When we return, it's time to go green with our first Shifter Kart main event of the day.
On start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, Our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
And we are back again. The main event just keep on coming here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 28th edition of this fantastic race. I'll tell you, I think we all kind of stood on the sidelines like, man, how good was that race in KA? We've talked about the driving standards throughout the week. Mike Smith, it wasn't in that race. Those drivers were fantastic up front, battling back and forth. And the side-by-side with Kearney and Ramos through turn number 8, flat out, full chat. Amazing.
Yeah, indeed, Rob. That was the thing. It's the respect level is phenomenal on that deal. You know, it's just so great to see these guys give each other the room, race hard, give each other just that little bit, and still able to come away with a phenomenal drive.
Hey, listen, it was elbows up. Guys were diving out. They were beating on each other left and right. You see, we're trying to give you the main event grid, but right now live timing not popping up for us here right now, so everybody's going to roll their way in here. This is what happens when you rely on actual internet. Back in the day, I remember having the sheets to look at all the time, right? There you go. It's lined up for us now. Billy Musgrave starting on the pole position. Remember, folks, Ben Cooper's now a 4-time winner. Musgrave already 5. He's thinking about 6 and 7 later on this afternoon. Musgrave for Factory Kart starting on the pole alongside Alan Shuto. Shuto and that GFC has been so good this weekend. Remember, we're talking long run now. That's what's going to happen on lap 11, 12, and 13. They haven't run those yet this weekend. Foray will be right there as well on the outside of the front row. These are your drivers a little bit further back in the action as we continue to fight our way, work our way through. I just got dropped off my internet. Happens all the time here. Let's have a look at the grid once again as to keep going. There it is over here. Davide Foray will be alongside Jordan Musser. Then we'll have Jonathan Vitolo and Anders Elkjar, Jose Montalto and Mirko Marzoni, and then Matt Jasko and Luca Croce, the drivers who will be on the first 5 rows of the grid.
Talk about the next drivers here as we're still lining up here, so we got some time to make sure we get the next few drivers. How about Scott Presti and Sam Clace in row number 6, and Luca Borto and Larry Pegram, John Baldessari, Kevin Woods, Luis Gautier, Frank Runco, Scott Hargrove, and Sam Bestwick to round out your top 20.
Drivers will work their way down in here for the standing start for Master Shifter. Billy Musgrave and Alan Schuto. Musgrave's always been known for a fantastic launch line. Obviously, coming into karting through motocross before he was able to even get into shifter karts. Very good off the line. But hey, listen, Alan Schuto was the better of them for the first 2 heat races as well. He was super strong.
Yeah, Schuto is looking good. In fact, it was Schuto who led at the final heat race. So it's going to be all to play for. They're just starting to get into the last bit of starting boxes here, Rob. We're going to go green for shifters.
All clear at the tail of the field. We'll go to the front. Visors down. To the flag. Master Shifter. Green, green, green. Look at the ball scatter. Whole shot goes to Billy Musgrave. He'll work his way through. Schuto gets hammered in the back a little bit. He gets pushed off. He had to wait to get through that puddle before he got back on the gas. That was a veteran move by Alan Schuto. Number of drivers up and over. They're going to go 3 wide coming out of 4 and 5 here in the opening circuit. And Musgrave will use it to pull away early. Davide Fore goes into the 2nd spot. He's comfortably into P2. And how about Jordan Musser up into 3rd to get things underway. Clean and green for the opening half of the lap. Let's see what happens as they come back around. We'll give you the top 10 rundown as Musgrave rolls it across the line. He will start things off with about a second gap over Fore. Musser 3rd, Schuto 4th. How about, trouble for Fore! Trouble for Fore off from P2. Oh goodness, Davide Fore, the former world champion, is off the racetrack already. He'll roll the 692 Praga to the scales. Unbelievable turn of events for the driver who got out the line so quickly.
I was just going to point out, how about Matt Jasko up to 5th, but hey, how about, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And then you've also got Musser in P2, now Schuto in 4th, and then Presti, Bortel, Mazzoni, Croce, Vitolo, and Clace now top 10.
Oh my goodness, what a turn of events for Davide Fore. So that's going to move again. Musser into the 2nd spot. As you can see the lower half of the screen, you're going to see the absolute emotion of Davide Fore. I know I saw David Land rushing his way down there. I expect we'll be able to get a chance potentially to chat with Davide. Musser up into the 2nd spot. Schuto goes into 3rd. Matt Jasko up into 4th. What a start for Jasko from P10. Scott Presti 5th. Bortone 6th. Mazzoni, Croce, Vitolo, and Clays the top 10. Watch for Clays to put his head down and work his way forward. But it's already a 2-second lead right now, Mike, for Billy Musgrave. That's not a guy you want to give that kind of a lead to.
Just going to say that in Masters, we talk about you don't want Ben Cooper to get out too far away. Hey, we talked about you probably don't want Turner to get too far away. Well, Billy Musgrave, same kind of conversation. Don't want to get him too far away. Now, as we get another lap in the books, advantage still Musgrave by about 2/10 over Musser and Schuto that time by.
See the battle there further back for 4th and 5th. That's Matt Jasko and Scott Presti. Didn't get a chance to talk much about Matt. Here's the driver who has run, I think, 22 of the 28 SuperNationals. Always likes to come out and see if he can run. Did a lot of racing back in his earlier days. Finished as the race winner in the 80cc junior category back in 1998 or 1999. Then went on to actually be picked as part of the 4 drivers in the Red Bull driver search alongside Scott Speed, Colin Fleming, and Dominique Claessens. A Red Bull driver for a number of years, ran Formula BMW USA, won that championship, won a lot of races. He's done a lot of stuff in his life for sure, and Jasko continues to have karting at the core as that pro driver. He's run NASCAR races in trucks, in Xfinity, done a lot of different racing. Always love to have him here. Being told the input from David Land from pit lane and the scales, Mike, an engine issue for Davide Fore.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's the thing, too. We talk about body of work, and there's one more page that need to be written, and unfortunately, it only had a couple of sentences in there for Fore, and it was engine failure.
Yeah, tough one for sure. Here's the battle for 2nd position right now. Jordan Musser versus Alan Schuto. Musser been trying to win here at the SuperNationals. He runs 2nd right now. I'm not sure that they have the pace to hang with Billy Musgrave. Again, think about that. He is a pro shifter driver as well. There have been some people that have talked about the fact that maybe we just shouldn't have guys in pro running in the category. You can't run either or. It's legal right now, and Musgrave using it to his advantage. He is a Masters level driver, also running in pro. We're going to grab his 6th SuperNationals race win. Schuto's been able to get by. He goes to P2, Musser back into 3rd.
Yeah, Schuto did not have the start. You talked about it earlier. smartly negotiating that wet patch on the outside of turn number 1 after not getting the start he wanted, now having to work his way back up to P2. But still 3 or so seconds is across the line here, about 3+ seconds off. There it is, 3.3. There's a 2-second advantage, Musser to Presti. Presti's gotten the job done on Jasko. Mazzoni's actually gone by as well. I don't know. These two, yeah, I was just going to say Musser. Maybe even Musser's like, I don't know if we're going to catch him. I'd like to have best of the rest.
This is great stuff, though. Jordan Musser versus Alan Sciutto. Sciutto, another 80cc Junior SuperNationals winner. I want to say 2002. I think he won when we came to the Rio for the first time. Musser, of course, as we know, 5-time, I think, SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion, Rotax National champion multi-time as well. Again, one of the legends of our sport, Jordan Musser, no doubt about that. And running here with PSL Karting, 3G Kart Racing, Dave Pauly has been a longtime supporter of the efforts for Jordan Musser. And indeed, Musser hammer down out into the second spot. There's that run we're talking right now. Scott Presti up into the 4th spot. 5th is Mirko Mazzoni on the ITEL course. 6th now is Jasko. 7th is Vitolo. 8th, Croce plays up a spot as they've been able to get by Luca Bortone. What do you got, Mike?
Vitolo down to a 45.1. He's actually running lap times right there. Maybe the second fastest guy on the course right now. 44.9 is Musgrave last time by. 45.0 for Musser. 45.1 for Vitolo. He's rolling.
An absolutely horrible weekend for Scott Skitchy Barnes out of Bermuda on that Maranello. He's been on the podium multiple times before. His birthday today on Super Sunday, was hoping to give himself a present and get the thing back on the podium. But it seemed like every heat race, we saw him rolling in front of us early here to go to the scales. There were some issues for him, 100%. There's that move to the inside for Vitolo in the 6:34 as he gets another spot. Getting by, I think, got by Jasko, so he's up a spot as well. But I was just going to say, Skitchy Barnes up 11 positions now. Started back in 29th. He's up into 18th to see if he can't get himself to the top 10 throughout this 22-lap race.
I mean, to your point, we saw him go by through here or back on the truck. It's been a tough one for Skitch, and it's not like, again, one of those Danoff in early.
Danoff, yeah.
But yeah, he's either been in the fence over here or in the truck. It's been tough for Skitch, so it's good to see him rolling on up, heading to the front.
Yeah, at least get a good race in, right? The last thing you want to do is come to the event like this and scrap like that and just get pushed backwards.
Sam Clace making a move on Croce. They're in turn number 4. Next one on his list will be Matt Jasko.
Yeah, good run here so far for Sam Clays. Up, I think, 4 spots now into 8th position. Watching these guys get at it here. Early running in our Master Shifter category. Billy Musgrave just set the fast lap. He is rolling, not surprisingly. Kart CRG USA, the sponsor of the category. Here's your fight for second still. Musser versus Sciutto.
Tricky conditions out there most likely for these guys. Again, cold temperatures, whatnot. Move to the inside. It's going to be Mazzoni on Presti. Job done. Crossover move.
Maybe not. Over
Here we
under.
Go. Turn number 7.
No, not enough. Scott Presti gets the over-under to come back at it. But look at who that has allowed back into the fight. Jonathan Vitolo rolling up here. Look at Jonathan. Again, folks, he has not raced all year long. Hasn't been in the shifter since the Supernats last year. He did tell us, doing a lot of cycling, but on the bike. He's in good shape, but he hasn't raced, for goodness sake, since last November. So put on a great show here in the GFC. Vitolo running in the 5th spot. Jasko 6th. Clay 7th. Croce 8th.
A couple laps ago, I pointed at the time charts here, and I was seeing there's another try. Here we go real quick. Mazzoni to the inside. Oh, covers it off that time. He got it right.
Vitolo's loving this, though, right now. It's like, yeah, you guys keep battling. This is good stuff. I got a great hot rod. I'm trying to get myself up onto the podium. And indeed, that's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Those the 3 drivers trying to get the final 2 spots on the podium. Leader Musgrave out by 3.8 seconds. Musser and Sciutto scrapping it out for P2.
Yeah, and what I was going to say before Mazzoni had to mess things up by making a great pass, it was Musgrave who had lost 3/10 in one lap. I'm like, oh, hold on a second. And then, no, he responded. But that's, I mean, tricky conditions, cold. You can have a little bit of a mistake. Remember, Cooper said he got a little bit wise, like he thought it rained for a second. Little things can make a big difference here on this one. And only a little bit of a loss for Musgrave. Was able to rebound and, again, putting down qualifying laps right now.
Yeah, that blue sky we had for a time, hard to find. When you look at the skyline now, temperature has cooled down quite a bit. John Crow out of this race as well, was running 22nd. Crow just pulled into the scale line, so that'll be it for John Crow here in 2025. Oh, contact at turn number 13. Someone's backed into the barriers there. One of the Sodi kart drivers. And again, all these drivers coming out, yellow flags flying. If somebody hits this kart, it's your own fault because the flags are flying for you. Make sure you know when flags are flying, something's happening. Here comes Shudo, fakes him out the inside. Man, this is good stuff here. This is the battle kind of like we saw between Turney and Ramos. What we're seeing here with the Shifter Kart Masters drivers, Musser and Shudo.
You can see him eyeing him up. He's trying different lines, see if he can carry. A lot of times we'll see him kind of open up the previous corner to crossover. You really see that another driver having a problem. That's the entry of, I believe, 13. But you'll see him open up, especially on the single speed karts. They'll open up a little bit in the pre-corner to cut back underneath. Shudo trying to find a way around Musser to head down the straightaway, starting another lap.
Bunch of drivers getting sent to the scales as the leaders are rolling in. John Crow, Rene Martinelli. That might be Martinelli off the track there. Frank Runco, Daniel Perras, David Gardella, Chris Salutis, Kevin Simonelek, Radanoff, McGregor, Foray out early, Patrick O'Neill, and Morten Van Tak did not take the green. 30 drivers remain on the racetrack right now. 14 laps down. 8 to go. 8 laps remaining of the 22-lapper. And this Musser Shudo battle continues. Both these drivers not letting up at all.
The top rather, and then the next two, then a big gap back. And it's going to be Vitolo versus Mazzoni here very, very quickly. As Clace has actually dispatched Presti. You're going to move Clace up to 6th now, and I think he's right in that train as well.
Yeah, look for a little further back. You'll see it coming through. There you go. That is that is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Mazzoni, Vitolo, Clace, Presti, and Croce. Second back to Jaskol, running in 9th. Only in the second half behind Jaskol is Scott Hargrove, folks. He is up 9 spots, started 19th. He has worked his way into the top 10. The Catalyst driver development, ITAL kart pilot Scott Hargrove, now up into 10th. That one bad heat race dropped him way down the order. There's the 601 right there of Hargrove, your Pro Tour Master Shifter champion. Digging hard, trying to close up on Matt Jaskol. Last time by, he was quicker by 0.4 of a second. Very likely he's going to be able to reel up potentially to Jaskol at 9th.
You see the battle continuing there between Musser and Shudo, and that's mid-corner speed, that apex speed from the 632 of Shudo. We've seen it all week, just being able to roll the corner. I'll tell you what, Musser's doing the same thing, though. Really, really strong. The only other, the GFCs and the Sodis have really been able to do that well, but how about Musser, man? That car looks really, really good, especially center off. He's able to get off the corner, get the power down really well.
So remember, 14, 15 laps in, so now we're in kind of uncharted territory for the setups as the drivers have gone a long distance, I think 14 laps potentially in that longer 12-minute session, the happy hour session we had on Thursday before qualifying.
Ooh, Vitolo into the water just a little bit. There goes wide. Here comes Clays to the inside.
Sam Clay is going to take advantage of Vitolo, so Clays goes into the final podium spot, P5. He'll go to work here now on Mirko Mazzoni. I'll say this, 5 more races still to come after this one. Micro Swift, X30 Junior, Mini Swift, Pro X30, and of course we'll cap it all off with Pro Shifter. 5 laps to go here. Master Shifter brought to you by Kart CRG USA. Billy Musgrave long gone, 4 seconds, going to try for his 6th win at the Super Nationals. He's into turn 1, here comes the field cross. A little bit of tape pulling off there for Alan Shudo. Wants a little bit more engine, cool down that engine a little bit, Mike. The tape off there, get some more air running through that radiator.
Yeah, exactly, and keep an eye on that thing. A lot of times you guys have those dummy lights on there. Kind of tell you that thing's getting a little bit warm for me. I'd like to cool it off. As you see on the top, it is Musser versus Shudo, but on the bottom, actually that was Vitolo who, after getting in the water just a little bit, ended up having another slide coming out of turn number 7 that same lap. So 2 big issues there, and he started to go backwards. As Clace on your screen right now, move him up past Mazzoni.
Yeah, he was able to get by, so Sam Clay's up into the 4th position right now. I don't know that he has the pace. He does not match Musser and Shuto, but Clays, who started back in 12th, has moved his way into 4th spot. So a great run for Sam Clays up into that position, digging in the 6:14. Back to this battle for second. Musser a little bit more shallow on the entry into turn 4 there. Laps winding down, 3 to go for Master Shifter. Billy Musgrave looking to put his 6th SuperNationals win on the record. He's became the lone man at 5 last year. Ben Cooper now a 4-timer as well. 6 wins on the docket potentially here for Musgrave. Couple laps away from it. 2 to go. 2 laps to go, 20 down. 2 to go, and Musser continues to hold off Shuto. Pretty good run here for Musser. You think about how good Shuto's been. Qualified on the pole, won some heat races. Musser falls a little bit further back, but he has dug hard all weekend long with PSL karting to get that kart the way they wanted. A fantastic launch off the line, able to go to work. He goes to second. Now he's going to have to hold off Shuto to see which step he'll be on when we get to the podium.
Yeah, you can see Musser now. He's going to negotiate 9 and into 10. You see a little bit of an early turn in, drop a gear, and look at that quick rotation around the apex. The shifters, they can pull that off and not actually lose a whole lot coming off. Turn 13 around, and we see the white flag in the air. Last lap for Billy Musgrave and history.
Yeah, Musgrave is rolling. They'll keep on this battle for P2. Musgrave out front all by himself, barring any kind of a technical issue. He's going to be able to run away for this one here. Shuto does not throw it down the inside of turn number 5. They've got 4 seconds up to Sam Clay, so they can really hang it out to dry here if that's what they want. Coming down in now to turn number 6 and 7. A bit of contact on the exit. Oh, they almost touch. They do. Shuto almost climbing over the back. Here's your leader coming out of turn 10 and 11. You know, he started winning races back in S2 a number of years ago. He's been stacking them up in Pro Shifter. He's a 6-time SuperKarts USA SuperNationals champion. Billy Musgrave, back-to-back wins in Master Shifter, the factory kart. Scores it again. He'll use that water on the outside of one, looping her around. Nice job for Musgrave. 6 wins for Billy Musgrave. Jordan Musser comes home in second. Alan Shuto in third. Sam Clays in fourth. Jonathan Vitolo works his way up into fifth. What a great run for Jonathan there. Scott Hargrove plus 11. He goes up to eighth. Billy Musgrave, though, what a drive for him. 6 times a SuperNationals winner. Mike, a little bit of cushion there in terms of winning the title. Fantastic job for him. Billy Musgrave ready to light it up once again here as a 6-time SuperNationals race winner. Hey, is he thinking about signing his name there potentially? We'll see how it goes. Just as I thought, is he going to get through the rain there? There it is. Good stuff for Billy. 6 times a champion. He'll roll that thing back. Billy Musgrave, 6-time winner as he captures the victory in the Master Shifter category.
Rear end of that kart's got too much grip for those big, tight circles. Great run for Musgrave. Phenomenal job.
They're going to push to get him back rolling in here. Of course, he'll be the last guy to come through. Billy Musgrave, folks, fantastic job. The American Badass coming away with another SuperNationals race win. We're going to wait here, get that helmet off, and see the excitement of one Billy Musgrave.
Billy Musgrave, history again. My goodness. I mean, that was a historic burnout, too. Billy Musgrave finally gets the helmet off. A 6-time winner here at the SKUSA SuperNats. Can you even put it into words?
Not really. Here we are 12 months later. Completely new chassis, basically. 72 changes. This is kind of the first honest race on the new equipment. All week we've kind of been able to use Masters as kind of a test bed for our Pro Kart. Try a bunch of stuff on the setups. So funny enough, this morning track looked like it was going to be dry, so we put everything literally right back to stock, how you'd get it out of the box, and that's how we raced it in the main. And the thing was a light switch.
Tom's here to say hi.
Come out and greet him
I'm fucked up in my legs. I couldn't walk. I'm usually the first one to give him a fucking hug. Congratulations 6 times. Congratulations. Proud of you.
And as I asked you last year, how important is that to get the accolades from Tom Kutcher?
It's huge. I mean, everything this man's done for me. I wouldn't be here without him. This race has honestly made my career and made me who I am. Way back in 2012 and all those years till I got my next win in 17, 18, 19, and now here I am. One of the oldest guys in the pro class, and a little. I know people complain on the Masters side, but man, I'll be 34 next month, and it definitely doesn't get easier. So, luckily for me, I got a great group of people around me. It's been, it's been an emotional year. These last 12 months, 13 months, a lot of change, a lot of stuff. Moving out to Phoenix with the new building. Can't thank Justin, Duke, everybody around me, Luca, John. My wife, Chandler, thank you for always supporting me and all those long nights when I'm away from home. And yeah, it's been a long year, but this is kind of the launch bed for our Factory Karts 2.0 and what's to come for 2026 and beyond.
He doesn't have too much time to celebrate it because he's got to go for number 7 in Pro Shifter, but that's Billy Musgrave. History made here at the SKUSA SuperNationals.
David, no doubt about it. Again, there's going to be a chapter in the history book for American karting all about Billy Musgrave and Factory Karts and what's happened to this program over the last couple of years, as he said. A fantastic program, of course. Musgrave's rolling in. I'm going to head down to Victory Lane. Mike, I'll give you the recap.
As you say, Rob, a spot in the history books there for Billy Musgrave, and right now won handedly with one name in it. 6 times for Billy Musgrave. We await our Coastal Inc. recap right here. It all starts with the hole shot. 6:30, Billy Musgrave gets out front. Well and clear. A little bit of contact there for Shudo. Shudo carries it, or gathers it up, rather. Able to keep going. Davide Foray done before it started, unfortunately. Bringing in 692 early. This nice battle we watched the entire time. It was Muster versus Shudo. One driver out early, or late, rather. Everybody made it around him, and then the fights continue on down through the pack. A couple of drivers finding the walls. And the end, I guess that was Mazzoni there, it looked like. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wild. With Musser coming out. P2. Shudo. And how about the burnouts? A little bit of water help. Phenomenal job for the 630. Billy Musgrave. What a job well done. The Master Shifters done and dusted. And we're going to kick it on down to Rob Howden, who's going to be rolling here with some podiums here very shortly.
Yeah, we have just received some major breaking news in the KA100 senior class. Diego Ramos has indeed been penalized for a pushback bumper. Joe Turney declared the winner. Marin Kremers, once again, will finish second at the Supernats. But Joe Turney declared the victor in the KA100 senior class. A bit of a huge story, to say the least.
Yeah, and indeed, obviously a big story right now here in that particular category, but we're going to refocus ourselves down here. Ourselves back down in here to victory lane to get things underway with Master Shifter. Those drivers have worked their way behind the stage. Time to get things underway. Finishing in the 5th position in Master Shifter today, a great driver moving forward, Jonathan Vitolo coming home P5. Vitolo, P5, had an issue at the start, but was able to drive his way back forward. A great run. This side over here, Jonathan. There you go. Good stuff. Again, an issue at the start, not able to get off the line as cleanly as possible. Comes home P5. Still a great drive for him. Finishing in the 4th spot. Man, did he ever come his way through the field. Finishing 4th, Sam Clays, P4. Past a bunch of cars coming forward. Excellent drive for Sam. Had some great battles there. Actually, outside the top 3, obviously, was more of the battle, but further back, 4th on back with some really aggressive racing. Great stuff, great passing for sure. Again, we know this battle for 2nd place was on all race long. They were all over top of each other the entire time. Finishing in 3rd spot today, the 632, Alan Shuto. Strong run for Alan to P3. Yeah, I was just going to say, former 80cc Junior SuperNationals race winner, extreme karting. He used to race for Tom back when he was a young lad, running the 80cc Shifter. Great job for Alan Shuto. One more spot's all this guy needed. He's trying to win that SuperNationals, but still always a fantastic run. Jordan Musser, ladies and gentlemen, coming home 2nd place today for PSL Karting on the Beer Art. What a battle he put on with Alan Shuto. Unbelievable drive there. Great start for Jordan over the first couple of laps as well to be able to work his way up into 2nd. And, of course, they hounded each other with Alan all over his rear bumper for the entire race distance. One more trophy, of course, to give away, the top step of the podium. As you talked about in the broadcast, folks, he is now a 6-time race winner. You go back to 2012 in Formula S2 for that first win. Ladies and gentlemen, 6-time winner and a 2-time back-to-back winner here, Master Shifter, Billy Musgrave! Musgrave got away early, able to leverage it, go out to like a second and a half on the opening circuit. Musser and Shuto tried to do what they could to reel him in, but everything was good coming out of the gate for Musgrave, and he was able to pull away cleanly. Fast lap of the race as well, a 44.873. Really just only about a 10th quicker than Musser and Shuto. Trophies in the air. Here it is, folks, my podium in Master Shifter. Great stuff for these drivers here at the end of a long 22-lap battle. Guys, grab that champagne. Get her up there. Grip it and rip it. There comes the spray. You can sip it if you want a little bit, too, but they're going to go after each other. Good stuff there. Oh, Musgrave's going to get a lot of it on that one. There you have it, folks. Billy Musgrave is, again, a 6-time winner. Went 5-time last year, 6-time this year. He leads the way and is a back-to-back Masters Shifter race winner here at the SuperNationals. 5 more races still on the docket to wrap up the day. We're going to, of course, cap with Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. We got the drivers. The cadets are coming up next on track.
What are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. So basically they take these accelerometers and they calculate the relative position of the dash and they give you a steering wheel angle on your Race Shooter 3. So as you can see here, the Micron standing on the table and it shows me the steering wheel angle. So it's about 1 degree. Remember that you need to calibrate this, so just go here and auto-calibrate your sensors. But if I take the Micron and I move, you see that the steering wheel angle is moving. So this channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So you don't need to understand the driver's behavior on the steering wheel at 100 times per second. Maybe 5 times per second, 2 times per second, it's enough. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red. So here at Speed Sports, we know through the high speeds we have a lot of oversteer. So analyzing the steering wheel angle will help us understand if the driver is oversteering or understeering without having any cameras or anything like this.
Attention SuperKarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Karts on track here. Micro Swift, brought to you by Velocity Racing, Sodi Race Team. From the Masters, our elder statesman in the shifter category, to our youngest drivers here in Micro Swift. Jack Katowski and Aiden Go, your front row. Dutch Westbrook, Dominic Nagel, then Amin Pantoli and Hudson Howard completing row number 3. Charlie Shishkowski and Alvaro Medeiros, followed by Samuel Chaveri and Liam Francisco. Your top 10. Lennox Lockhart, Zev Gottschalk, Michael Sapuk, and Tyler Blackwood. Dylan Braun, Mason Brody, followed by Trey Sanders, Max Santana, Caden Cladera, and IX Garduno. I lost my live timing for a minute there, Rob.
We do rely on that, Mike. There's no doubt about that.
I do need Haves.
I just got myself back from Victory Lane. Who turned off the heater?
Aye. And who turned on the fan?
Yeah, it's got cool. It's not warm here right now. This is very interesting. Again, rolling our way through. We talked about it, Mike. 5 races to go. Drivers in that Micro Swift category rolling out. We'll have the X30 Juniors after them, Mini Swift, and the 2 Pro categories. So, again, all good stuff ready to roll out here for us. Those drivers are lining themselves up nicely to be able to go racing. And we'll see them get out here with Jack Katowski on the pole position. Aiden Go second. Dutch Westbrook, Dominic Nagel, Amin Pantoli, Hudson Howard. All these drivers ready to get into it. into those tram lines, and one driver is spun already coming up to the tram line. I don't know what's going on with these guys outside the tram line. We're going green flag racing anyway, so the penalties are going to come for being outside the tram line. A bunch of drivers making mistakes coming through. Otherwise, here we go. Yeah, very messy start further back. Katowski's going to lead him down into turn number 4 and 5. A little touch of the back there. He may lose a spot. No, I think he's still got the inside line. He's going to get a little bit of help from behind as well. The number 23 of Westbrook. So Dutch Westbrook's going to go in there, 233 rather, for Westbrook. He'll slot in behind, but here comes, I believe, maybe, is that Aiden Go coming through or Pentoli? We'll let him line things up down to the bottom of turn number 10. Katowski's going to try to lead that opening circuit. Run to the outside, and here we go. Drivers all settling in. We'll get that initial train coming down the straightaway. Messy, messy start further back. A number of drivers getting in the middle of the tram line. Definitely a lot of tram line violations. We got an early group here, Mike. Looks like probably about 10 to 12 karts in that front pack.
Yeah, and the way they were running, it's going to be about 30 in the front pack here again in just a second, because they were racing real hard right out of the gate, and it is continuing. Is the exact opposite. Now, to be fair to the little kids here, they are actually doing a pretty good job of giving each other some room here at the front.
Yeah, no doubt. It's actually, Pantoli, the driver out front now, at 246. But down to the bottom comes Katowski again. Jack Katowski in the TKG Bureau Art USA machine goes back into the second spot. Good run there for Pantoli as he'll take the lead. Dutch Westbrook into the bottom. Hey, Katowski wants to lead this race. That is very apparent right now. Went back down to the bottom of the racetrack and tried to get out of the corner cleanly with the lead.
We saw that in the heat races too, right? The 292 wants to be the leader all the time, and that's where they're comfortable. That's where they want to be. Right now, out front, a little bit of an advantage going into turn number 1. Should be able to retain it before going to turn number 4. That headwind's still happening though, Robin, with these little cadets. It's even a bigger deal with those micros.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. As they come out of turn 2 and 3, they get smacked with the wind right in the face coming down here to turn number 4. Big move to the bottom of the racetrack there. Who was that coming through to try to get that spot? I think that might have been Aiden Go in the 278. Yeah, Aiden's up on the wheel now. Hudson Howard's marching his way forward too. That J. Howard driver development. Kart Republic 249. Oh, whew, held my breath a bit there. Side by side coming through turn number 8.
I believe that's Go in that red helmet.
Yep. Further back, 286 there as well. Coming up into position.
I'm sorry, I think that's actually Lockhart. That's my bad.
Lennox Lockhart on the move forward. Lockhart in that number 202. Brody Stoffel, the Pro Tour champion, on the march as well, trying to get himself up here. Stoffel back at 18th, plus 11th already, just checking in on those Pro Tour top 3. Stoffel in the 18th spot, the 202. We talked about Lennox Lockhart moving his way forward, so getting those guys where they need to be. It's been a tough weekend for Stoffel. If he's able to come up with a top 10 here, it would be amazing, because, man, it's been a grind for him, having so much bad luck. Katowski, back down to the inside. He'll bring that 278 Aiden Go with him.
Yeah, there's no such thing as working together right now. It's literally every corner, every opportunity they're going to go for. It was Pentoli who made the move in turn number 4. Go who would over under and try to go with him. Look at the move to the inside here. It's going to be the aforementioned Lockhart to the inside. He's got help from behind with the number 3. So Godshock is linked up with Lockhart to get to the front.
Yeah, so there's your 2 Pro Tour drivers right there, 2nd and 3rd, right? Lennox Lockhart and Zeb Godshock trying to get themselves back up here again. And they are 6th and 7th, or 5th and 6th now, rather, and moving. Get a couple of those drivers together, Mike, that have been racing all year long together. And, hey, you know what? We can work. Although this looks good, too. Katowski and Go. You wonder whether or not these micros were out playing with in the back hanging out, or did their coaches have them focused? We need to watch this race. If they started working together right now, I think they'd be able to pull away. But there was a move to the inside there as Aiden Go wanted to go to the lead.
Yeah, Aiden Go gets the job done. Just behind him, though, the next 2 drivers in line are Hudson Howard and Dutch Westbrook, and those are 2 very, very quick drivers. And look, that inroads there, the number 2 and number 3 have made it there. Another little bit of a look by Westbrook, nothing doing there, but these drivers need to settle it down just a little bit, and they'll be able to catch back up to Go. And hey, How about Go? He got the job done there and has already pulled out one kart length.
The driver who is on the move and is trying to pass whenever possible is Lennox Lockhart. He has worked his way forward again. Lennox gets another spot. I think he may have gotten by Dutch Westbrook. Indeed, he did. So Lennox Lockhart now up in to the 4th position. Lockhart goes back to 5th. 6th is Gottschalk.
Tough break for Tristan Francisco. Was up 10 spots now in early, no side pod.
Brody Stoffel up 13 positions. He's in the 16th now. Stoffel started all the way back in 29th, up into the 16th position. X30 Junior will be up next, followed by Mini Swift, Pro X30, and Pro Shifter. Going to wrap the day up very likely under the lights the way things are going. I don't dislike that. That's going to be fun. I love when we push a little late and we run the mains under the lights because it's so badass.
Hudson Howard catches Katowski and on the first opportunity, boom, there you go.
Yeah.
I can't say the other thing.
No. Yeah.
Sacrilege.
I'd let you, but I appreciate the respect.
I want to keep doing this.
I appreciate the respect shown. Thank you so much.
There it is, Hudson Howard getting the job done on Katowski in turn number 4. Again, as soon as he got there, how about as soon as he gets there, slide job to the front. Aiden Go, well done to actually let it roll and get right in behind it.
Listen, this is the best we've seen out of Hudson Howard, and he indeed likes to lead. All the racing we've called throughout the year, he loves to lead races. Lennox Lockhart getting up to 3rd as well. But yeah, Hudson Howard's like, I'm going to the front. 100% going to the front as soon as I can.
It's linked up with Aiden Go now. Remember, Go was pushing Katowski there for a bit, and now it's going to be Go and Howard linked up. Look at Lennox Lockhart slotting in there. That's a big moment there. That's Gottschalk to the inside. Contact. They both continue on, but losing a little bit.
Yeah, Westbrook took advantage of that and took it down the inside. Just a big, deep move there out of I believe, a Gottschalk going to the inside there, and it kind of pushed them all wide. So opening things back up once again. This is going to allow Howard and Go to stretch away. No. The answer to the question I was about to ask was, do you think these two drivers will work together? Again, the answer is a hard no. They are going to battle out like crazy. Look at the man. You know what? I don't know that they're going to be able to beat Lennox Lockhart. This guy is on fire right now. He has got great speed. He's worked his way up into 3rd spot. Lennox Lockhart started 11th outside the top 10. He is now 3rd up on the wheel. A little bit of room there as it's still Howard and Go up front. Brody Stoffel into the 16th spot, as I had said. Let's see whether or not he is able to get forward. He's right behind Liam Francisco.
Yeah, the only thing that stalled out Lockhart a little bit is that a little bit of a tight run as he started thinking about turn 13. Nothing doing there, but he lost that momentum a little bit. That's where that gap came from. But then out of 4, launched right off the corner. But look, he's got Westbrook and Gottschalk in conversation. Look at a couple of Bennecks trying to think about where they're going to do it. There was Westbrook looking and then changing his mind.
Yeah, I'm feeling where we are right now. Remember, 20 laps, not quite the 22, 20 laps for the drivers in the cadet categories. We're not quite yet to the halfway point. We're almost ready to kind of have a 5-driver breakaway. You can see, there's a bunch of drivers all told in the group. I'm going to say it's likely 9 drivers, I think, in the lead pack, right? Maybe it's top 10. Yeah, so top 10 back to Skrpowski. Skrpowski's back in 10th, and then it's Bo Wyatt 2.4 seconds back. So the top 10 is essentially together there. Skrpowski in the 236, the tail of it. Kind of 5 drivers up front with a half a second back to Pantoli. If they keep racing, it's going to be 10 all told. Yep, there you go. The whole field coming out of turn number 7.
Westbrook and Gottschalk teaming up there to get the job done on Lockhart. Lockhart, once again, wisely just opens up the arc, is able to stay with him. A little bit of a difference of opinion as far as the lines are coming out of 10. That costs them a little bit. They do need to line up a little because Go is playing the pusher quite well. See what the advantage is here. Yeah, it's going to be 3/4 second from 2nd to 3rd.
Cross halfway flags this time by 10 down, 10 to go. And big shout out to those of you rocking up the chat on the Kart Chaser YouTube channel. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast so far. Good stuff here. Hudson Howard went purple last time by as well, so that kart's just starting to come in. And Mike, check this out. Look at the gap developing right now between he and Aiden Go. I really thought it was going to be Lennox Lockhart, but he has been shuffled back into the 5th spot. I thought Lockhart was going to be there. He's in the middle of a fight all on his own right now. Does it mean Pantoli coming back in? I'm just going to say this now as well. Howard just went purple on lap number 10. That's at the halfway point. If Aiden Go can do what Chris Wareheim did in KA Master and just push, these guys may be able to pull away right now. 8/10 was the gap at the line.
Look at the pair of Bennecks behind him, though.
Yeah.
Dutiful pushing going on from Gottschalk.
Hold on. We saw that in one of the heat races. Remember Gottschalk and Westbrook pulled away. We've already seen that. They understand teamwork. That may be the wrinkle that may stop Howard and Go from pulling away by themselves.
Exactly that. You got frenemies right now on the front, right? They need to work together whether they like it or not, because if they don't, the Bennecks are going to catch him. You can see the big little head snap there for Howard. That's the shot from Go as they come through there. How about the new leader? Go's like, nah, forget it. And you know what? I think it was inevitable that the other guys are going to catch him. A nice, efficient move.
Yep.
So he's got a new lead. Howard second. Bennecks are right there. And watch out for Pantoli. Remember Pantoli was up there for a minute? Dropped back a little bit, had to work his way back up. He's in fifth and closing in a little bit.
Yeah, Pantoli's by himself, so we're going to look at lap times there. Here's a move back to the inside for Hudson Howard. So we're not about working together up front. The two Bennecks, though, you got the leaders frenemies, teammates behind them. And here they come. We got a 4-driver battle up front, 8 laps to go. Working lap number 13 in the Micro Swift category. This class brought to you by Velocity Racing and Sony Racing USA. This is going to be interesting. Pantoli's all by himself back there in that Sony kart in P5. He's even got room on Katowski and Chevary, the two PSL Burrell Art, or the two Burrell Art drivers.
Little defense out of Howard. Look at this move.
Oh, here we go.
Boom.
Whoa.
Gets it done there on the inside. And look, the other Benneck's going to get the job done too. A little contact on the exit side by side. Everybody's rolling still.
That's going to help out Pantoli, though. He'll be able to come in after that contact.
And look at the 5 drivers a little bit further back. It's going to be 10 drivers here in just a second. It's like all these laps under our belt, and guess what? Reset, 10 drivers once again.
Sun just came out as well. You can see it on the screen all of a sudden. It just brightened up. It's right in our faces here now in the KC commentary booth outside turn 1. So this thing feels like it's just starting to bubble over a little bit right now. Don't you feel it, Mike? They're kind of going back and forth on each other a little bit. Nobody really ready to settle in and push forward. Drivers looped it coming out of turn number 1 into the barriers there. We heard the thud from our spot here. There's that driver, the Bennett machine off track. That is, it looks like the 218 of Tyler Blackwood off the racetrack. That's actually a separate incident. Blackwood by himself there. All right. What are we going to get here? 6 laps to go now. There's Jay Howard right there, father of young Hudson. Jay, of course, multi-time champion coming up through the open wheel Formula Car ranks, running a number of Indianapolis 500s. Jay Howard Driver Development, his program in the USF Pro Championships. Also, of course, now with the JHTG karting operation for Kart Republic. His young charge in the middle of a potential fight here. He's, I believe, dropped back a couple of spots.
Indeed, you've got Hudson back to fourth in that white livery. In that 4th spot, Aiden Go is once again in second, and this time with a completely different person to lead. Like Aiden doing really, really good to be patient for the most part, but again, look, we got 5 drivers. Pantoli's in the conversation now.
He's back. You're right. Hey, listen, let's give another shout out to Brody Stoffel, up 15 spots. He's now into 14th position, well back from Bo Wyatt. Pretty solid run up from Brody. Didn't have what I think he hoped for on the weekend. Just did not get through those heat races as he wanted. Had to come from deep in the field in this one. We got 5 drivers in the fight, but we also have a couple of Burrell Arts lined up further back. Katowski and Chevary, Mike, in 6th and 7th. And this really hasn't started to get too aggressive up front. Once it starts, I think they may be able to be in. Look at that, right back there. 2 drivers in the Red Army ready to come on there in the red and white Burrell Arts. They could be here if this fight starts. Right now, these drivers pretty comfortable. 4 laps to go when they come back to the stripe.
Yeah, only a second and a half between this group right here and those 2 red Burrells, as you say, the Red Army, getting ready to go to battle here if the front 5 decide to kick things off. Again, about 5 to go. 4 to go, rather. And now, look, Aiden Goes, for the most part, hasn't done any kind of move that costs a bunch of time. There have been passes, but they've been efficient ones. And right now,
Mike, he's been in second to how many guys up front, right? There's been different guys in the lead. Aiden Go's just been chilling out. He's been, I'm good here. Get myself back to second. You know, I think he knows where he wants to be on the final lap, I believe. There goes Hudson Howard to the inside there on Gottschalk. He'll go back to third. So now here comes Hudson Howard. Where do I need to be on that last lap if I want to win this thing? 4 laps remaining. Through 10. 3 to go when they get back to the stripe. I talked about the kettle starting to bubble over. Here we go. 3 to go. Big move to the inside. Book and Howard gets through, but maybe a bit of contact at the back. Pushed him by the apex a little bit.
Yeah, I think that might have been Pentoli. They're going, you are absolutely going for that move.
Don't even think about backing out of it.
They all made it through just fine. You talked about Aiden Go knows where he wants to be. I think Hudson Howard knows where he wants to be too.
Like
and it's going to be the front. Down in turn number 4. Yep, there it is. Didn't even have to think about it. Boom. Inside. There it is. Hudson Howard, new leader.
He was 4th. 2 laps to go. Gets himself back up to the lead. So many taking opportunities in this racetrack. He covers a bit to the bottom there of turn number 12 and may lose a spot because of it. I think probably turn number 7.
And Aiden Go goes right with
so shocker
Westbrook.
that is.
Yeah.
Like, listen, can we just throw this out there? This is micro. This has been the best race we've seen all weekend long. These kids are laying it out. I'm always so impressed with the cadet drivers. The racecraft is there, inside, outside. 2 to go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. How's it going to play out? Out to the lead is Westbrook. Go back into second. Howard third. 4th and 5th still there. Looking over the shoulder there. Katowski and Shivari. Only a half a second back. The barrel arts are coming into the game. What did I tell you? Oh, and hello there, guys. Welcome to the show.
How about Pentoli? Crossover. He just pulled a turning. He went from, I think, 5th to 2nd. Pentoli to P2.
All right, they know it's go time here. White flag's going to fly this next time by. Is it go time? Is it Aiden go time? He is your leader now. Runs a good wide racing line. Pantoli's got himself up into second as Mike's in a beautiful tight line coming through 4 and 5 to grab a couple of spots. Howard, who led just a lap ago, finds himself back in P4. The Bureau Arts are there as well of Katowski and Chaveri. 1 to go. Down to the bottom of the racetrack goes Aiden Go. Here we are, folks. Final lap in micro into turn 1. Make sure you're not hanging out to dry there to cross that wet. Pantoli gets pushed back a little bit. Here they come up to the corner. Down to the bottom of the racetrack once again. Aiden Go has got the lead. Right alongside him there is the 233 Westbrook. Stack them and pack them, folks. We got 7 or 8 drivers in this lead group. Make it more coming from the back as well. Look at Katowski getting themselves through. We're going to go 3 wide coming out. Pinching down the bottom of the racetrack to turn number 8. Everybody coming through. Thinking about the bottom. Howard's there. He's going to think about the over-under. But again comes through. Is that Katowski? Couple drivers together in the back. Final lap. Coming through the last couple of corners. Aiden is trying to get it done. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it is go time. Aiden Go winning over Westbrook. What a drive. 86 thousandths of a second. Aiden Go wins in micro. He is thrilled coming down here into the scales. How about Samuel Chavari? He gets himself all the way in to the 3rd spot. Zeb Gottschalk in 4th. Let's just sit back and see the excitement of the race winner.
When y'all get finished, go straight over there.
Look at that smile. Team waiting for him on the other side of the scales. The celebration will ensue. What a final lap, Mike. Great stuff. Let's just take this in here right now. The team, of course, ready to meet Aiden Go when he gets through the scales after an absolutely stellar drive. And here it is, the celebration.
I'm going to throw you up in there. Ready?
Good job. Aiden!
Let's go.
Almost.
For those of you, you probably heard from Aiden Go back in Cincinnati when he broke onto the scene. If you didn't know his name, you're going to know it now. Aiden Go, you're a Super Nationals champion. Tell me about it.
Yeah, so there was just a lot of battling, so I decided to push until the end. But then I made a mistake, so yeah.
We're going to scoot back here a little bit, Aiden. Sorry. Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, so there was a lot of battling, so I just kept pushing until the end, and then, yeah, just duked it out last 2 laps.
What does this mean to you, coming into this weekend, becoming a Super Nationals champion?
It means a lot to me because I've never won a Super National. And I would like to thank my dad, my mechanic, Parallel USA, JBR Engines, and yeah, my data coach Marco, and all my friends for helping.
Aiden, it's a pretty big trophy. You think you're going to be able to lift it?
Yeah.
There you go. Enjoy the podium, Aiden. Congratulations, you're a Super Nationals champion.
Thank you. Hey, give me the winning glove. Let's go, Aiden! Let's go! Let's go, buddy! Let's go! Finally, 2 national wins this year. Let's go, mate. 2 national wins pay off. Let's go! Let's go!
Well, as you can see with the kids, a very popular win there for Aiden Go. Aiden played the wingman for much of that race, playing the pusher, staying smart, staying patient. Aiden Go bringing it home. Dutch Whisper will beat P2, again, 67 thousandths of a second at the line. Samuel Chaveri, Zev Godchak, Alvaro Medeiros, your top 5. Rounding out the rest of it, Hudson Howard spent a good amount of time fighting for the lead. Jack Katowski early. And again, a recap coming here from Coastal Inc. What a phenomenal race here in Micro. Right off the rip, it was issues further back, drivers not in the tram lines, etc. But at the front, it was Katowski carrying things through. Good clean start for him and the rest of the drivers who decided to fight things off right away. With multiple drivers taking their turn at the front. Nobody really wanted to hang out for a second. Look at the multiple passes for the lead. Slide jobs from people like Hudson Howard. There's Aiden Go taking a shot at, but actually short-lived. Because it was mostly the P2 spot that Aiden Go would hang out in. See, they're in third for a minute. The Bennicks teaming up and catching the top pairing. Things started getting real hot and heavy towards the end as well. As multiple drivers had a shot at as many as 10 in the lead group. It's there you can see at the very end, Lennox Lockhart getting linked up and locked down and out. But at the line, Aiden Go gets the job done. Phenomenal job for that young driver. Great racing from our youngest division here at the 28th Super Nationals. Before we get to our podium with Rob Howden, we are going to do another quick commercial break. We'll do that podium on the other side.
Hi, I'm Yusuf Bazanski. I'm Danya. And I'm Asher. We're practicing on the Sims for our next race.
15.55, still there. Car on your left.
All in all, we just love BRS. And to stay in the game in the correct mindset. Get fast, faster.
Miami, USA.
Oh, welcome back to the SuperNationals 28. What a race for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Seriously, probably one of the best races we've seen all weekend long. Tremendous job by those drivers. Let's get into it here with the top 5 that make it to the podium here today in SuperNationals 28. Finishing in 5th, a fantastic final lap, the 2:05, Alvaro Medeiros. Alvaro coming home P5 in that fight at the very end. All those drivers that got it into the scrap there. Just a little farther down here, Alvaro, there you go. Tom Kutcher, of course, will present him with that P5 trophy. Great job for Alvaro Medeiros. Finishing in the 4th position today, the 2:03 of Zev Gottschalk. Gottschalk into the 4th position. Man, what a fight it was. Back and forth. So many drivers had a chance to lead, 2nd, 3rd. Just great stuff. Zev Gottschalk, that young driver on the Bennick. Very, very impressive here today. 3rd place driver came rolling up. He and Jack Katowski on the Viral Arts were able to get right there to the very end. And at the last couple of laps, they worked their way forward, finishing 3rd. A great final lap. Samuel Chaveri, P3. What a great drive for Samuel. Again, they were catching and catching, kept digging, he and Katowski, to make sure they were able to get there. And again, at the very end, taking full advantage of the fact that he was able to get to that position. Good stuff for sure. Yeah, we'll do the helmet. Yeah, we have a helmet, of course, to give away to our cadet classes. We'll do that at the very end. Coming home in 2nd spot today, folks, a round of applause for Dutch Westbrook. Westbrook and Gottschalk were working together there at one point. Come up just a little bit short on this one here. That last lap was a wild one for sure. So one more spot on the podium, and ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to win a race at the SuperNationals, why not do it on your birthday? How about this, folks? 10 years of age, it is go time. The winner today, Aiden Go! Happy 10th birthday to the winner today in SuperNationals 28, Aiden Go. What a fantastic final lap, and he really handled that entire race so well. Let's see if you can help him get that. Can you get that trophy in the air, Aiden? Let's get those trophies up, ladies and gentlemen. My podium in Micro Swift. There's your podium in Micro Swift, folks. Great job. Excellent run. Couldn't have asked for much more for the Micro Swift drivers. Go, Westbrook, Chaveri, Gottschalk, and Medeiros. Awesome stuff. Can you get that trophy back down, Aiden? Guys, we got everything we need. I think we do. Congratulations, drivers. You can drop those trophies. Let's drop those down and grab the champagne first. No, helmet down. Alvaro, helmet down. We got the champagne. Oh, he doesn't want to get his helmet wet. Oh, they're already going after it. There you go. Oh, Alvaro's late with that. Go at it, Alvaro. There you go. Aiden got hosed pretty good. Well, again, there you have it. Hey, you're all down here. One more time, round of applause for these young drivers in the micro category. What a show they put on. Aiden Go scoring the victory over Westbrook, Chaveri, Gottschalk, and Medeiros. What a fantastic finish to that one. Of course, we have that helmet that's going to go to Aiden Go, courtesy of Brad Danoff and his program. If you're looking for a helmet painter, you can see all the great stuff that Brad has been putting out. Again, one of the hottest new paint helmet artists here in the SuperKarts USA and karting community. If we can get everybody off but Aiden Go, Aiden, you stay up there. We got a helmet coming your way as well. So, Aiden, you stay up there, bud. Tom, get up there with him. Let's get this dialed in. Samuel, come on down. All right, Tom, head on up there. Let's present this new helmet as well to Aiden Go, courtesy of Brad Danoff. A beautiful helmet, SuperKarts USA and SuperNationals livery on that. We'll get a good shot of it there. Hop up on top there, Aiden. We'll get a good picture of you there. Good stuff. Again, big thank you to Brad Danoff. Like he said at the opening ceremonies, wanted to give something back to the young drivers in the cadet categories, micro and mini, a brand new helmet, beautiful paint job as well. So again, shout out to Brad Danoff there. We'll get that shot for you. Again, 10th birthday, Super Nationals win, brand new helmet. It's a pretty solid Super Sunday for Aiden Go. He wins today in the Micro Swift category. 4 more races still to go. Back up to the booth, guys. Great stuff down here in Victory Lane.
So as Rob said, another one in the books. Next, it's going to be X30 Junior by Speed Concepts Racing. You see our X30 Junior drivers there on the grid, awaiting the 1-minute board and the permission to take to the course. Dean Hugendorf and Travis Pettit will be your top 2, then Tristan Murphy and Ashton Woon. Eli Steinbrook, Marco Samet. Michael McGoy, we've already talked about today, having a good run. John Antonino as well there. That's row 4. Max Yule and Theo Salameo, your top 10. You can see things fired up in our mechanics moving over to the sides. We're going to be going X30 Junior racing here momentarily. As Rob had mentioned, the sun now starting to peak on the other side of a little bit of a break in the clouds on the far side. Looks like it will dip back down, so who knows how long this is going to go. Again, 3:43 local time. The sun will be starting to set here in less than an hour's time. It'll start getting darker here sooner, too, with the amount of clouds there on the other end. But most likely sunny through the duration of this X30 Junior run. And KA Juniors earlier with some of these same names at the sharp end as well. Cycling through here, I'm talking about our next 10 drivers. Ryan Gandor and Max Weiland, road number 6, and Royce Vega and Noah Baglin. Baglin already had a good day.
Yeah. Let's talk about Noah Baglin a little bit, right? I think he is going to be one to watch here right now. He's going to start deep in the field, but kid knows how to get the job done already, right? So he did it already in KA 100 Junior, Mike. I think I've been watching him. I've been watching Weiland back there as well. There are a lot of quick drivers outside the top 10 right now.
Yeah, and the time to do it, right?
Yeah.
That's we've already seen that multiple times today. Double-digit gains to be in the podium conversation, if not more. And to your point, you also got a little bit of extra pep in your step when you've already been on that podium once, doing that double duty.
A little bit of confidence, right? He knows he can get the job done. Well, listen, let's be real. He's a world champion. Confidence probably not the big issue coming in here.
Keeping an eye just above our starting grid. A couple of drivers getting back out of their seats, so maybe a grid issue or something like that as our mechanics are back in line here. So curious what we got going on down to the grid.
Well, as we said, folks, we know we have 4 more races for you here with the X30 Juniors ready to roll out. We'll follow that up with Mini Swift. And then it's time for the Pro categories, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. To wrap up today, here's a look at the remainder of the grid here down to rows 16 to 20. Ready to get an update right now from SuperKarts USA. Looks like the drivers are ready to rock at this point here. Unsure whether we're waiting for something in particular right now, but indeed 4 more races to go. Let's talk about Aiden Go very briefly there, Mike. Nice way to celebrate your 10th birthday, right? Winning at the Super Nats, good stuff.
Yeah, not too shabby. I kind of wish there was more races around my birthday time so I'd have a chance at that. Not a bunch going on in February, but yeah, how about it? Like I said it before, played the wingman most of the time, and it was smart, did a great job to work together, and guess what? It's not very often you get to play the wingman and actually come out on top, so yeah, awesome day for him.
Most definitely paid off for Aiden Go. A big victory for him. Of course, the other drivers disappointed, I think, not being able to get a shot at the race win. They were right in the middle of the fight there, but indeed, folks. You know what? We got a quick little break here for you right now. Of course, 4 more races still to go. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. More to come live here on Kart Chaser.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry. This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
So a quick little sunset break there, folks. The sun was kind of working its way down right in the driver's eyes. Who's elected to wait for it to get just behind the cloud cover so that we don't have that blaring right in their faces. Back at it right now. X30 Junior, the main event here on Super Sunday. Rob Howden alongside Mike Smith at the Kart Chaser commentary booth. Dean Hugendorn, third this year in the World Championship, is going to start on the pole alongside Travis Pettit. Pettit, as we know, already on the podium once today. Tristan Murphy's been good as well, and very strong in that class yesterday. He'll start alongside Ashley Booth, looking to try to make something of what's been a very rough weekend. A little further back, you see Noah Baglin. That's a driver he and Max Weiland we expect to see coming up through the field. David Ybarra was a top 10 runner in KA 100 as well. Luca Popescu as well. A lot of great drivers. Michael McGoy, winner already, or rather Michael McGoy second, pardon me, in the KA 100 junior category. Is going to start in the 8th spot. John Antonino in 9th. Mike, you heard, yeah. So Mike, first off, you got some information about John Antonino. A great run for him in the KA 100 junior category. Potential DQ you heard, I heard.
Yeah, it was on the official, on the app to the WhatsApp. Sound like a tech issue over there for Antonino, which is a heartbreaker. And then we just got something on our ear just now.
Okay, we're being told now, folks, that Diego Ramos getting the win back. So I'm assuming a disqualification. Now the protest very likely was approved. So now we're being told, we'll get the full confirmation that indeed Diego Ramos reinstated as the victor.
Yeah, we'll wait for that app to say updated on the results to be official.
We'll circle back and talk a little bit about that. We had some people commenting about how the podium was handled. I'll give some of my thoughts on that as we get set to go. Indeed, ready to rock and roll here right now. Dean Hugendorn on the inside. Travis Pettit on the outside. X30 Junior is green, green, green. A number of cars together further back here in turn 1. But here we go. Tristan Murphy up in a second. Hugendorn takes the lead. Big run around the outside for Travis Pettit. He's going to lose a little bit there as he got pushed wide by one of the drivers who I think pushed through the corner. Not sure who that was. It might have been McGoy, actually. Got pushed a little wide into the corner. We'll let things shake down. I think McGoy up into the 3rd spot. So away we go now for turn 8. There goes McGoy to the bottom. He and Hugendorn looking to pull away like he did with Noah Baglin in the KA Junior class. Opening circuit great here. About turn 7 on, there was some contact down in 1, contact over in 4 and 5, but now we're underway. Hugendorn, McGoy, Ewell, Murphy, Pettit, Salomeo, Woom, Gandor, Steinbrecht, and Weiland, the top 10.
If you look over your shoulder as a Hugendorn and you see Mike McGoy there, that's good news because that guy likes to push.
Yeah.
He'll play together. If those two guys link up, bad news for everybody else. So a quick note to Ewell. How about up 6 spots to kick things off? McGoy up 5.
Yeah, nicely done by both those drivers, really leveraging the opening lap here. Good stuff with those drivers settling in a bit. 22 laps again for the junior drivers. It'll be 20 for Mini Swift. Then we have our 2 pro categories. And ladies and gentlemen, they will be under the lights here. We kind of knew that, I think, yesterday when we redid the schedule. You're always expecting a little bit of a time crunch where you kind of go over the time a little bit at the SuperNats. Adding 2 hours to the schedule, first and foremost, is going to make for a longer day. But we're going to have that a little bit here as well as Michael McGoy has got to P1.
Yeah, I was going to say, you look over your shoulder, you might like that you see Michael McGoy. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe actually the bad news because he wanted to get to the front. Look at that. McGoy, Hugendorn, Ewell, and already Tristan Murphy there up to 4th saying, let's go.
I think Pettit may have got through, Mike. Look at that. Look, yeah, there you go.
Pettit, yeah, you're
Pettit's
right.
been through. But look at this. Big move by Ewell as he puts it in there. Max Ewell goes to P2. He's ready to go to the front as well. So early running right now. Pettit has looked to the inside as well on Hugendorn. Not quite enough there as McGoy's going to try to stretch away. Well, now that these guys are going to race aggressively, let's touch briefly on the reinstatement, we've been told now, of Diego Ramos in the KA senior category. So coming off the racetrack, obviously, they saw the pushback. There were people I saw in the chat calling, why would you just do that right there? Penalty, they see the penalty. And the bottom line is exactly what happened. The way the SKUSA is approaching these immediate podiums is it's the provisional results. As you roll off, they're not looking at pushbacks. If the pushback wasn't protestable, you could do that. Boom. You're not going to get the spot. With the protest, why would you then change without even having it protested, looked at, whatever it may be? So what would we have done? We would have done a tourney podium, and we could have did a Ramos podium. Provisional is what you do. The first ones every time coming in, that's what you will do on the podium. Whatever happens after that, we can make changes, right? That's the way to do it. Unless you're going to do the podiums at the very end of the day when the results are absolutely official, you go provisional off the race and then allow for that protest to potentially work it back. Those that were calling, hey, why did we do that? In the end, it worked out well. Diego Ramos celebrated on the podium. He actually ends up with the win as well.
Yeah, and directly after the race podium has been part of the gig here for a bit, right?
From the very beginning.
Exactly that. And if that's the way it's going to be, then that's the way it is. And there's pros and cons to everything, but how about the pro of the emotion and everything like that of what just happened? I mean, honestly, especially when a lot of these guys, you see the moves are continuing as we talk about it, just to put an end point on it, you get that emotion, you get all that kind of stuff that's good and awesome about it, and you know what? A lot of times, those are the right people up there too.
Yeah, 100% agree. A lot of the times you'll get a penalty potentially overturned once they look at video. So to put a cap on that, like Mike said, just again, congratulations to Diego Ramos, ends up with that race win. What we got right now is a 4-driver breakaway, maybe 5. You can throw Theo Salameo in there as well. Otherwise, 1.6 back to Ashton Woon, and then another second back to Max Weiland. McGoy up front, Hugendorn right there as well. And the 2 RPG drivers, Pettit and Ewell. 4 drivers stretching away. Salameo trying to close. Hugendorn to the inside of turn number 10.
Turn 10 is really the corner that it's going to be the one that dictates whether or not we're playing together or we're going to fight a little bit, right? If you don't make the move in 10, then I think we're on the same page, we're pushing. But 10 is such the kind of the gimme try because you can set it up back in 9 that if you don't see the move there, you know that driver's probably committed, at least for that period of time, to push. Exactly what we got right now, Hugendorn and Pettit. Just behind in the 751, getting job done. Now Salameo, move Salameo up. That's P3. And then you've got Ewell, who's dropped back now to 4th. And McGoy, talking about dropping back, was the leader for a minute there, 5th. Some of that stuff going on. You got Ashton Woon trying to make inroads, and a little bit off of Woon, you got Weiland and then Porter, and then a pretty good gap back to Gandor, but 4.3 seconds is going to be a lot for Porter and co. to try to eat up, especially with your top 2 drivers working together.
I really feel like Travis Pettit got a lot of confidence after that first race in KA Junior. He had a strong run, made it to the podium there. You know, as Turney said, once you get that first trophy, you got that first one locked, feel like the weekend's already a success, right? You're going to come back and do what you can in the next one. A podium already for young Pettit. Remember, he's going to be in junior, I believe, again next year. He's a young kid still, so his opportunity to really step to the forefront here. Moved over to Rawlson Performance Group at the end of the season. Now he's running right there with Dean Hugendorn, the third-place podium finisher at this year's World Championships in OKN. They're having a good run up front. I feel like they're the two that can pull away now. We're only 7 laps in to a 22-lapper. Yeah, very long way to go. McGoy's gone by Ewell. He's got back into the third spot, so there they are. Will they work together? That's a pretty solid lead right now for Hugendorn and Pettit. And if Pettit can stay there, if he can show what Noah Beglin did to Michael McGoy in KA, these two are going to pull away. They just need to push right now and get away here.
Well, and like you just called it, McGoy now P3 has got Ewell around the back bumper, and nobody made any moves right there. So, like you keep talking about settling in, this is the point where drivers are starting to realize if we're going to have any shot, we at least need to take a couple of laps. Will Ewell make the move? I'll tell you what we are going to see.
That's Pettit.
That's Pettit. That's a move for the lead. But they still had 2 seconds, and I wonder if I look over the shoulder, is like, hey, I might want to give my shot at it.
No.
So they were almost 2 seconds up, and they are now 1.8. One move, Rob.
I know.
1 move, 3/10.
No.
Too early.
Too early.
Now, if he drives away, we're going to look like idiots.
Well, no, listen, if he thinks he can drive away, he can drive away, but Hugendorn already shown what he did.
Yeah.
We know that team is fast. Travis knows that team is fast. He knows it's fast himself. He wants to lead. Do it later. Listen, again, if it all plays out, good on him. But again, if Hugendorn all of a sudden throws it back down, all bets are off. These guys can't go back and start throwing moves at each other. This racetrack, we picked it up from the initial track walk. We're like, this is one of those racetracks that will penalize you if you want to race hard up front. If you want to keep going and don't want to work together, you're throwing away a chance of the race win. You have to run this to the very end. It's just the nature of the racetrack.
Hat tip, though, Pettit is able to eke out a small advantage over Hugendorn, just a little bit, and they did eke out a couple more tenths from McGoy and Co.
Yeah, he was almost 2 tenths quicker than McGoy. So you have to figure that Pettit felt, you know what, I'm pretty fast. I think I can do this here. It's whether or not Hugendorn will roll into it. Let's shout out to a driver coming and having a pretty good run here right now. That's Ashton Woom, running P5. It's been such a rough weekend for him. It's just an absolute gut punch the way things started for him in KA. Qualified in the pole position, taken out in both of the races coming down into the start turn 1, driven off the racetrack twice. Did not deserve that kind. And of course, penalties came, but it doesn't bring him back to where he needs to be.
Small consolation, right?
For him running P5 right now, I'd love to see him make his way to the podium. There is a driver making a move forward, though, and that is the 722 of Jackson Porter. Purple last time by, plus 13 on the day, 20th up to 7th. Jackson Porter thinking about a podium finish. Watch him right there. A second duo in the back, Max Weiland right behind him. They are moving.
Yeah, exactly. You just saw on screen, too, is Ashton Woon moving up one more spot, making moves to try to get into a better spot. Now in behind McGoy there on screen right now. You got McGoy, then Woon as they come out of the corner, then Ewell, then Salameo. Small gap back to the aforementioned 722 Jackson Porter. Talk about it, like heading the right direction. Another driver we've seen at the sharp end having a rough set of heat races, but now trying to make things happen and making some inroads.
Hugendorn just went purple rather, so they've stretched away to 2.3 second advantage over Michael McGoy. So right now it's a Pettit, Hugendorn, bolt away to see if they can't make it just a 2-driver battle. Indeed, Pettit's gone to the lead. Hugendorn comfortable to sit there with them. See if he plays out here as they work their way through again. 12 laps down, 10 to go, and they get back around here. It is going to be 9 laps remaining in X30 Junior. Mini Swift drivers will be on the grid to wrap things up.
Yeah.
Mini Swift. Then, of course, Pro Time.
Yeah, and you're doing the same thing I'm doing. Every once in a while, we're going to get a pretty good little gust, and it hits the microphone. It almost sounds like there's a barrier hit. We kind of duck around the corner. No, everything's good. And I'll tell you right now, it's Hugendorn's time to shine as the pusher. We just got done seeing it in the cadets with Aiden Go trying to play the pusher. We've seen it with other categories. It's successful. If you can get enough of a breakaway and get out of the rat race, if you will, you can have a mano-a-mano fight as Ashton Woon makes the move to the inside. To his credit, McGoy opens things up, lets Yule go without losing too much time. But, yeah, it's a pretty big gap, 2.6 or so. As they come across, nearly 3 seconds for the gap back to Woon. So advantage for the top two. Insurmountable if they keep doing what they're doing, perhaps.
Woon up into third spot is good. Like, we know how fast he is, right? Up into that P3 position. 2.9 back. And we'll look at his lap times. 48.1 for both Pettit and Hugendorn. These guys are rolling right now. Hugendorn playing the wingman so beautifully here.
Yeah, you can watch it there, right there as they go through turn number 10. He backs off a little bit. He's able to get the run coming off the corner. There, does it again for 12. Gets the timing right, so there's never this big gap between them. He's able to get the runs off of the corner, makes a little bit of contact down the straightaway here to give another little bit of a shove. There it is. It grows to 3.3 seconds.
Yeah, 7 laps to go. We got ourselves a 2-driver battle. None of this great stuff happened on Friday or Saturday. We were saying, guys, work together, just pull away, don't keep racing each other. You can be up front. It just boggles my mind sometimes that these drivers know exactly how to get the job done. They're not like they're going to come back and watch this race and go, oh, maybe I should have just pushed away with the guy up front instead of battle him every flipping corner. But no, instead, they scrapped it out on Friday, scrapped it out on Saturday, and that's why we had chaos. This is how you get the job done. Hook up, push away, 2-driver battle. And both these young drivers here, very impressive. The Rawlson performance from Cosmic for Travis Pettit. And then, of course, the MPG Kart Republic for Dean Hugendorn. Both these drivers looking to come away with the race win. They'll fight it out over the last couple of laps. Mini Swift drivers pushing up to the grid area. They'll be up next. As after this, just 3 more races to go. Waiting for those lights to pop on. We're going to see that pretty soon. We're going to have main events under the lights here. 4:14 local time. Again, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are around the world watching on Kart Chasers YouTube coverage. Welcome to Super Sunday. It's been a great day so far. Almost 2,000 people watching on the broadcast right now. Now who's going to come away with this one, Mike? The laps are clicking away. 5 to go. Working lap number 18. And Travis Pettit has held station here. The gap now 3.5 seconds. Once again, 48.1, 48.1. 3/10 faster than Ashton Woon. Woon's going to be the battle for that next group. He, Yule, Salameo, McGoy, all fighting for the final spots of the podium. But it's going to come down to these 2 young drivers here to go for the race win.
Yeah, the question is when, not if, right? We know it's going to happen. The question is how long do they wait? Hugendorn, content to just play the pusher. No reason to get after it just yet. And actually, to be fair, same thing with the group behind. The group behind is actually staying pretty low-key as well. Woon, Yule, Salameo, McGoy, Porter, all in a row. About 9/10 back from Porter, and 8th is Weiland. And then it's a big gap back after that. So it's really 2 races. The one for the win on screen right now, and then the one for the rest of the podium, which has 6 different drivers that have a shot at it. It's going to kick off here pretty soon. The question is when, and I know there's a little bit of defense, although Hugendorn's been taking that wider line. You open up the entry so that longer distance helps you build the gap to the driver in front of you, carry the speed off, get rolling off the corner. Going to have 3 laps to go right here. It's going to start rolling behind him, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. This one's building up. And I'll say something else, Mike. Trackside-wise, the wind is picking up in a big way. Those of you obviously can't quite see that if you're watching at home. It's getting windy here in a big way. Those flags still straight out. We now have a new leader. Hugendorn has pulled the trigger. Working lap number 20. Dean Hugendorn's got to the front. Oh, here's Pettit back to the bottom. It is a bit early. Does Woon have anything to bring that group with them? They're 4 seconds back. I don't know that it's not early. I think they got lots of time to play with here. Pettit wanted to go back to the lead. 2 laps to go. So they had a little look. There's Woon. Oh, you know they are wanting these guys to battle.
Keeping it smart, though. Only lost 2/10 with that back and forth.
Hey, listen, why not try it? Let's see where they can get. Where can I go? Pettit's going to go back down to the bottom. Hugendorf going to try the over-under. No, he's going to run the rail on the outside. Oh, how about a taste of that? Oh, I love that pass to the outside. Pettit ran the inside. Hugendorf doing the over-under. Here's Pettit to the outside as well. You looked right. I looked left. Where was he? Nowhere. Here we go. Hugendorf going to low line down into turn number 10, Mike. White flag going to fly this next time by.
Yeah, you got a chance to try a few different things here, guys. The question is, did you let it go too early? Did you lose that opportunity to have a little surprise, little sneak attack? Hey, they were 3.9 behind. Guess what? 1.5 seconds lost in that little back and forth.
Yeah.
They are 2.4 seconds back. If it gets pretty hectic right here, it could get wild behind them.
Last lap, here we go. X30 Junior. Here comes the over-under. A little bit of sideways action. Indeed, Woon to the next group, closing a bit. Hugendorf has that lead. Can Pettit take it back away? Only a handful of corners remain. Hugendorf looking over the shoulder. A little block move there. Move to the side. Right there with him. Is he going to low line to the bottom? He does. Again, Pettit trying to throw it at him. Only a couple corners more. Pettit's going to have to dive it somewhere here. Did he get a good run out of the corner? Hugendorf, big run to the bottom of the racetrack. They're not going to get it done. Hugendorf is going to win. The Euros come in and take both junior categories. Baglin with a win, and Hugendorf taking X30 Junior. Great defense on the final lap. A little bit of a move to the right when you look coming out of turn number 7 over to 8. Otherwise, the remainder of the field coming across the checkered flags. Dean Hugendorf with the win. Travis Pettit, fast lap of the race. And there he is, folks. Hugendorf victorious at the SuperNationals.
Well done.
Mike, that was good stuff there, right? We're talking about, again, that battle at the end. They worked together the entire time. It's all about coming down to that one-on-one fight, and that's what we saw at the end of that race.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you double the amount of laps you're going to be out there, what it does to the mood. I mean, once things start to settle down after those opening couple of laps, you do get that chance for breakaway. It's one of those things where you look behind you as a P2 guy, and you're like, oh, wow, that's like 5 kart lengths.
Yeah.
I just decided what I was going to do.
Hugendorf's got to get the scales. He does that. And, of course, the celebration will begin down there as he is the winner in X30 Junior. Great job for Dean Hugendorf. Waiting for the crew to show up. By himself out there right now. Pettit, Buell, Porter, and Woon, the top 5 drivers. How about Jackson Porter? Mike, plus 16. Get himself on the podium. What a great drive.
Yeah, that's another scenario where it's awesome, right, to see.
Let's send it down right now to David Land. He stands by with our winner.
All right, yesterday Dean told me how much he loved racing on the Vegas parking lot streets. Let me know how great it is to win here.
Oh my God, it feels really good. Especially that last lap battle with Travis was really amazing to end it like this. Especially here in Vegas, it's been really cool all weekend, really nice, and I really loved it.
Walk me through that last lap battle. What was going through your mind? How'd you keep him behind you?
Yeah, I saw like in those last few heats we had with Travis, I did the exact same tactic, but then now in the final I tried to go in earlier just to see what I can do with defending, and definitely it worked out now with the defending as I definitely got used to it. And then from there on just trying to focus and hit my points, and from there on we won the race.
You came up short in the World Championship, but how sweet is it to have this victory on your mantle?
Yeah, this is like really sick as well. Just here in Vegas again, it's really sick.
It's really sick, and Dean Hugendorf, well, I think the party's going to go all night, I suspect. What a winner.
Awesome stuff to see, and like we were talking about, you kind of tested the waters a little bit early. You thought he had a strategy, tested the waters a little bit, and was able to hold on for the win here in Junior. Again, Dean Hugendorn out on top for X30 Junior by Speed Concepts Racing. Travis Pettit, Max Ewell, Jackson Porter, we were just talking about, up 16 spots to P4. Ashton Woon solidifying another podium for his resume, P5. And rounding out your top 10, Michael McGoy, Theo Salameo, Max Weiland, Gianmatteo Rousseau, and Nico Katowski. Next up on the docket, minis. See, all lined up there on the grid. But we're going to be ready for podiums, I feel, here pretty soon. See, I see them all lined up. So I'll go ahead and kick it down to Rob, and Rob can take it when he's ready for our podium here in X30 Junior.
We are back here in Victory Lane for SuperNationals 28. What a great run for the drivers in X30 Junior. We'll bring them up onto the podium here after some wild racing. Of course, a two-driver breakaway up front, but the battle further back was a ton of fun. Coming in fifth place today, good recovery after a rough one earlier, Ashton Woon finishing in the fifth position for Speed Concepts Racing. Woon, P5 here in X30 Junior. Getting that podium run. We'll get him down to meet Tom Kutcher. Get that podium. A little farther down here. Tom, get him to come down the other end, will you? Ashton, down this side. Thank you. What a drive for this guy here. I'll tell you this, he wasn't in that lead battle. Plus 16 on the race. Jackson Porter coming home P4. Ho-ho! What a fantastic drive for Jackson to get himself up. Took full advantage of all the action happening there in that battle for third on back and drive himself up plus 16. A tremendous run for Jackson Porter. Finishing in third spot as well, another driver in that fight a little further back, Max Ewell coming home in third. Great drive for Max here. Part of that battle all race long for RPG. Good job for Max. Was right in the middle of the fight there. P3 for Max Ewell. That trophy up there as well. Of course, we had ourselves a two-driver battle. These drivers knew exactly how to handle things, so they were able to come away, at least one of them with the race win. Finishing in second, just not quite there, Travis Pettit. Pettit, P2. 2 podiums on the day for the RPG driver Pettit. That's the way to get things done here in Las Vegas. Very successful weekend on the whole for young Travis Pettit. He'll go into second. But one more spot on the podium. Let's bring that big SuperNationals trophy up here. It was a fantastic drive. He was second when he needed to be. Made the pass as well. The defense was perfect. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, in X30 Junior, Dean Hugendorn. MPG Motorsports Prema Kart Republic up on the podium here. Hugendorn winning in Las Vegas. Excellent job for Dean. Again, capping off what's been a fantastic season for him. Talking about his podium at the World Championships, but throwing that SuperNationals here in the headline junior category, X30. Guys, do me a favor. Trophies up in the air. This is my podium for X30 Junior. Great stuff again for the drivers here in the X30 Junior category. We saw some great racing further back. Up front, textbook breakaway. Two drivers working together, not battling each other to the last couple of laps. Guys, drop those helmets in the back. Keep them nice and clean. Grab that champagne. You got yours, Dean? All right, guys, give it a shake. Grip it and rip it. Let's celebrate the podium here for X30 Junior. Hugendorn, Pettit, Ewell, Porter, and Woon cap off the top 5. Great stuff for X30 Junior, guys. Just 3 more races still to come. Mini up next. And then, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go pro racing at SuperNationals 28.
Kart Zone is officially open. We're America's first true karting dealership, built by racers for racers. From your first chassis to managing a full team, our experts guide you every step of the way. At Kart Zone, you'll find top-tier products from your most trusted brands. We believe in performance without compromise. Your karting journey starts here. Visit kartzonena.com. iYami USA West is the official West Coast importer for iYami engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
So there's 3 basic pillars for data analysis. One is the data that we extract from the dash and look on the data station. The other thing is the feedback from the driver. And the last thing is the visual, like when we look at the driver on the track or we look at an onboard camera. Here at PSL Karting, we use a lot the SmartyCam 3 from AIM Sports. This camera is basically connected to the dash and it gets all the data from the dash and it synchronizes the video already for us. So every time we use this camera, we take the SD card, put it on a computer, and then we are able to analyze the drivers side by side on the data. We all know that drivers, they learn faster when it's visually shown to them side by side what's the difference, right? So with the SmartyCam, every time we put on the data, we're able to see the drivers side by side on the track. So here, for example, you can see that Diego is taking a curb and our other driver is not. You see that one driver is oversteering and the other driver is pretty much straight coming out of the corner. By showing this to them, they're able to absorb faster. And you can even play the videos simultaneously so they can see how they're performing through the track.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
Motorsport is reinventing itself, and our mission is to accelerate this transformation so that it becomes even more efficient, cleaner, more spectacular, and more sustainable. Welcome to the next generation of motorsport. TotalEnergies and Peugeot co-developed the 9X8, an eco-responsible hybrid electric hypercar capable of outstanding performances.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Join the Norberg Karting Academy at all winter national karting events. Excellence, precision, legacy, the foundation of the Norberg Karting Academy. Founded by 10-time U.S. Pro Karting Champion Ryan Norberg, an innovator who transformed driver development and redefined the sport through education, technology, and mentorship. Today, his vision continues, a program designed for drivers of every level, delivering tailored plans, data-driven coaching, and opportunities for seat time at every stage of growth. Just as he experienced on his own path to the top, the Norberg Karting Academy goes beyond race day coaching to cultivate complete, confident drivers. Norberg Karting Academy, where dedication meets design and champions are built. Contact us at norbergkarting@gmail.com for more information.
Back at it here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway as the drivers in the Mini Swift category have rolled on track. Before we jump into this, those of you who have followed this event for many, many years know that we're missing somebody right now. We're missing the flagman. We're missing the stylist, Aaron Likens. Aaron ain't not able to be with us here today. Actually flew back from Portugal just to be here for the event. Are you kidding me? Food poisoning last night. I know that he's watching probably back in the hotel room and just gutted that he can't be here. Aaron, you're in our thoughts. Obviously, you are such a core part of this Super Nationals. Again, Aaron Likens, our flagman, not able to be with us. Food poisoning, just gutted for him as well. Hope you're enjoying what we're seeing here right now. Maxwell Macha starting on the pole alongside Santiago Orioli. Tanner Barsh and Jake Manalio will be on row 2. Row 3, Ivor Spence and Zane Burgess. Row 4, Dominic Gaddis and Asher Pavan. Row 5 to cap off your top 10. That is Aston Wyatt and Mauro Nario, and there you have on the screen Lucas Tarango and Holden Myers on row number 6.
Liam Nachawati, he's been real quick. He's going to start 13th. Luca Becerril, rather. Then Oliver Williamson, Luis Martinez, Clayton Stiles, Kai Park, Jaden Francisco, and Daniel Dragunov.
We have 45 drivers in this field as they work their way and circulate through turn number 10. That was your front 20 drivers. Dominic Vera and Forrest Blair on row 11. Connor Lipka and Colton Brook on row 12. Cameron Johnson, Alex Chandler on row 13. Asher Bazonsky and Nathan Ramirez, row 14. Nico Salazar and Pax Romero will round out your top 30 drivers. Pedro Cueto from 31st. We're going to keep an eye on Pedro. He's got good speed. And one of the drivers that we honored in our opening ceremony earlier today. What an inspirational story that young man is. He'll start alongside Aaron Spears on row 16. Field set. There's the remainder of your grid on screen. Time to go racing. Matcha on the inside. Orioli on the outside. Green, green, green. Then they'll race down into turn number 1. Oh, please, everyone get through cleanly. Great start from the outside for Orioli as he will take the lead. Mike Fantastic launch there. The SuperKart driver coming across the bow.
Power move around the outside. Great job. And with the risk of the water. So
yes!
Hat tip, sir. Well done. And now going through turn number 7. The driver's a little bit further back, starting to jostle for position. I think that's one of the Jay Howard Motorsports drivers.
Indeed, Ivor Spence, I believe that potentially is. We'll watch them as they work their way through here. There's a big move to the inside. Maxwell Mattress says, hey, listen, no, dude. I've been leading all weekend long, and I'm going to lead here again. He and Oriole are going to swap the spots left and right. Look who's coming to play, as I said, though, the 181. Rolling his way up there. Good stuff here for Macha and Oriole. Oh, we're going to go all the way down to the inside of the racetrack, are we? This is not going to be one of those two-driver breakaways. Here we go. That is Liam Nakawati in the 181. What a start for him.
10 spots in one lap, Rob. And we talked about Nakawati being one of the fastest kids, just having to start further back. Holy shnikes.
Yeah, great
P2,
start.
let's go, mate.
P2 on the second lap for Nachawati. Getting himself out there. And yeah, he was the driver we watched quite a bit through the heat races after a rough run in qualifying. Fought his way back forward, now finds himself up into the second spot. Early running now with the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. All that's left, folks, after this, get ready. Grab your popcorn, whatever you want on a Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon, wherever you are. Pro Show Racing coming up next. Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. It is going to be wild here under the lights because that's where we are. Lights are on, under the lights for the last 3 races of SuperNats 28.
Nachawati, P2, looks over the shoulder, does not go for the move. Instead, stays right there. Is he going to go for it or not?
Or do we get the double up again? We saw drivers in that last race work together and pull away. These guys had a lot of time to watch that as well. Do we just try to work together?
Look at these names. Macha, Nachawati, Burgess. They are vets, believe it or not, in the cadet game.
Yeah, these are the big guns, no doubt about that. Tanner Barsh is having a great SuperNats as well. Texas Sprint Racing Series champion, I believe, on that CRG. Darn, he has been very good. Here goes the move for Nachawati. He wants the lead. 13th to the lead in a couple of laps. He'll lose it by opening the door. I'm surprised he didn't cover off the bottom there, Mike. He made the pass. Why not lock it down in the next corner?
Yeah, that's maybe a little small mental mistake there, like having the speed. Macha had already shown, maybe he didn't see it, but Macha shown he got passed and repassed immediately. So Macha wants to lead this thing. Burgess actually able to slot through there. Nachawati had to get on the binders for a second to make sure he didn't run out of room on the exit. Down into turn number 4, nothing doing, everybody staying single file.
Yeah, top 5, 6 drivers pulling away. You see the biggest gap there. I think you got to go a little further back to like 10th to 11th, about a second there. Otherwise, just kind of lining things up here early on. Very surprised that Nachawati didn't kind of lock things down there, as I said, coming over to turn number 11 and 12 after making a great pass to the inside of 10. But indeed, you're going to be a part of a lead breakaway anyways. Macha leading the way. Yellow flag flying, the driver's gone off on the outside of turn number 7. Through the barriers there.
Looks like a front tire lost on that one as well with that impact.
Already pulling that cart off the way. Another SKUSA official will come in to repair that wall. I'll tell you, listen, SKUSA officials do a great job when we're at a purpose-built racetrack. They got to work a lot harder, Mike, on these weekends when they're putting walls back together, picking carts up over top of barriers, not just dragging it off of the grass. A lot of work gets done.
Yeah, this thing didn't exist. And they built it from scratch, and they keep it, they maintain it throughout the week, and then they make it go away. They really put a lot into this thing.
There's an over-under move a little further back there. I think that's the 121 of Ashton Wyatt maybe making the move back there. Actually, that might have been Jaden Francisco as well. Drivers all kind of settling in, as we said, early running here, and what's a 20-lapper. We're only going to the quarter mark here now. Lap 5, notched as they come across the line here now. And there you go, Mike. What, 6, maybe 5, 6 kart breakaway?
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? They got to be careful, too. You got a pair of Parolin drivers out front here in Macha and Burgess. No moves being made. Everyone's being pretty calm with this thing, being smart. It wouldn't be that hard for this to end up blowing up and it being a Parolin pull away. So Nachawati, Williamson now just behind with Barsh in 5th, all trying to stick with him. Now Nachawati starting to close in again after that little bit of back and forth we saw earlier.
Yeah, I think drivers early on, kind of make a couple of plays here, show what I've got, put some pressure up. If it sticks, maybe we'll be able to pull away and get the job done. Otherwise, after those first 5 laps, you see where you are, you settle in, then you go to work. I do think there would have been an opportunity for Nacho Wadi to kind of pull up front, and he covered that thing off after getting the lead. But otherwise, we know that Macho wants to be up front so much, he very likely would have attacked.
Yeah, and just out of curiosity, I've been wondering where the tire pressures were set for Nacho Wadi. They started back in 12th. Were they thinking they were going to be able to get the job done that fast? Maybe they're a little bit high. Hey, if he settles down a little bit, it might be good for him.
5 drivers in that lead group: Macha, Burgess, Nacho Wadi, Williamson, and Barsh. Oliver Williamson up 11 spots. Nacho Wadi up 10 spots. Jaden Francisco, though, the fastest driver on the racetrack, he's gone 19th to 9th. He's plus 10 as well, and that's not that far back, Mike. He's just in that next group behind the front-running quintet.
Well, we just talked about how much Macho wants to lead, and if it really comes to terms where he's going to have to elbows up to make it happen, they're going to lose a lot of time really, really fast. These top 5 got a little bit of a breakaway, but only by about 7/10 over Pavon in P6. You can see that kind of the island of Pavon right there, and then another little group of about 4 or 5 drivers.
Yeah, Pavon right there, as you said, in that 6th position. Behind him, Wyatt, Francisco, Orioli, Spence, and Gaddis is there as well. Look at that next group. Might even have, after Gaddis, probably Jake Manalio, I think. No, he's already second back. So, yeah, Manalio is second back from Spence. So it's really the top 10 drivers now. Mike?
Yep, there's the move for P2. A little bit of a head bobble. Let's go, let's go. That is Nacho Wadi getting the move done. Now, will Burgess attack back? No. Going to hang out right there. So no time really lost there.
One thing we haven't seen yet, we've seen the 2-driver breakaway. We haven't seen the group that works together. I often leverage the cycling term, the peloton, to drop a guy off the peloton. That's what they do in cycling off. So you're working hard, you're trying to drop that guy off the back who can't keep up the fitness needed to run up front. So, hey, 5-driver battle. Can they make it 4? Or can these front 3 drivers drop Williamson and Barsh, right? Yeah, the whole idea is to drop the guys off the back of the peloton as that race goes on.
Well, I'll tell you right now, we were talking about the island of Pavon. You can see on screen right now some jostling for position there. But the driver on the move right now is the 102 Francisco, fastest driver on the course. Went purple, is quickest, up 12 spots. And guess what? Just caught Pavon and is the P2 of that next group. And actually, on screen there, I think may have already dispatched Pavon.
And that's Francisco there. Open racetrack front and behind. He's P6, and it's rolling. He's by himself right now.
Something must have happened because he was right there with Pavon when the last lap started, maybe infighting behind him.
Yeah, maybe a little argy-bargy a little further back, but Francisco in the Ryan Perry Motorsports Carolyn into 6th. Fastest driver on the racetrack. Back, though, by 1.6 seconds. Last time by was the same speed as Tanner Barsh. It's going to be open racetrack all by himself for Francisco. He may need to rely on these guys to battle. They'll see the white there, the cross flags next time by. It's going to be 10 down, 10 laps remaining, halfway when they get back to the stripe.
One of the tough things about being a group, though, is that you get 2 or 3 drivers. Maybe we can time it right to be able to carry the momentum, carry the speed. You get to be 4th or 5th in that pack, and now things start to check up. The timing is tougher to stay there, and that's why, again, you see right here, the back 2 of this group, and even the 3rd of Burgess, a little bit harder to stay in touch there, and that's going to lend itself to Francisco making inroads, and again, there it is. You got 53.4 out of your leader, then a 2, then a 4, then a 2, then a 4, and a 53.3. So the immediate drivers in front of Francisco are just a tick slower, and he's doing it on his own, no draft.
Yeah, exactly that. That's one of the big things about Francisco. Excuse me, all by himself. The drivers further back going side by side. That is going to be for 7th and 8th. It's Wyatt, Pavon, Gaddis, Manalio all racing outside the top 6. Now the thing about Francisco there, can he make it to the podium? Will these drivers race in front of him enough that he may be able to get back in? There's a move a little further back. That's the 156 of Burgess. He had gone back to the tail of that group. He's back up to 4th now. Dame Burgess back to P4. And Mike, we're getting that separation between 2nd and 3rd. They're working together. Nacho Wadi and Macha. Macha leads. Nacho Wadi, he's playing the role that Hugendorn did in that last race with Travis Pettit. I won't push you away. We're going to race later, but I'll push you away.
And we watched Aiden Go try to do that in the other cadet ranks as well. How can I just push along and get to the end? But you can see here, that little jostling for position between Williamson, Burgess, and Barch as they argued over who was going to be in front of who. That's allowed Francisco to close that gap down only 1.5 seconds off the back of Barch in the top 5. And again, if that continues, he's going to be back in the game. But what it has done is allowed Macha and Nachawati to start to pull away even further. We'll look at the lap time when they come across, but it was already 6.5 tenths.
I like the fact we got great racing all the way through the field now. Everybody working their way through these laps. 11 down, 9 to go. Coming across the line here, let me update my live timing. I think we're probably working 12 down. Yeah, 12 down. Fast laps being laid down by all the drivers up front right now. 53 threes, 53 fours. Barsh at 53.3, Francisco at 53.2. Chipping away at it a bit there. What group are we watching here, Mike? Pick up a number here, the driver coming through there. That's Manalio, Orioli, Wyatt, Gaddis. P7 on back. Again, listen, they're not done yet. We've seen it happen before. What are you on? Oh my goodness. You saw it. Let's pick it up. Oh, driver's off. That's the 157's gone around Dominic Gaddis. That battle we had in the top 7, or for the top 7 spot. 7, 8, 9, 10. Backed it into the barriers. Not sure which corner. But that'll very likely end his day.
Yeah, I didn't. We just were cutting away from it, so I didn't quite see it. 2 drivers, one up in the air. I think it was Gaddis up in the air and landed and continued.
So let's do this right now. At the opening ceremonies, we talked to Pedro Cueto. The unbelievable story of the driver who, with cancer, had to get his lower leg or his leg amputated right after the race last year. Wanted to get that, that artificial limb so he could get back into the go-kart. He told me he had trouble. I had good speed, Rob. I'm starting 31st. I go, listen, I want you top 10, maybe even the podium. You got to do that for me. You got to give me something to talk about. The kid just went purple on lap number 13. Pedro Cueto up to 12th position. Plus 19. He's coming. Maybe a podium or maybe a top 10 for Pedro here, but he is up on the wheel.
Pedro's rolling. We were just looking down. That's literally what happened when that contact had. We were looking down at the timing sheets and seeing that purple lap. So Cueto is rolling the P12. And you know what? He's going to have a little bit of help to get into the top 10. But that help is probably going to happen with the kids are racing each other.
Yeah, he's back in the 12th position. He's 1.8 seconds behind Lucas Tarango. Last time by, though, 3/10 faster than Lucas. He's chipping away at it with 6 laps remaining, but nonetheless, a great drive right now. From what I see, the hard charger of the race, plus 19. Marcelo Flores, plus 17. Oh, Koa Saito, plus 21. 44th up in the 23rd right now for Koa. So one of the fastest, one of the biggest movers here right now. Pedro Cueto having a good run up to P12.
At the sharp end here, 5 laps remaining. It is 2 linked up, bit of a gap, then 2 linked up, bit of a gap, and then 2 jostling for position. Barsh and Francisco trying to decide who's going to lead who. I think Francisco just dispatched Barch.
Like, if we had some of this teamwork on Friday and Saturday, there would be far less complaining if these drivers would actually work together instead of full sends every corner, just shipping it to the inside or shipping each other. We got good stuff going up front. The 174 of Maxwell Macha and the 181 of Liam Nakawati. And remember, Macha started on the pole position. Nachawati, 11th. So he had to work his way up there. That tells me that Nachawati may have a little more in the tank, but the other thing you mentioned, he did attack early. Did they go higher on tire pressure? Is he going to be able to maintain this pace to the very end? 15 laps in right now, make it 16 laps in. Mike, 4 laps remaining in Mini Swift.
Francisco, fastest driver on the circuit right there, 53.0. And in 5th and trying to close in. You can see on the screen there, closing in. That is for 3rd and 4th. Francisco is the one climbing in there right there on screen as they come through turn number 7. Francisco is going to be a 3-kart fight for 3rd. If they fight too soon, you can wipe out any chance for the win. If they just chill out and the top 2 fight, here it goes.
Well, let's say this about Francisco. He was able to, remember, he was by himself. He reeled in that group, not by Tanner Barsh. He has got himself onto the podium. He started all the way back at 19th and he has raced his way up to the podium. This is fantastic stuff out of Liam Francisco right now, no doubt about that. And again, he's not done yet either, right? Let's be real. There's an opportunity. He may go a little bit further forward.
Yeah, that number 102 is rolling in the center of the corner really well, especially the tighter ones like turn 13. As he comes through turn number 4, he's going to get a little bit of a headwind advantage with the draft to see if he can circle through here and get a drive coming off for turn number 7. Again, talking about the 102, going to make this 3-kart fight. There's your 2 leaders through 7. And now here it is, Williamson, Burgess, Francisco, your fight for 3rd.
Now, Mike, the leaders just keep putting down better laps. So 53.1 and a 53.2 for Nachawati that last time by. Williamson, Burgess, both 53.3s. Francisco, a 53 flat, faster than leaders, but that brought him to the tail of this group. He's currently P5. Can he get the 3rd? That's probably going to be the best you're going to see out of Jaden Francisco. Nonetheless, a fantastic drive. 2 laps remaining now. Hold on. I probably shouldn't have said that. If they start racing early, that next group is going to be there. Let's not count Francisco out yet. Thinking about a run on the outside.
He's going to cross over and get a big push. Guess what? He's going to get 1. He might have another shot in turn number 4 if he wants to go for 2. No, a little bit of patience for Francisco.
Yeah, good move to the inside, though. Listen, he may realize that eventually these guys are going to start the battle up front. If Nachawati can stay calm and make the move late. Oh, no, here we go. Nachawati wants it now. Might as well go to the front. That, I don't think, cost him a ton right there. Will he low line down into the corner? Just a little bit early of an entry. Not all the way to the bottom. Liam Nachawati has got P1. Macha goes to the outside of the corner. This is going to be it right here. 1 more lap to go.
That was actually Macha just a little bit wide in turn number 7, so whether Nachawati wanted to do it or not, he had to go for it. To the bottom, this is it. Final lap, Nachawati looking over to the side, into turn number 1, side by side. Who's going to do it? Over, under? No, the timing's not there. Guess what? 5 to go here for 5 drivers.
Here comes 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It is not over yet. Big move to the bottom of the racetrack for Francisco. It'll bump in the back. Nachawati still has the spot. Macha give him a good shot in the rear bumper. They're going to go down to the bottom, full low line. Everybody in the fight for the race win now. 5 drivers in the mini category could come away with a win. Liam Nachawati started all the way back in 13th. He's got to get further down the bottom of the racetrack. He's going to try the over-under. He did not defend. He's opened the door. Macha's gone back up. Nachawati contact with Francisco. It is going to be Maxwell Macha who's going to come away with the race win in SuperNationals 28. Nachawati did not block the bottom of the racetrack coming through turn number 9, did not low line. Everybody came storming through. Macha with the win, Burgess 2nd, Williamson 3rd, Nachawati 4th. Barsh able to get by Francisco after the contact in turn number 11. Great sportsmanship from the young drivers. You see them all coming up and congratulating each other at the end. What a move to the inside in turn number 10 for Maxwell Macha. Obviously, Nachawati so impressive on that final lap to be able to get the lead. Just didn't cover off the bottom coming through to turn number 10. I feel like you got to do that. You can't open the door in the final lap. Just allowed them to come screaming through. He thought he was going to be able to have it over-under. Like it just didn't play out.
Yeah, and sometimes you can be offensively defensive, right? Take that wider line, take that attack move to try to be defensive. Look at that. Isn't that what you're looking for every time? Like, hey, remember, we talked to Macho after a heat race win, and he was like, basically copy-paste is what the idea was. Well, he just did that.
Yeah, the congratulations all around for Maxwell Macha. And indeed, a fantastic run for him. Time to hear from the race winner, David Land, standing by.
Yeah, down here with Maxwell Macha, your 2nd SuperNats win, and this one looks just as sweet as the first.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm like speechless. You know, like the race was going. I thought I was gonna get like 3rd or something, but like I got 1st, and I won SuperNats in 2023 in Micro Swift, and I won a mini. So I don't think nobody has done that before, and I think I'm the first to do it. And I'm so grateful, and I couldn't do it without Pearland Motorsports, Ben, Walcher, my mom and dad, and people who support me.
That's Maxwell Macha. He knows exactly who he needs to thank for 2 SuperNats wins in his career. I think he's gonna add a few more. What do you guys think?
What an awesome run there for Maxwell Macha. We've got a podium to get through, and then we're going to go pro racing. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and take another little commercial break here and get back here on the other side with a podium with Rob Howden.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsakracRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
One thing that is really nice about the Micron 6 is with this new IMU platform, now they put an embedded channel with the steering wheel angle. So basically they take these accelerometers and they calculate the relative position of the dash and they give you a steering wheel angle on your Race Shooter 3. So as you can see here, the Micron standing on the table and it shows me the steering wheel angle. So it's about 1 degree. Remember that you need to calibrate this, so just go here and auto-calibrate your sensors. But if I take the micro and I move, you see that the steering wheel angle is moving. So this channel is really nice to use if you're trying to understand how the drivers are behaving through the corners, if it's oversteering, understeering. But you need to be careful. Because we're measuring this at 100 times per second, when you look on the data, it's very, very noisy. So you don't need to understand the driver's behavior on the steering wheel at 100 times per second. Maybe 5 times per second, 2 times per second, it's enough. So when you look on the data, we have here the steering wheel angle raw output in blue, and then we have to apply a filter to treat this data, and then that's the filter in red. So here at Speed Sports, we know through the high speeds we have a lot of oversteer. So analyzing the steering wheel angle will help us understand if the driver is oversteering or understeering without having any cameras or anything like this.
Attention SuperKarts USA drivers. Be sure to order your complete photo package from On Track Promotions. All drivers receive a minimum of 40 photos from throughout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with instant access from our automated delivery system. Visit otp.ca right now to get instant access to your photos.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Hi, I'm Jesse Bazanski. I'm Danya. And I'm Asher. We're practicing on our sims for our next race.
5, still there. Car on your left.
All in all, we just love VRS. Also stay in the game in the correct mindset. Get fast, faster.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Victory Lane one more time as there's 2 more races still to come. SuperNationals 28, what a great race there for the drivers in the Mini Swift category. Some fantastic racing, last lap battling, no doubt about that. Let's start with the driver. The last lap able to work his way up to P5, finishing in the 5th spot, Tanner Barsh. Tanner Barsh coming home P5. Great weekend all told for Tanner, the Texas driver, on that CRG. Strong run to 5th place for Tanner. Excellent drive. Finishing in the 4th position, drove his way forward, was right in the middle of the battle. 4th place went to Liam Nachawati. Liam leading that final lap, opened the door a little over in turn number 10, and everything changed right there. It was a wild run for the last couple of corners. Liam Nachawati coming home in 4th position. Finishing in 3rd spot, a fantastic drive for Oliver Williamson. Williamson, P3. He'll stand on top of one of the podium steps. Williamson on that Kart Republic coming home in the 3rd position. Man, the racing up front was absolutely fantastic. Back and forth, number of different leaders. These races so super clean. This is what listen, to be honest, both cadet races were fantastic. Finishing in 2nd place today, number 156, Zane Burgess. Burgess, P2. Leaders got reeled in at the end and made it a lot more exciting than it probably was going to be. Great job for Zane Burgess coming home at 2nd. The driver who scored the win, though, he led. He went backwards. He fought his way back forward. He did not give up to the final corner. Threw it to the inside in turn number 10. The winner of SuperNationals 28 in Mini, Maxwell Macha! An almost perfect weekend. Pole did a tremendous job all weekend long. Maxwell Macha coming away with the big trophy here in Mini. Guys, you've got your trophies. Let's get the shot there. What do you think, Maxwell? You think you can get that thing over your head? Let's give it a shot. There it is, folks. Try get it up there. It's a press. There you have it, folks. The podium for the drivers in Mini. Full overhead press there for Maxwell Macha. No need for the gym. Great job. Just lift that trophy up whenever you need it. Nicely done. Well, guys, drop those trophies down. Get those helmets in the back. And then we got some age-appropriate sparkling cider for you. Trophy down. Grab the champagne. Wait for my call. Wait for my signal. Wait. Hold. Hold. Come on, Maxwell. Hold. Grab that champagne and grip it and rip it. Let's get at it here. Love the celebration from the drivers here in the Mini Swift category. Folks, we have gone through all of the other categories. All that's left are the two big shows. Pro X30, Pro Shifter, SuperNats 28 almost done. But we're going to dial it up to the next level, folks, because the main event's coming up next here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
IAMI USA West is the official West Coast importer for IAMI engines and parts. Our dedicated and knowledgeable staff have a combined 50+ years experience in the sport and can help you with all of your needs. Call us today or visit our website to find your local dealer to shop.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got? Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute. I just love shopping. I love shopping too. Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to? No idea. But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal. Sure does.
It's time to meet your field and the drivers that'll be seated in those machines. 41 drivers on tap for the Perico Pro X30 Main Event. Crowd, make sure you let them hear him and let them hear you as we get ready to bring out all 41. And we will begin with our luckiest man on the day in Pro X30, starting 41st from Mexico City, Mexico, driving an Orsilon Racing Tony Kart, Jose Carlos Hernandez. And moving on from Jose Carlos Hernandez into the top 40, these are the next two that race their way in. 5th and 6th out of the LCQ puts them on row number 20 as they make their way up and onto the stage. Let's go ahead and we'll bring on up row number 20 out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Driving a PSL Barrel Art, Timothy Pernod. And joining him up on the stage, starting 39th from Terre Haute, Indiana. Driving an MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. Number 50. Austin Olds. Moving to row 19, out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, driving for CRG USA on the outside, number 41, All-In Galley. And joining him up on the stage, starting 37th from Sydney, Australia, driving a JHCD Kart Republic, Jackson Southland. Moving to row 18 out of Corvallis, Oregon. Driving a Rollins Performance Group, Cosmic. Starting on the outside, number 90, Johnny Ports. And starting 35th on the inside, row 18 out of Concord Township, Ohio. Driving a Mike Doty Racing LN card, your LCQ winner, Henry Wheeler. Moving on to row 17. Out of the United Kingdom, driving an RPG Cosmic on the outside, starting 34th. Number 51, Lewis Goff. And on the inside, starting 33rd out of Australia, driving a Kart Republic, number 57, Brody Whitmore. Moving on to row number 16. Out of Montreal, Quebec, Canada, driving an RPG Cosmic, starting on the outside, number 43, Laurent Legault. And to the inside, out of Elk Creek, Kentucky, driving a Host Driver Development Tony Kart, Eli Warren. Moving to row 15. Out of Malaga, Spain, driving a DPK America's Alonso Kart, your 2025 Miami Warrior Final Champion, Aaron Garcia Lopez. And to the inside of row 15, number 98, driving for Mike Doty Racing, Ryan Raffa. Row 14, out of Bristol, Wisconsin, driving a Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machine. Number 85, Cash Perkins. And on the inside, a former SuperNats winner from Mexico City, Mexico, Donovan Bonilla. Row 13, pair of two drivers from two completely different parts of the world. From Mooresville, North Carolina, starting 26, driving a Prodigy Motorsports best kart, Adam Brickley. And on the inside in 25th, driving for Speed Sense Motorsports from Australia, Lewis Hudson. Row 14, out of Sydney, Australia, driving for Nash Motorsports, number 18, Jaden Pope. And on the inside, out of Brisbane, Queensland, Australia, driving a Brandon Jarskrak Racing LN card, Mika Lemasurier. Row number 11, out of Orlando, Florida, driving for GFC, number 2, Ryan Norberg. And on the inside, out of Arvada, Colorado, driving a Rylance Racing LN card, number 95, Adam Rylance. And for your top 10 rows, let's begin with Pembroke Pines, Florida's Velocity Racing Sodi Zone, Colin Lloyd on the outside. And on the inside from Rancho Cucamonga, California, Buddy Jesus Vasquez Jr. Row number 9, next up from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, driving for Ryan Perry Motorsport, Tony Kart, Jensen Burnett. And on the inside, a pair of rookies making their Pro X30 debut, driving for RPG, Chico Turner Brown. Row number 8, from Wilson, California, starting on the outside in 16th, driving for GFC, number 27, Chase Hand. And starting on the inside in 15th, from Osasco, Sao Paulo, Brazil, number 4, Diego Ramos. Row 7, from Bogota, Colombia, driving a Rawls and Performance Group, Cosmic, making his Pro X30 debut, number 19, Amador Martinez. And on the inside, from Caden McQueen. And finally, on row number 6, starting 12th on the outside, 11th on the inside, out of Mooresville, North Carolina, your number 3 plate, Paulie Massimino. And on the inside, driving for Rawls and Performance Group, Cosmic, making his SuperNats debut, number 7, Gus Lawrence. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet your top 10. From Medina, California. Driving a Speed Concepts Racing Carlos Sainz machine. Starting 10th, number 73, Frankie Mossman. Starting 9th from Parker, Colorado. Driver Rolls and Performance Group, Hannah Greenemeyer. From Fullerton, California, driving for Nash Motorsports, starting 7th, number 5, Blake Nash. Starting 6th, from Fullerton, California, driving for GFC Formula Works, number 56, Jake Drew. Starting 5th, your reigning SuperNats Pro X30 champion from Milton Keynes, United Kingdom, driving an MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, number 58, Joe Turney. Starting 4th, from Spain, driving a forward direction Motorsports Pantano, number 6, Ruben Moya. Starting 3rd, from Miami, Florida, driving a Rolls and Performance Group, Cosmic, making his Pro X30 debut, number 66, Alexander Vanchev. And starting 2nd, on the outside of your front row, from Italy, driving an MPG Motorsports Kart Republic, number 74, Iacopo Martinez. Starting on the pole from Miami, Florida, driving a Rocket Racing Company L&N Kart, number 94, Alessandro De Tullio. And making the final driver to introduce, making his final Pro X30 full-time appearance, your 2025 number 1 plate and Pro Tour champion from Davie, Florida, driving for Speed Concepts Racing, Austin Garrison. There's your Pro X30 field, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the map presented by Kart Class of the 13-turn SuperNats 28 official layout and walk you through what we've seen so far today. What are some of the trouble spots? What are some of the spots we didn't expect to see, Rob? They have definitely had you extending the length of your voice over the main so far.
You know what? For me, it's just been the fact we've had enough awesome braking opportunities. A lot of passes in turn number 7, and Mike, even a couple over in turn number 8. They're sketchy, but they get the job done.
Yeah, exactly. They get the job done if you get started in 7, right? If you get that big run, you can get next to them. And as long as there's a respect, which we've seen all day, the racing is phenomenal through 8. Then things get rolling through 9 and 10. Calamity Corner earlier, but now probably some of the best racing through 10, 11, and 12.
No doubt about that. Xander, the last complex of corners, right? The last quarter has been exciting to all the main events here today.
It seems to have done exactly what they were hoping for, make it a bit racy, right? The last sector last year was pretty single file. It was tough to get through, no doubt, but with the widening of the circuit, the widening of the groove, the racing's been phenomenal. This truck's going to cool off a little bit, obviously, and it's only going to get colder. So where do you go for tire pressure? What do you do right now on that out lap? We already saw what not to do, unfortunately, earlier today when you're trying to get some grip and heat in those tires, Mike. This is going to be crucial when they head back out onto the circuit.
Well, you just talked about tires. Brand new set of skins here for these drivers, at least the ones who didn't go through the LCQ. And it's about getting heat into the tires as much as possible. You're going to see these drivers working them back and forth, back and forth. Coldest it's been all week, under the lights.
And the best drivers.
And the best drivers here for the pro classes.
Yeah, it is going to be aggressive tire scrubbing on the laps that they give these guys to roll out. It is going to be great stuff. And again, listen, the ability to get the heat in the tires, Mike, if you don't do quite a good job, you're probably going to be a 10th or 2 down on that opening circuit. You're just not going to have that grip that you're hoping for.
Well, and these guys know how to do it, too. You're not just trying to get heat in the surface of the tire. You want to get all the way through. So you're going to see big load, big back and forth, trying to really squeeze as much into those tires as possible. Again, they're going to come around. They're going to get that full lap to warm things up and then come for the parade lap there to get into 2x2. You see on screen right there, DeTulio and Vanchev just before prepping here to get in the seat.
You know, the big thing for me, Mike, is I think that we're about to see the excitement, the energy amped up to, of course, another level. We saw it in the juniors. You know, the master shifter guys this is going to be the other level. This is the stuff. This is frantic. This is aggressive. This is the opening lap. This is how you go to work when you're at this level of competition. This is one of the reasons why a lot of times if there are drivers that want to make the move to cars, I always love them to go into a senior, at least a couple years of senior, because it's that kind of different racing. It's aggressive. It's big boy racing for sure, and these guys are about to get at it.
And at this level, it's mental, right? When everybody's got good equipment, everybody's good. It's what can you find a little extra and what can you do upstairs in the old noggin to get the advantage.
Now, I said big boy racing. I should say big person racing because Hannah Greenmeyer, we know if there's anybody that can get the job done too, it's Hannah. She'll get the elbows up as well. Great stuff here. Mark Denazy's been strong guy on the screen. He can be a driver to watch for sure.
I think ultimately we just really haven't gotten an accurate read at this class, right?
That's
With
true.
how many varied conditions, and this too, right? We've been warm all week pretty much at night, nowhere near the wind like this. Obviously the track's now got, 500 sets of Avinco tires at minimum for the races that have been put on it, not to mention the guys that might have went doing warm-up. But this morning, damp. On Friday, nowhere near what we had.
So, Xander, you think this then puts a big onus on the mechanics and the guys that are making the decisions, chassis-wise, tire pressure-wise?
Yeah, at twice the distance, right?
Yeah,
there's a lot of new going on right now. And the thing is, not just are the drivers pros, so are those mechanics, so are these teams.
Yep.
They've been working on this all week long. It all comes down to this. These opening laps, these opening corners are going to be pivotal to try to get the tone set to whether or not you've got a shot to win this thing.
No doubt.
Well, they've got all of this bit right here before we go back down to that front straightaway to try and get some heat into the tires. Alessandro DeTulio and Iacopo Martinez. Now, they've already duked it out a little bit in the heats. We've seen what it's like with those two going at each other. Joe Turney, we've obviously already seen up at the front of the field today, but curious what will happen when the likes of Hannah Greenmeyer gets back up and into the mix. She's got a good starting spot on the inside. Frankie Mossman kind of got there to the end of that K senior race. Obviously, Austin Garrison solely in Pro X30 here this weekend. He only just finally seemed to kind of turn the tide of his progress with the morning's heat races.
How about Paulie Massimino in that KA race, able to lead at one time, right? He's starting 12th here. You know how aggressive it's going to get early, and Paulie's a driver. If he's got a piece, is going to get aggressive as well.
And I'm really interested to see what looks to be the driver on the next page of rows. Ryan Norberg, remember thinking back to when he had the DQ in a heat race in 2023, he started almost as far back as this. I believe 17th or 18th. Starts 22nd here tonight under the lights. But with 25 laps to get her done, you got a lot of time. And it's one thing we've learned, if the lead pack stays dicey, you can go from way back and get into the mix.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's line them up, bring them into the tram lines, and get at it. 25 laps, as we said, main events, the first of two for you. Pro X30 getting ready to roll, brought to you by Perico Energy Drink. And you know that the Tullio was going to crawl them down the front straightaway. Waiting for that green flag to fly on the outside. Jacopo Martinez, ADT going to start things off. The opening 6-7 corners are going to be absolutely hectic. Look at this crawl. Waiting for it. We got it. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1.
Everybody's trying to avoid that puddle on the outside, so you're not getting nearly as much of a spread into turn 2. But off the rip through to 4. Big moment for Jake Drew and Mossman, and around goes Burnett in the 15. So he lost a couple. And how about the rookie? Alexander Vanchev leads the field under the lights.
The biggest driver, the best driver in junior racing here in 2025. He finds himself out front for RPG, coming through the chaos. Alexander Vanchev goes P1, and another one of the drivers around. That's the 22.
Chico
Brown. Yeah, Chico Brown.
The double junior SuperNats winner will not get any closer, and it took out a number of contenders. Massimino to the back there. Brown caught out by the lower grip, and it's a huge breakaway for the main group.
Dave Serra, we talked to him in the morning show. He said, if I'm Vanchev, I'm going to go. I need to go, set the tone early, get to the front. I got nothing to lose. Well, guess what? He was listening to Vanchev to the point.
Well, hey, Xander, how about the two tales of experience in this particular category? You got Vanchev, the rookie at the SuperNats, and the junior driver who won so many races this year, chased down by Joe Turney.
Oh, man. Joe Turney has also had a very interesting day when you look at the protests and appeals and the back and forth, right? First, second by all of 200ths to be able to defend that KA win, then ends up getting it off the pushback, then the pushback's revoked. Now he just wants to at least go 3 for 4.
What are we talking about with big moves early and things that you got to do to set the tone to give yourself a shot? How about Le Mesurier up to 10th,
big
up
time.
13 spots on lap number 1. Le Mesurier still in this conversation, especially if those front groups start running.
Yeah, we got ourselves a 6-driver breakaway right now already. Vanchev, Turney, Vitulio, Greenmeyer, Moya, and Martinez. It's a bigger gap back, almost 3 seconds, Xander, to Caden McQueen, who's been able to work his way up 6 spots early, and behind McQueen, Nash, and we said Le Mesurier and Bonilla.
What a huge breakaway here of nearly 3.5 seconds for the main 7 off all the carnage, with Brown going around in turn number 10. And how about Vanchev continuing to hold the lead? Turney's not making a ton of inroads yet. We've obviously seen now Moya go up the board to 3rd, the pole sitter back to 4th, and a little bit of changing back to Martinez, but man, there is a calmness right now with a rookie leading the way.
Yeah, and Le Mesurier and Dono Bonilla both making the moves. Plus 14 for Le Mesurier and 17 up for Bonilla. Both those drivers blasting their way into the top 10 early.
Probably picked the right way through the corners there in turn number 4. Maybe able to get the short way around instead of the long way around. Jake Drew back there in 15th after that incident.
Yeah, he got sent back. Garrison back. Massimino's not even in the top 25 right now on screen. Norberg back to 25th. Didn't get a good start either. Big shakeup, though, with a handful of drivers from the back of the grid able to kind of pick apart the pieces. But, yeah, a lot of drivers already probably feeling like they're out of the running.
Listen, you think about RPG, too, led by Ryan Norberg last number of years, right? Dono, of course, Bonilla getting some wins there. Hayden Jones has been the deal. Look what they got up front in the top 6 right now. You've got the leader, Vanchev, the young rookie driver. Then you got Greenmeyer, who ran for you a number of years ago, won a Pro Tour, is now car racing. Both those drivers on RPG equipment in the top 5.
Last time by, Ruben Moya went purple, and wow, right on cue. Joe Turney wants to send it for the lead. Little bit over-aggressive there. He'll get caught out by it. Vanchev holds, but the number 6 is on the move, folks. Ruben Moya closing in. Yellow's waving here in this sector. I wonder if we had a wreck in the back. Ryan Raffa's just joined the pit lane here, so.
Xander, if you see the back there, the barriers were actually broken on the exit of turn number 10, so someone went through the barriers at the exit of 10.
That little back and forth that we just saw between Vanchev and Turney, that's allowed the back three there. That's going to be Martinez and DeTulio and Greenemar. They actually had their own little swap-a-rooney. Greenemar was in third or fourth rather for a minute. Now back in it, they can still have some inroads coming. Because guess what? Here comes Moya P2.
Ruben Moya able to get the over-under on Turney, and just like that, a little defending from the rookie out front, trying to hold the leads, backing him up, and we're 6 deep. Turney with a run to the high side of Moya. They'll go nearly 3 wide. Martinez to the inside and gets by his teammate there for third.
That's what I expected to happen for sure, as these guys up front are all working their way together here. Good stuff here.
Yeah, Alexander Vanchev now leaves the door open. First time in a lap he leaves it open, and Ruben Moya makes him pay. New leader, the Spanish Salmon. All but for maybe 100 feet, Mike. Here comes Vanchev with an answer right back.
Yeah, exactly. Not quite enough. Oh, contact right there. It's going to be in the walls, Moya. Moya in the wall. There was contact from Vanchev. He didn't quite have the overlap. In for the apex goes Moya. Contact, Moya in the wall.
Big time implications here in the main. Joe Turney out of the lead. DeTulio to second. Ruben Moya trying to hold the top spot over Alexander Vanchev and gets sent into the water and then into the barriers.
Yeah, unbelievably tough for Moya, able to continue on. There's going to be an activation of the pushback for sure. I'll say this, if he can come back to the front, we're not going to worry about the pushback because he can just come to the front right now. Here's the replay. Watch Vanchev get into the back of the right rear. He gets shuffled off into the water on the outside of the racetrack. Bam! Off the racetrack.
There was also another look as well at Joe Turney's mechanic, Daniel Tate. They've had a very successful run together, but they've got DeTulio now on their heels. Took him a little bit to kind of find his footing, Mike, but the 94 last time by looked pretty sporty. In fact, he's now on the cusp, looking inside. New leader, Alessandro DeTulio in turn 4.
Yeah, DeTulio started on pole, got shuffled back, has had to do a little bit of work, but guess what? The speed was never in question. He's been one of the ones to beat. Nash to the inside further back. I believe that was on Greenemar. Guess what, guys? They didn't waste any time on business picking it up.
Oh my goodness, I thought that was going to be 3 wide coming in there, Xander. My goodness. And with Greenemar on the outside of that, Joe Turney's gone back to the front. DeTulio in second, Martinez third. Oh, big move to the bottom. DeTulio to the inside. Book it. He goes through to P1.
That was huge for Alessandro DeTulio, and now he takes the whole train to the inside. Martinez to the outside. Blake Nash inside, hangs on for third. McQueen is there, and so is the rest of the pack closing in.
Guys, would we have expected any less out of this caliber of talent? Look at the big run around the outside. Not going to work, as that's going to get pinched off by Turney. Turney's going to come back to the inside as well, as that's McQueen. How has Caden McQueen got himself up here? He's been almost nowhere throughout the weekend. He goes to P3. Shake this things up. Here comes McQueen.
And guess who else is in there? The number 23 of the Missouri, or there he is right there. The boys picked it up right away.
This race is far from over. Gus Lawrence back in it as well. Donovan Bonilla, oh man, really wide there, almost into the wall for either Greenemar or it looked to be Vanchev back around 7th. But Bonilla's on the way. Jake Drew got spun sideways in turn 4 on the opening lap. He's not done either. He's back into frame, and there is the original leader, Vanchev, in the middle.
Little adjustment further back there. Nash pulling up on that radiator cover, trying to cool that motor down a little bit. Keeping an eye on the gauges for sure. Caden McQueen does the underneath move that worked for Turney over in KA. Can he run the outside of the racetrack here? DeTulio to the bottom. McQueen's trying to go to second. They're going to go 2 wide through here again. He's got to give it up. Great job from McQueen. That was split-second decision, Xander. Able to pull back, Mike. Not getting wrecked.
Ruben Moya is wheeling and absolutely destroyed Pantano right now. He's back in the top 10 with probably at least a bent tie rod, if not a steering column as well, after tagging the wall. Ramos is there. The amount of drivers that are back in the conversation is crazy.
Does Moya have a free pass on the pushback right now? He's the hunt for a descent because it was done there. Free pass for him for sure.
I was talking to Race Labrante about one of the heat races, and he had an issue early where it knocked that bumper, and he's like, well, I'm not going to make any friends on this one, and he just went to the front.
That's it.
And now DeTulio is gone. Blake Nash has been tracking down the leaders. He's gotten to the reigning main event winner. Is he going to work with him? He's pointing forward. Mika Lemus-Surrier showing a lot of speed this week also. Do they keep the faith in Turney? or do they leave him to the wayside to try to hunt down the Floridian out front?
Guys, Lemonsurier's up 19 positions, Mike. Are you kidding me? Dono Bonilla up 16. He's into 11th. He's going to be at the tail of the group just back there. Here comes the rest of the field scrolling through. Lemonsuier, the driver to watch right now.
We still have half the race to go. What a first half of this race, boys.
Incredible. This track has given us a lot of great main events. I don't think we're done yet. McQueen versus Vanchev here, back for 5th. If they're not careful, we'll find ourselves in a similar story of last year where it's a 4-driver breakaway and a big gap to the rest of the field. Sounded like a barrier impact somewhere on the circuit just in front of us. But beyond that, we stay green. Here's a look at Vanchev, Ramos, Gus Lawrence, Greenemeyer, and there is Moya, albeit under fire with Martinez sending it on him.
Yeah,
those two also.
Martinez throwing the slider in there and parked it at the corner of the, probably the apex of the corner. Look at DeTulio pulling away a little bit here. How about 6 or 7 tenths of a second? Yeah, it's Turney behind him, but he is rolling right now. And there comes Nash back to the inside of Lemonsuier. They are not working together to close back up. Nash back to P3.
You called it, Xander. If they aren't careful, we're going to have a repeat scenario where someone can pull away and get away from things. And right now, DeTulio threatening to do just that. It is Turney behind him. They've got a little bit of an advantage to the 2 drivers behind him, Lemonsuier and Nash. They need to hook up and get going because right now they're starting to lose the top 2.
There's a look as well at a number of drivers and family members looking on. Ellie Goldstein and Martin Kremers keeping an eye on the action here. Pro Shifter, of course, following this one up. Turney took a moment here to try and figure out what he needed to do to go faster. I think he has. We're at the halfway point now. Look at the gap. Was half a second. What's it come down to now? Maybe a little bit less. Last time by 2 tenths improvement for JT. It was 7 tenths down to 5.
Those RPG drivers have gone back a little bit. Greenemeyer, Vanchev, and now Gus Lawrence up into the 9th position. Lawrence on the move as well. Finally getting things dialed in. Those machines all lined up. 7th back to 9th as they try to go to work on Diego Ramos.
Joe Turney closing in. Blake Nash, all the speed, all the performance all week long, and he can almost taste it, Mike, but it just keeps getting further away.
Did you guys see the helmet of Joe Turney? He comes out of turn number 7. He looks to the left. He looks at the Jumbotron to see what's going on over there. Turney taking all the information he can.
Yeah, I'm curious how many drivers have been able to use that to decide whether or not to defend or what to do. Let's see if DeTulio's noticed when he exits turn 1 with a podium screen that JT is there and covers low in turn 4. He's a half car length away, closing in for the lead on lap 15. No, nothing yet in turn 4. He's going to hold back, Rob.
Yeah, here's your 2 drivers for that pull away. We've seen the breakaway already before. One driver
into the pit lane, new leader here, turn 7.
Yeah, we knew it was going to come sooner or later. Let's see what DeTulio does. I'm assuming he'll just sit there and try to pull away. Might as well make it a 2-driver battle right now that DeTulio isn't the guy out front. You got Turney there. But guys, he's already stretching away. I want to say a half a kart length, maybe a full kart length. Can the draft help DeTulio get back into it right now? Because Turney looks like he's ready to dial things up. Does he even go purple this time? He does not, with the gap 3 tenths of a second at the line.
Don't look now as well further back. Diego Ramos and Caden McQueen are closing in on Mika Lemonsuier for the 4th spot. They're still a little ways away, but if they get a little bit of battling up for the lead, there's 2 more that could get into it. Crash down at turn 1. Doesn't look like it'll be a red. It will be a local yellow. 1 driver through the wall. Right down in front of us here, in front of the broadcast booth in the Perico pit box. Turney. I don't think he's going to get away here, fellas. DeTulio had a great middle sector, Mike.
Yeah, exactly. That pass happened. Maybe he got into the marbles a little bit during that pass. Maybe lost a little something. Shake that stuff off the rubber and get back in the game.
Mike, we're here where we talked about. This is now uncharted territory, right? They got 14, 15 laps and an extended 12-minute session on Thursday before qualifying. Now we're into the point where it's that next 10 laps that they haven't run yet. How do the tires line up? They haven't done a long race simulation like this. Tire pressure, whatever they went for at the start of this race, this is where it's going to start to show what it's got.
Well, you also want to make sure that you don't do too much too soon because you've got the best opportunity to keep this a couple of people only. And right now, it is, well, we got a little, it's not full defense out of Turney, but a little bit tighter line, enough for DeTulio for a great crossover. Is he going to have enough? Turn 8, new leader.
Yeah, I like to see that. We're not going to get a Turney runaway right now. Hello, Blake Nash. He's back there on the number 5, and Lemonsuier is coming on again as well. He's got about a second back to the McQueen-Ramos trade, trying to reel him in. We've essentially, guys, almost got a 4-driver run up front. Lemasurier looking for that big draft coming down the straightaway.
And let me set the table a little bit for you guys as well. Our last two major Pro X30 events on the year following the Summer Nats were won by Joe Turney in August in Newcastle. But in that race, DeTulio and Gus Lawrence went at it a little aggressive and allowed Joe to get away. And the next one, Joe wasn't there, and there's contact into the wall. DeTulio and Blake Nash. Turn 5 blowed out the barriers completely.
It was Blake Nash going for the crossover. He got all the way in there. Joe Turney had no idea there was two people to his inside. He gave enough room for one. There just wasn't enough room. It was not malicious at all, boys.
You could see that. Obviously, DeTulio, when Turney made the move, kind of jinked the move out to the outside, but wanted to get it back down to the bottom of the racetrack. Nash, as you had said, had tried to roll that tight line through, and they just all came together, guys. Mike, have a look at this.
Yeah, there's the move to the inside. It goes in deep. He wants to carry the extra speed. Look, both of them with the over-under. Turney has no idea they are there.
And you see that there. I'm sure we're going to look at it again, but if you watch Nash on that next replay shot, he gets into the curbing on the inside. That shoots the car up in the air. At that point, the force is going to take you to the outside into DeTulio.
Long for the ride.
And how about the ultimate underdog story, potentially, for Mika Lemasurier? We're trying to research this kid from Australia. His first time ever setting foot in the United States, and my goodness, has he put the world on notice? Could he go up against some of the best in the world right now, surrounded by the top two from KA100 Senior and one of the best the UK's had to offer in this generation, Caden McQueen. This kid's impressive, and what a tale of two there with DeTulio on the inside of the racetrack. A serious shot at a SuperNats win.
What could have been?
Indeed that, and did Joe Turney get any damage at all during that scenario? He's got Lemasurier right there, Ramos in the convo, McQueen, who, by the way, was hating everything about the qualifying and the heat races, and I talked to him right before we got going, and he's like, oh, we got a fast machine. We're in the conversation.
How about this too, guys? It's Kart Republic, it's LN, it's Bureau Art, and it's Sodi Kart. 4 different chassis manufacturers in the top 4 right now.
It's about to get really tight up front. Turney already starting to cover the low side. Ramos putting the heat on Lemasurier is going to make it really tough for a crossover. 5 laps to go. Mika's got a good run to turn 1. He's not quite close enough for anything there, and they'll rocket through the first corner and head over towards turn 4.
You do have a 3-pack of RPGs behind him. If this continues, you're going to have a Lawrence, Vanchev, Greenemeyer RPG coming.
Yeah, the RPG trio of Lawrence, Vanchev, and Greenemeyer lining up. They're going to be able to see this and start working their way forward. Lemasurier making the move now down to the inside of Caden McQueen. We've said this so many times before. If you're trying to beat Turney, excuse me, you've got to get by him. Someone needs to get Turney out of the lead right now.
There's one man that has today already. Diego Ramos. Could he double up and repeat the feat that Joe Turney put on in 2024? It's been an unprecedented year of results for the Brazilian. He'll nearly end up in the wall. Turney quick to cover the inside out of the final turn. 4 to go.
And around the outside comes Diego, going to drop those right side tires in that little bit of wetness. Lemasurier said, I'm going to take this. He'll go to the inside of the racetrack as well. Handful of laps remaining, as we know, just 4 laps. To the inside comes Caden McQueen. He'll go side by side through turn 6 into 7. Turney to the bottom of the racetrack. McQueen goes to P2.
Now, Joe Turney has to cover back low again. Mika Lemasurier getting the better of McQueen for P2. Here comes the rest of the field. Up front, Turney's got them under control. Moya, with a destroyed Pantano, is still in the top 10, nearly up to the podium right now.
And look at the lead group now, ladies and gentlemen. How many cars are in there? We talked about it when we did the track walk. You defend at this racetrack, everybody comes back into the fight. 22 laps down, 3 to go. Lemasurier to the inside. Book it. He'll take the lead out of turn number 1.
He's got to quickly cover off, but McQueen's got to run. Caden McQueen inside, hasn't tasted the lead all weekend. Can he hold it? Turn 5. Yes! Caden McQueen, new leader with 3 to go.
What a run for McQueen. The Sodi Kart goes to the lead. Ramos into second. What did I say about putting Turney back? Oh, contact there. Driver's out.
Moya
has hit the wall coming out of turn number 7.
Moya's day ends with a second wall impact as Mika Lemasurier feeds a wheel to Joe Turney in turn 10. That'll give the top two some breathing room. Lawrence to fourth.
This has allowed the RPG drivers to come in. There's Lawrence up there. Watch Vanchev and Greenmeyer are going to be in it as well. Caden McQueen leads the way right now, I believe indeed he does. He's out front, guys. There are 2 laps to go.
A barn burner finish awaits us here, Rob. 2 laps remaining. Can Diego Ramos get the double? Here he goes. Back to the lead into 4. McQueen lets him go, tries to cross him up. Side by side again as Turney tries to hold off the cavalry. A mano-a-mano fight into 7.
Yeah, Turney 100% getting attacked by Lawrence right now. Gus Lawrence is pushing. Yellow flags remain in turn number 7. Diego Ramos trying to see if he can't come away with back-to-back wins. Contact at the back. He'll go to the bottom. Look at Turney rolling the outside there. Here we come to the final lap.
McQueen able to arc it right now, but Ramos continuing to park the bus. If he doesn't get crossed up, it'll get even tougher as Turney inches closer. White flag, 1 lap to go in SuperNats 28 and Pro X30. Ramos to the low side.
Here we go, final lap. Ramos covers the bottom of the racetrack but leaves the door open. Here comes Caden McQueen. He'll go to the bottom here right now. Turney is still there. Gus Lawrence hasn't found a way by. Turney gets to the back of him. He pushes him through the corner. Turney with the bump and run in turn number 4. Gus Lawrence right there in the number 7 as well. Turney takes the lead.
Gus Lawrence would love to end the storyline that Joe Turney's the best driver from the UK. Half a lap to do it. McQueen wants vengeance as well. Into turn 10, Lawrence low, all following Turney as wide goes what looked to be maybe Vanchev or Martinez.
Will it be a bump and run from Lawrence at the end? Turney's got the bottom of the racetrack. No one's going to challenge him. It's another victory for Joe Turney in Pro X30 at SuperNationals 28.
And look at this. Caden McQueen not happy about that one. Turney, he drives him into the fence.
Contact and chaos coming into pit lane. Indeed, not happy for Caden McQueen. They tried to put 2 karts in. Let's have a look at this.
What the fuck are you doing, mate? Are you that desperate? That desperate? Unbelievable. Fucking hell.
And as you can see on the screen, a pushback bumper for Joe Turney means Gus Lawrence is your 2025 SKUSA SuperNats champion in Pro X30. All results provisional, but my goodness, Gus Lawrence victorious.
Gustafer. An absolutely ecstatic RPG crew. Gus Lawrence is just absolutely congratulating everybody. This is an incredible scene. Gus, I've got to ask you, because we know Joe Turney has a pushback bumper. Still more congratulations. I'm going to have to steal him away. Gus, we believe provisionally you have won the 28th running of the SKUSA SuperNationals in X30 Pro. Just give me your thoughts as you stand here right now.
I don't know what to think. Honestly, I had a really terrible start, really. I was going backwards. People were dive bombing, overtaking. I just kept chipping away, and it all came to me at the end.
It was one of the most crazy races I think anyone has ever seen. How did you manage to take advantage of that chaos and get into a position to win this race?
I went into the last lap fourth. I expected to get a podium. And then obviously when we went into that bottom corner, the footage does the explaining for you. So I knew I didn't need to push anything. It was going to happen for me. So
I can hear the emotion in your voice. Just kind of describe this.
It's unbelievable. Honestly, how my week's gone, I did not expect it. Number 7 on my car, I had people text me, lucky number 7. That's incredible.
Well, it wouldn't be Vegas without a little bit of luck. And Gus Lawrence, we believe, has won the 28th running of the SuperNationals and X30, and the streak continues, a different winner every single year.
Well, you guys were here with the KA Senior Podium. There's a lot to unpack from this, Rob. I don't know. We'll let you take the floor first.
Yeah, so here, the interesting thing here right now is this is very similar to what we saw with the Ramos tourney, the Ramos tourney win, where Ramos had a pushback activation. So remember, they took the provisional people to the podium for that race for Diego. There were people who were saying, well, why would you take him if he's going to push back? He eventually was able to protest the pushback and was given the win after that penalty. So what do you do here right now with Joe Turney? He's won the race on the track. There is a pushback. Did it happen with the contact? It may not have happened with the contact with Caden McQueen. If it happened earlier in the race and he can prove that that's when it happened, Turney could still be the win. Yes, I understand a huge congratulations and celebration for Gus Lawrence. But if it turns around and they protest it, again, what do we do right here now with the podium? Based on having already set precedents at the start of the day with Diego Ramos.
I can tell you one thing here. Gus Lawrence is going to celebrate this one regardless. What an incredible drive through the field here for what started off this year, our introduction to him on a tryout, Mike. He was here on a 2-race deal, and it was, hey, well, let's see how you do. Let's see how you gel. He won the second one. He nearly won on debut. He is a star, and no doubt about it, a deserving champ if it ends up going that way. However, there's a lot more than just Gus Lawrence to talk to after what we witnessed. Let's go down to Caleb.
Thank you there, Xander. Joe, we saw that final lap. Tell me about your perspective. I know your competitors just weren't all that happy.
No, I mean, obviously a tight race, dark, cold, hard race. Yeah, I mean, coming down to the straight there, I think Caden was annoyed because I got into the back of him, but I mean, he had Diego on his outside, and to keep him there, he broke so early. He broke like in the middle of the straight to keep Diego on his outside, which I get, but it's not just them two racing. There's more. There's a whole group of us coming behind at full speed, so if you're going to break there, then, you know, break that early. You should expect to be hit, I think. I still made the corner that lap, made the apex, made the corner every other lap. So, you know, just a race, and then managed to hold on to it at the end.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it from Joe Turney's side, right? Obviously, they're going to continue to try and push on this one, because if he's able to overturn the pushback, or again, if there was a penalty that would have been given for the contact with McQueen, we don't know. We're knowing what we see from the side.
You see, obviously, more.
And hear a little bit more, right? I mean, you're going to have that. We've seen it through the week, right? And it was only a matter of time whether or not it was going to end up in the main or not. Because you have a track with so many places to pass each other, so many options to race, contact's inevitable. Martinez had quite a bit of it, Caleb. Let's set it down to you and Iacopo.
I think I was P20.
Yeah, that's correct. At some point you were in P20, and you just said the most chaotic race of your life. But I want to take you back to this morning, right? Heartbreak for you. And again, P20 to the podium. How are you feeling here, Iacopo?
It's been really up and down day. Because knowing the speed that we had in both categories, I was pretty confident in KA and X30, but yeah, unfortunately in the first lap I made a mistake trying to maybe be a bit too optimistic on the outside on the first lap in a final, and for sure no one wants to be overtaken on a first lap on the outside, especially if it's a final. But yeah, now it's been starting second, was struggling a bit the first laps, got a bit the pace during the race. It felt like I was struggling a little bit, but wasn't really thinking about that. I knew that at the end of the race, at some point, it was starting to be a massive mess. And yeah, I was just taking opportunities. Then luckily, I wasn't involved in the crushing after the fast chicane. And yeah, to be honest, I couldn't really thought about a podium finish before the last lap, but yeah, here we are.
Well, there you go. You're on the podium at the SuperNationals. Congrats, Iacopo. Since over to Dave.
We're here with the provisional P4 finisher, Diego Ramos. Diego, I guess just kind of talk through that, because that was one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
Yeah. You know, we tried to race clean the whole race. We had a great pace, amazing package this week. And yeah, unfortunately, finished the last lap like this. Always racing clean every lap, and then you get pushed from behind, and you don't have where to go. It's not the way that we should racing, but yeah, it is what it is.
Could you describe that last lap a little bit more for me? Just kind of specifics about who, where, why, and how.
Was me and McQueen, and we had passing each other during the race clean, and opened the last lap clean as well. I overshoot a bit the first corner, he was under me, and yeah, we go turn 2 side by side, and then we got just smashed from behind, and you know where to go. I mean, unfortunately, we finished before, and also McQueen that had a shot to win, but yeah, it is what it is.
Diego Ramos certainly disappointed, but certainly a lot to talk about after this one.
Indeed. And Dave, I should clarify too, right? We were trying to guess how Joe Turney might have had the right front bumper pushed in. Well, I mean, we did have a pretty easy look at that. We were just so taken aback by what we saw in the main and everything else that we didn't think about it. But it was contact with the outside wall, obviously, that could have done it as well. Let's hear from the other side of the last lap carnage and finish. Caden McQueen with Caleb.
Caden, I see the emotion in your eye. Talk to him about those last couple laps, just so close to a SuperNationals victory.
Yeah, look, you know, most drivers out there drove a great race. Most of them were clean. A few of them weren't, and that's what cost us the win, really. We had a good switchback on Diego. As usual, Diego leaves enough room. You know, I never had a problem with him. He's never had a problem with me. We've always raced really fair. He left enough room. I was up the inside, and then, yeah, well, I think we all saw what happened on the stream.
Thank you, Caden.
Thanks.
Well, let's take you through that here, Mike. Quick look at our Shop AKR replay as they sort things out down at the podium where Rob is, of the moments, the final couple of deciding factors as to how the provisional podium ended up the way that it did here in Perico Pro X30's main event. Pro Shifter main event, obviously on tap as well, but we'll take a look back here with our Shop AKR replay. Here's a side of the screen you can see already. Turney on the inside, going into the corner, following McQueen. Let's see if we can pull that full screen for you guys as well and run that back so we can break it down a little bit further. We'll bring that up here in just a moment and allow Mike to kind of dive in to what we just witnessed right there. But already, I mean, again, to Joe's credit, there were karts behind. It's really one of those you're going to be splitting hairs looking to see, and hard to say until we pull the replay back up. We'll have it in one moment here.
Yeah, and Joe had mentioned earlier, like if you're going to try to run defense, like he was talking about in the other categories as well, especially KA100, about trying to break deeper when you got that defensive maneuver. Now, the other thing he was all saying, to be fair, was, you know, he was racing the guy who was outside. He was racing Ramos, who was outside. What I'll be curious to see is the stern. Like, was there anybody pushing Turney going into the corner? That's going to be kind of the telltale scenario.
Yeah, so let's see if we can take another look at the replay of that here and then get ready to send it right down to Rob. We know Pro Shifter's on tap as well. And here's a look at this moment right here. So Turney to the inside. This was to get to the lead earlier on. The quick look at the Coastal Link recap. Mika Lemasurier in the mix. And then here, Turney side by side with Ramos. A little bit then wide in turn 4. A lot of white lining in the middle of the race. Back the field up. Brought more in. And then, of course, the big moment for Ruben Moya with 2 to go. Here, Mika Lemasurier side by side with Turney kind of sent the Aussie back a little ways. And then Ramos and McQueen, Diego was right. There was a lot of good back and forth position trading. But right here, final lap.
That's a pretty good shot on the entry, and no third-party help either.
No, but again, that's not the only contact. Turney on the right front. First of all, Jake Drew, Ramos, and Vanchev. That was the look at what happened in the back sector. And then right here down the front straightaway is where you can make the great argument. Again, Joe's onboard camera or the race control cameras would be the way to try and argue this case. Let's see here. Zoomed in. Look at this angle. I mean, if that wouldn't push in the right front, I'm not sure what would. That's pretty head-on and at the angle that it normally would go in at that far corner. But either way, we'll announce the provisional podium. We don't know where the final results will land. We'll probably know those by the end of Pro Shifter or so. For now, let's go down to you, Rob, as they finish on the racetrack.
A wild finish for sure, and as we did with our KA100 seniors, it will be a provisional podium. Obviously, you saw some of the contact there at the race. We saw what happened to Joe Turney coming into pit lane. The pushback bumper obviously would make it look like Gus Lawrence would eventually get the victory. A lot needs to be done before we were able to lock and load that. Obviously, a lot of video needs to get looked at. Again, some excitement, of course, in Pro X30. So we are going to roll right now into the podium provisionally as they finished on the racetrack. We'll start with the driver coming home in the 5th position, Jacopo Martinez, finishing P5. Jacopo, congratulations. We'll get you to come over here to Tom Kutcher. The trophy is there. Great stuff here for the Pro X30 category. Some excitement for sure. Contact on the last lap. Contact coming into pit lane. Lots of stuff happening. Finishing in 4th spot, Diego Ramos. Ramos P4. Race win in the podium for the PSL Karting Bureau Art driver here. What a fantastic battle that was up front. Finishing in 3rd spot, number 9 on the Sody Kart, Caden McQueen. Obviously, the emotions of the drivers coming up here are mixed at best, as McQueen will come up to get that 3rd place trophy. Finishing in the 2nd spot, you never know how it's going to play out. P2 on the road, Gus Lawrence finishing P2. Gus Lawrence in the 2nd spot. Again, provisionally P2 for Lawrence, who was able to work his way forward after a gnarly little opening couple of laps. The driver who comes home as the race winner provisionally, won it on the road, ladies and gentlemen, the victor thus far, Joe Turney. So Turney, Lawrence, McQueen, Ramos, and Martinez, the drivers on the podium today. And of course, lots of questions remain to be answered in this category here now. Lots of excitement on the racetrack and even a little bit more here off track as well. Guys, do me a favor. Get those trophies up in the air, please, over top of your heads. This is the provisional podium in Pro X30. Got to have the excitement, got to have a little bit of controversy here in SuperNationals 28. The drivers out there are getting it done on the racetrack. Good stuff. All right, guys, drop those trophies down for me. If you'd like to put your helmets in the back, feel free to do that. We're going to spray some champagne afterwards. I myself would like my helmet covered in champagne again. I get it as well. You can get those off to the side if you like. Put those trophies down in your positions. We'll grab those champagne and do a little provisional celebrating as well. All right, gentlemen, you've got the champagne. Get over there, Ramos. They're going to go after it here right now. Champagne spraying. They might as well go after Turney. Caden McQueen's going to douse him up. If anything, he's going to fill that back up. So there you have it, folks. Again, a provisional result here in Pro X30. Xander Clements, a wild one for sure. One more race still to come. This event, of course, will not be locked and loaded and made official until they've looked at lots of video. No doubt about that. But one more race still to go. Time to bang gears. SuperNats 28, Pro Shifter.
Indeed, Pro Shifter next up. And again, provisional results here. Joe Turney, 3 for 4. It'll probably go with appeals and the like. But Turney, your unofficial winner in Pro X30 over Lawrence and McQueen. We'll be right back. Pro Shifter, our final main event of SuperNats 28, up next.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico? Non-GMO? Gluten-free? Kosher? Magnesium? B12? B6?
Yeah, it's good.
B5? Biotin? And 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
You have to fight to pull ahead, to find your edge, to do whatever it takes to make you 1/10 of a second faster, smarter, more committed than the other guy, because you've got the kind of passion that can overcome the impossible. And we've got the most powerful performance race fuel available to help you do it. Sunoco Race Fuels. Take the lead.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your cars.
Time to get started with driver introductions for Pro Shifter, our final main event on the weekend. Let's go quickly all the way to row number 22. 3 provisionals into the field. 43rd from Bowersfield, Quebec, Canada. Starting all by his lonesome on a PSL Birolart. Winning the dice roll to get in, the number 87, Lucas de Longchamps. Row number 21, starting 42nd and 41st off provisionals. It'll be on the outside. Mexico City, Mexico's HRI Mexico driver, Ivana Richards. On the inside for Maranello, USA, the number 3 plate, Josh Conker. Your top 40 drivers, the final 2 that transferred in off the last chance qualifiers. Starting 40th for Maranello, USA. On the outside will be the number 47, Truly Adams. And to the inside, starting 39th out of Miami, Florida, the number 31, making his Pro Shifter debut at the SuperNats, Diego Ardiles. Row number 19, starting 38th on the outside in a Velocity Racing Sodi Kart, driving the number 59 from France, Axel Dapp. And to the inside from Naples, Florida, driving for Presti Racing, Croc Promotion, number 33, Vincenzo Saracino. Starting on the outside in 36 from the United Kingdom, driving a Kart Republic, number 86, Josh Price. And to the inside, starting 35th from Breckenridge, Colorado, driving a PSL Birolart, Philip Nimkevich. Row 17 on the outside, the winner of today's last chance qualifier from Vancouver, Washington, driving for GFC, Jacob Gulick. And on the inside from Franklin, Indiana, driving for Factory Fury GP Kart Motorsport, number 9, Charlie Steins. Row 16 on the outside from Salinas, California, driving for West Coast Motorsports Birolart, number 69, Anthony Freeze. And on the inside, driving a Velocity Racing Sodi, number 12, Andreas Heber. Your top 30 starters out of Anderson, Indiana, on the outside of row 15, driving for Factory Fury GP Kart Motorsport, number 22, Eli Fox. And on the inside, from Batavia, Ohio, driving for TKG Barrel, driving for Italcar Factory Racing Team from Australia, Nick Mitek. Row 14, starting 28th on the outside, driving for Trinity Karting Group Birolart, number 7, Gavin Bailiff. On the inside, from the Czech Republic, driving for Goodwood Kartways Formula K, SRP Factory Team, Mateus Price. Moving to row 13. On the outside, starting 26, making his return to Pro Shifter action from Vancouver, Canada, driving for Catalyst Driver Development, Scott Hargrove. And to the inside in 25th from Sweden, driving for PSL Karting, Stefan Jesper Schoberg. Row 12 on the outside from Grapevine, Texas, driving for CRG USA, number 57, Noah Zarsk. And starting on the inside from Milan, Italy, starting in 23rd, Christian Bertuca. Row 6 from Sweden, Driving for PSL Karting, Barrel Art on the outside. The number 66, Patrick Jensen. And on the inside, starting 21st, driving for Magic Kart USA, AJ Myers. Your front 10 rows now. Starting 20th on the outside of this one from Paris, France, driving for Velocity Racing, Sodi. Number 18, Adrian Renadin. And on the inside, also from France, driving for Catalyst Driver Development, Corentin Russo. Row number 9 from Alamo, California, driving a GFC, starting 18th, number 36, Hunter Pickett. And starting on the inside from Bayern, Germany, in 17th for a Kart Factory Racing Team, Valentino Frisch. Row 8 from the Netherlands, driving for Velocity Racing, Sodi, your top qualifier with a long way to go, number 41, Senovan Wallstein. And to the inside from Germany, driving for TKG, Luis Speck. Row 7 on the outside from Hunlock Creek, Pennsylvania, driving for Maranello USA, number 32, Justin White. And for the inside, driving for a Kart Factory Racing Team, number 68, Massimo Valiente. Row 6 on the outside from Vancouver, Canada, driving a Catalyst Driver Development Kart, number 16, Remo Ruschetti. And on the inside, starting 11th from Auburn, Washington, number 4, Kyle Wick. From New Zealand, starting 10th, driving a PSL Karting Barrel Art, number 6, Jay Irwin. From Spain, a former SuperNationals champion, starting 9th, driving a PSL Karting Barrel Art, Pedro Hiltbrand. Starting 8th, from Perth, Western Australia, driving for a Kart Factory Racing Team, number 75, Sam Dicker. Starting 7th from France, driving a Velocity Racing Sodi Kart, number 60, Matteo Spurgel. Starting 5th from Sao Paulo, Brazil, driving for Velocity Racing Sodi, number 5, Mateus Morgado. Starting 4th from Italy, driving a PSL Karting Factory Barrel Art, number 65, Riccardo Longi. Starting 3rd from Naples, Italy, Driving a Maranello USA, Maranello number 35, Giuseppe Palomba. Starting second from Estonia, driving for Goodwood Kartways Formula K SRP Factory Team, number 40, Marcus Kayak. And starting on the pole, from Sweden, driving for Kart CRG USA, number 83, Victor Gustafsson. And starting sixth, your 2025 SuperKarts USA Pro Tour champion, a now 6-time SuperNationals champ and 3 in Pro Shifter, driving for Factory Karts from Riverside, California, number 1, Billy Musgrave.
Well, there you have it, boys. How about it? Tell you right now, you got a whole lot of talent, Rob, and they're all just jonesing to get rolling.
Yeah, listen, this is about these guys being fired up and ready to go, right? Listen, how long have they been waiting since this morning, since they had their final round of heats? Gustafsson told us he was going to go for a nap, power nap sometime. These guys have been dying to get out here. And again, we pushed ourselves to 20 after 6 right now here under the lights. I love under the lights 100%. This is going to be great stuff. 25-lap Pro Shifter main. Let's see who comes out on top. I can't wait.
Yeah, these guys are used to being at the end of the show, batting cleanup, right? The main event and running under the lights more times than not. At minimum, they end up around sunset hour. We're a little later than that. We added a few more sessions to the day. We had here and there a little bit of racing that took a little longer, but nonetheless, some great racing. Let's take one last look at our kart class track map because there's a couple of different nuances, right, in terms of spots to keep your eyes out when it comes to the gearbox karts versus the single speeds here, Mike.
Well, especially we're talking about as we go down to the straightaway, we're hitting around 90 or so miles an hour plus as you go into turn number 1. But the big spots is the number of over, under, and crossover opportunities in 4 and 5. We talked about in the single speed. It's no different with these guys, but they can run a little bit of a tighter line. 6 to set up into 7, and of course that 9, 10, 11. And some of these guys are able to pull that move into 13, Rob.
Indeed, that's for sure. One little wrinkle in that track map you can't put on there is the moisture on the outside of turn number 1, rather. There's a lot of drivers do a later apex to try to get under that. If you're hung out to dry on the outside, Xander, you may run those right side tires right over top of that puddle.
And then where do you end up after that? Yeah. In the wall, right? We saw that happen to Ruben Moya, and well, unfortunately, one man knows the wall on the outside of turn 1 a little bit too well. Marcus Kayak would love nothing more than to right the wrongs of yesteryear with a dominant performance today. He's starting from the front row just like he did 365 days ago, but it's a different driver alongside him. Back then was a teammate. Victor Gustafsson started inside the top 10. He has now been consistent enough to earn the pole starting spot. When we talked to him this morning, Rob, he didn't really bode or give off a whole lot of confidence. He said, man, we got a lot of speed to make up. I just wasn't making mistakes like the other guys. We got more to find.
Now listen, it's a bit different. Here's the unknowns for, of course, today, right? The cooler temperatures, the track not near as much rubber as it would have had we been all the way through the weekend without that torrential rain yesterday, which washed off a lot of the rubber. And then the one thing that Mike and I have kept harping on throughout the day is here, unknown territory, lap 15 on. That extended happy hour practice before qualifying on Thursday was about 12 minutes. It gave him about 14, 15 laps. Once we get to 16, 17, 18, all the way to 25, Mike, that's unknown territory. What you've done with the chassis, what you've done
with the tire pressures, that's what's going to tell you if you're going to be in the fight when it's all said and done.
Unknown territory for most, but not for Billy Musgrave starting in 6th, who's already got one in the books at 25 laps on his factory kart. He knows what he did and what may work right here. He's talked about it. I'm going to try and set this thing up for pro.
So you're saying that being an old guy, 33 years of age, is going to play out for him here right now when the only guy in this field that can run both Masters and Pro.
All according to plan.
Xander, this is going to be good stuff with Gustafsson and Kajak on the front row. Both those drivers looking for a big victory here.
They are, indeed. And when you go back beyond them, you think of how many guys probably are thinking in these rows that one different miscue from this week, and they've got easily a SuperNats win in hand, right? For one, Senna Van Walstein, the easiest one to pick out here back on row number 8.
Now, is that the guy we need to watch right now? He's been the outright fastest driver all weekend long. He's going to be coming from 16th outside of row number 8, as you said. The leaders are going to try to check out. But Xander, we saw some guys make big moves with the wrecks we saw early on. There were guys that were up 10, 11 spots on the opening lap. That would put him into 6 or 7.
Yeah, it all starts with the launch, right? You've got to get off the line well. You got to get that clutch done just right. All these drivers, phenomenal at that. That's why they're in Pro Shifter. That's why they're at the sharp end of this thing. And I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of talent at the sharp end. It's really anyone's guess, but you really have to get these opening few corners, these opening couple of laps to dial in and see where you're at before you can start setting a strategy together.
Well, and let's talk about as well the diversity of brands at the front of the field too, right? CRG, Victor Gustafsson trying to bring them their first Pro Shifter win since 2017. Biro Art had one kind of in a technical alliance last year with the Talcart Factory Racing team, was on track to maybe get one with Morgado beforehand. And Marinello, they have never won the Pro Shifter category at the SuperNationals. Giuseppe Palumba from row 2 could try to get it done. GFC has won about every major event in almost every major category, and Gary Carlton himself has won this race as a driver. He hasn't won it yet as an owner.
Yeah, and I like that. You know how much I love having different brands up front. I like pointing those out. The different opportunities, whatever chassis you're on, to get the job done. GFC really doesn't have anybody right now, I think, in the top 4 or 5 that we could see happen. You never know, but again, I think you're leaning towards the CRG, the Formula K. Hero Art's right there still too, but what about Factory Kart? How big would that be if you look at a brand? It's been since 1999 since we've had an American-made chassis win the pro category, and that was Track Magic with Mamo Gidley.
Yeah, and you have to mention the SKUSA right? They've been so
100%.
strong. The other competitors keep pointing out how strong they are. Okay, Senna's starting further back, but he's not the only SKUSA. Matias Morgado is trying to get a little bit better. He said he's only getting 75 or 70% out of this thing going into this, and he starts 5th. How about Matteo Spurgel? Right there as well in the SKUSA machine.
Yeah, they've got some bullets in the gun, no doubt about that. You look back at the days where Anthony Abbas came in and won a couple of times for SKUSA, they could easily, Xander, get the job done here in 2025.
Oh, 100%. I think Morgado, to me, looked probably the most underdriving, kart in the earlier heats. It felt like he was holding back quite a bit. He also kind of looks that way in the early half of a race, and then all of a sudden, we find ourselves going, wow, this guy is 4/10, 3/10, or last year, more than half a second faster than the race leader, tracking him down like it's easy. He finds a way to do it all the time.
Xander, we talked about what you got to do here right now. Aggressive tire scrubbing for all these drivers trying to get that heat into these Avinco tires. First couple of rolls are rolling in their start spots. There he is right there. Victor Gustafsson, former world champion, potentially trying to come away with a SuperNationals victory alongside him. Marcus Kayak, so close last year to get that victory. Lining things up now as we get ready to go green.
It's the final moments, the final look right into the eyes of the front row as the final few drivers get into position under the lights in the skyline of the Las Vegas Strip, off in the distance for the final time at SKUSA SuperNationals 28, Rob, in the only way you ever sign off a SuperNationals. It is with Pro Shifter ready for action, 43 deep.
Field set, clear from the back. They'll be told to put the visors down. Time to get rolling. Pro Shifter, final of the SuperNats 28 is green, green, green.
Gustafsson wide, Longy wide, a number of them into the water. Billy Musgrave getting away with a decent start, and look at the jump for Kayak.
Oh, Kayak comes from the outside. Oh, there's big contact, drilled to the back. That is Morgado. Morgado is out spiritual. Got in the back of him, drilled him into turn number 4.
Didn't have a chance. Mateus Morgado on the number 5 will not get a second try to go at a Pro Shifter win tonight.
And I'm sure the boys are already looking for the replay because I'm pretty sure that happened from even further back, maybe 3, 4, 5 karts even further.
Big launch, though, from Kayak. He goes out to the massive lead. And again, Gustafsson got in there, Xander, had to really pedal it, and then right over top of the water, trying to go back onto power.
Look at the difference here. Pedro Hiltbrand, nearly twice the age of young Jay Irwin. The Kiwi kid looked to the card in front of him. It's the 99, the former SuperNats winner, trying to say to work together. Into the pit lane already for the 75. That's Sam Dicker, I believe, going into the scale lines. He's done. Morgado in the wall, Spurgel in the wall. Look at the start for Senna. 16th to 9th.
What did we say? Guys making big moves like that. AJ Myers up 10 as well. Ninth spot for Senna Van Wolfstein. You can go from there. Only the second lap coming in the books here. It is Kayak up front. It is Palumbo up to second. Hiltbrand, Irwin, Gustafsson in fifth. Wick, Rossetti, Valiente, Van Wolfstein, and Valentino Frisch.
Big losers. We already talked about Spurgel, Morgado. Add Longy into that group. Eli Fox down 9. Billy Musgrave down several. 13, or Dicker down 13.
2 passes right there in turn 1, and a lot to unpack. There is Mateo Spurgel and Mateus Morgado. Morgado, shades of 2024 there, walking away.
Yeah, the guys in the truck giving us a little look at him walking away. Mike, have a look at this. We're going to see the start, guys. First and foremost, a great start for Kajak, but look at issue with Gustafsson. Xander totally missed it, Mike, into turn 1.
That's exactly the same thing we saw from Spurgel in the heat race earlier today, right? The thing just doesn't stop, doesn't start, or tart.
Let's see if we see it here. Here's the contact coming into the corner.
Oh,
yeah. Cart further back, I think. No,
the Talcart. Yeah, the Talcart right behind Senna Van Wolfstein going into 4. Sends Senna into his 2 teammates. Nothing he could do. And when we go back up front, Irwin and Hiltbrand have traded that 3rd spot a couple times. Van Wolfstein's now gotten by the pole sitter Gustafsson. And Billy Musgrave, he got trapped on the wayside. He went way down the leaderboard, down to 16th currently. Giuseppe Palumbo really was right on the heels of Gustafsson. Might have helped him a little bit into the first corner, but here we are again, fellas. Marcus Kayak trying everything he can to build the gap. What did he learn from last year that he can take to this year to change the outcome? He's got the lead early. 21 laps still to go.
Xander, what could he really have done last year? We've watched that replay over and over. You know, there's not really, I don't think, a whole lot he could do. It was a late move from Morgado down to the inside. Really just not his doing at all. If he's able to get out and put these laps down like he did last year, this could be the year where he comes away with the win.
Pass for second. Pedro Hiltbrand to the inside of Giuseppe Palumbo. A couple of world champs duking it out. And a 16-year-old hotshot who nearly walked out with the Pro Tour title at Newcastle this year, digging in as well from New Zealand, and Jay Irwin in the 6 car.
Well, one thing about Kajak, if he looks back and sees the red and white Imperial art, is he going to start thinking about 2024, right?
I mean, think about it. Pedro Hiltbrand last year, if he pays a little better attention to the big screen, he'd realize he was racing for the win with Vasile, and he'd make the move. Here's Irwin to the inside of Palumbo. Jay Irwin. This is a career spotlight moment for this kid who debuted in Pro Shifter at the SuperNats and went viral for all the wrong reasons, being involved in a hairy crash. He's since come back, performed, and wow, is he really putting that single-digit plate to good use.
Starting to look at the drivers a little bit further back. There you see him just entering the screen above there. Wick and Van Wolfstein, 2.8 seconds and 3.1 seconds respectively. However, Kayak and Hiltbrand, they've got a little bit of an advantage. If they don't figure out how to do a little something, it's going to be tough, even with all the speed of those
Watch
two guys.
the lap this time for Senna Van Wolfstein. Last time by 4/10 clear of the leader. How much this time by?
3, maybe.
Yeah. Let's be real. This guy is rolling, guys. You are on this here.
Here he goes. He's working Kyle Wick right now. Turn 4, looking. This will be easy. Wick's going to let him have it. 5th place from 16th on the grid. Senna Van Wolfstein not going to give up here. He's lost, unfortunately, his 2 teammates. Wasn't his own doing. Got kind of jacked up on the start into 4, and it might come back to him here. Hiltbrand is still reeling in Kayak.
Yeah, we are just a quarter of the way through this one, 6 down. As we know, long way to go to that 25 mark. And indeed,
Great opening couple laps here for Senna Van Wolstein. The pace is there. You guys said he was a half a second faster, then 0.3 faster. Purple on back-to-back laps. They'll put lap 7 in the books, a 44.787 for Kajak. What do we get out of Van Wolstein? Coming across the line, 44.3. Guys, he's knocking 0.4 of a second a lap, and there's a big move to the inside there as well. Big move to the lead as there comes Pedro Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand moving the forward. Was Hiltbrand? Here we go. Big stuff early. Hiltbrand goes to P1.
Here comes Irwin, too. You can't imagine he's going to wait too long if he gets there. Look at the slide through the corner. Rotation with the shifter. I love it.
Jay Irwin has been following his mentor, I'm sure, this weekend under PSL Karting, and Pedro Hiltbrand probably grew up watching Pedro win that world championship. Now looking for second on Kayak. Does he have enough confidence? Not into one. Turn 4, quite a bit easier to make it through the corner, a little bit harder to stick it.
Yeah, that move to the inside of 1 is harder to make. Here he comes to the bottom, very aggressive down there, grabbing gears and trying to come out of the corner, side by side. Kajak doesn't want to give it up, tucks back in. There comes Palumbo once again. Mike, good stuff here. The inside move into 1 is going to send you with an early apex into the water. You've got to be really clean when you come through on the inside.
We're going to see lap 10, and guess who's on the scene, boys? Van Wolstein. Here we go. Van Wolstein is right here with them. Guess what, leader Hiltbrand? He's going to need to grab some gears, literally, figuratively, all the things to try to stay away from those those trailing 4.
Yeah, right now you'd think, okay, Marcus Kayak's making that Formula K machine nice and wide. Senna's going to get trapped here. He's not going to get to Hiltbrand. Van Wolstein was still 0.2 better. Irwin's going to send this one deeper. At some point, he's got to get the elbows out. He's letting Kayak continue to close the door. Here comes Palumbo looking on as well, and look at Senna. Can he get the over-under and the drive off? Not quite out of turn number 7.
Yeah, Senna's going to take a little opportunity to gauge the competition right now. Where am I quicker? He can see what's going on up front. He realized that Kajak's holding everybody up in the Formula K right now. But Xander, I think you nailed it right there. Right now, we need to see Jay Irwin make that big move. He's got to send it deep. He can't just wait for it now. He's got to make that move to get by because Hiltbrand is starting to pull away. Here comes Senna. He'll make the move to the inside down in turn number 1. Book it. He is through. Van Wolstein to P4.
And Kyle Wick, albeit maybe not as strong as Senna Van Wolstein, is still digging. Irwin now to the high side. Kayak's going to throw it over the curb. Van Wolstein says, thank you very much. I'll take P3. Here we go into 7 again.
It's a lot easier to pass when they give it to you like that. We just got to pick up the pieces. But, hey, I'll tell you right now, you guys, big move right there.
Oh my goodness. He tried to look to the inside coming into turn number 8. We've seen passes on the outside. And look at this. Irwin giving it back to him. Jay Irwin's right there. Palumbo. They are beating and bagging. Oh, into the wall. That's Irwin. Irwin into the wall out of turn number 12.
Giuseppe Palumbo, that looked vicious into the right-hand side of Jay Irwin. Just sent him into the barriers. And Kyle Wick watching on. Wow, I'd love another look at that one because from the angle that we had, that looked rough, boys.
Agreed. And listen, we talked already about GFC not having the piece. Holy mackerel, Kyle Wick is rolling.
And all through that, Kayak is 2 seconds plus back. Look at Pedro Hiltbrand, the lead he's got right now, and we're about halfway.
But Senna Van Wolstein now has a little gap from Palumbo as he goes to the inside and sends it on Kayak. Here's a look, Palumbo up and onto the curb, and dude.
Oh, that's 100% deliberate. Just drove him into the wall. He was up on the inside of the curbing. Mike, you can unpack this as well. He literally, watch this come out of the corner, and he is going to be right there, and he just drives him over into the barriers.
That is ridiculous. If there's ever been a worthy black flaggable moment mid-session, that right there probably is one. Here he is sending it on Kayak. Van Wolstein's going to get away. We'll see if Senna can continue to make some hay. And Kyle Wick now goes to work on Marcus.
Listen.
Inside. Barely a car width, and Wick makes it through.
What do we got
Cleanly,
going
by the way.
That was nice. Nice move to the inside. Hey, we've been talking about driving standards all weekend long. That's the most egregious thing that we have seen all weekend.
That was ridiculous.
Flat driving Irwin into the wall, turning right into him for sure. There's going to be trouble there for Palumbo.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Whether or not, halfway, I thought that was a black flag coming out. I wouldn't be surprised to see it.
I wouldn't either.
But nonetheless, Giuseppe Palumbo, that move's probably going to take him off the podium. He might get to stand there if they don't. And we're getting word. Black flag coming out. Giuseppe Palumbo has been disqualified. He's gone. That'll give Kyle Wick 3rd place.
Yeah, that was, again, like I said, egregious. Absolutely flagrant foul. Driving Irwin off the racetrack out of 7. That's, again, like you said, going to allow Wick to be able to pull up into P3.
It's just disappointing, Mike. You expect a lot more out of a world champion than that.
Yeah, it's just pretty crazy to see that actually up to this point. It's been pretty good. They were just started getting a little argy-bargy right there, and then first instance, boom, that happens. And switching back to the race at the front, how about this, you guys? 1.6 seconds. Hildebrand Van Wallstein advantage 0.3 of a second and 1 lap for Senna.
And a new man in third.
Yeah, Wick actually made the move there, getting by. The problem right now is the way we've seen Palumbo racing. Is he going to get back into the Wick here? They did not give Wick that meatball flag that we expected to see out of him.
Palumbo the flag, you mean?
Pardon me, well, whatever they decide to give, yeah, the black. Whatever they're going to give him to send him off the racetrack, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what they end up doing, so we're keeping eyes on Palumbo, but indeed, Senna Van Wallstein, albeit this time it's a Sodi hunting down a Birolard, changing the script from last year. We do have our man in second, the fastest kart this weekend, making inroads with still a lot of laps left.
The math is there. It says it's going to make it again another 0.3, another 3. It's 0.3 a lap for the Sodi. The math is like 100%. It's a matter of when he's going to catch him. The question is, what's Pedro going to do when he gets there?
And these two, the story between Pedro Hildebrand and Senna Van Wallstein spans and has multiple chapters over the last 2 years. It goes back to last year's KZ World Championships. It continued at the SuperNats last year. They are far from friends. There will be no punches pulled when Senna, and he will arrive at the rate he's going for the lead.
And Mike, we're at that place you kept talking about. Still lap 15, lap 16, lap 17. Uncharted waters. Who has the kart to keep going up? We've seen Van Wallstein moving forward. Is it going to hit a wall? Is it going to plateau? Or is it going to keep getting better? Last time by again, he was almost 0.2 quicker.
And both these drivers and both these teams have notes from last year. It's not different equipment. It's not different programs. No, these guys know what they had last year. They know what they had all week long. This is the best of the best of the best going on right now.
And it's the two guys who probably also, like Kayak and Morgado, felt like that race last year could have been theirs. Van Wallstein, a little too aggressive early. Both kind of missed the air pressure, but ultimately he made a mistake. He tapped the wall, meant the front end geometry, and he was off pace the rest of the race. Hildebrand didn't know he was racing for the win, ended up second, could have been a 2-time Pro Shifter champ. They both could turn the tide this year, and then if you go off last year, Kyle Wick, Auburn, Washington's own, is in the catbird seat there in third because he's hanging on over Palumbo. He's just far away. They might not realize how close he is.
I guarantee you Pedro knows he's fighting for the win right now. He's not going to be able to make that mistake. Let's go, brother.
Yeah, we've got 17 laps down, 8 laps remaining. Pro Shifter Main Event, SuperNationals 28, and we are lining ourselves up something good right now.
Watch the 41 there, guys. You see how much he shortens the track up. He's making it tighter and able to carry big speed while making a shorter track. The next time they go there, check it out. Oh, there it is, you guys.
Black flag took a moment to probably confirm the footage. Giuseppe Palumbo now has been flagged to go to the pit lane. He's going to stay out one more lap, and if he stays out too much longer, he might not get a trip back. Last year, he had to fight, couldn't get it here through the country's customs. I don't know if he's going to be allowed in the gates of the event if he does make it back in 26.
Entry will be refused 100%.
Turn 10, here it is. They're going to go into 8, 9. This is going to be the first opportunity. Normal line for Senna. Let's see if he makes it.
Down to the inside of the racetrack. Not enough. Across the bow comes Hildebrand from right to left. He'll hold him off. Released another corner. He is right with them. They'll work their way again out of turn number 13, lap 19 in the books. 6 laps remaining. Here comes that penalty flag once again for Palumbo. Down into the corner. Not quite enough. Here's a move to the inside on the exit bucket. New leader, Van Wallstein to P1.
Pedro Hildebrand made the mistake. He got loose under braking. Now Van Wallstein covers. Can Senna race it off into the distance? Or does Pedro have anything left as they go to turn 7? A huge roar from the crowd. 16th to the lead for Senna Van Wallstein.
You see the hand in the air right there from Pedro. He can't believe it.
I was just going to say, unbelievable, plus 16. And here comes a driver in hot into the scales, Palumbo, after that egregious wreck on Jay Irwin off the racetrack into the scales.
Hildebrand got a decent run out of the final turn. It's been tough to be the leader. From what we've seen, But Senna Van Wallstein has overcome the odds thus far. He's got a ton of speed. Can he walk it off here over the final 5 laps, 2 car lengths back?
Listen, we're talking about Pacific Northwest, right? We're talking about Canada as well. You got Wick out of Auburn. You got Riccitti and Valiente, the 2 ITEL kart drivers. Ramo could be racing Masters almost as well. He's P5. Young Massimo Valiente. I remember seeing him when he first got here. He was absolutely blown away. This is the battle we're watching on the racetrack right now.
There he goes, Massimo and Ramo digging at Marcus Kayak. AJ Myers, the Magic Man, in the number 2 plate, trying to get onto the podium once again. He has been so close. He's had some bad luck consistently make him start deep in the field, and just like last year, he's driving into the top 5.
Let me talk about Massimo Valiente a second. He was wide-eyed his first time here to run Pro Shifter, but look what he has done right now. Battling right now with one of the best we've had in the U.S. over the last decade, AJ Myers. Pushing hard. Myers trying to get himself back onto the box one more time from deep in the field. He always comes up big in the Super Nats.
I wonder what happened with Palumba's, if he had a factor of this group backing up. Look at Bertuca now to the inside of Valiente. The fight is on. That is going to be another one of the ITEL karts. Quarantine Russo, Justin White in the mix. All the while, Pedro Hiltbrand trying to answer the call. There's the 18 of Redden making a move. But 3 laps to go this time by. Hiltbrand is not going silently into the night, fellas. He is still lurking a couple car lengths back.
Only 0.8 of a second off on that last lap, Xander. He's waiting for a maybe any kind of a mistake from Senna Van Wallstein. He is the leader right now. Listen, we already saw Noah Baglin, the world champion, come and win one here this weekend. Is the world champion at KZ going to do exactly the same thing?
You see him tucking all the way. He's doing everything he can. Look at the head. He's getting frustrated, though, because he's coming out of the corner, and every time it seems like he's got something going his way, Senna seems to pull just that little bit more.
He is trying. He is hoping that the tires will slowly fade for Van Wallstein, but Senna Van Wallstein is making him last even with this incredible drive through the field. Edge of your seat, folks. 2 laps to go. The top 2 have separated bigger than they've been in a moment. But you never know. A massive puddle off to the side of Van Wallstein at any moment. He still needs to put these perfect corners together.
2 laps remaining. Van Wallstein, Hiltbrand, Wick, Kajak, and Valiente running P5 ahead of AJ Myers. What a battle we have, not just for the lead, but for the final steps on the podium. Xander, 2 to go.
Senna Van Wallstein, the gap now back up to 0.6 last time. What does it become at the white flag? Hiltbrand, you saw the frustration, Mike. You mentioned it. It doesn't look like he's got quite the pace right now in the infield. It's the drive off, Rob, that he has not had. Out of the last turn, he inches a little bit closer, but still 0.6. 1 lap to go.
And literally, Xander, they're so close right now. Their gap was like 2 or 3 hundredths of a second, the difference in speed. Van Wallstein, 0.6 last time by. He's going to be able to cruise this thing home, I believe, through 4 and 5. So good, working his way through the infield of this racetrack.
Pedro Hiltbrand is going to be reliving that turn 1 bobble for a long time. Second for the 2nd consecutive year if Van Wallstein can just make 3 more corners, overcoming a 50th place result of the opening heat. 2 turns, 1 turn to go.
What a story it is, folks. The winner in Pro Shifter SuperNats 28 is Senna Van Wallstein. Pedro Hiltbrand right there. Kyle Wick, a masterful drive for Wick. Up 8 spots to go P3. Kajak in 4th. And AJ Myers slips past Massimo Valiente on the final circuit. It is time for Senna Van Wallstein to sign his name to the parking lot at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
How about it? He had a smile on his face and a beer in hand Thursday night. How happy do you think this guy's going to be with this kind of result after the way the week went? The roller coaster of emotions for Senna Van Wallstein and the ride he's been on. And again, AJ Myers, Massimo Valiente, Myers provisionally 5th for the 2nd consecutive year. An incredible drive through the pack to get there.
Senna Van Wallstein, you're the first driver to be the world champion and the SuperNationals champion in the same year. Tell me about that feeling. Best in the world.
Yeah, so obviously been quite good. It was a really fun race. Going further back in the beginning was a bit hard because, you know, it's a lot of things going on. Once the race was settled, I just know I had to stay calm. Pace was there. Overtake Pedro and drive away. So that's it.
Look, at the start of this weekend, all the odds were stacked up against you at the start of this race. Tell me about working your way through the field that entire race.
Yeah, well, obviously we started really good. Then we had disqualification. For the rest, we won all the heats, everything that we can do. And then, yeah, coming into the final, obviously, we knew we had the speed. We just had to stay calm and stay out of trouble. That's what we did, and that's where we won now. Obviously, we have an extremely strong package with Velocity Racing, SuperKarts, and Sani engines. Without this, I'm not sure if I can win as well. So thank you for these guys.
There you go. Cinnamon Walshing, SuperNationals winner in 2025. David?
Yeah, and I'm down here with the runner-up, Pedro Hildebrand. Pedro, just you knew you were fighting for the win this year. I guess that's an improvement over last year, but just kind of walk me through that battle with at the end and where you came up short.
Yeah, obviously I knew I was fast. Big gap. Then I saw him. He was flying. I mean, what I could do, I could go in immediately, but already far away. He was faster than us all this week, so we need to work more and to have more speed for next year.
I know it was a difficult week up to this. Does a second place still pretty good?
Yeah, obviously the qualifying before my mistake from quali that we were in the Q2 for the slowest group. That was my mistake, nothing to say. But I always push hard. As I do in the final, I always believe. Second again, but we're gonna try next year.
Yeah, that's good to hear. He'll be back next year looking for his first SuperNats win.
Second SuperNats win. To just make one correction, Dave, but at least to go one spot higher indeed. It's the second consecutive year Pedro Hildebrand finds himself as the bridesmaid here, Mike. That one's going to sting again, but like he said, at the end of the day, he had to kind of tip his hat to the Velocity Racing Sodi crew and Senna Van Walstein for just having him beat, having him covered on pace.
I'm not going to say it's easier to swallow, but when you have a scenario where you go, hey, what could I have done different there? I don't know that he can do anything different. I mean, at least aside from the mistake that happened in the first place about this race, this main event right here, I think he did everything he could. He just didn't have the package to be able to beat Senna, and you know what? Best the rest in that regard.
How about it for Marcus Kayak from Estonia? Goodness. Podium results, probably the most bittersweet way to end, starting on the front row and getting the lead early, but he's going to walk out of Vegas with some hardware this year to match his podium from his debut. And for Senna Van Walstein, the celebrations now can slowly begin as he makes his way to the podium. Let's go down to David as we talk to the rest of our top finishers.
Yeah, we're down here with Marcus Kayak, and Marcus, I can see the emotion on your face. I know how much this means to you, but it's the emotion.
Yeah, I got a good start. I was leading the race in the first part, but it seemed like the others have much more pace than us, unfortunately. So yeah, in the end, I was just trying to get the 4th or 5th place. It's the maximum I feel like we could do, and yeah.
You know, the track seems to appeal to you. You seem to do very well. This track is so fast. For Marcus Kayak?
I don't know, I just like racing in the night, under the lights. It's super cool to race between the barriers, everything. I just enjoy the environment here, and yeah, I just like it.
Do you want to come back next year?
Of course.
All right, there you go. Marcus Kayak will be looking for his first win at SuperNats, and that's a fact.
Well, there we have it. Scale line beginning to roll. Marcus Kayak, Pedro Hildebrand. We'll have to wait until 2026 for a shot at it. What a drive as well, though, not to be totally overshadowed. Kyle Wick had a long way to go with the way the start was panning out, and he charged through the field to P3. Caleb?
Thank you. There's Andrew Senning here with Kyle Wick. What a drive for you. P3, and that's another podium for Gary Carlson for GFC. Tell me how this feels for the whole team.
It's really great. Obviously, the week didn't start off how we wanted. We qualified 12th, and then we had a good first heat. And the second heat, we got spun out and had to crawl our way back. So it's 11th to 3rd in this field is tough. So always got to – it's good.
What are your takeaways from the weekend, right? How do you learn and come back stronger next year?
I was actually, while I was out there, I watched Senna go by, and I saw how he was taking a couple corners, and I took a couple driving pointers and got a little bit better. So we'll just keep working on it, driving more and getting actual seat time, not just doing the pro tours and trying to show up.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you.
Yeah, for Kyle Wick, this is a huge result here in terms of raw pace, going head-to-head with the best in the world, right? With Senna Van Wallstein, with Pedro Hiltbrand, 2 world champs in front of him, world champs behind him, Supernats champs all around. And, well, for AJ Myers, that Supernats championship win isn't going to happen here tonight. But it's another incredible charge forward.
It's not quite a win, AJ, but this one's got to feel like a win. Driving your way through the field to end up on the podium for the 2nd year in a row.
Yeah, I mean, if you would have told me that I was going to do it again, I would have said that's not going to be possible with this level of field and competition. But Magic Kart USA, Sarnia USA competition, man, the package that we had today, I had the package to win. It sucks I had to start P21, but I am so proud of my team. I'm so proud of everybody. Chubba, that was for you.
And I was just about to ask, a weekend with a lot of emotion, right? Is this good for the team, you know? Can they smile?
Man, we had a rough day. We had some DNFs. We had everything. It's just great to end on a high, and it's, yeah, it's just great.
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
And indeed, for AJ Myers, that Sawney competition, KZ, was no doubt a wicked piece. But he had one smiling Romanian American, the ultimate success story, looking down on him with, a grin from ear to ear. Chava Boyda Show, we miss you. We will never forget you, and we will never forget another phenomenal Pro Shifter main. But goodness, the heartbreak is equally as cutting deep or big, really. Jay Irwin, what a drive, what a start for this young man, and then to get just driven the way he did, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's super unfortunate, but to your point, like, you take the positive way for Jay is he's got what it takes to make things happen, right? Phenomenal driving to see all these guys getting ready for the podium here.
Good job. Pedro, where you finished? I didn't see the whole race. I didn't know you were I saw him in the race. I could see his back was hard. You're going to have to go. You guys are going to approach the stairs, shake Alexis' hand, you'll walk up onto the stage, get into your podium position.
Well,
Yeah.
watching Jay Irwin there, and one of the things I was just looking at the final results, the number of drivers we talked about maybe not being able to come away after a mulligan, like after one bad round. Look at all the drivers in this top group that literally did just that. Almost all of them had some kind of bad round or some kind of adversity they had to dig out of. Senna, Pedro, Kyle, AJ Myers, they all had Bertuca. They all had that one round or that one thing that held them back, and they still overcame and were able to get to the front.
Yeah, and I mean, really, that leaves the most consistent driver of your top 8, Massimo Valiente. Career best finish, P6. Incredible run. Picked up 7 spots from where he started, but through the week, just rock solid. Ends up fighting for a podium, comes up 1 spot shy, but a great drive for Massimo. Christian Bertuca, Adrian Renadin, Remo Ruscetti, Corentin Russo, a couple of Italkarts to round off your top 10. Victor Gustafsson, sadly, the drought was not ended tonight. 11th for the driver from Sweden. Just couldn't quite really turn around the momentum once he had the miscue off the start. And you look at the big names that fell back down the board. How about 2 Alliance teammates? Billy Musgrave from the first 5 rows ends up crossing the line 18th after following and kind of getting trapped behind Matteo Spurgel, who went wide, or Gustafson, sorry, who went wide. And then 1 spot behind him and 2 spots behind him. The 2 guys that had to get through, either in the LCQ or in Josh Conker's case, the Circle of Champions Provisional. They drive from outside the top 34 to 18th and 19th, or 19th and 20th.
Just phenomenal. Again, being able to get them back from those kind of adversity scenarios. And again, that's at the talent level here. And the reason why Supernats is so crazy and such a body of work and all the different aspects and all the different phrases we say, at the end of the day, it's earned. You're on the top step or even on the podium, it's well earned. And Rob Howden's with our podium right now.
Time to get things underway for the last podium of this year's SuperNationals. Feel free to come on in here if anybody's on the outside wants to come in to Victory Lane. We've got it cordoned off for our photographers and media, so you're allowed to work your way in here if you'd like to be part of the action. We'll start with the driver finishing in 5th place today. That drive from outside the top 20. Give it up for AJ Myers. Coming home Fifth place today. What a tremendous drive. Passed for fifth on the final lap. A.J. Myers going to P5. We'll start with the trophies. Then we'll bring the checks out. And then we'll do the champagne after that. Finishing in fourth spot today, number 40, Marcus Kajak. Kajak goes to P4. Didn't get to the checker last year. This year onto the podium in fourth spot. Great job for Marcus there. Finishing in third, a monster launch off the line. Allows him to go up front. P3, Kyle Wick. Magic Kart USA for Myers. Goodwood Kartways Formula K for Kajak. GFC for Kyle Wick. Finishing in second, this guy put it all on the line, just a little bit, not enough. Finishing second, Pedro Hiltbrand. And ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in 28 years for the history of this event, we have a world champion who also adds a SuperNationals race win to the resume on the same year. A stellar drive from deep in the field. Your winner today, Senna Van Walstein. Awesome drive for Senna. Really the only blemish, that DQ that put him to the tail of the field. He wasn't going to let that hold him back. Came storming through the field. As he said in the interview, kind of get myself through the chaos of the early laps and then work your way from there. Guys, get those trophies in the air for me, please, above your heads. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the podium in Pro Shifter! All right, drop those trophies down. Trying to bring some checks in here, folks. Don't go anywhere. We got checks coming in. We're going to start passing out the checks for you here. Lots of money up for grabs in this category. We'll start with the driver coming home in fifth spot. That'll be $500 for A.J. Myers. $500. $750 for Marcus Kajak. Kyle Wick, going to take $2,500 home, I believe. Yeah, $2,500. $1,250, pardon me. $1,250 for third, $2,500 for the driver coming home in second, Hiltbrand. And as we know how this works, folks, he's not going to love it. $10,000, and it's the trade for the helmet, as we know. SuperNationals tradition. So many guys have done it. Senna's like, are you kidding me? $10,000. Senna Van Walstein will add the helmet to the trophy case of Tom Kutcher. There you have it, folks, the trophies here. Amazing stuff for Senna Van Walstein. $10,000 to win. What a podium we had. What a race we had here this weekend. Absolutely amazing stuff. We got the trophy, the check shots. Guys, if you want to drop those behind you, move your helmets out of the way. Time for one more celebration on the weekend, and that is the spraying of the champagne to cap off the 28th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. You guys know how to do it. Come on, Mike, get it off, boys. Grip it and rip it. Celebrate it, drink it, spray it, whatever you guys want to do. Oh, you guys are classy. Good stuff. To the victor goes the spoils. One more time, world champion and now SuperNationals race winner, Senna Van Walstein. Got stuff down here in victory lane. Back to you in the commentary box.
SuperNationals 28, the on-track activity has concluded, but we need to get back and look through it all here, Mike. You and I both from the Las Vegas skyline. The Coastal Link recap here from your Pro Shifter main event. What a race this one was, and what an overall day it was of main event action, albeit starting a little bit later than originally anticipated with the inclement weather from last night. Kicking things off here with a initially kind of spread out KA Junior main event because of battling for third on back.
No, exactly that. You can see the moves continuing to happen, and then, again, people want to make a move, they're going to make sure you go through there. The crossovers, so many of those all day long, and phenomenal racing like that one around the outside to carry the speed.
It was so cool to see moves like that stick and the drivers have enough respect to keep it going around the outside. Obviously, that's not always the case. Turn 10, turn 11, this whole complex here at the end of the racetrack has given us so many moments over the course of the weekend. But a sign of respect here in a hard fight for K100 Master. Chris Wareheim, I caught him on the way in, and he said, look, man, I can say what I want. I had my shot. Didn't get it. We'll be back next year. Hopefully we get to see some more of the stars from the KA Senior Main. Too many names to list here, Mike, that all could have gotten the win here in a head-on fight in the end between Joe Turney and Diego Ramos. 22 thousandths the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw that all the way through the day. Close margins, whether it be between the edge of a go-kart and a wall or the end of the race with the 22 thousandths finish right there, or these starts like that.
And here, Master Shifter. Talk about this, right? Early battling, early gap. That became a huge gap for Billy Musgrave. 6-time SuperNationals winner and back-to-back jacks in Master Shifter. The only true dominating performance on the day was the All-American Badass himself and the Pro Tour Pro Shifter champ. Eligible for Master. Been eligible for Shifter Master, and here on his second try, he's 2 for 2.
Well, and you can see there also starts were sometimes a challenge throughout the week, and right there at the little kids there, it's same thing here, but again, phenomenal racing in all classes. Another very, very close finish.
Side by side to the line, what a battle it was here in Micro Swift. Aiden Go has won in the most spectacular fashion in his first couple of Micro Swift national level wins. What a performance for him. And then in the X30 Junior, another dogfight, one-on-one. These two were really the class of the field through the heats as well. Dean Hugendorf and Travis Pettit.
Yeah,
and so many more that were up there, but truly a one-on-one right there.
Yeah, we see that kind of carrying the outside. And how about that power move around the outside as well? You see issues for several drivers, including hitting those barriers and losing one of those wheels. Look at how close the racing is there. The respect, and even these scenarios, too, where we had those close calls, the drivers able to continue on.
Maxwell Macha, 2-time SuperNats champ, and he hasn't even made it to middle school yet. Rob, this kid, a whole lot more confidence than last time. That was a big-time win, though.
Yeah, you know, the whole weekend for Maxwell Macha was all about it, guys. But look at this racing here we had. This category was so epic as well.
Pro X30 always puts on a show. Last year was a lot more of the waiting game. This year, the widened groove, the faster circuit, it packed them up, and man, was this a battle. This was war, and no doubt the war had a lot of emotion in it and ultimately a few casualties. Jake Drew, heartbreaking end, 2 turns to the end of it, and Joe Turney into Caden McQueen, sending him wide with Ramos. McQueen feeding a wheel back to him coming into the scale line. Gus Lawrence celebrating as he provisionally would have then inherited the win. We still don't know what exactly the story is there because he only just wrapped up the final race, which was another barn burner in Pro Shifter. Victor Gustafsson on the inside. Marcus Kayak on the outside. Rob, there's nothing that fires you up like a shifter kart start and then a great race that follows.
You know, the interesting thing hearing from Senna Van Walstein was he knew the chaos was going to be there early. That was the move by Palumbo that put Irwin into the barriers and actually put Palumbo on the sidelines. Look at that shot there. An egregious, actual flagrant foul, pushing him off intentionally. But it was Van Walstein that said, I just wanted to get through the early chaos, and then I knew I'd be able to get into my rhythm at that point.
The SuperKarts USA officials have been under a lot of scrutiny for how the racecraft looked, especially Friday. It was good to see them act quick on their feet there and take care of Giuseppe Palumba, destroying Jay Irwin. But then, of course, that shouldn't take away from the incredible drive by Senna Van Walstein, 16th to 1st, and done cleanly as well with a nice over-under on Pedro Hiltbrand.
Yeah, the class act of all that kind of racing there at the end. I mean, that's the two ends of the spectrum. While we did have some of that negativity stuff going on, how about the best positive end? The racing all day long was phenomenal.
Yeah, if I'm going to cap off the day, that's what I say. All the stuff that we had on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the racing today was, as you said, phenomenal. Absolutely fantastic. We had drivers actually show some strategy. Think about the racecraft, where they needed to be on the racetrack. A couple drivers at least worked together to pull away. We didn't see that during the heat races at all. Xander and Mike, I just feel like today was probably the best we could have seen. A couple of hiccups, Palumbo being one of them, but otherwise we had great racing all the way through.
We did. I mean, this feels very 2023-esque to me as well. Another track that seemed to not be in the most favor of a lot of the paddock. And then by the time we get to Sunday, we're wowed and on the edge of our seats. Last year, I think, was pretty solid all the way through, and then a barn burner shifter race that just had us on the edge of our seats all the way from start to finish. This one was good. Didn't have the fireworks with a couple laps to go and that surprise winner. But you've got to tip your hat to Senna, to the Velocity Sodi boys for not giving up. And in Senna's case, you could hear it even in his interview, just saying, man, I knew I had the pace. Just had to stay calm, and I can do it. And sure enough, he did.
Indeed, that was it, Mike. Again, the good drivers like that, the great drivers, are able to take that and realize if there's issues, put it behind you, stay focused, get the job done. He knew he had the piece. Yeah, DQ put him back. It just made it a little more exciting for him coming from deeper in the field.
Yeah, and we appreciate the show he put on. It makes our job a little bit easier when you have a great thing to watch. And you know what? Hey, the cream always rises to the top. And even with the talent level we had, there's always that little extra, that little step ahead. And this time, it was Sonny who had it.
He signed his signature. He's left his mark on the inside of turn number 1. He'll be joining us on the Perico pit box. Then not long after that, his media tour is going to continue. The new tradition of taking a photo over by the Speedway. And my goodness, what an event. What a long day and a long week for a number of racers and teams, but none more than the SuperKarts USA officials and our unbelievable camera and production team as well that were out in the elements in the rain. Many of you watching along here, and we've got a lot to talk about still on the Perico pit box on the other side of this break. But to our camera crew and to everyone in the truck right below us here, Jerry, you guys did awesome. Thank you so much to the SuperKarts USA team of, I believe, over 100 deep. Once again for the SuperNats, worked their tails off to put on the biggest stage in all of karting all around the world. Another great race to cap it off too.
You know what, I've done this 28 times now, and again, it's always fun for me, always exciting to see which drivers come to the forefront, right? How's it going to happen on Super Sunday? Because there's so many storylines through the first couple of days of the racing, whether it was the Rock Pile, the Las Vegas Karting Center, into the Rio, Sam Boyd, the Las Vegas Convention Center. It's been a great opportunity to be here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The 28th running was a fantastic one. Mike, always a pleasure to work with you. And Xander, anytime I can be with the Kart Chaser crew, it's a privilege and an honor for sure.
Been fun having you both. Mike, Rob, obviously it's been a long day for both of y'all, but our day continues a little bit more. Fans are going to want to hear from all the top contenders in more than just a one or two question bit. We've got a lot to break down, more highlights to talk about too. On the other side of this break, the Perico Pit Box post-race show wraps up SuperNats 28. Of Rob, myself, and Mike here, this may be the end of it for now. Doesn't mean we won't be back next year.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Perico press conference here at SuperNats 28. We have 3 of our top 4 finishers in Pro Shifter. Unfortunately, Pedro Hiltbrand has had to rush to the Harry Reid International Airport, but that doesn't matter because we have got 4th place finisher Marcus Kayak, 3rd place finisher Kyle Wick, and our 2025 Pro Shifter SuperNats champion Senna van Valstein. Gentlemen, welcome to the press conference. We'll start off very quickly. Senna, easy question. Congratulations. Let's try and describe that race from the 9th row of the grid. Take us through it from your perspective.
Yeah, obviously I had to start from 16, which wasn't ideal, and was also the first time I didn't start in Vegas from the front row. So since it's quite different here with the position and everyone is a lot closer, I wasn't really sure how to expect it. But yeah, start went okay. It was a bit difficult because, you know, there's a lot of people flying by and hitting each other, and it's so small in the track. But anyway, yeah, we came out well. Then step by step, one by one, we moved up front. And then, yeah, finally till the end, we managed to jump in 2nd place. Pedro had a bit of a gap. Try to stay calm, don't over push it, and then close the gap. And finally arrived to Pedro. I think he missed a bit the brakes. I could pass easily, and then just try to stay without mistakes and then finish the race.
And the moments that you had thought to yourself, I've got this, what lap did that occur on?
I think it was probably lap 17 or 18. When I was like about 2 laps behind Pedro, I noticed that I was quite a bit faster than him, so I could manage the pace and have a bit of advantage, a couple laps ahead of the finish. So yeah, to play with that is, you know, you're strong.
Well, Senna van Valstein, you become the first reigning KZ World Karting Champion to win SuperNationals in the same year. Congratulations. We'll move over to Kyle Wick. Kyle, P3, an American, team. An Americans have designed a built chassis. You race 4 times a year, 3 times the Pro Tour and once here at SuperNats. How are you feeling right now?
It's a great result considering all the competition here. Obviously, we want to win. That's the goal when we come here, but obviously this year it wasn't in the cards. But yeah, it's a good result. Having to start 11th, it didn't really help my case in the final, but I think we had a good final.
A quick follow-up. We were just talking earlier. America went 6 years without a single top 5 finish in this category. That was pre-Kart Chaser era, pre-Pro Tour era. How much of a benefit has the current state of US karting helped you guys, homegrown talent, to compete against the best in the world when they do arrive at events like SuperNats?
For sure, the racing KZ, whenever we get to now, we never use anything but KZ. The only time I ever drive is KZ. But back then, we were using Honda, and then maybe you'd have an American hop in and try their hand at KZ. But the engines weren't at the level needed, and the driving style of the Honda was considerably different than the KZ. Where now, we drive the KZ all the time. We've all adapted to the style. And we have a few Europeans that come over and run Pro Tour. So we have all, when Marn came over in, I don't remember the year, he blew our doors off in NOLA, and we all had to get better. That was because it would be me, AJ, Billy, Jake French, Danny Formal, and that was it. We would all show up, and we'd do the race, and we'd go home. But now we all had to get better.
And get better you have. We'll move over now to Marcus. Marcus, heartbreak last year. This year, after leading, how are the emotions? I'm imagining mixed P4. Tell us a little bit about your race and how you're feeling right now.
Not feeling as good as you want to, but yeah, it was a tough race overall. I won the start, was leading in the first couple of laps, but in the end our pace kind of dropped a bit compared to the others. So yeah, in the end, P4 was the maximum we could do, and yeah.
Considering that the image from last year was of you sat, alone in the pits on the track afterwards, would you have taken P4 at the start of this week, considering that was your last memory of SuperNats?
Always when I come here, I want to win, but yeah, fourth is also, I think, quite okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Right, we'll open the floor. Kayla, you have been watching every moment of SuperNats in the pits, on the pit box, trackside. What have you got for our drivers?
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Like you said, Caleb Viesca with Kart Chasers. I'll open the floor with you. I want to take you back to Italy a couple of weeks ago, winning that World Championship, and then coming back here, winning the SuperNationals Championship. I want to talk about the helmet first and foremost, right? I know it hurt a little bit to give that away, but a good tradition. Tell me, again, just explain to me why it hurt a little bit to kind of give away the helmet this weekend.
Personally, I'm not the type of person that is really attached to things like this, but I promised my engine to my engine tuner, who did a lot for me and who I respect a lot. And I just want to pay off my respects by giving my helmet. We won the World Championship together with. So obviously it's a bit of a shame I have to give it away now, since I told him already that I wanted to give him. It was just, this was the last race to use it, and then after he will get it. So I was really doubting what to do, but in the end, it's 10,000. So
that's a very good way to put it. And again, an unprecedented. You've won the two biggest races in the world, right? You've obviously won the FIA World Championship. You've won the SuperNationals Championship, the two biggest KZ races in the world. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, well, obviously, like we spoke earlier in the week, the year hasn't been starting great, but we finished it really strong. So going in to the off season, it's a good feeling. I'm happy with the result I did. I'm thankful for the package they give me, my team give me, and my tuner give me. I think without them, I wouldn't be able to do so as well. So it's definitely credits to them.
And I'm curious to hear what changed over the year, right? Because obviously Pedro and Barreau had the upper hand overseas, winning the first two rounds of the Europeans. And when we joked around, right, you didn't even finish your race going into the World Championships. What kind of changed for you guys? You guys have been dominant in the latter half of the year with Matteo winning the Europeans, you winning the Worlds, and now the SuperNationals over Pedro, who again finished second.
We just got a great team. That's it.
Simple.
We work good. We work in a good way. We're really close to each other. And I think this overall in the long term, it shows that we are stronger than the rest at the moment.
Thank you, Senna. Kyle, move on to you. Again, we spoke earlier on in the week, right, of what it would mean to win a SuperNationals victory, but it's another podium for GFC, another podium for Gary Carlton. He's won it. His product's finished on the podium once before, twice today with in the KZ Masters class. Yep. What more do you guys think you guys need to kind of get up to the top step of the podium here?
I think I need to drive more, and that'll be a good start. I definitely, next year, I want to be able to do some more races and do some more testing at least. This year, the test days were pretty limited. We did a few. Obviously, we made the switch back to TM for this SuperNats. We switched in Indiana. So that was, we did some testing there, but we're still learning. We're still learning the engines. We're still learning what we need with this tire. We just need to keep practicing, keep racing.
And I must say, it was a strong end to the year for you guys, right? A 1-2 over at Newcastle. And I look back to the first round at Speed Sports. Speaking of Gary, he felt like it was a missed opportunity for yourself, Danny Formal, Jacob Gulick, and now you're on the podium at the end of the year. So, again, similar question to what I asked Senna. What has changed for you guys over the year? What have you guys learned?
Yeah, that guy, I guess. For me, the story of the year was not doing a good job in qualifying in the heats and the final, or not doing a good job in the qualifying and the heats and making myself work hard in the final. I think in Indiana, I qualified 11th and then started 7th in the final and drove to the front to catch up to Danny. And then the same thing in Ohio. I started deeper in the field and had to drive up to 3rd. In Texas, the same. So it feels pretty similar to how I've performed all year, and I just need to do a better job positioning myself to start up front. So then I would be the running.
Thank you. I'll go on over to Marcus. Marcus, this event to me, after watching you race it for 3 years in a row, myself being here, it seems like this is one of the most special events for you, right? And I look back to last year. I look back to where you finished second here a couple of years ago over at the Rio. What about this event makes it so special for you?
I really like the atmosphere here. Really different compared to the Europe, what we have in Europe, and the racing between the barriers. Cool, and I like it.
Just gonna ask you to move your hand up a little bit on the microphone, Marcus.
Like this?
Yeah. You can go ahead and help him out, Henry.
Yeah. That's the spot.
Okay.
There you go. Much better. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just like the atmosphere here in the USA. Coming here from Europe is of course a long flight, so you kind of, how do you say, you come here to enjoy a bit, but also the racing itself is really hard and tough between the barriers. There is no room for mistakes. So yeah, I like the atmosphere here.
And you know, speaking to Emilian and yourself, you guys have been super busy overseas. You're racing almost every single weekend, from WSK Supermaster Series, the Europeans. You know, you're kind of racing every weekend. How do you stay fresh? How do you stay, you know, level-headed with being so busy with such a busy schedule on the year?
To me, honestly, this year has been quite difficult. In the beginning of the year, I burned out a lot mentally, so I've been trying to get back. But of course, it's really difficult to come back when you have race after race after race. But I'm trying to manage, and
I'm curious to hear as well from you guys coming to this event, right? IPK, there was a switch for SRP engines. You guys weren't sure. There was a dealer close enough to come down here. Goodwood, again, they stepped up to bring you guys down to the U.S. and bring you guys down to Las Vegas. When did you find out that you were going to be joining us here at the SuperNationals?
It was about a month ago, so not much preparation, but yeah.
Henry?
Thank you. We'll stick with with Marcus and Carl for a moment.
I'm going to steal this mic really quick, Henry. Here, Senna. We have a saying in the U.S. One for the road. I don't know if you guys have that in the Netherlands as well. You got a media tour coming up, so Henry, we got to wrap it up.
Okay.
I couldn't really get in there like discreetly, but it's the end of the day. Have another beer. Kyle says he's good. Marcus says he's working. I was actually right before we went live about to introduce Marcus to Twisted Tea.
Okay.
He said he's good though. He wanted a water.
Okay, no problem. So
Very professional.
we're going to lose Senna, is what you're saying, very shortly.
We are going to lose Senna. So this is our final question for Senna Van Wallstein here, our
Senna?
SuperNats champ. I'll do one after you. You get your last one. Go for it.
Okay, I've known you for a long time. I've commentated on you as a junior, as a senior. We've even commentated together at some point. I know you said that you had achieved what you want to achieve in karting at the moment. If Velocity Racing Sodi Kart now come say, Senna, we want you to come and run Pro Tour next year. We want you to come and earn the big bucks on the big stage. Is that something that would interest you as a driver who has, in your own words, achieved what you've wanted to achieve? Could we be seeing more of you regularly in 2026?
Well, it depends. I signed a contract already over in Europe to do my races over there. At the same time, I run my own management with coaching younger drivers and trying to help them move up. So maybe whenever I have some free time and they would like me to come over, I would consider to come over. There's obviously things I really enjoy about being here in America, and there's also some things I don't really like to be. So yeah, no, if I would have time, and I would be open to do some races probably.
Well, just from me to you, congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you bookend that with putting it in your own words. What a year this has been. What a race that was to go 16th to first. And if there's anything you'd like to leave the viewers with, this race got a whole lot of eyes, like last year, even more. So who would you like to thank? Any other parting words before they take you on the rest of the media tour? You got to go into the Speedway. You got to go all around. You're getting out of teardown, at least. But who would you like to let enjoy the mic?
In the end of the day, I just want to thank Sodi Kart Factory, Velocity Racing, and Sani Engines. Obviously, they do a lot of hard work for us, and they give us the package to win. So it's simple as that. Without them, I'm not here where I am now. So simple as that.
Sweet. Well, we'll let you hop on up. We'll get you unwired. We'll allow Caleb and Henry to start working their way in. So no, it's all good. We can let you off up. You're stacked now. Set at least for the drive over to the Speedway and back. If you finish that one, there'll be more back here. But congratulations, champ. Henry, why don't you go sit in the middle here between these guys? We'll take a little bit more with Kyle. He's good with the champagne. We're unfortunately delaying him from packing the Suburban up and heading back to Washington. So I'll go to you, though, right? You've told me that story about, Marion coming over in NOLA in 22 and what that was like, what Vegas has been like for you guys and you and I right before you went on. And we're like, man, all right, what can I do from 11th and then to get third in the field like this? And when you look to next year, I mean, how are you going to be able to try and get behind the wheel more? It's easy to say that, and then you get busy and you get working. So what's the game plan?
Yeah, I guess I'm just going to have to tell my dad that I need to take a day off of work to go drive go-karts is what it's going to come down to. Because with my race team schedule, I'm at the track almost every weekend. I'm either at working or doing a little bit of lead and follow or at a race with Gary, or it's always something. So before SuperNats, I was like, hey, Dad, it's not raining on Wednesday. Can I go to Pat's Acres and make some laps? So I went and drove by myself and did a couple 4-minute quali sessions and get ready for this a little bit. So I did feel like coming here, I was more prepared than I've been in the past because in Washington, it's raining. It's every weekend it's raining. So it's extremely hard for me to go out to the track in October and make laps. So yeah, we haven't been racing, we haven't been this, but I did get to go do some practice before we came.
I'll just interject here, Marcus. This man here is talking about how it's raining. I'm from Wales, you're from Estonia. That's every day.
Yeah,
now,
it's every day for me too.
And you needed that practice yesterday.
I did. I wasn't very good.
I want to just follow up a few things, firstly with you. Talk about being from Estonia. Believe it or not, Estonia's got such a rich karting history. So many champions in karting and the lower formulas come out from Estonia. What is the support like, in that region, in Estonia, for the sport of karting? And how are you treated when you go back home?
The sport is growing each year a lot. There's many drivers coming over from I started in motocross, I moved to karting. Also now I see some guys coming from motocross, moving to karting. A lot of new people coming, and the community itself is really helpful. Everybody's trying to help each other, so it's really easy to join, I guess, I'd say.
Now let's talk this week. A point of this week where you thought, I've got this, we've got the package to win, a high point and then a low point for you this week. Where did you think you lost the chance to win, and where do you think that you actually were at your best and you could have competed for the victory?
I never gave up.
Yeah. We saw lap 24 and 25. That's what we talked about, didn't we? Beforehand. Let's do all 25 laps.
But as soon as I saw Pedro overtake me in the final, he was pulling away a lot, so then I understand, okay, we're missing a bit of speed. I didn't want to look back to make myself stress even more, so I just kept driving, giving my maximum, and in the end, fourth was the best we can do.
Xander?
I just wanted to make sure we didn't keep Kyle waiting, looking over your shoulder too far. Kyle, I know you got a car to pack up. I'm going to let Caleb slip on in here, and then eventually I'll work my way in. So closing thoughts for you, just like I offered to Senna. While we get to the end of our SuperNats broadcast and hand you an open mic, what would you like to leave the viewers with?
I got to thank Gary and everyone at GFC for all their hard work. Rainey for never giving up on the engines, and we always just keep working and trying to get better. Obviously, 2 years ago, we had the package to win, it seemed, and it slipped away in the first heat. But we've had a lot of misses here, so it's good to be competitive again. And it's just those guys never giving up, and we always just keep working and keep trying to find the lap time, and sometimes it's me, most of the time it's me, but we're always working together and trying to figure it out.
Well, Kyle, that's a good way to end it off. We'll be looking forward to seeing you hopefully more than normal, but we know if nothing else, we'll see you in Texas.
Yep, we'll see you there.
All right. Well, hey, Caleb, get on in, and Marcus, stay seated. Safer than where I am behind the camera, having some funny moments that aren't on broadcast. But Marcus Kayak joining, Caleb, Henry. Marcus, we'll give the same offer to you. on some closing thoughts here from Vegas. Say you like the atmosphere. Can you list a couple things or elaborate a little more? I know it's we're asking you to talk a whole lot more probably than a normal go-kart race, but when you think of this event and everything about it, you know, how do you describe it to people and why you like it, you know, when you're making a case for the SuperNats?
I don't know.
I mean, at this stage, compare this to the World Championships. How much pre-race buzz was there? How many people are talking to you about it? You know, what's your WhatsApp? You know, is it blowing up? You know, that back home, your social medias. You know, the comparison between the buzz.
To be honest, a lot of people text me more about Vegas. They keep an eye on it more than, for example, the World Championship. So,
you know, well, and I was asked the same question, Senna. We've had Formula K. Now IPK karting arriving here in force. Goodwood Kartways. Over Christmas, they phone you up, you know, Tallinn calling. Marcus, you know, we want a proper pro driver to come in, earn some big money in the Pro Tour, win us some races, get the visibility up there. Are you in?
Of course.
Of course.
If possible, I would love to.
Because it's a different, you know, it's a different style of racing. It's a different atmosphere. You obviously have the FIA on one hand, and then you have the big stage, the big show. As a driver looking to progress in your own brand, what's better for you in terms of your standing and your exposure to potential sponsors, you know, Europe or here? And I'm not saying it just because we're here. I want, you know, honesty.
I think it's more here, but I'd say you need a mix of two.
Need a mix of two.
Yeah.
Well, we've had a mix of two. We've had, you know, the show, we've had the talent. Caleb, you know, I'm expecting him to speak Estonian because Caleb knows everything.
No, I don't. Marcus, I just want to congratulate you, and again, on a top 4 finish, and again, this year's better than last year, right? I know you would have won a little bit more, but yeah, I just want to congratulate you on a great year, and it's always been a pleasure talking to you this weekend. You've held yourself really well. Never said no. I know we've bothered you a whole lot this weekend, and that's always a good thing, right? If we're bothering you, then that means you're fast. So yeah, just thank you very much for all that kindness this weekend, if you will, Marcus.
Yeah, thank you so much as well, and really big thank you to my team, Formula K and SRP.
Any other final thoughts do you want to give the viewers before you go?
If anyone's watching from home, I say hello to them, but I guess it's too late for them already.
Trust me, we're looking at the figures, the viewing figures. They're watching all over the world. You're okay.
Alrighty, Henry, we're going to set a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have more set to come your way.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah,